Welcome back to the FanSpeak Network and a very, very, very special edition of Friends of Best Ball. That's right. Today we have an 8-hour live best ball stream. We're going to have 7 great guests. Well, probably more than that, actually. 7 BBM drafts, Best Ball Jeopardy, tons of giveaways in just 1 minute. That's right. This is the day we've been waiting for. We are celebrating towards the end of best ball season with an 8-hour live stream here on the FanSpeak Network. So we appreciate you jumping in. Be sure to hit that like button on your way in. Again, we have 8 hours, a bunch of guests, I believe 6 or 7 guests. We have 7 BBM drafts, Best Ball Jeopardy, and tons of giveaways. So we'll be bringing our first guest in 1 minute, but let me actually go through the guest list if you didn't see it on Twitter. So first up, we have Mr. Justin Herzig, who we'll be bringing on in 1 minute at the 4 o'clock hour. Then we have, you know him as Emo Cowboy. That is Tyler at 5 o'clock. And then, correct me if I'm wrong, Andrew, I believe at 6 o'clock, 6 o'clock, we have Hope Bishop from Underdog Network. 7 o'clock, Nez from the Badge Bros. 8 p.m., Coach Speak Index. Then 9 p.m., Best Ball Jeopardy. Then we've got Wiles, who's always in our chat at 10, and the D-Gen Doc, Sebastian, who we've had on before. This is exciting. Andrew, why don't you quick tell about the giveaways, and then we will get to this thing.
Yes. Welcome in, everybody. Happy to have you. So we will be giving away 4 different prizes, maybe 5 if we get to our goal of the 350 subscribers. We are only 22 away. If that happens, we'll be giving away the cocktail playbook written by FF Chalupa Batman on Underdog. But the real giveaways here are at 5 o'clock, Keenan Allen sign mini helmet. It's a Chargers one, which is probably for the best. I mean, Keenan Allen, Fat Keenan, as opposed to Prime Keenan. I mean, come on. Right. And then 7 o'clock, Kyle Pitts rookie card. 9 o'clock, a BBM entry. So $25 to your inbox. And 11 o'clock, bringing up the rear, we have a signed Taysom Hill jersey. Maybe some say maybe the best running back on the Saints. I'm not saying it, but some do say it.
Absolutely love it. We've got the photo there to show it. And I have a bottle of champagne to get this party started. But before we do, let's bring on, happy hour starts now, right? Before we do, he needs no introduction. He's the Best Ball Mania 1 champ. He's the only person to ever make every Best Ball Mania, all 4. And that is, of course, Mr. Justin Herzig from Established to Run. Justin, how are you doing today?
Doing well. And cheers to Friday happy hour.
There we go. We go.
You guys, this is a marathon though. So like when you pop that, like
exactly.
this isn't the sprint. This is Underdog class. This one, an 8-hour marathon.
Exactly. So let's use the Underdog words: marathon, not a sprint. Exactly. So yes, and I was so excited I didn't even get to say hi to my guest host, my co-host here, of course, Andrew. Andrew, I'm so excited to be streaming with you. Usually you're streaming with Justin. I'm streaming with my brother Steve. This is going to be fun. We're mixing it up here on FanSpeak. So how are you doing today, Andrew? I haven't even asked you that.
Good. And this is kind of like a mini marathon for me because I've done 2 24-hour streams, and that's a wild ride. Justin joined us last year where he joined us the first hour. Then he came back at like 7 a.m. the next morning. And I would say vibes were about here when they started here. But it was he was nice enough to come back in and check on us. And he kind of went viral with how he laughed at certain someone's percentage of Dan Jones. So let's see what he provides this hour.
You can't say certain someone and then literally have his comment on the screen at the same time.
I remember that. Didn't you check in with him, Justin, on your way to golf at like 7 a.m.?
I think that's right. And I also, because this was during the donations, I think I won a credit to the store, and I have this hoodie that I wear that is like my absolutely comfy, fantastic. It's like my go-to travel hoodie. So yeah.
Nice. Okay, so well, hopefully some people enjoy some giveaways today. Hopefully, but it is time to pop aisles. We are celebrating. Let's see if I already took the foil off and I didn't cut myself. So that's we've already made it through one challenge. Let's see if I can pop the bottle without destroying anything in my home. So happy end of best ball season, everyone. I'm usually decent at this. There we go.
Oh, once you pop, the fun don't stop, as they say.
That's right. That's right. So I'm pouring. We all have a drink. We're all having fun here. Justin, I need to obviously tell where to find you. Obviously, of course, is Establish the Run. You've been cranking out content for Establish the Run. I have the Establish the Run Best Ball subscription. I'm sure if you're watching this, you all probably do too, because Establish the Run is excellent. We have DFS right around the corner. They are my absolute favorite DFS subscription. So anything you want to talk about at Establish the Run before we get going?
I mean, let's just draft. Nah, everybody. Let's just draft.
Any other questions, Andrew, that you have before we get into the draft?
Oh, I'm sure we'll have a bunch of questions for Herzy because I mean, you know, Wiles, who'll be joining us later. He's a rec player, just started this year, got heavily into it. I turned him on to ETR. He absolutely loves it. You know, him and I have subscribed as well to the Best Ball product through ETR. So you know, Herzy, he is one of the people who probably ultimately reads your stuff the most. He is just enthralled with what you provide. So I'm sure he'll be asking some questions in the chat. But yeah, man, if everyone's ready, I'm ready to dive in.
Okay. So what I'm going to do here, I'm going to do it on my phone because I've had issues, and then I'll bring it up on the screen. So Justin, if you're okay, we drafted together last year. Are you okay drafting a team together this year?
Perfect. I think that's the best way to do it.
All right, let's go. Maybe I'll be one of your finals teams together. I'm competitive. This Friends team, I'm like Monica from Friends. I'm competitive. So let's have a finals team together. You can have a lot of others, but let's have a finals team together. All right.
I like it.
Justin and I are entering the draft, and hopefully Andrew and you all can get in with us. I'm hitting the enter in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Entering.
Just to be clear, I'm not entering, am I?
No. Okay. You and I are drafting together.
Just make sure.
Draft starts soon.
Yep. So let me bring it on over. I got to find it through all these slows. Just have to look for
slows are getting crazy right now.
Oh my God. It's like a gremlin. I'm going to age myself here. It's like they just keep popping up. I'm like, I thought I had to take it care of. And then it's like another one pops up. Okay. So let me bring over the board. Justin, you and I, M. Schaub, we are at the 9 spot. Let's see.
I'm okay with that.
Andrew, you are.
God almighty. At the 11th spot.
Justin, Andrew gets the 11 or 12 spot at every stream draft. Like literally everyone.
11's my most common one this year so far. And it's pretty much like my least favorite as well. 9 I actually really like.
Yeah, I actually don't mind 9 at all either. Yeah.
9's good because I love getting AJ Brown. And then when you take AJ Brown, you're almost like guaranteed to be able to get Jalen Hurts as well. And so it just stack up so well to get kind of like in my mind, QB1 plus strong wide receiver. Yeah. And if someone snipes Jalen Hurts, if someone snipes AJ Brown before you, then you get one of the other top 8, which is cool.
Right. Yeah, absolutely. Okay, we're starting here shortly. And it looks like we also have, let me see, Noel Fan at 5. I know he's been joining a lot of our drafts. Great to see you. And if you are in the draft, please let us know. And we will, but we are rolling here. So
Tyler checking in the chat. He will be joining us next as well. But yeah, thank you, Tyler.
He's next up.
Tyler, I mean, if you've never seen him on stream, you got to wait to see him. Dude has just luscious hair. I always remind him that not everyone was born with such nice hair, and he sure got it.
Yeah, this is after there's a comment earlier about Mike Robb asking you if your hair is going to stay perfect the whole time. Oh. This is Andrew just like, like this is like grade 3 fishing for the compliments of the hair. Well done, Andrew. Your hair is fantastic. That's why he doesn't wear a hat. The rest of us, we have to go with the hats.
I do enjoy a hat, but yes, I take time to actually do my hair. My wife always makes fun of me about the amount of time and product I put into
product. I love it.
And product.
So I have to ask if Bijan were to fall to 9. I'm a big Bijan fan.
Yeah, we take him.
Okay, I was just. Oh, and it happened. So AJ Brown
you can let him fall to 11 if you want.
AJ Brown goes 8, which we had queued up, and we go Bijan. Ooh, I like this. Nez coming on at I believe 7. We already talked that we want a Bijan team. He's expressed his Bijan love. I have as well. So so coming back around, who are some of your favorite targets, Justin, at 16?
Yeah, so if I get Bijan this late, I'm really just trying to grab whoever has the highest ADP. because we're going to get a bit of a unique situation just where Bijan is. So if we end up like Marvin falls, awesome. If Gibbs were to have fallen, because we've seen Gibbs falling there, awesome.
Yeah.
Jonathan Taylor's probably like,
yeah, I'm not as you can see, 3%, not really.
Yeah, and I'm the same. I think I'm probably at like 1 to 2%. But like it's one of those weird situations where I'm like, is the uniqueness enough to make me want to do it? And probably not. So now
I was going to say, now we have the question. So you've got Jonathan Taylor, Debo Samuel, Barkley, Waddle at the top of the board. So I'll throw
so like this is up to you. But like if this was my personal draft, I would go with JT just because we have so little exposure. And
well, one of my biggest stands is being double anchor. So then we can just hammer running back or receiver. Are you fine with that?
Yeah, sure. This is a very more unique thing than I ever do, but
yeah, I don't have a lot of JT and I don't have a lot of JT and BBM. I have him more in cheaper drafts, basically. So
and so I mean, like Bijan and JT are a very unique combo to begin with, and the people who do end up with Bijan and JT are also people who probably are a bit more old school. You know, like age guys, they draft wide receivers and only wide receivers. So like, if you're going to running backs here, we can probably still, if we load this team up with like some of those young upside, the rookie guys, the ones that usually go to really wide receiver heavy teams, we really build out a very unique team here. And of course, like we're not drafting another running back for a while. We'll probably finish with like 3 late ones unless we get screaming value, and we'll fill out the rest of the draft.
Right. I love all the comments in chat. Andrew is keeping up with all the firing comments. Love to see it.
I do want to remind everyone.
It's covering up your good hair, though. I mean, I'm pretty.
Well, I moved hers, and nobody wants to look at me for 8 hours, so I moved hers up so people can look at him. But yeah, I do want to remind everyone: smash the subscribe button, like the video to be entered for the giveaways. We can see when you are subscribed. If you do have your subscriber set to private, though, let us know in the chat that you are subscribed so we can add you to the wheel. But yeah, no, just want to remind that because I forgot to say that at the top of the hour. Also, Bernie said they saw Cup go at 13 last night. That is way rich for me personally.
The challenge with Cup going at 13 is he was also going at 35 previously. So like they've had 36.
Especially in a BBM, not
I've heard you explain this before, Herzig, but can you touch on that for people who may not have heard that about like the value of taking someone now, even if you really like them because they were going so much lower, you're losing that closing line value. You want to touch on that for a second?
Yeah. And so much of BBM was happening where guys like Cooper Kupp and Malik Neighbors were end of the 3rd round picks. And so you've got a ton of teams that have, let's say we have Jahmyr Gibbs here. We're just going to make up for the 13 thing. Let's say that was actually the Cooper Kupp. Here you've got Puka and Cooper Kupp. Other teams probably had Puka and also Marvin Harrison or Nico Collins and then Cooper Kupp. Here you're going to have Puka, Cooper, and whoever that later 3rd round is. And so even in the situation that Cooper is a great pick and he has a great season, you're still come week 17, you've got you've lost a round of value because you're coming to the table with a 1st, 3rd, and 3rd round compared to someone else who has the 1st, 2nd, 3rd. So it's not to say like you can't do it, but if you are doing it, I would want to do it in a unique area. Like I don't mind if you want to take Devontae Smith or Mike Evans at the 12-13. Because those guys have been locked in, especially Mike Evans, have been locked into that 2-3 turn for the whole year, that if you pair him with the Garrett Wilson, that's a really unique combo. And you're not giving up value because no one else was ever getting Garrett Wilson, Mike Evans, and someone else.
Right. So we were up in 1, Justin, and I just queued the top receivers on the board, which is the 2 Houston receivers and Michael Pittman. Of course, then you have Josh Allen, Sam Laporta, Kelsey, and you get into the other. So who do you like the best?
Diggs is a clear pick for me here. I think Diggs is just a fantastic.
You mix in more Houston. I just need more Houston. I've been both Houston and Chicago. It's like I'd always lean more Nico and DJ Moore, but I just don't have enough Houston and Chicago because I kind of would get crippled by the crowded receiver room. And in hindsight, I want more of them, and so I am trying to get a little more Houston, Chicago these last 2 weeks. So I like that. That works for me.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, hey, there's a chance that Tank falls back to us. If it was in that, it sets up a little of the Houston aspect. Otherwise, I think we kind of say,
will Andrew do a Tank Nico? I see he's got Nico.
Yeah, that makes sense too.
Yeah, it's tough. Again, I've picked so much of this since I picked so much 11, like I have a ton of all these players, and I'm like, how do I get unique on myself? I think I'm going to take Tank because he's probably one of the lowest owned that I have there. So Herzog, are you
No, that's
Diggs
smart.
over Tank? Always?
Yes, very clearly.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I think it's a substantial gap.
Do you think that Diggs just sees more targets? Is that why, or?
I mean, I think Diggs is going to play in 2 wide receiver sets, even though they're going to play with a bunch of, 11 personnel. So you'll see 3 wide receiver set on the field. But when they do go to 3 wide receivers, Diggs moves into the slot. I think Diggs, just his skill set, playing a little close to the line of scrimmage, is perfect for this offense and what's going to kind of help Stroud. I think like Nico's going to have some huge games. His average depth of target, even for a small guy, is like still really strong, but it's going to be a little more fluky. While I think Diggs can like give you a very consistent. I think he leads the team in receptions. I like Nico overall better, but I think from a pure like receptions, I think I have Diggs to lead the team in receptions.
Yeah. All right, so we are back on the clock. You've got the elite quarterbacks, the elite tight ends, and then the receivers, which we could obviously
look
use
at this
more.
Sabotage. She's putting comments on the screen when we can't even see the text.
Oh, sorry.
I'd go with Amari here. I think we have to go wide receiver.
Yeah. That's why I queued them all up. And yeah, I'm fine with that. Like that. So we will go Amari, and I got a little break here, 16 pick break. So I'll get the board up. And so your turn, you had done, Tank T. Higgins. Okay, like that, Andrew. And then Jalen Hurts goes right after us.
So Hurts again. I kind of want to ask you this too, but I took Collins and Tank. Obviously, they are my 2-3 wide receivers. Too rich, fine. Like, where's your stance on drafting 2 receivers from the same team? Kind of expensively at this point.
Yeah, completely fine. I think in general, rising tide lifts all ships. Like if Stroud is going to elevate to that next level in his sophomore season, highly likely that his receiving core ends up thriving. There's also a bet here where it's like, hey, Stephon Diggs gets hurt. He's old. He's useless. And this offense just continues to run through Nico and Tank. And now they both actually surpass their expectations. And then in a playoff setting, you can very much have a game where Stroud throws multiple touchdowns to each of those guys, and that's like the huge shootout. Or you could have the situation where you get ping pong back and forth, where week 16, Tank Dell goes off for 2 touchdowns, and then Nico Collins is lower owned in the playoffs, and now you get Nico for 2 touchdowns in week 17. So absolutely, I think it's perfectly fine.
That's the fun galaxy braining of best ball playoffs. I love it. Yeah.
Looks like we do have a message in the chat. Wiles, who will be joining us later on, said Herzog's somewhat of a loaded question, but what are your favorite structures typically?
Yeah, actually, I would say if you check out, I put out a tweet.
I saw that.
It was 2 to 3 days ago. Let me find the actual. About noon on August 21st, so 2 days ago, and that actually shows for my 123 BBMs that I had completed that time what were all my structures, and a little more than 50% of them had 8 wide receivers and 2 tight ends, which means the others were either a 2-6 or a 3-5. Now that's my kind of where my end goes. And you can see the entire chart shows all of the roster constructions. But what's also important is not just where you finish, but how you start, because that draft capital matters far more. And I would say predominantly, there you go. Predominantly in the first 5 rounds, like I'm almost always going either 0 RB or hero RB. And my hero RB is probably the most common, where I'm grabbing 1 running back through 3 rounds. That's usually it's McCaffrey, Bijan, Brees in the first. In the second, I don't take early second running back, but in the late second, I take a lot of HN. And then if I miss out there, maybe I'll grab like a Kyron in the third. Other than that, that probably ends up getting me around like 70% of hero RB and then 30% of zero RB. This is maybe, and you leave like a 2 to 3% of these kind of funky builds.
Yeah, I got you going a little funky double anchor.
Meg, I don't know if you've noticed, but he does have 1% more of 2682 as opposed to your 3QB.
I know, I do know that, but I'm right in there.
I got a 4 tight end team in there. I got 1 hyper fragile build. Throwback to BBM1.
I was gonna say that was your BBM winner, a hyper fragile build, correct?
It was in that year, almost. Really, because we don't have data on it, but like so many of my teams, I feel like a large majority of my teams that year were hyper fragile. And the reason why was there were wide receivers you could get in the double-digit rounds that were very strong wide receivers still. Okay. We are coming back.
I queued Lamar Andrews at the top, and then I queued the top receivers.
If on my mind, I'd still probably go down the wide receiver and kind of think who we can plan for. I like Godwin probably the most, but I would go Keenan Allen too. I'll let you make a decision between those guys.
I need some more Godwin, so I'm going to go Godwin here.
Okay. I don't think there's any correlation aspects at least.
Yeah.
17.
Though I also want to get more Caleb, so I probably should have considered that as well, but that's okay.
He's going high now. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, so he's, as of a week or so ago, he was like my number one owned quarterback. Had a ton of him, have a ton of Rome, good amount of the other guys. But yeah, he's moving up around a plus early. People have picked up on it.
I'm going to leave this up just so we can talk it through here. 6 picks away. Wonder what's going on with this Lamar Andrews fall is pretty wild. I mean, you wouldn't get both of them. Okay, so Lamar goes at 58. So that leaves basically Anthony Richardson, Mark Andrews still on the board. And then, so we've got a 0-2-3-0 of the first 5 rounds. And then you've got basically now the 2 the Green Bay receivers, and Keenan Allen's still there. Keenan Allen is falling. That was another reason I was fine waiting there. So any thoughts as we look at the board ahead? Andrew is coming up before us, but any thoughts as we look ahead?
What do we have as our wide receivers again? We have
we have Diggs, Amari, and Chris Godwin.
Okay. I think okay. Andrew Grubb Stroud there, which makes sense.
Yeah,
I leave nothing to chance.
Yeah, not these days. No.
Well, and you may get Mark Andrews here as your.
So I was going to ask you this is I'm a big component of play. Okay, well, this guy took him, but if he wouldn't have, I was going to because I like to play defense over offense. I was not about to let that guy get that massive fall with Jackson and Andrews.
Right.
No way is that happening in my house.
He's your week 17 bring back. That's offense there.
That is true. Yes.
Right. Not in my house.
Man.
Okay, so you're up again. Oh, he went one before you too. So he wasn't coming back to us either way because Andrew was going to take him.
No. With the Lamar drafter there. Yeah.
All right, I'm taking Pitt to pair with London.
Okay, so we're up in 1, Justin, and Keenan Allen did fall. Got the Packers receivers, Anthony Richardson. If you wanted to go an elite well, that's Jonathan Taylor, Anthony Richardson. So I don't know how you feel about that, but how do you feel about that? With
I think they cannibalize each other too much. I would go Keenan Allen here. We get that.
Get some value.
And I think we've now come into a pretty decent wide receiver room despite not grabbing any in the first 2 rounds.
Yeah, that's what I mean. You can catch up, pretty quick. And even honestly, if you want to take another detour to either tight end or quarterback, you can catch up quicker than I think people think and still feel fairly good. And I do. We start 0-2-4 in our first 6. So
I do think the Lamar thing you were talking about is interesting, where we definitely had to pass up a Lamar value. And normally I probably would have taken Lamar at 57 if we hadn't had 2 running backs early on. Because if we only have 3 wide receivers through 6 and none of the first 2 rounds, it's probably going to look a little ugly. And if we're taking Lamar, we're not expecting Andrews to fall back to us. So it's really a bit of a luxury pick that maybe we can stack a Bateman or something later. It's a little tight when we're already light on the wide receivers, but now we've got good stack options.
Right. Absolutely.
So what I would be doing right now is looking to see what Caleb's ADP is, and then what pick we will have to see, is that something we need to 105, I think it is.
Yeah, 81, 88, 105 are our next 3 picks. Caleb is current ADP is 104. Yeah.
So. Okay, and now who are we fighting against? Where's the DJ Moore?
Good
and
question.
Where's the Keenan?
DJ Moore is Chris.
Has Josh Allen. That's good.
Okay, and then the Rome team.
Rome is right before us at Chris Godwin. Has Jalen Hurts, which also helps, but is the pick in front of us.
Oh, it is.
Let's pick 104. Correct me if I'm wrong. Does he have the 104 before us?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. So it's in his hands. We're not going to take him at 88.
Right. But to your point, and this is why you look at the board and look ahead and look at who you're competing with, both do have an elite quarterback. So there is a chance that despite him flying up the boards, that he could fall to us if those 2 pass him up. So
And I think with as we make other picks, whether it's tight end or wide receiver, if we need to break a tie between two people, we consider who has the QB that hasn't been drafted yet. That gives us those back stack possibilities.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, that's definitely what I'm looking for in these situations when they have not taken quarterback yet, is obviously looking for those, to break ties, like you said, those stack potential. So Anthony Richardson goes there to 76. And Kyler right after. Okay, so we are up in 3 at 81. I use the old star method, so it's still queued up. I'm a Jameson girl. You can tell by my 20%. Probably need some more JSN. I'm aware of that. I don't have much JSN, but those are the receivers that we've got on the board. Tight ends, you've got Jake Ferguson just slightly ahead. I always like getting access to Dallas passing games. So what are your thoughts here with one pick to go, Justin?
I assume Dak is still available too.
Yes.
He is.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. I'd probably go JSN here.
Okay. I need
sure
more
about that? You sure you want to do that?
Yeah. I know.
As you can tell, I'm a Dak girl. The Washington fan loves her Cowboy stack. So I do have plenty of Dak. So, JSN goes. So the decision gets, okay. So
I would go Jake Ferguson and then
that's fine with me. You're
probably
not gonna,
grab
no complaints
Dak
here.
at the next. It's a reach, but
I'm smiling. I like it.
I see. Jake here asked as well about like reaching on QBs, and I don't think I'm under an NDA. I think we can say this, but Overzet is doing a video with regards to truth serum, and my truth serum was at this time of year, you can absolutely 100% reach on quarterbacks because we have more casual drafters that are drafting that are willing to just take a guy on stacked. The difference between, I don't know, like who my example was like Ramondre Stevenson and DeAndre Swift is like a round difference, but like what's really difference there and that you're going to get that upgrade first waiting for your stack. So like this is an example where yes, we are reaching, but the back half of the draft really sets up that you can get locked out at QB. And so if we go Dak and Ferguson, it's pretty strong. We can still give us the option of the Caleb.
Yeah.
The bye weeks are different there, right?
Yes. Wait, no, they're the same. But we don't even know if Caleb's going to fall back to us, but they are the same. They're both by week 7.
Okay. Can you go to the CeeDee Lamb drafter real quick?
Yep. So Lamb took Mahomes.
Mahomes. All right.
That makes it tough. Yeah, dude.
Let's go Addison.
Addison just went.
I just took him.
Oh, okay.
Andrew's like, sorry.
Who's the best wide receiver available? Who's the best wide receiver?
Samuel.
It's a little bit of a fall.
Yeah, it's Samuel, Dobbs, Palmer, Shakir.
Tight end. We have Dak at the top. So if we
have Brock Bowers and Njoku.
Yeah, just let Dak happen.
Let Dak happen. That's always my motto is I love Dak Prescott. QB3, the most touchdowns in the league last year.
Are you guys worried about him with this in and out of this walking boot nonsense?
I'm more worried about just the insane efficiency and touchdowns that he had last year, and that's likely to regress. And then I think the team is just very fragile with regards to its construction, where like if CeeDee Lamb were to get hurt, I think the team could just kind of fold on offense. Like I'm not expecting that run game to be able to support him. The offensive line has gotten a little worse. You don't have a number 2 wide receiver there. So last year there were 25 teams that scored 38 or more points in a game. Of those 25, the second most team to do it was 3 times. The Cowboys did it 6 times. So like they put up extremely high spike weeks last year. And we talk about spike weeks on players. Well, we also should care about spike weeks for QBs because that's how Brandon Cooks had that huge game. That's how Jake Ferguson had his 3 touchdown game. Like spike weeks in games gives us players spike weeks. But there's a lot of signs that just scare me for a fragility. Like the Cowboys are like the Kyron Williams of teams.
I will say they had so many lopsided games last year, and some of them they were down by a ton, and a lot they also their defense was hyper efficient in some takeaways and getting some defensive touchdowns. So if you take some of those away, and they're playing more four-quarter games, because they had plenty of games where they were not playing 4 quarters for one reason or another, and then their defense was stealing some touchdowns from them. So that's another point on the Dak side. Again, I am very still bullish on Dak and the Dallas passing game, also because of their running back options, and we'll see if anything changes here in the last week or so. That I just think that hyper, pass happy is what I'm leaning into too, and just the price is to me still right. But I get your concern, totally get your concerns. I'm just defending my 20% bags. That
can go very well. And
that's why I still like it. But I
drafting
totally
if you're not drafting the Cowboys. Like, I'm not advocating for that, but
right,
definitely like. So when you have your 22% of Dak, how does that? So because whenever I have CD, I usually end up with him. So that gives me like
9-10% if you're
8,
getting
9-10%. Right.
Mm-hmm.
Where's your other 12? Is it doing what we did with the Ferguson? Is it taking Dak and stacking him later?
It's yes. Like I don't take him before ADP if I don't have Lamb. So if I have Lamb, I'm always taking Dak. If I don't have Lamb and my room is going to let Dak pass to what number we come
fall value.
Yeah, it's the fall value. And I've seen it plenty. If my room lets him fall to the early.
I mean, I got him at what, 113?
Yeah, we were in a stream draft and you got him at 113. And sometimes it is okay if the Lamb draft passes on him, then he will have a massive fall. And I'm like, no, I'm not allowing that to happen. So I get him. And sometimes it works out that I've gotten Ferguson already, like we just did. And sometimes I'm like, I'm fine with Brandon Cooks. I just in a chow. I got we're coming up and then I'll finish.
Yeah, you guys are open too.
So again, Caleb has the same buy. I don't know how I'd like to get a third if we did that, but that's a lot too. So Caleb is there.
Josh Palmer.
I love Josh Palmer. Absolutely love Josh Palmer.
I think that's a solid number 5 wide receiver for us.
Yes,
it gives us the Herbert stack for later on. And this is the example where, like, I don't love having 2 of the same buys, but also we know where the other 2 Bears drafters are, and they're on this side of the draft.
Right.
This side of the draft. But like, so if Caleb falls to us now at 112, like, yeah, I think we do it. And then we'll just get a late third next QB.
I mean, I'm fine with like a Bo Nix or something in the very, very, very end, or whoever in the very end. That's how I truly do try when I do 3 quarterbacks, no matter where I'm getting my first one. I do really try to watch my capital investment on the quarterback. I know that's very important. And so, yeah, if we were to get 2 here, I think we could wait and grab one very, very late. So who did you just take here, Andrew? So you grabbed Pollard and
I was hoping for Chase Brown, but of course he goes right in front of me.
Okay, so yeah, I went Brown, Pollard, Spears. And then we'll be back up at 112. Caleb is not gone yet, so we'll see. So if Caleb is there in 2, you're fine with that, and then we'll just grab one super late?
For sure, 100%.
Love it. Makes me happy. I like to defer to my guests, but your answer makes me pumped. So I like that. We'll see what happens here.
All right. If we lose out on him,
you've got running backs. If you want to go back there, you've got Moss, Singletary, Dow at the top, and then did we just grab a Packers? Oh no, you've got Wicks at the top too here for receivers. Don't mind that.
And then is Goddard still available?
That's a good. So Caleb went. So yes, Goddard is available.
Okay. And what's our other
receivers? You got
7. Week 7, week
7.
5. I like Goddard. It's the bring back. It's the double tight end, unique bring back. It allows us to stop at 2 tight ends.
Yep, absolutely. Which then I like to do that in the drafts where I go double anchor sometimes, is being able to then you're only getting 2 tight ends. So you can obviously get 8 receivers too. Yeah.
And we know we're now going to be definitely at 3 QBs.
Right. Correct.
Which we were pretty much anyways, but FF Muppet.
Right. Either way,
Caleb. Does he have at least DeAndre? Nope. Doesn't have DeAndre Swift either. Just a little naked Caleb Williams.
Okay. These are the streets, guys. These are the streets.
Jake in the chat asked, how much are we buying into Lamb and Chase holdout? Seems like it's getting a bit more real. Chase fell to 10 in a draft yesterday.
Justin, you want to go first on that?
Yeah, I'll start. So just to kind of provide some overall context, what we saw with Le'Veon Bell a few years ago is very different than what's happening with holdouts now. The CBA has massively changed, where if players don't play this year and don't get on the field soon, then they're not going to get their year of service. And the year of service is what allowed Le'Veon Bell to eventually then go to the free agency after sitting out that year. That doesn't work anymore with the new CBA. So players, they can lose out in the year of service. They get fined almost immediately for missing not only the practices, but the games. So like, there's a lot of incentive for them not to miss the games.
Yeah.
The Lamb one, I think like I'd put the chance of any kind of holdout being like in the 5% range. Like I think this one's going to get resolved in the next, probably, I don't know, mid next week, mid or so next week. The Jamar Chase one is a little more interesting because his holdout is also, he's got 2 years on the deal, and Adam Schefter has kind of been making the rounds as a talking point around how this situation feels a little weird. We're hearing that like it should be fine. Just from the people close to the team that like it should be fine and that they're not concerned. But like just the 2-year thing and the Schefter really making a point on this, like it at least has my ears up a little that I've been drafting Amon-Ra ahead of Jamar Chase. But that's kind of the only move I've made. I'm still taking Lamb at 2, and I'm still taking Chase ahead of Jefferson at 5.
I've been actually taking Jefferson ahead of Chase, but other than that, similar.
Yeah,
I'm still taking Lamb at. I'm still taking Lamb at 2. So
I
think you covered it perfectly, though.
For those who play DFS, T. Higgins and Yoshi in week 1, I think is a fantastic stack. Because even if, assuming Jamar Chase plays, if Jamar Chase doesn't play, then that's going to be extremely popular.
Right.
But assuming Jamar Chase plays, there's just like Burrow, we know he was hurt a bit. He's getting healthier. All this time, he's been building the rapport with T. Higgins. We've seen in the practices. Yoshi, there's some positive reports that just came out today around him too, that he's the clear number 3 in that offense. I think there's a lot of kind of upside there of maybe just Chase is a little rookie, or maybe they bring him in a little slow for the week 1. Okay,
Justin. So we are up in 2, and I'm not sure if we are at 1-2-5-2. Kind of the good, the running backs kind of fell off a little. It's a reach, but I do love myself some Ty Chandler. But any receivers you see here, forward thinking, any build outs of any stacks, we are on the clock.
I would prioritize Jerry Jeudy here, because we already have Amari. We know we're going to need 2 more quarterbacks. So I think that kind of...
Okay, so you're good with Jeudy here?
Yeah, I'd say Jeudy here. And now it's a question of, do we want to is Justin Herbert still available?
Yeah, I was just going to ask that.
That's probably the priority.
Picks away.
Get a second
you do have,
one.
you do have 3 different buys there with 7-5 for Herbert, 10 for the Browns. Yeah.
And then we still have the Baker as well, but Baker's also like been going a lot higher than I've expected lately.
Right. I'll just keep an eye on these.
Throw Deshaun Watson in there.
Yep. I like to just queue them and keep an eye on them, and then hope my computer doesn't freeze.
It's actually the only thing I queue. I do queue my quarterbacks.
Yeah.
I don't queue the others. I think it's just mental to be like, okay, because the QBs, when you have ranks or ADP, and that's the position I'm most willing to kind of reach a little on, I want to make sure I don't just kind of blank out and, I got this good value, not thinking, oh crap, that's when I needed to take my QB. Look at that.
I like that Ty Chandler.
I just took Ty Chandler.
Nice pick, Andrew. I like it. Okay, so we will see if Herbert falls here to get our second quarterback, and then can go from there. But we kind of have some stacks planned out if that does work, and I like that. So
if we miss out on Herbert, we probably don't want to reach on the quarterbacks.
No.
Who's the running back?
So top, we got Charbonnet, Algier, Dobbins, Wright, Hubbard.
I think Charbonnet and Algier. We do have Bijan though, so I probably wouldn't want to go Tyler when we've got such.
Right. We've invested there. Yeah.
I like Sharbs. The Dobbins one is interesting because of this Chargers that we're kind of doing, but we wouldn't have Herbert in the situation that we have Dobbins, but it's still, okay, we should be fine.
Well, we will find out in 1 minute. They've got 2 quarterbacks, so
he's got Lamar and Caleb. So
okay. He took Caleb. That's right. He took Caleb to pick before us. That's right. All right. Well,
that works out well.
I've been obsessed with Herbert all off season 2, so Dak Herbert start is music to my ears. I like it. So
very nice.
And Andrew got Ty Chandler, Gabe Davis at that turn.
Andrew, how are you feeling about your team? What do you got going?
Yeah, let's talk it through, Andrew, as we got the little break here.
So I took so I got CJ Stroud and Burrow, Pollard, Ford, and Chandler, Drake London, Nico Collins, Tank Dell, T. Higgins, Jordan Addison, and Gabe Davis, and then Kyle Pitts. So nice. I do have my stacks already. Setting up some hopefully bring back here depending on some tight ends fall. I did want to ask you though, Herzig, when do you determine whether your team's going to be a 2 or a 3 QB? Is it just what 2 QBs you have? Is it what stacks are left? Like how do you determine that when you're in the middle of the draft?
Yeah, it really is round by round. And it's just like, as each round goes by, you gain a little or lose a little confidence in whether or not you're going to go 2 or 3, because I could have Jalen Hurts and Caleb Williams, and those are a fantastic 2 QB build. But let's say comes round 17, Baker Mayfield is still on the board, and I also have Mike Evans and Kate Otten. Like, I normally would not want a 3rd QB with Jalen Hurts and Caleb, but in that situation, Baker fell 2 to 3 rounds past. It's also a strong stack of mine. I'm going to go for it. I'm going to take it, and I think there's a little bit of the analysis and the takeaways are often kind of black and white with regards to, well, you shouldn't do 3 QBs when you draft an elite one. And like, that's a general rule. And for people who are kind of just starting, like, I think that makes a lot of sense. But also you really have to kind of understand that who's the 17th rounder that we were going to choose instead of Baker there, and what do they add to my team? Mm-hmm. Or what possibilities do they add to my team versus what is the Baker at? And in the Baker situation, you can definitely convince yourself that, like, hey, Baker can have a strong year, rising tide. Now multiple pass catchers have good years too. This is good for my team benefits. Or come playoff time, Jalen Hurts has a bad week 16, but Baker is able to carry me to week 17. Now I get a more unique Jalen Hurts aspect. Mm-hmm. And like, that's why it's not that like just, hey, clear cut, but I think you just got to kind of adapt and play the round, play the pick.
So we looked at your exposures, Justin. What you were, I think I looked at and I saw it on Twitter the other day, and I appreciate you sharing that. You're at about like, tell me if I read this right or not. Are you about 60-40, 2 quarterbacks to 3 quarterbacks? Was it somewhere around there?
I have it up right now.
I could be making that's what I quickly registered in my head.
So 28, 38, 48, 53.
Oh, thanks.
55. Yep. These are the 2. So yeah, it's like probably 57, 57, 43.
Okay.
So
I was close. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Very close. And so I don't know, like that's pretty even. Like it's more based off, am I grabbing more of the elite quarterbacks, which allow me a little more flexibility for the 2? On like DraftKings, I
you get the 2 extra rounds.
Lean towards going 3 because the cost of a pick in a 20-round build, an 18th rounder, isn't that substantial.
Okay, so we are back up in 1. Watson's ADP is 155. I don't know how you want to handle that. I don't know if we can push him because
I think we can wait.
So I've got Chuba, Ray Davis, Braylon Allen. Since we only have 2 running backs, thoughts on them.
Who are running backs? Our running backs are Bijan and Dwight week 12 and
14 and 12.
Taylor's 14.
So Braylon's 12.
I like Chuba.
Too. Well, obviously I do with my 21%. Andrew, look away.
Jeez.
Andrew gives Justin, who he strays with a hard time about his Chuba shares, and I am kind of in lockstep with Justin there. I have a lot of Chuba shares. So, okay, so we now are working with a 2-3-6-2. I assume if Deshaun falls back, you want to grab him there?
Yeah, and if not, we probably then grab Baker.
Okay, so we'll just...
Do we have any other late stack options that we want to consider?
That's what I was just looking at. So Diggs, Cooper, Godwin, Allen, Palmer, Judy, Ferguson. No, we do not.
Okay.
So, okay. So Ray Davis goes to Andrew, and Andrew will be up again, and then we will be up at 160. And
I think Njoku went in like to the second drafter. If we can check real quick.
Njoku, first drafter. So he got Purdy.
That's our only competition for Deshaun right now.
And he's on that side. So yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we should be fine, unless the TD King just decides to go.
Unless the TD King wants to.
Well, so I'm deciding between Irving and Allen, which I have a boatload of both of them. I can't stop getting off of them. God. I mean, it bring back, yeah, I just take Davis. There's a bring back there. You know what? I mean, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. If Braylon Allen is really good this year, if Hall gets hurt, I'm gonna win a lot of money because I am way overexposed to Braylon Allen.
Yeah,
I think I was right at field with Braylon Allen. Yeah, like, all right. So we go for Deshaun. We got the double stack. We will grab that. We've got 3-3-6-2 here, and I really like our stacks. Obviously, we did the double anchor, so I like where we're at. Justin, any thoughts where we're at with just a few picks left to go?
3-5-8-2 feels like the strong
3-5-8-2 is where we're heading. Yeah, I like that.
We think of late stack options.
Is that the one that you? I know we just keep asking about your exposures of your builds, but
that is my second. It's T1. It's T1. Those two are within I think a draft of each other. Yeah.
Okay, got it. Yeah, that's what I thought. That was
6-8-2, 3-5-8-2.
Gotcha. All right, let's take a look at our guy Noel Fan, who just made a pick with Marshawn Lloyd. We can actually probably easier to bring it up here and see what he's doing as he's working through the draft. He's a 2-5-5-2 going Kyler Murray, Jordan Love. You got Achane, Javonte Williams, Ezekiel Elliott, Dobbins, Marshawn Lloyd, Justin Jefferson. Oh, went back to mine.
Underdog needs we need to talk to Underdog about that because that just absolutely drives me nuts.
I know you forget. I forgot. But anyways, okay. So you have Jefferson, Achane, Devontae Smith, Trey McBride, Christian Kirk, Christian Watson, Kyler Murray, Jordan Love, back-to-back, Javonte Williams, Wicks, Elliott, Dobbins. So caught up on running back there. Komet, Lloyd. He's got a very balanced build heading into the end of the draft. So I like what he's got going on too. So like all three of our drafts. So.
Tom in the chat. Love Tom. Tom and Tyler are awesome. It's a great.
Oh, absolutely love Tom. Good to see you, Tom. Absolutely love Tom. Yes, love Tom.
It's Friday night in the UK. It's like 10 o'clock. Tom, what are you doing? Grab a drink at the pub.
He's watching best ball streams. He's
at
got
the pub.
Oh my. No, the Fantasy Sanctuary is elite content there. So I'm sure if you're watching this, you were already probably following and watching the Fantasy Sanctuary as well, too. I was about to start talking about it. That's funny. Okay, so we're coming around the corner here. Last few rounds of the draft coming around the 15 turn here. So yeah, we have 4 more picks to go here.
2 running backs, 2 wide receivers.
Yep.
Stack partners are a little rough other than Jalen Tolbert.
I wait till you see my Tolbert exposure, right? That's up there too. Because you asked the question, what do I do with all that Dak exposure? I always stack them. I'll always stack them, but sometimes it is, Dak Ferguson, sometimes it's Dak Cook, sometimes it's Dak Tolbert, sometimes it's Dak and 2 of them if I don't get Lamb. So plenty of Cooks and Tolbert in the Dak back stack. So
yeah, I think in this part of the draft, like the running backs have really dried up, but there's still some strong wide receiver late candidates.
Yeah.
Let's take a look at
Bo Nix at 170. He is flown. I mean, obviously starter, he can move, but he's flown on up there. I assume you guys have moved him up your so Tolbert is there. I assume you've moved Nix and all the rookies up your with the starting gigs.
To be honest, not that much because we kind of were always playing Bo Nix being week 1 starter.
Okay, so you've got Tolbert there if you wanted to, and then you have that's the top of the running back board.
Okay, I think Tolbert is the easy choice if he falls to us. If not, I think we kind of need to grab one of those running backs. It starts getting.
Damn it! Sorry, the champagne kicked in early. Sorry. Okay, so there's the running backs. You got Mason, Tracy, Vidal, Pierce at the top. Tank's my guy. I love Tank too, but that's.
I would go Tracy here for this build. We're looking for, because it's going to be a 5 running back room.
Right.
Jordan Mason has higher upside, but majority of the time Jordan Mason's putting up a 0 because McCaffrey's out there. So but Tracy can just give us a little more of a fill with those bye weeks, maybe an injury or something.
Okay, so we are back up. So Andrew's on the clock and we'll be up twice. And then we'll be back on the clock at 184. Man, that's a bummer. I was really hoping Tolbert would fall to us there. That would have been a fun little double stack with that.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. You got Burrow. Okay.
Yeah, and I have a lot of Jermaine Burton as well, so I'm kind of hedging myself.
Hedging off that.
Bit
Yeah.
there.
Gotcha. Makes total sense. And then what are you thinking here coming back around, Andrew?
Oh, man, I can go to – so I need another tight end. I'm trying to decide. I was thinking about taking a Washington tight end, whether it's Sonata or Ertz, to bring back for Atlanta. Man,
I will say I use the ETR tool, the ownership tool, and Ertz is only like 10% owned.
I know. I do really like Ertz. I have a ton of Otten as well. It doesn't really make sense, but I do like Otten a lot. I might do 3 tight ends as well. But I think I'm going to take another. I think I'm taking Quentin Johnston. I still believe in Quentin Johnston. Okay,
he spends the entire time talking about tight ends, and then he snipes our guy Quentin Johnston. Don't worry, we weren't taking Quentin, but
okay. So we're back on the clock here. Top of the running backs.
Jordan Mason.
Okay, you'll take Mason as the 5th then.
Yeah, I think Mason's a pretty strong pick at this point.
Are you off Mitchell or?
I'm slowed down a lot. I think. Yeah. I don't know. I think most likely if McCaffrey goes down, it'll be a split between the two. But like you then throw in that Mitchell's hasn't really been able to stay healthy, and we know who Mitchell is. Like Jordan Mason is a bit more of an explosive back. He bought a jug machine over the offseason, so he's been catching a lot of passes. And so I think there's a little more upside in the Jordan Mason.
Yeah, Mitchell just knows the system, so I keep it. That keeps coming back to my forefront. Is they trust him at least. So I don't know where to go with that, but I have a lot of Mitchell. Unfortunately, I was getting him a lot before he started to fall, so kind of sucks. But
yeah, and most likely it's more that like probably Mitchell and Mason are just thorns in each other, that neither of them get like the main. Like I think that's the bigger thing with Mitchell is I agree with you. He's more likely to kind of be the backup. But I think now that Mason's kind of come into his own and gotten the trust of the team, we won't have a workhorse role like McCaffrey, like we had Elijah Mitchell in the 1 or 2 weeks, that McCaffrey's been hurt. But if we get that, I think Mason has the more likelihood because of his explosiveness, or who knows, it's a double injury and Mitchell's already hurt. But
yeah, he is a bit injury prone too. Did I miss the Zay Jones suspension?
He's suspended 5 games. Not that I don't think.
Did that just break? When did that break?
Yeah.
Okay, I was like, what happened?
A couple hour or two ago. There was some domestic violence in November.
Get ready for this.
Yeah, domestic violence November of last year, which
idea.
One, it's good to see like the league, because the case was dropped from a legal standpoint, but the league still determined that, hey, this is still, I don't know, whatever the words are I'm becoming, like it's still not in the brand that we want, and that's still bad, and we want to take a stance against this. So good to see them taking that. I do wonder from a best ball standpoint, is this going to change the market sentiment at all on the Rashee Rice or the Jordan Addison?
Right.
Obviously very different situations. Those happened far more recently. This was November of last year. But like, it's got to at least be in your mind.
Right. Yeah.
Let's see. We got would you rather, would Herzig rather break his BBM final streak and win a puppy-sized tourney, or continue his streak but know it's last place in the finals team?
All right, I got to see what's that financial difference.
I was going to say, it's got to all come down to dollars, right?
I mean, so last place in BBM, you win your money back for max entry.
Puppy's $100K. Yeah, I'm taking the puppy.
Forget that streak. You'll take the $100K. Yeah.
I was trying to think, like, what's the what is the gap?
Man.
And maybe it's like, I don't know, last place and let me see what last place making the BBM is.
3,750.
Yeah,
it's your max entry.
Okay. So if it was like 3,750 to 5,000, sure.
Then maybe
I understand. Like this is a little, but also like, winning a tournament that was still kind of better than like just give me the puppy.
Easily.
Yeah.
People only remember when people win BBM, not if you got in and just didn't finish well. So
Also, I don't think I have a single puppy that I entered this year, so I could be really impressive. I have 3 entries in the puppy too. I don't know where they came from.
There you go. Phantom entries. I like that. Okay, so we were back up, and then I did want to ask you about some of your contest selection in a minute. We were back
Let's
up
get
in
some wide
2, though. We
receivers.
need these wide receivers. So just wait, was it who was the one that was suspended? It wasn't Chark. No.
No, Zay Jones.
Okay. By the way, I love the Levitan and Silva about the Jalen Naylor thing in your guys' chat. But anyways, receivers at the top of the board. What do you think here?
Do we have any Jacksonville on the team? No, I don't think so.
The only correlated is Chark. No bringbacks because it would underline it.
Yeah.
Unless it wouldn't underline Skinny, but
I'm okay with Boyd. I think just getting the guy who's going to be playing him through our receiver sets. We've gotten some positive news with regards to the Traylon Burks, that Traylon is really just playing the X. Like he's going to be the more backup to Hopkins and a little backup to Ridley, not competing against Tyler Boyd for the slot. So his job's pretty secure. And now I'd probably go with DJ Chark as our bring back. I think he's only been drafted in like 50% of drafts. He was still out there as one of the, playing with the ones from a wide receiver. It gives us the stack with Herbert.
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah,
I need more. I mean, I take Herbert obviously mostly with Palmer and McConkey. Haven't gotten much Chark, so I like that. And that finishes out at 3582.
I'd also consider like a Malik Washington because that's a bring back for our Cleveland. We've got the Cleveland double stack. But I default to Chark before Malik, but I think that's a
possibility. That right, yeah. And as you can see, it underlines it. Okay, so we will grab Chark, and we finish out 3582. I like that. So yeah, that was fun. We can quickly go over our team. Andrew will be finishing up here, and then
I'm already finished.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Remember, I was in front of you. Yeah.
Finished the project.
Should we bring it? We can fit 4 guests in here, right?
Oh, the man, the myth, the hair legend himself.
Do we bring the hair legend on?
He said he cut it. He said he cut it.
From Fantasy Sanctuary, we have to bring on to get all 4 of us together for at least a hot minute here. Tyler, you know him, Emo Cowboy on Twitter. Tyler, how are you doing tonight?
I'm good. I was just going to lurk in the background. I didn't think.
Why lurk when you can hang out?
I'm ready for a party.
This is a best ball party. Why lurk when you can hang out with us?
True that.
Justin, we will let you go in 1 minute, but I will just read our final team to get your thoughts on the completion of it. So we went 3-5-8-2 with Dak, Justin Herbert, Deshaun Watson, Bijan Robinson, Jonathan Taylor, Chuba Hubbard, Tyron Tracy, Jordan Mason, Stephon Diggs, Amari Cooper, Chris Godwin, Keenan Allen, Josh Palmer, Jerry Jeudy, Tyler Boyd, DJ Chark, Jake Ferguson, Dallas Goedert. Got some double stacks, got some bringbacks. I'm happy with it. What do you think?
I feel good. I feel okay about it, but I feel good about it from like a, hey, if this makes it to week 17, we have a very unique build with this RB start. Sure. And then like when you do that, things got to go right. Deshaun Watson needs to have a strong year, but if he does, we have his top 2 pass catchers. So like there's a lot of things that I do like about it. You're always going to feel uncomfortable when you start running back, but there's very few Bijan JT teams, and then there's far fewer that are then also well constructed. So I like where we ended.
Oh, well, that makes me happy to hear. And Justin, I just very greatly appreciate you joining us for the first hour of our 8-hour live stream. That was awesome. Again, check him out. Of course, all his stuff over at Established to Run. Obviously, he puts out a ton of great best ball stuff on Twitter. And just good luck on the rest of your draft season. Any final thoughts from you guys to Justin here?
No, appreciate you coming on, Justin. I look forward to seeing you 5 straight BBM finals.
There it is.
I'm hoping to make 2 in a row here, so we'll see. But I mean, it's tough sledding nowadays. The way that these drafts are going is insanely crazy. So appreciate you coming on.
Yeah, absolutely, Justin. I just have to say, Andrew got your answer right. We're doing Best Ball Jeopardy later. Andrew and I played each other in Best Ball Jeopardy. You were a question. You're that famous in the best ball streets. Did it
have to do with Alvin Kamara?
It was the Jeopardy for 100 or 200, and it was who has won, who has been to every single Best Ball Mania. And Andrew got it right, of course. So
The better question would have been, who was the worst pick on your finalist first place roster? That's a good question.
And if you asked me in week 15, it would have been KJ Hamler, but then he had 2 touchdowns in week 16. So hey, it's a team effort. And the other ones, they provide that locker room chemistry. It's like, Tyler, it's like you on a show, you know, you got to provide that right chemistry. And yeah, shout out to you, Tyler, hosting fantastic streams despite what all the hooligans on Twitter say.
Well, you know, Tom likes to say if you don't have a little bit of haterade, then you're not making a good drink. So
that's true.
Tom does not say that, but he can now. You're welcome.
Put that on a shirt.
I appreciate it, guys. Enjoy it. Best of luck with the next 8 hours. I don't get to call in tomorrow morning on my way to golf. So, you know,
no, we'll be done by then.
I appreciate it.
We appreciate you, Justin. Thank you. Good luck.
See you, bud.
Cheers. Later.
All right. So we, of course, are now, and then there were 3, and we are heading into our next draft. So I
think we are going to bring Bruni on because we are about to give something away at the 5 o'clock hour here. It is 5:04. So let's bring the wheel master himself, Bruni, on.
There we go.
What's up, sirs?
Sir. Ooh, look at that.
Gentle lady.
Aw, thank you, Bruni. It's good to see you on this happy Friday 8-hour stream. Do you have your beverage yet?
I have a Coca-Cola and a couple of sandwiches here. You know,
okay, you're resting up. He's got to play Trebek
buckling it in here.
In 4 hours, you're going to be.
Background. I've been dying to ask.
Is it a virtual background?
Did you say
this
what
is real. This is.
Is it really? Okay, that's been fucking with me.
No, don't let him lie to you.
All right,
this is 100% how I demo my home.
Do you know what TV show it's from, Tyler?
It's probably.
Let him guess first.
That one I didn't watch.
Nobody.
Frasier? Is it the Frasier apartment?
Oh my lord!
You're in the right genre.
Close, yeah, close.
No, I was just gonna say this is way too boring. You need like the Darth Vader, capsule room. I think that is your big black chair.
I have major Elaine vibes. I am a diehard Seinfeld fan and Friends. Obviously, it is the Seinfeld apartment. Now he goes to Office. So.
Okay, I know that one.
Okay,
it's in a billion clips. You just have like a Rolodex of sitcom. You do. Okay. All right.
You do. Yeah. Okay, so our first giveaway, Andrew, what are we giving away? What are these kind people who have joined us?
Here, I don't know if we can bring this back here real quick. So we are going to give away the Keenan Allen signed mini helmet, not Fat Keenan, prime time Keenan.
Fat Keenan.
That is true.
For the Chargers.
Does this one come with a all-you-can-eat sizzler prawn?
Buy one, get one at the old Texas Roadhouse.
That's great.
Oh my God. Fill up on rolls, just like Fat Keenan.
That's right. That's right. All right, Bernie, let me bring you back. Oh, sorry. I just took you off. How do I get you, Bernie? Thank you.
There's the wheel.
I got you. All
right. I'm going to go ahead. We got a lot of things going on back here.
I'm going to go ahead and click it through so we can get you guys back on track. Get back.
So are we going to let's do a winner and then a contingent just in case the person we can't, find them.
No fan, let's go.
No fan. All right.
Fun run.
I love to see it. I love to see it. He's in all the chats, all the drafts with us. Love to see it.
No fan. And watch he just left or something. He's like
no
he's
fan.
Gone for 2 hours.
Still in here, reach out to us. Obviously, we know how to get a hold of him. He'll be in all the streams. So reach out to us on Twitter and I'll get your information, get that sent to you.
Yeah, awesome. Congrats.
Nice.
Pizza is in the mail as we speak.
Tyler, we're going to get into the streets here, but how are you doing on this lovely Friday? Are you stacking any cans?
No, I'm stacking toys, as the heathens would call them. That's an action figure. Have some respect, folks. No, not stacking any cans because the in-laws are on their way as we speak. I'm going to need all the cans I can the second they land.
So saving the cans for that. Okay.
No, been a good Friday and just enjoying this home stretch. We have lots of good confirmation on bags, some weird in-between stuff to read between the lines. Not so great. So, this is the information season. This is where we cut our teeth. So it's been fun, but it does feel a little hectic. It's just like lots of contests, a little bit of time. If only I could take a sabbatical from my real job to focus on my true passion, drafting teams like a degenerate.
Absolutely. That is all of our true
Did
passion.
you work for NASA?
I currently work for NASA.
You currently do? Okay.
Yeah.
I didn't know that. And I heard that on the randomizer show with Pete. And I was
Yeah.
like, this dude works for NASA and he has great hair. I mean, he's killing it. I mean,
Yeah, no, it's funny because a lot of people didn't notice that I had my work photo linked to my Gmail for like longest time. So as I became a little bit more infamous, I figured it was a good idea to switch up the YouTube profile. But a lot of people didn't bother noticing. So it wasn't exactly secret, but I didn't exactly make it known. But yeah, I've worked at the Johnson Space Center since 2012.
Oh, that's amazing.
what do you
That's very
what do you
essentially.
do?
Right now? Well, I'm in between.
Is that classified?
No, nothing I do.
Are aliens
Well, I won't say nothing I do is classified, but I do systems engineering and integration. Right now, I support the Moon to Mars, SE&I, risk management, and baseline
Both
integration.
Andrew and I were like,
I
A
know,
lot
I'm like,
of
Jesus.
boring words. I used to do the fun stuff was I used to do hardware, soft goods, software, and education outreach for an organization that works with students K through post-secondary. So a lot of there's some hardware and soft goods on the station right now that I've either had hands-on, processed, signed, or was involved in the design of. Used to work with crew, a lot of fun. I mean, he's not wrong. Have been involved in some hardware up in space, Astro Parts. That's a much cooler
awesome,
name than
Tyler. I mean, I think you're so cool
Yeah.
in the best ball streets. Now I just think you're cool. So
Oh, there's Star Kindler.
there's
I
Star
love
Kindler. Good to
Yeah.
see Star Kindler. He was in chat with us the other day, and we were talking about how you just bring the best vibes to all the best ball streets, all the best ball streams. So again, we got to clap it up for Tyler before we get started here.
I mean,
If you
that's
I mean, it's
talk as
true.
much as-
It's
If
true.
you shit talk as much as I do, you gotta spread a little bit of honey where you can.
All right, well then let's get this BBM fired up here. I'm going to join on my phone. You're fine. You're fine drafting with me again, Tyler. This would be our third team together. You know,
Let's third time's a charm. That's
what I say. That's what I say.
drafting on someone else's dime is prime. I mean, that's
Yeah,
awesome.
exactly. Hey,
Yeah, all these
we were
guests.
joking.
No, go ahead.
These co-streams are awesome because like you're like, well, I've got all these other ones going too, you know. So, and I would love to go to a finals, but even though you split the money, it would be a pretty damn cool story, you know.
I mean, splitting $1.5 million. That's something
That is
gonna
gonna hurt. That's
Yeah,
gonna hurt. I'm gonna go. Damn it. No, but I mean it'll end up being the player I didn't want that ends up being the reason. So I'm sure. And
I just think it would be a really fun story, you know. And I
want a team that I streamed to win, just so the revisiting would be a lot of fun, especially if it's a very chaotic. My God, if the Pat Dog Pound BBG stream night where it was like literally just a scene out of Always Sunny in Philadelphia, just the arguing, the yelling, and the shit talking. If that team wins, it's going to be incredible.
Now you got to go back and watch that stream.
It was awful, and in like the best way.
In the best way. Okay. Well, we're gonna get you going here, so we're gonna get started. Anybody who wants to join Tyler and I, and Andrew will hopefully be in this room too. I'm gonna hit the button in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, enter. And let's see what we got. 10 more to start. So if you want to join us, you have time to join us. Let me pull up the draft and see how many slows that I need to make. Are you in a bunch of slows, Tyler, right now, or have you cleared them out?
Absolutely not. I respect myself too much. It's mostly fast. I have maybe 5.
This is brutal.
slows.
I hate it right now.
No, it's this is what makes me not enjoy drafting. So I'm fast or bust in most cases.
I was last year. I've been slower this year, like in real life. So I'm like, I gotta do some slows to get down the action I want. So I got in more slows this year. But whew. Okay, Noel fan said no Twitter. He can email us.
yeah.
Email us, Noel fan. So I'll put my email in the chat.
I was literally about to put my personal one in there, and I stopped myself. I'm like, oh, that's a recipe for disaster.
No, it's easy. First name @fanspeak.com. So email me. We'll get that thing sent over to you. Noel fan, congrats again.
All right. So where are we at here? So Bruni made it in. He's in the 2 spot. You guys are in the 4 spot.
Yep.
I'm in the 10 spot. Jeez,
this is unreal. This is absolutely unbelievable. Your run of 10
I
through 12.
live in 9 to 12. My exposures from 1 to 7 or 1 to 8 and 9 to 12 look just way different. It's God. Underdog, help me. Help, I'm stuck.
Have you seen that? Have you seen? Well, first of all, help understep. Anyway, I'll leave that alone. Have you seen the College Humor Tetris video from a few years ago? It's like their skit was like, what if the Olympic gods were in charge of Tetris? So it's like, oh, he's almost got the connecting piece, and then he's just like line piece. And he's like, I need the right piece, Lord, be merciful. Line piece. So it's just you with 12 spots.
Okay, we got Samwise in the 9 spot. Yeah, nice.
So who is he? He's Samwise. Yeah, that's pretty easy to remember.
Okay. All right. So Tyler, what do you want to do at 4? We obviously, I don't know, maybe CeeDee Lamb will fall to us.
That'd be nice. I doubt it. B Wells is sharp.
Okay.
Yeah, I was there. Gonna say, I know that name from somewhere.
Yeah. Okay. So Bruni goes Hill. It goes Lamb. What do you want to do? The world is your oyster.
I'm doing Brees or Bijan over these.
I like it.
Questionable.
I need a little more Brees, though. I think you and I did Brees last time. So I'll let you choose.
No, let's do Brees.
Okay.
I mean, he just crushed yards per out run, explosive plays. The way he was looking as he was fully recovered as expected off that ACL, the back half of the season was electric. The offense is likely to get better, at least from, ever so slightly on the offensive line. I'm not going to get my hopes up too much there, but quarterback play for sure. Wide receiver 2 is shaky at best with a 30-year-old coming off an ACL who hasn't practiced most of camp, a rookie wide receiver who they hope to God is Debo, but we all know how that works out, and something called Lazard. So if Brees is in line for another 60 to 80 targets, which he absolutely should be given the way this offense should be running, with his electric abilities, he and Bijan can absolutely push CMC for that like legendary upside season.
Right.
They have health on their side. Mm-hmm. I like both. I think Brees is absolutely more talented. He's like what he was able to show. Absolutely amazing. The workload for both should probably Bijan has like the cleaner, environmental run out for total, like comfy feeling of O-line and pace and all that other good stuff. But we've seen like Aaron Jones, who's like a lesser version of Breece Hall in his prime, get absolutely fed in the red zone from Rodgers. Rodgers coming off an Achilles, kind of still limping around in camp. I expect him to be even more like dump off happy. And that's obviously Breece's game. If Braylon gets action, it's just kind of like the in between the 20s grinder type of thing. He's not exactly an explosive back. He's just like good and big. I with other question marks surrounding like a full season of Darnold or Mullins, not against the worst defenses in the league with Jefferson, Jamar Chase, kind of this holdout thing. I don't really think that's an issue, but he is falling, and I'm more concerned about how fast the ramp up will be for soft tissue stuff with like a holdout in camp, potentially new offensive schematics. He was supposed to like dominate the slot, and now they have Yoshi and Charlie Jones like doing really well out of the slot, and they've got this slew of deep receivers who aren't dusty, Tyler Boyd. So, and he's not had like the cleanest bill of health from a hip, from an ankle, hammy, stuff like that. So, those are the guys I want.
God, I hope not. I have so many Jets bags in general. So I like adding to it with Brees. I've been high on the Jets. Check out Steve and I just did a strategy show. One of our 3 biggest stands is just always default to who you think are going to be top 10 offenses or undervalued offenses. And outside of paying up for Brees and Wilson, you do get some of those other pieces of the Jets cheaper. But I do think I do believe Aaron Rodgers, if he can stay healthy, and obviously Brees can stay healthy, that this team could be a top offense, and love getting access to him. So like the Brees pick, we're up in 2. Go ahead. Sorry, Andrew.
No, I was just going to say, I just updated it. We are 18 subs away from giving away.
Oh, yeah.
The cocktail playbook. Zach Berger, a.k.a. FF Chalupa Batman on Underdog, did write this book. He created and assigned a cocktail for each NFL team. Very cool book. I've looked through it. I've already, written down some of these recipes since I'll be giving away. I'm going to
pause just 1 second. I want
go ahead.
Tyler's pick. The top guys on the board are Barkley, Cup, Devontae, but we can, of course, scroll around. And
let's do Adams and see if we can't play around. I think Cup's setup is probably cleaner, but, his price has been a little off and on. I think Adams has still got a really good setup. Cup's not
I
likely
mean-
to fall. I don't think any of these guys are likely to fall, but he's kind of been here.
Mhm.
And like when I think of Brees, I think I'm going for an early running back is an advancement lever in this tournament, typically in like the first 14-week pod. And if Brees has a legendary upside, he's dragging almost anybody in a CMC way along with him. And
Mhm.
Adams' single week nuke ceiling is incredible, and he hasn't had the same slightly concerning health and somewhat declines against like man coverage, for instance, that Cup has had. I like Cup. But I think Adams is much more of like a situational decline than it was an age-related decline, and he should be
Right.
fed once again. And if
Good old
Minshew's
Minshew.
Minshew's going to feed Pittman, he can feed Adams.
Okay, so top of the board is Kyron and Devonta Smith, and you got Henry, DJ Moore, Pacheco. So kind of world is your oyster here. If you want to go double anchor, or you got
I'm
Devonta Smith, DJ
Smith.
Moore.
I'm Smith or Diggs.
Okay. I'm
Let's do
really
Smith.
obsessed. I'm obsessed.
Maybe we
with
get
them.
lucky with the falling Hurts, and that'd be a lot of fun.
Oh, that would be a lot of fun.
Didn't you hear they traded for a great wide receiver in Jahan Dotson?
Yeah, Smith is dead. Johnny Wilson is dead. Enos Smith is dead. Long live Jahan Dotson.
In the chat, Scott, the Wisconsin Florida Project guy. Man, that's a long name. Do any of you play regular fantasy besides best ball?
Not since best ball. Nope.
Really? Oh, I still do. I'm still in a bunch of leagues.
I do, but like my proudest moment was giving up almost every managed league because I have an addictive personality, so I can't sink less than 40 hours a week into waivers, trades, etc. What's up, Richard? Shout out to all the I made sure to ping some of our across the pond brethren in the Fantasy Sanctuary Discord to come get their love.
Thank you, Tyler. I appreciate that. We appreciate that.
Hey, anytime you can recruit the Brits to do something to help you out, to switch the history books, you got to do it. This is how we build bonds and bridge history. What the hell was I talking about?
Let's see. We talked
fantasy league.
Smith.
I gave up almost all of them. I agreed to jump in one, and then the only league I really care about, I'm doing a loser league with a no offense, D-list celebrity who's been a ton of fun. So we'll have our third year this year. The draft is tonight. It's been such a pain in the ass because there's like 3 different time zones and everybody's got something going on. But we're drafting that. That'll be fun because we dole out top 3 winnings, but then the loser gets punished. The last few years, the punishment has been the Packy Chip Challenge. It is a bitch. Oh my God. And so he lost the first year, and it was his suggestion. So I felt really bad that he had to like overtake this. So I did it with him. And then last year I lost and had to do it. So like I'm a spicy connoisseur. I'm a hot sauce connoisseur, but my God, that stuff messes you up for like 3 days. So I'm really hoping to not fucking lose again this year because these home leagues are so humbling. My God.
Yeah. I haven't been in the home league streets in a while. Basically since best ball, I did a family league for a little while, but we even stopped that a couple of years ago because my brother was the one that ran it. It was like, yeah, I'm in about 1,000 best ball leagues. I'm just going to focus on that. So yeah, best ball only. So
I like
Spread
home
in the
league.
chat. Good to see Spread.
I like home league shit talking. That's
yeah.
It's fun if it's fun, and when there's nothing like that. Like I love best ball, but sweating pick'ems or like weekly winners is not the same thing as the shit talk between game days is truly phenomenal. The meme sharing is fantastic. So that is the only good part about it.
Okay, so we did not get Jalen Hurts to fall to us. So at the top of the board, you got Etienne McBride, George Pickens, Lamar, Josh Jacobs, Terry McLaurin.
Let's do Pickens. I think we can all agree that it was not likely Ayuk left San Francisco. It's even more unlikely now than it potentially was. So if we're getting him in his cheapest price for that single week nuke ceiling, I don't love the offense, but if he's going to just sit there and absorb targets with his yak ability, I do think you struggle to see targets and efficiency like you did with Drake London the last couple of years. I know the quarterbacks are awful. It's not like the quarterbacks are much better, but he does have better yak ability than London has shown the last couple of years. So if he's kind of like a beta version of DJ Moore with, Fields and Russell Wilson, basically rotating, which is the median outcome. I'm good with that, especially week 17 versus the Chiefs, who I fully expect to just absolutely boat race them. So some catch-up targets for Warren, for Pickens is on the menu. So I like that a lot.
Yes. And we're back up in 2. So I queued up a couple guys to keep our eye on. We have a following Trey McBride, who just went, Josh Jacobs, low pass ADP. And then at the top of the receiver board, you've got Worthy and Ridley.
Has Rice gone?
And then you do have Lamar. We won't be able to get like a Lamar Andrews, but you do have Lamar because. So thoughts on that? Jacobs goes. There's Lamar, Andrews, Kincaid, James Cook, and Xavier Worthy, Ridley. Thoughts on
it's probably Jaden Reed for me or Worthy, and I just want to make sure that Rice went. I don't remember what his ADP is.
Yes, I took him.
Cool. It's probably Worthy or Reed for me.
I need some more Worthy. Are you fine with that?
Let's get Worthy.
I need some more Worthy. I need more Chiefs in general, but yeah, I need some more Worthy. So yeah, we start 0-1-4 with the anchor build. I like that.
There you go, James.
There's the button.
There you go, James. Asking you shall receive. I'm loving my Worthy bags are loving all this like, oh shit, he's not John Ross realization really late in the season. I spent months saying he's got a much better collegiate profile than John Ross ever did. His route running is superb. His speed is just the cherry on top. And Sam, or not Sam, who's that? I'm blanking on the Texas quarterback, but he was so poor that he dragged the entire offense down, and really the only guy that can do anything. We're like,
it's on the tip of my tongue. What is his name?
Team Yak guys is it it's not Sam Ellinger's in the league. It's not.
Yeah. It's, wait, is he playing this year? Is he still Texas or did it?
Hold on.
Wait.
Quinn Ewers.
Yeah,
I knew it was an E. He's so bad accuracy and deep accuracy. And with the addition of A.D. Mitchell, they kind of swapped roles. And so I thought it was very bullish that Xavier Worthy was able to, like, the things in Xavier Worthy's profile are early breakout, which are awesome. His yards per route run and targets per route run, both with and without A.D. Mitchell, really strong. And production was pretty strong before the offense tanked. It went over an OC overhaul, but then also they changed the offense again when A.D. Mitchell came, swapped roles. He was able to still go from a deep guy to a shallow intermediate guy, crush in both ways. And so, like, the one team that you could trust to like make him work. It's the same thing as when the Dolphins get Achane, the Dolphins get Wright. You're just like, we know that they know how to use those guys.
Right.
So
exactly.
Worthy literally being a mini version of Tyreek. And I say mini because he does way less than Tyreek. But that said,
right.
Andy Reid, the guy that can scheme up.
He knows how to use it.
Yeah. You just get him open. You let them run wild. And the fact that he's got, he's not Me Cole. He's not John Ross. He can actually run routes and earn targets. And so if Rice and Kelsey are going to be kind of these like low, medium A-dot guys, and then so that means the offense, then the deep and intermediate crosser guy is Worthy and Hollywood. And Hollywood often banged up, soft tissue, lower body stuff, not that much money in free agency. Now he's missed a bunch of camp with this shoulder thing. He's probably going to be back week 1, 2, or 3.
Mm-hmm.
Now Worthy gets a chance to start fast, and now he's locked into a starting role in 11 personnel, which they run a lot.
Right.
Sign me up. His 2-3 touchdown upside, and that's before we even talk
I've
about
taking him in some weekly winners slows.
Oh, yeah.
I'm like, oh, he's the perfect weekly winners guy. Yeah.
That's before we even talk about his ability to like punt and kick return touchdowns.
Yeah. Which, by the way, we are back up. We got a 0-1-4. We got top of the board, Mixon, Montgomery, Stroud, Hollywood Brown, Kamara, Kyler, JSN. So we're falling. So
I like Mixon for a little double anchor.
That's always makes me happy. The 12-14 too. So not even the same buy. That works. Getting that Houston exposure. So yeah, we started 0-2-4. I like that. Because Worthy obviously was Mahomes, don't really have any elite stacks to our built out yet, but still time. Actually, we're up in 5. So at the top of the receiver board, you've got Hollywood Brown, Keon Coleman, Ladd McConkey, Jameson Williams, tight ends, Evan Ingram, and Ferguson, who just took in the last draft, but I take him plenty. And then, Monty, Kamara, James Conner.
I think it's going to be receiver most likely.
Yeah, so you got Hollywood, who is slightly past the ADP, McConkey, JMO, who I clearly love, Addison at the top.
Holy God.
What?
20% JMO.
I know, I love JMO. I've sucked into all the, I try to like follow, make sure there's context and not just like flashy videos, but I really do think, obviously as a wide receiver too this year, I like him in them. Just again, attacking top offenses. But what are you thinking here, Tyler?
Hollywood stacks and correlates, and I'm okay taking 2 shots. I also do like Lad a lot, and that opens up a quarterback stack.
It does open up a stack. So
we've got Adams, we've got
because we don't have many
Smith,
stacks.
we've got Pickens, and we've got Worthy.
We don't really have any stacks to our
Let's do Lad. I'm a Lad bull.
I am
Let's
too.
go for the rookie.
So that's
if we're gonna push the envelope the way is rookies that can really break out. I've heard all the fun from people like Daddy Pete Overzet. All due respect, I've heard the fun from Daddy Gretsch, and guess what? The fact of the matter is he's locked into a starting role. DJ Chark is dusty as hell. QJ never existed as far as the coaching staff is aware, and for right reasons. He's not slot only. He's got versatility inside and out. He's one of the more talented route runners due to his top 10 yards per route run in college. Limited sample size, sure, but that's what led to people like Gretsch being super sharp, being off of Puka last year. And I want to go after rookies who have had super strong camps, who are going to start day one. And Palmer is fine, but he's a projection himself as a guy coming into a full-time role now. So,
ooh, fun question we got here for you, Tyler. Pick one.
One night stand, once in a while, fuck buddy, and want to put it. So you're asking me fuck, marry, kill in the most verbose way possible? Fuck, marry, kill, Lad, Keon, Brian Thomas. Marry Lad.
Kill Brian Thomas?
Fuck Brian Thomas and kill Keon Coleman's. And I'm answering that in my I think I've got more Brian Thomas, but
in an exposure kind of way. Yeah,
I like Brian Thomas and Lad a lot. Keon, I've had to come around on, just because he's had a decent camp. I don't know how strong it's truly been. It seems like everybody's making plays against the Buffalo defense in camp, which tells me that the Buffalo defense sucks, not that the Buffalo's offense is awesome. But maybe I'm wrong about that.
They have a lot of injuries on their defense, Buffalo, that is. So, yeah. Really quick in chat, Scott Dodson, I think he pulled my CBS rankings. I just changed it on CBS a day, probably that night. So you may want to check it out again. But yes, I bumped him down slightly, bumped up, Diami Brown and McCaffrey. I don't think I really adjusted the Philly receivers. I still think the alphas are going to be the alphas there. And I believe Steve adjusted his rankings as well in FanSpeak. So I just wanted to answer that really quick in chat. Go ahead, Tyler.
Any overreaction about Dotson? It's like, oh my God, a 3rd round pick. Guys,
it's not a big move. There's no big move.
They traded a 4th round pick for Kenny Pickett, who we all agree sucks. This is the Eagles taking shots on 1st round talents, hoping that the other team is wrong, knowing that a 3rd round pick is basically useless, which is why there was pick swaps involved. There was a 5th and 7th as well. So they're saying, hey, we're taking a shot for basically a late 3rd or early 4th. We're going to be very good this season, so our 3rd is going to be super late. Might as well be a 4th, which we know teams basically underrate those. It's going to a team they're not afraid of using properly, obviously. And Emmanuel Forbes. And so
don't even get me started.
Shots fired.
Yeah, you're just taking a shot on talent, and they like Johnny Wilson's had a strong camp. Anais Smith is like not had as good of a camp, but he's like a speed gadget slot guy. So obviously it's depth, and it's what if they're wrong, and it costs them nothing to just take a shot on a 1st round quote unquote talent. They've been doing this for years under Howie on both sides of the ball. The pick does not tell me as much as Dotson's like upside is slot guy, and that seems to be like locked down by AJ Brown and potentially Devonta. Apparently Devonta has been like the slot usage guy, which makes sense for his.
That's why in this Kellen Moore offense, that's why I've been trying to get more Devonta.
Yeah.
That's why I was.
And also last time I checked, a wide receiver changing teams have to learn a new system 2 weeks before week 1 is pretty bad for their outlook. Chase Claypool, anybody? So,
Oh, hit him with a gritty down bad.
All right. So, okay, we got Zamir White, Jalen Warren, Curtis Samuel, Jonathan Brooks, Romeo Dubs as far as non-quarterbacks. I mean, we can always backstack a love. That's always a possibility.
Let's take Warren and let's keep building out this game stack. And then I'm playing that Curtis Samuel falls. And if he doesn't, we've got Palmer to double stack with Ladd.
Okay. Yeah. I like the double stack with
And
Palmer.
then if we don't get that, we'll adjust. That's kind of my thought process.
Okay. So queued up Curtis Samuel and Palmer, right? Those are the. Okay. So we got 0, 3, 5. And we are coming up in 6. Bruni's about to be on the clock. Oh, this must be up. There's a TL King in here too. I thought that was you. And
oh man, TD and TL. All right.
TL and TD.
Fellow King brother.
Or no, sorry, it's TK. It's T Kling. Sorry, it just my eyes just saw it. Like,
so I have to hit up Underdog to request Emo King after I win BBM.
Yes, you do.
Great brand.
It is funny. I did see one person post on Twitter that Underdog, after begging him forever, did change their username. So it is possible.
I know
really?
Liam changed it. Liam used to be Go Bills 2021 or 2020. I took a lot of naked then backstack love all season.
I'm taking a lot of backstack love. So
that said, he and his pieces have been so cheap that I mean I'm getting Green Bay onslaughts for pennies on the dollar these days.
Yeah.
Which,
that's why Herzig asked me about how I got so high on Dak, and it's like, well, I'm not taking it only with Lamb, and that's different. It's Lamb versus everybody else. But like with this, I mean, it's not just when I'm taking Reed, I'm taking a ton of backstack love. So, and like you said, you can get double stack love so easily. So,
well, apparently everybody has had a strong camp. Tucker Kraft is having a strong camp. Come on.
I was gonna say 1 to Palmer.
I'm not sweating Palmer. Do it.
What's your backup? What's your backup move if Palmer goes here?
I'm not saying B Wells. I know B Wells. All right, there we go.
Okay, we get Palmer. Okay, and I'm the star method, so I just want to keep the eye on it.
Now we get to do the worst thing in the world, which is sweating someone taking naked backstack
in these streets right now.
It's already happened to me multiple times, so can't wait for that.
It could absolutely happen. And while we are on a break here before our next round of picks, let's see what Bruni's doing. So he went Tyreek, Mike Evans, DK Metcalf, Travis Etienne, Trey McBride, Keon Coleman, Evan Ingram, Zamir White, Romeo Dubs. So looks like he's waiting on a quarterback as well. And then in the TD King, we've got Andrew's got Garrett Wilson. Absolutely love Garrett Wilson. Jonathan Taylor, Josh Allen, got that week 17 there. Rasheed Rice, Mark Andrews, Deontay Johnson, J-Mo. He got some J-Mo and Mostert. So like that.
Unfortunately, all my Bill stacks were taken. All of them.
All of them. So you had them all queued, ready to go. And then, okay.
Absolutely killed me.
You can't say that as you watch Curtis Samuel float away from you. Be a man and take your stacks. Get ready to learn Khalil Shakir.
What do we do here?
Oh yeah, Shakir went one after.
Tempting fate with 2 unbadged corner partners. That's the ultimate sweat.
Yeah. Damn.
Get some Packers. All it spells get some Packers. I like it.
I do like Wicks. Yeah, I like his upside.
Dak falls to 107 to the Ferguson drafter. That badgeless guy got a nice little discount there. I like that.
It's like semi-slurred. The badgeless.
The badgeless.
Badgeless heathens. Nice.
So Steve and I as parents, we got our parents drafting. My dad much more than my mom, but so we call them badgeless and dangerous because they obviously ask us. And you'll see at the bottom, even Willie, our dad, he's Willie Pops in the streets. If you see Willie Pops, look out. We even got him to sign up Best Ball Overlay. So Best Ball Overlay, use code FANSPEAK, you get $10 off for just $20 a month to help see those exposures, see those correlations, and help make those decisions. And then tons of tool side to help manage the portfolio, which is very, very helpful right now. So you're coming back around, Andrew. What are you thinking? Or maybe you don't want to say.
I'm not sure yet, honestly. I mean, there's some running backs here I like. Just trying to look at my team. I mean, I don't really want to take a tight end here. None of these quarterbacks really make sense for me to do. It's hard to backstack any of these guys at all. So it doesn't really make sense. I could reach for a quarterback I'm looking at. There's no like, so I could take Judy. I do like Jerry Judy. Yeah, you know what? I think I'm going to go that route. I have so much Brandon Cooks. It's not even funny. I think I'm at
I know, me too. I'm trying to like
24%.
pump the brakes a little bit.
So yeah, I need to slow her down on the old Brandon Cooks there.
Go with God, y'all. Go with God.
Yeah.
Scott asked, do you play DFS during the season? Yes, I do. I've been playing DFS since 2013. But I will say that now that the underdog dailies are getting more popular, going to probably throw a little more action over there. So yes, I will still be in the DFS streets. I actually am on a CBS Thursday DFS show in season with Sia Najad. And so that'll be a lot of fun. But are we on the clock? I just realized we're on the clock. My bad. Okay, so we almost drafted Herbert accidentally. Okay, so we got Lockett, Goddard, Lawrence, Gus Edwards, Jerome Ford, good old Brandon Cooks at the top of the board. What's that? Ford?
Polk.
Who?
Polk?
Jalen Polk.
Oh, he's going down the board a little bit.
Jalen Polk. Jalen Polk.
Polk.
I got it.
Yay! Holy shit!
For some reason, my mind heard the guy that, like I was thinking Baker.
She's like, Brandon Cooks is Tyler Lockett.
I was like,
not the best ones. No.
That was like a panic. I was like, Polk, and then it just was not registering. It was not registering at all.
Oh, that was awesome.
So,
you could see like his vein was starting to pop out. He's like, Polk, not Lockett.
Yeah, not Lockett.
He's like, who is the Cowboys Brandon
Lockett
Cooks?
after us?
That sounds like a good pick.
Oh my God, that was awesome.
Funny. Okay,
we've got the brain back, and we've got the Drake May access road.
That's nice too. Thank goodness I switched in time. Look at that, quick hands. Okay, 124.
Learn a thing or two, Pete. Learn a thing or two.
Okay, so 124.
I'm not taking fate. We've got the double stack. We've got the bring back. We're taking Justin.
Love it. That's fine with me.
I mean, especially in the drafts nowadays. I mean, it is just wild how these people are drafting.
Yeah, double stacks mean nothing.
If I push Herbert around and he goes in front of my face, I'll cry.
Yeah.
So.
Okay, so we got 1370 through the first 11 here. Yeah, and I've noticed, honestly, in the streets now, not only are you getting sniped, but just the quarterbacks are all pushed up. So you want your stacks.
We've had cheap quarterbacks this entire time.
Yes, exactly. I'm not complaining. I've been taking advantage of the cheap quarterbacks the whole time. So
the running back we're going to likely get at 141 is going to be not too dissimilar from the running back we're going to get at 124. 140 was, his foot is hurt. We don't know if he's going to miss any time. We don't know if this is going to affect him. He's not going to miss any time. It could flare up, but it's likely to be pretty minimal given he's got plenty of arm strength. This isn't like Jared Goff. This isn't Bryce Young with like, hey, they need or Tua, if we're being honest. They don't need all the torque in the world to get that ball there. So this probably hampers his rushing a little bit if he gets a midseason flare-up of the plantar fasciitis. But all said, he belongs in the tier right along with Tua and Goff. We have him double stacked. So we bet that he's going to make the pieces we took matter. So like as far as the roster goes, and quite frankly, I like the running backs after this tier anyway. I've got one specifically I really want. So crossing my fingers, he comes back.
Okay, there we go. But yeah, to finish answering Scott's question, yes, I'm still going to be in the DFS streets. I have a show on CBS on Thursdays. Steve and I will be doing at least one DFS show, but I will be having plenty of underdog daily action, some DFS, and plenty of sports betting, and all will be covered here right on FanSpeak Network. So make sure you're subscribed. If you're not already, tell a friend. We're covering it all. We're covering DFS, a lot of underdog dailies. Andrew and Justin are going to be having their own underdog daily show, and they're going to mix it up, do all sorts of the different underdog dailies because there are so many contests are available because underdog is the best. But yeah, and then I believe we're going to have 3 sports betting shows a week. So we got you covered in every way possible for all your degeneracy needs this fall. How about you, Tyler? What's your favorite action in season? Is it underdog dailies? Are you ever into the DFS? Are you a sports bettor? What do you got? There's Tom.
I do a little bit of everything, but there's nothing quite like a shitty island game pick'em sweat. Because I am in a state where betting is not legal, annoyingly. So
I did not realize Texas was not legal.
Yeah, Texas is fake free. It's super fun.
Fake free.
You can't buy liquor on Sundays. You can't buy beer until we got. By the way, for like years, it was you can't buy beer till noon. Now we can buy it at 10 a.m. But no liquor on Sundays, no gambling, no weed. Super fun.
Nothing fun. It's man.
Yeah.
It's like the
Dude,
NFL.
No fun league.
No fun league. Yeah. Texas. I did not realize this. Okay.
The lone star is how many stars I give the freedom of this state. I'm a native Texan. I love this state. I hate this state. It's like
there you go. There you go. It's like family. Okay. So you talked about a running back coming up. Do you feel like disclosing that yet or not yet? There is a few running backs here.
I mean, yeah, we're looking at it. We're looking at a solid. Sorry, I just heard my wife get scared by my dog. It's classic.
Okay, so up in one.
So close. Ty Chandler, baby.
Yes, I love Ty Chandler. Oh, I'm so glad that's who you were targeting. That makes me so happy.
Thank God.
I love it. I love it. Okay, and we'll be back up in 6. We got a 147. What other stacks are we working with here? Not much. Tight ends. You want to look at tight ends here that we could back stack? I mean, we could play off more Henry. I mean, that's later. I mean, these
Henry might fall because of the injury stuff.
Here.
Yeah, let's look
at.
at.
I'm just queuing this for if you wanted to build out a Aaron Rodgers, Brees, Conklin.
What's our next pick on the board?
So we are at 148, and then we come back at 160. So you could take Aaron Rodgers and then go Conklin on the next one. Just throwing that out there.
Yeah, I think I'm okay pushing tight end in this build. It's the least scoring position. I'm fine playing it as such. Rodgers tends to fall a lot too.
Yeah.
So I don't really feel. God damn it, Bruni, you mother.
Yeah.
Okay, so do you want to go? The question I think comes down to: do you want to go Rodgers or a running back?
Let's do. That's a good question. Let's do McLaughlin.
All right. All right.
Let's get a little. We didn't take Javonte. We know P. Ryan's likely to be cut. We know this offense may lead the league in running back targets. He's really efficient. If he gets a Sproles role, but he's fed by PPR scam machine 2.0 Bo Nix, who's going to see shades of Drew Brees, low ADOT scammery, then let's leverage off, get a little piece of that pie. And then, if we're only going to do 5 running backs, taking guys that are explosive, have contingent and standalone value seems fun.
Yeah, and you got Spread was in chat earlier. The JMC is his guy, and Justin JMC is Justin's guy. So he just said that in chat. So yeah, the two JMC guys just did a fist pump in chat for you.
Get a room.
I like the Chandler bong. He's playing into my friend's love, and he's playing into our Ty Chandler pick. Chandler bong, very well done, Tom. I like it. I think I
take Ty Chandler on every stream that I'm allowed.
I absolutely love Ty Chandler.
Streak is going strong.
Now I have to ask Tyler. You don't watch Seinfeld? Did you? Did you ever watch? Were you ever into Friends at all? Did you ever watch Friends?
Okay, so chat, get ready to roast me. I don't like Friends. I don't like Seinfeld. It's not my cup of tea.
That's okay. That's okay. We can all still be friends.
I find the comedy very lowbrow, not my thing.
All right,
it's very good at what it does. It's not my thing.
I think Tom appreciates it. So at least one part of the fantasy sanctuary has my back on Friends. But no, I totally I respect it. We all got our different tastes.
Every duo needs someone without good taste, and thankfully we've got Tom at the fantasy sanctuary.
Okay, Justin asked The Office.
It's fine. I have a hard time. I have crazy high secondhand cringe.
Hope likes it. Okay.
Hope likes it. Yeah, come on.
Hope, our next guest too.
That's right.
What's up, Hope?
He said Parks and Rec. Man, he
I
wants to
love
nail
no.
down.
I love Parks and Rec.
Okay, we
there
found
go.
one we're all in line with here.
The writers room and the cast of Parks and I listen to the Parks and Rec podcast. Okay.
Oh, there we go.
Nice.
Okay.
They go down like I love the cast. I love the writers room, the chemistry there. I am a sucker for shows with awesome writing and awesome cast chemistry. So some of my favorite shows are MASH, Parks and Rec, the early days of How I Met Your Mother. Though the final season has just left such a bad taste in my mouth.
Yeah.
And then you go back and watch it, and you're like, Ted Mosby's such a bitch. So it's like it's a tough watch. But yeah, I love those shows. Parks and Rec is one of my favorite rewatches. I just actually watched Modern Family last year. Really enjoyed that.
Yeah, that was good. That was good.
But I mean, any reason to watch Sofia Vergara, say less. So. So yeah, great shows. But yeah, I'm pretty picky with stuff like that.
Okay. Well, we're all in line on Parks and Rec. You're listening to the podcast. I like it.
KZ, I was raised by old people, man. My dad decided to raise me like it was 1972. Okay, my first CD set was the best hits of Dion, and I don't even think you work in music, you know Dion, but like no one else should know Dion. And I had to watch MASH. And I loved MASH.
My dad loved MASH too.
I was raised on Red Skelton, MASH, the A-Team, the Monkeys, Kung Fu. That show was garbage. I didn't get to watch any. I didn't watch anything my peers watched until I was like 16. It's done great things for my social aptitude for pop culture.
Okay, so we have the tight ends there, Henry and Conklin. Well, obviously Conklin's not stacked, but you got Henry and Conklin at the top of and Fant at the top of the tight end board.
Yeah, let's take Henry. Let's build out that Drake May double
stack. Build out the Drake May.
Yeah, Nick Offerman is fantastic. His one-man show from a few years ago was
good. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
My wife tells me I'm Ron Swanson in a younger form all the time. I don't like to talk to people at work. I'm as little work as I can do at work is what I try to do, if possible. I also have the mug that says I say people's names incorrectly so that they stop talking to me. Yeah.
Nice. I probably am the embodiment of Leslie Knope meets Nick Offerman because I'm a grumpy extrovert.
A grumpy extrovert. I like it. Okay, so what are you thinking next with the 1571 here? So
I'm good with.
I mean,
I know what I want to do.
Okay, tell me.
Let's be patient.
Okay.
Again, I'm
not patient. I'm like, tell me now.
Lurking, being a little snake in the weeds. I'm not giving him anything.
That's right. You know B Wells. You know what's up. Okay.
I just know he lurks in all the discords, so God knows. And if he's unknowingly stuck in a stream draft, that would be hilarious. It's happened to me.
Okay, he's taking it down to the wire here, and then I'll be patient.
Milk the clock. You. Yeah, that's what I figured. Let's go Fields. We have him double stacked, and he fits this build really well. I think the next two picks are probably just locking up quarterback, and then we can punt tight end in this build, and I think that's totally fine and viable. Yeah,
no, I'm totally fine with a late round tight end build. I've done plenty of that this year, though I've definitely done more leads or mid round tight ends than I have last year, but I'm totally fine with a late round tight end build. So that works. It all worked out then. I like it.
To quote a show I just mentioned, I love it when a plan comes together.
Absolutely. Oh, Steve. Yeah. Steve knows. He's known me for a very long time. Zero patience. I was taking a ton of Roman Wilson at the beginning. I pumped the brakes, obviously, but now if the trade doesn't happen, I still think this is a guy that could be working to be the slot receiver.
Yeah, it's tough because I liked his profile, I liked his draft capital.
Yeah.
The volume in this passing offense is obviously not going to be that good, but he can make 4 targets, something pretty decent, contingent.
And now we're getting him
anytime. He's going free because of 2 things: the Brandon Ayuk trade fear, and the more realistically bad thing, which is a high ankle sprain, where he may miss time, he may not miss time, but the time he is missing is a rookie missing the critical parts of camp with a bottom 5 OC coaching staff for, like patience and veteran deference. So I think his viability has gotten pretty thin, unfortunately, especially for someone that wasn't exactly crushing camp before he went out. So I still think he's viable. You want it late picks being rookie receivers, they have just so many outs.
Yeah.
It's just his odds of those outs have decreased versus your Malik Washingtons, even Jordan Whittapuka, and guys of that ilk. So it just sucks. I wouldn't be surprised if this really hampers him. He can still obviously pop late because Van Jefferson and Calvin Austin are just Jags, but we've also seen that this team can be stubborn, especially with Arthur Smith. He could just decide to run those veteran dudes that know his system, which the system, spoilers, is block and run. So, yeah.
I mean, to Stanley's question, I think this is obviously, yeah. I mean, my favorite, honestly, because I do 3 quarterback builds, is starting with like a Dak and getting 3. But I still get the elites and then I build then like 2 later. So yeah, your guys' thoughts on that question? I know we all probably have different answers to that question, but
yeah, I mean, if you want to take an elite one, I just make sure it's one that I think I can get some sort of stack of. Except for you see in this draft, I took Josh Allen, and that didn't work out for me at all. So, but yeah, I mean, I agree. I mean, really, you just want to try to get it stacked with your tight end or 1 or 2 of your wide receivers.
Play the room. And know your allocations. Like if you take one in the top 7 rounds, you probably don't want to take another one super soon. We are windmilling Drake May to the bank.
Love it. Okay, yeah, I don't want to mess with it.
And then we'll just finish out with 2 extra tight ends, maybe only 1. Depends on who we get.
All right. Okay, yeah, because I'm trying to remember Henry at 14 with bye week 14. I mean, these guys are not as fun news, but I'm just going to cue them all.
Just in case we forget that we need a tight end.
Anybody that's not 14, I queued basically.
I'm not worried about bye week overlaps for a low scoring. Oh my God, I missed out on 4.5 expected points at tight end. God, however will I?
I'm a bye week girl. No, I watch, but I'm not. I mean, we're getting 3 anyway, so yeah. So yeah, if you want one of those bye week 14s, I don't care. So. But I queued up a bunch of tight ends because that's what we're looking at.
I kind of agree with Tyler though. Like I have Andrews and Schultz. They're both on the same bye week, and I'm not taking another tight end.
Right. Gotcha.
Yeah, you don't want a bye week to take you out of optimal construction and draft allocation, unless like you might take a hit in advance rate, but the advance rate hit at tight end is much less than the hit at quarterback, especially in half PPR at tight end.
Correct.
Right.
Yeah.
Because you can easily make up those points if your tight end, if your tight end gets 0, but
so we are back on the clock. My pick would be Juwan. Where are you at?
Juwan's a slam dunk.
Yep, love
correlates with Adams.
Yep.
And there was one name above all else that I'm hoping comes back around to us. So we cross our fingers.
Okay, I'm gonna be patient and just wait. I won't make you even put it in the private chat. I'll just wait and hear.
Put it in the private chat.
Are you even reading the private chat?
No, I saw that you put something in there and I breezed by it.
Just a little content creator thought for you.
Yes, I need to.
Do y'all want to take a moment as we come around the wrap to do your business sweepstakes to the fine folks that have joined recently?
Yeah, we can do another one now. That doesn't, because we're giving away BBM tickets as well. So let's keep it moving. I don't know if Bruni's our wheel guy, so I don't know if he's around right now.
Well, I didn't know if y'all just wanted to reiterate what y'all are doing for your.
Oh yeah, actually that look at you. This is a content creator machine. This man. Yeah, let's bring it up to the stage and show. So Noel Fan got the Keenan Allen signed Chargers helmet, and Bruni is.
I was
going
to say, we're doing the next one at 7.
Okay, but we'll just do a new one now. Let's have Bruni's here. Let's do a BBM. BBM, $25 BBM.
Okay, we're doing it live.
I'll pay attention to the thing. You want to bring Bruni on, Andrew?
Yep. There he is.
Man, and you shall receive.
And get the wheel spinner.
Star
Kindler, 150 additional BBMs.
I hope in the chat. Can we give away 150 additional BBMs?
I'll take another shot.
Okay, so 481 BBM, 1 BBM. The wheel is ready to be by Trebek.
Sajak right now.
Yes.
Joel Hartford.
Okay.
Joel Hartford.
Is there a Joel Hartford in the house?
Joel,
you can either email Megan at
Why don't we?
fanspeak.com or
Why don't you
DM
guys
us.
put your email there and let's pin it at the top for everybody.
Yeah, I put it earlier, but let me go ahead and do that. Let me
put it in there and then let's pin that.
Forward back to
Tyler, are you joining Pat on his 24-hour excursion?
I am. I have done a stupid thing and signed up for way too many slots as an extra, and I'm gonna regret that when I forget in a week, and then I'm reminded the day before that I have late duty on the 20. But yeah, I'll be joining Pat at Fantasy Dog Pound for his 24-hour stream.
Yes,
We will all be as well, and I also did him a solid as a man who's done 24-hour streams and signed up for a late night one as well. So that'll be
Speaking of Pat, we got King of Kings in here. He's definitely a pounder. So good to see you. Always good to see you, King of Kings. Love it.
Pounder? I barely know her.
All right, so we are finishing this up, and we give a BBM ticket away. Joel Hartford, contact us for that. This is fun. This is fun, guys. We're heading into hour 3 in a minute, and we have Hope Bishop joining us from Underdog. This is exciting.
Is Andrew going to grade my team?
I don't know if we're going to have time for grades, but you might have to give a quick grade. You could riff because I need to go to the bathroom right after this draft because I drank too much water to mix with the champagne.
Can we get some snaps up in here too for the riffing?
Snaps. Oh,
always snaps. I like it.
Are we doing slam poetry now?
Alan,
Tua,
he was running.
Tua can't even throw a ball very long. So bad. Miami Dolphin. Porpoise, did you do that on purpose? Did you pay him on purpose? Why'd you do that? Ace Ventura, just bad. Put it in a tank. Take it away.
That was good.
Oh my God.
This is very good. Look at
what
that.
Theo
Johnson, take it to the house.
Oh, okay. Thank you. I was like,
you're welcome.
And look at him. He does the poetry, and then he just sees what's up. Says Theo Johnson. We bring it home with the 3573. I like it.
This brought to you by clinically ADHD.
I mean, well, that was impressive. That was very impressive.
My wife thinks it's annoying, but I'm glad y'all enjoy it.
I have a wife too. They tend to do that. Just think things are annoying.
I mean, it's fair. Oh my God.
Fair.
The worst thing about your wife being keen on your interests is that she starts using bits against you. And I've been that spared way too much lately.
Oh, really?
I am protesting.
So you give her a little that's fair, and she's using it against you.
No, she just watches something and she's like, all right. And then I'm like, oh, yada, yada. And she's like, that's fair. I'm like, don't you
uses the yada, yada, yada. And he's not a fan of Seinfeld? That's ridiculous.
I know,
That's
right?
ridiculous.
I know. Well, we will quickly look at.
I didn't realize yada yada was a trademark sign.
That's a trademark.
It's a trademark Seinfeld.
That is.
I'm gonna go look at the
It's a cornerstone.
What I almost could name the episode. I think it was wasn't it season 8, like episode? That was very nerdy of me.
It's
definitely season 8.
You know that.
It's definitely season 8. Yeah, it's definitely season 8. Really quick, Tyler, I want to run by our team before you get out of here. From the 4 spot 3573, Justin Herbert, Justin Fields, Drake May, Breece Hall, Joe Mixon, Jalen Warren, Ty Chandler, Jaleel McLaughlin, Devontae Adams, Devonta Smith, George Pickens, Xavier Worthy. Got some little stacks, or definitely some bringbacks action going. Lad McConkey, Josh Palmer double stack, Jalen Polk, Hunter Henry, Juwan Johnson, Theo Johnson. So still love our tight end room, even with the late build. Definitely got some double stacks, some nice bringbacks. I'm happy. Are you happy?
You know what? We accomplished a unique build, a 3 quarterback stack build for you, of course.
Aw, thank you.
And some undervalued quarterbacks that could lever the more expensive options, both in our room and in the tournament at large. And I'm building a lot of 5 running backs with an anchor elite. So this was fun because we also built it with a double anchor with a falling Nixon who's been having a healthy camp. So yeah, this is definitely kind of a different, some of my favorite players targeting here, but definitely a little bit different construction, and definitely got some legs and able to kind of, you know, scoot the variance in the playoff pods if our running backs stay healthy.
That's right. The fingers crossed. I like it, Tyler. It's our third one together. I'm labeling them all. I hope one of them sees the finals. It'll be fun to root on with you. So I have to say thank you very much for, again, being supportive all summer. Join us all this summer. A big cheers to you, Tom, to Fantasy Sanctuary. I believe we'll be on with you on Fantasy Sanctuary in a week, I want to say.
Yeah,
so
we're doing a little mini marathon.
Yeah, tell us about that.
Yeah. So Fantasy Sanctuary, if you want more of this, if you want less of this, come for Tom, leave for me. That's totally fine. Rich also does some fantastic dynasty stuff. But yeah, we'll be doing a best ball brunch this Sunday, and then next Sunday, best ball brunch takes a back seat for a little marathon stream with some of our fine folks who've been supporting our channel and guesting, including your lovely selves. So it'll be a lot of fun next Sunday as we kind of just everybody mad dashes for the home stretch. So looking forward to that.
Absolutely. Well, we thank you very much. Do you want to say hi to Hope as she comes in?
I can bug Hope.
Okay, there we go. So we are bringing on Hope Bishop. Used to be in the streaming streets, now is in working for Underdog and putting out these amazing, amazing tournaments. Hope, how are you doing tonight?
I'm good, guys. I'm good. How are you?
Well, we're great, and we're so thankful for you joining us. We're so thankful that for everything that you and Nez and Davis have brought to the Underdog streets. I mean, you guys are just crushing it over there. I just have to give a huge round of applause for that. I mean, I know we absolutely love it, right, guys? Yeah. Right.
Yeah,
can we give it?
Oh yeah, we doing one of these maneuvers again?
I don't give a piss about nothing but the time is all I think of when I see Hope.
Pretty much.
Who are we gonna end up drafting from Bama?
I know, Tom. I know. Pour one out.
There we go.
You gotta come visit.
Yeah. I almost offered my house, and I was like, no. Tom's just the guy out standing in the 90s with the jukebox, just like, come back, love me, Underdog.
No, yeah, I'm genuinely curious. I don't even know the reason, but hopefully I'll find something out and see what it would take.
I love it.
Legalese, of course. You know what, Tom? You and the fine Fantasy Sanctuary folks walk up to Parliament and protest until they give Underdog what they deserve to come into town. What is that? Would it be like a reverse British invasion? An Underdog invasion? Oh, that'd be a fun.
Oh, there you go.
There you go. Hope, just send the consultant fees my way, and
sure.
I'll link up with your marketing team.
The idea, man. I love it. I absolutely love it. Well, Tyler, it's been a blast. Thank you so much. And look forward to streaming with you again soon. Hope, again, we are so grateful for you joining us. And I mean, my first question to you is just, what is it like working at Underdog this year?
Yeah. I mean, it's a lot of what people in the draft community would think. It's so much fun. Get to come up with the contest. I mean, honestly, working close to a dream job, essentially. Obviously, there are days when there are things that come up or things we want to, have to do that take our time, but like any job. But at the same time, I mean, it's still the honeymoon phase. I think that's what me and Numi have said. Is it's still we just started, so it's a blast.
Yeah. Well, again, you and Numi and Davis, I mean, you guys are doing an amazing job this year. I mean, we've always loved Underdog, but the tournament structures, the advance rates, the payout structures, I mean, everything is just the diversity and of the different types of contests. You guys are just truly knocking it out of the park. So I know we have fun questions for you, I'm sure, but we also have to pump your tires and say you guys are just absolutely crushing it. Thank you. I am so excited. I've done contest selection shows on here. I've talked about how last year I did not use good judgment on some contest selection, advance rates, looking at all those details. And this year I have, because you guys have offered so many cool contests. So again, just a massive thank you from me and probably everybody who's watching.
Yeah, that was our goal, to have.
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry. Maybe, give us some background on, I mean, you guys were players, so obviously, and then you listen to player feedback, obviously, so well.
Yeah, for sure. That's what we always want to do is make sure we're giving people what they want. I think we really focused in on this year. We did a lot more single entry, 3 max, all different price points, buy-ins.
Yep.
So yeah, we really tried to pump those out and try some new things.
I
The
love
single
it.
entries are some of my favorite. I love that. That just levels the playing field. I mean, because
Yep.
you have a lot of people who don't have a ton of capital to throw into best ball, but
Mhm.
that levels the playing field. You get one shot at it, and it's those have turned into some of my favorite contests. I absolutely love those.
Andrew, if you could ask Hope a couple more questions, I just need to run to the ladies' room really quick, and then we can jump in a draft. I'll be right back.
Yeah. So Hope, I wanted to know, obviously, I watched your guys' stream before you started working on Underdog. How often are you still drafting? Is it like daily or like, does it take a while to fill those contests that you guys do behind the scenes?
Yeah, it does. It does take a while, to be honest. Like, I do a lot more slow drafting. Like, probably 90% of my drafts are slow drafts, to be honest. So that's the major change is, we're just kind of sitting around in drafts and waiting for them to fill. Obviously, versus everything, we're lucky that it happens this way. But for the most part, snap fills, for the public. But no, yeah, a lot more waiting around for drafts to fill. I end up forgetting I'm in a fast draft all the time because it just randomly will fill because you've been sitting in it for 3 days. And so like that can happen. That's why I've really pivoted to just doing slows. But I think next year I'm going to try and do more fast because I do feel a little bit more like disconnected from ADP this year than I really thought I would. I don't know, as a grinder, like the last 2 years, you could have said any player in the player pool, I would have known the newest news about them, had to take, am I drafting them, am I not? Now I'm like, I almost feel like super, not unfamiliar, obviously, with ADP, but like not nearly to the level I was the last 2 years as a player, just because the drafts are just so infrequent and they're mostly just slows. So that's the biggest difference for me is just feeling like a little bit, I don't know, less, disconnected with just as far as like the players themselves, but
yeah,
not necessarily like the community or the contest, but just the player pool.
Yeah. So when you guys are creating contests, like what kind of goes into the thought process behind that? Is it, you're looking at, entry fee, max entries, rake, like, do you have like a think board where you're putting stuff up for like in the future? Like, how does all that work?
Yeah, I guess I would kind of say like I have a master, like pretty much Excel sheet that I have every contest we've ever done. And well, that we did this year because we redid some of the ones from the past few years. And then I've got every, like, the name of all of them with the price point and the prize pool. And then I kind of just, like, went down kind of at the start of the year, started with $3 and went and tried to have something, like, every so often to, like, make sure we were hitting different price points for people. Kind of started there. Obviously, you have your auto ones you'll plug in, like a puppy or stuff. And then, but yeah, I don't know. I kind of just wanted to make sure we had stuff for everyone to start the year.
Yeah. And I know Meg had, hit on this a little bit, but you guys really listen to the community. Obviously you and Numi are heavily involved on Twitter and the community. And it's funny, sometimes you put some stuff out and people like have some, negative connotations or it takes them a little bit to get there. But, you guys are fully on board with, you fully pulled a contest back once and just, kind of just redid it how everyone kind of wanted it. So it,
yeah,
it's funny, people always compare, Underdog with DraftKings and stuff like that. Like DraftKings would never, right? Like that's one of those things you could put on a t-shirt. They would never, they
would
just
never
don't care like that. That's the nice thing about you guys is that you do listen, to the best ball community. And, so I definitely appreciate what you guys do. I did want to also ask, obviously last night I stayed up way too long doing Badge Bros Brawl. How did that was that a your idea or was that a Badge Bros?
I'd say we've talked about doing less than 12-person drafts. With the Badge Bros, I don't know. We've kind of all thought like that'd be really fun, but I think they're the ones who kind of really like no, like if we're gonna do our tournament this year, like we really like let's explore it and see if it'll work. And then we had to make sure with our engineering team that it wasn't gonna affect 12-person ADP because that obviously would have been a disaster. So
yeah.
we had to make sure all that was good to go. But I think it's an idea we definitely wanted to do, but they definitely kind of hammered it home that like, no, like let's really figure this out and make sure that it'll work. And So yeah.
Do you think that you could turn this one into a much larger scaled contest? Because like I would love something
No,
like
it
this
was so-
with
it's
a
so
ton
fun.
more people.
Yeah.
Like it is a lot of fun. I mean, it's different, which is I think what the fun part is that you can create these super teams, and I bet you
Yeah,
no teams
exactly.
are ever going to be the exact same because you can scroll the F down and pick
Right.
whoever you want. So it's a really fun contest. But do you think that this could be like bigger scaled?
Yeah, I definitely do. That's one thing I was actually thinking about this last night is like, is it so much fun because like people are like 12-person drafts have just been happening for months and like it's just, you know,
A nice change up.
something, change up. And I don't think it's that. Like, I definitely think it's something we could at least have 2, 3, 4 of like throughout the
Mhm.
year. I don't, maybe we open with one next year. We'll see. But yeah, I mean, it's honestly, it's like from just a business side, it's great for us because yeah, you're right. Like every team you draft feels like a super team. Like you feel like you crushed it. So like that's good for us because people keep coming back because they had so much fun doing it.
Yeah.
And they take a shorter amount of time. Like so, I think it'll definitely be a bigger part of what we do next year. Maybe 8-person, 10-person, anything to like mix it up from the 12s, which can get old. But
Yeah.
yeah, I definitely think there'll be definitely more than just one next year for sure.
Yeah, I mean it's fun like going into a room and just knowing that like if you want to just hammer QB real early, completely fine. If you want to build out a
Sure.
massive wide receiver room, completely fine. Like there's so many ways to go about it. I was talking to a buddy who will be on later with us, and I was just he's like, "What kind of strategy should we deploy?" I'm like, "Dude, it's the wild wild west right now. Like whatever you want, you can do literally anything in that
I know.
contest and make it feel right." So that that's probably like one of my favorite things about it is that there's no strategy. Just do whatever, build a super team and move on.
Yeah, exactly. And like just hammering receiver can get old on 12-person. And like this format, you feel like you could wait on receiver and not be dead. So like, yeah, I haven't honestly not drafted one myself. We do not have an employee version of this right now.
Okay, I was going to ask that. Yeah,
I'd love to draft it, but we have some other ones. I was talking with Andrew Meg before you got back about my drafting, and just our contest fill just a lot slower. And we have a couple that we honestly internally need to fill, so I don't even know if we'll release one of these. But yeah, no, it's great. It seems great.
Do the company contests still satisfy that draft need, or I think you tweeted something this week about, I think it was the Badge Bros contest that you're like, oh, I still miss this though.
Yeah, it's definitely, I was saying it's not the same. Like doing 90% slow drafts is definitely different. I have fun like with the battle royales each week. Like we have our own of those.
Oh, nice.
And those are all hand drafted, so those are fun.
Right.
But yeah.
I can't tell a lie when I went to the bathroom and then I just went through 8 slows and caught up anything that was under 2 hours. I was like, because I get a break and like it's not going to be for like another 3 hours. So I was like, we've got a situation here. There were like 8 drafts that I was under 2 hours, and I was like, But did you guys want to jump into a draft? And I mean, I know, Hope, can you just kind of talk through who players you like, even though you can't be part of the draft, you can talk through players you like, right?
Oh yeah. No,
okay. Awesome.
Meg, whenever you are ready, count her down.
Yes, I am going to do that right now. And I am pulling it up on my phone. So we're counting down, getting into another BBM5 if you want to join
Almost
us.
82% filled in BBM.
Yes,
we are in the end of times for the contest right now.
Exactly.
Kind of crazy.
So 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, enter. If you want to join us, there are 6 to start.
5 more. Let's go.
Pull it up. Let's see. Clear it out.
Don't mind me. I did just get.
Yeah, see, I got down. Oh, there's another 2-hour one. Okay. All right, there we go. So we have 4 left here to start. So Hope, what is your favorite position in the draft streets at Underdog? Like which pick number outside of like 1 or 2, obviously, do you like getting that middle, trying to target like a Bijan or one of the following receivers, or what's your favorite pick spot?
I mean, the top to the middle. Yeah, I mean, the top to middle. I do take a lot of Bijan and Brees.
Me too.
So that's like a fun spot to be.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, if I can get CMC, I do. But yeah, the back half is where you don't want to be. It feels like, it's just really the worst this year.
Who do I have to talk to at Underdog to find out? Is this really randomized? Because I guarantee you, I got like 80% 9 to 12 in BBM. I'm like, I don't know what to do. Help me.
Well, Andrew, you're at the 3 spot here. This is
Oh my
exciting.
God.
This
Oh
is
my
like
God.
a first for Andrew. Every stream draft, he's 9 through 12. It's amazing.
Oh, I don't even know what to do with myself. Who do
I
I
was gonna
pick?
say, what are you gonna do with yourself, Andrew?
I mean, I guess just take whoever's of the top 3 because my exposure to them is not very good. So this is thank you, Hope. Thank you for being here and witnessing this.
Yeah, I got you. I got you that plug in. I just
You got
touched my
that?
computer over here, and
And it looks like we have Star Kindler in chat at 4, right after Andrew at 3. And I know I recognize Mazone 11. I'm not sure if he's in chat. If so, let us know. The draft is starting. So sorry for the delay for me to catch up on slow drafts. I appreciate everybody's patience. And off we go again for our 3rd draft of the night.
I'm so excited to draft them 3. You have no idea. I'm just
and CD Lamb is falling to here too. Is that what you're gonna do?
Yeah, I guess so. Might as well.
And then we have Star Kindler up, and then so yeah, Hope, I'm with you when I'm at this 6th spot. Sometimes if I'll take a falling receiver, but I just absolutely love getting Bijan Brees. I think 12-13% Bijan Brees goes to Star Kindler at 4. I like it. We just in the last draft with Tyler, we took Brees at 4, so don't mind that.
Hope, do you have anybody like when you are drafting, you're like, I definitely want this person? Like, do you got any like favorite players to draft?
this year, I'm sorry, I'm scrolling back through. I'm actually gonna pull my exposures up.
Yeah, let's hear it. Let's hear the exposures. Let's hear it.
Let's see. Okay, my most exposed player is Hunter Henry.
Okay, I like
there you
that.
go.
I like that.
So I'm usually taking late tight end, so it's not surprising. Like Hunter Henry, Tyler Conklin, or
Oh my gosh, that's fine. And Hunter Henry, Tyler Conklin.
they're up at the top of my exposures. Taking a lot of Deontay Johnson too.
Yeah.
Kind of in the middle rounds. I think he's just gonna get a lot of targets in Carolina. I know the offense is questionable with Bryce in year 2, with Canales coming in, but I'm clicking him a lot in the middle rounds. He's up here as my 2nd highest exposed receiver.
Who's your 2nd highest exposed receiver?
It is Deontay Johnson.
It's Deontay Johnson. Okay, gotcha. Expose yourself segment. Yeah. I mean, I have best ball overlay, so as you can see in live drafts, my exposures. No shame.
Nice. I already got a lot of Hunter Henry love. That's good.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Let me see where I'm at. Hunter Henry.
Down hunting. I mean, we love it. He's a touchdown guy.
Yeah, he seems
absolutely.
like a safe one.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, rookie quarterback, right? I mean, they
Yeah.
tend to lean on their tight ends too. So yeah, I love Hunter.
Yeah, I'm at 19.7%. So 24% Conklin, 19.7 on Hunter Henry. So I'm right there with you. Hope, I'm not sure if you're able to tease this. Is the focus the next week and a half going to be just really filling the big flagships, or will there be any other single entry 3 max coming our way?
We'll see. I mean, I
Okay.
definitely think I don't think we're done offering contests. I can't really say like.
No, I didn't
It is
figure you could
fluid.
say what or when, but I didn't know if there was any hint that if there was any other still some single entry 3 max by any of those kind. So TBD.
It's possible. It's
It's
possible.
possible.
Yeah, I would say we'll definitely release a few more before the start.
Love it.
I mean, I also love the other contests you guys have brought out, like marathons, sprints, like that's really
Yeah.
fun. It
Yeah.
sucks that like the sprint is just way behind. Like, what do you guys do in this scenario? Anything, or is it just kind of is what it is and hope that it kind of fills up here a little bit?
Yeah, I mean, it kind of is what it is at this point, to be honest. Yeah, I mean, obviously, we probably would change that up. We will change that up next year.
Yeah.
But we went for it with a higher dollar buy-in. So, but I think that's a format that's actually got so much potential and
Yeah.
strategy that people haven't considered because of the price point. I
Yeah.
totally understand it. And I'm excited for like what we're gonna do with that next year. But yeah, I mean, at this point, that's kind of those levers. It's like BBM filling so fast is actually positive, because then, I think in the years past they tried to like put things out so BBM would be open on that final day,
Mhm.
for more of a marketing. But like, it's not going to be possible this year. Like, we're calculating fill rates. Like, it's going to fill days, if not a week early from the start of the season. And so, yeah, I mean, it'll be good to highlight that the marathon and the sprint will then have, be kind of the main contest in the lobby. So we'll see where they get to. But yeah, I still think we could offer other stuff too.
Absolutely. Good.
And just kind of let those live where they live.
Good
Yeah.
to see Hodge in here. Ryan Hodge says kudos to y'all launching BBB. Hope so much fun and love to see them getting the love. Yeah, we just talked about how much we
Appreciate
love
it,
that contest, and we have Nez coming up after this, so that's kind of a fun little segue. And then James says I would be hammering sprints if it was marathon price. So yeah, I love both the sprint and marathon.
Yeah, like low key, the sprint is like my favorite format we have. Like it's just, with the price point, I get it. But yeah, it's my favorite. I think it hits on a lot of notes. You hear from people who don't like the pod luck, and then you make the playoffs. You've got all 3 weeks to kind of, ride that variance. If you miss out on the 50-point week 15 game. So like, I think the future we're definitely not giving up on the idea of it.
Yeah.
I honestly think like next year when we have multiple that more people can play, it's gonna be like a big thing too. Like I think the excitement will kind of be there, like the Badge Bros. Once more people realize like what it is. I think it's cool.
Definitely.
And what's the obviously BBM is the staple, right? What's the plan for it in the future? Are we sticking with the same kind of prize structuring as this year? I know when you guys launched it, people were like, so no more regular season stuff. Is there going to be like a good middle mix, or like what's your envision for it?
I think that we'll see. Like we haven't really started thinking about next year. I less so think about like the structure, like with regular season or not, versus just the size of it. Like, because obviously this one's filling early, but at the same time, like, if we go to $20 million BBM, then like it's gonna probably go back to at least one of 16, if not one of 18, or we just have like a 2,000 person final size. So like, there's all those levers you got to pull. It's like, do you want a 2,000-3,000 person final? Or do you want easy advance? Do you want hard advance with like a 500-600 person final? Like,
I think this is perfect.
With the contest that big, like that's kind of the levers you have to pull. So
right, yeah, no, that makes sense. Let's see. So I'm coming up here. So I currently have Lamb, Ayuk, and Smith. Man, these middle rounds here of the quarterbacks, it's so hard for me to click because like you can get quarterback value later. Any thought on that? Hope like these middle quarterbacks, the top tier guys. I know obviously watching your streams before, I think that you find the value in waiting a little bit unless it's stacked. But do you feel like the same about like these guys here?
I feel better this year because they're all cheaper. So I am taking some of the elites for sure. Yeah, I definitely feel better about this year. Weren't they all like second, third round picks last year? I feel like if my memory serves, and like this year you're getting them like third, fourth, fifth. Like, I'm definitely taking more elite QB this year than I did last year.
Yeah, we're getting like a 2-round discount on the elites this year, so that's huge. So I'm coming up in a minute. Andrew, could you read this question while I'm queuing up here?
Hope is releasing multiple of the same contests, like 7 versions of the flock, etc., versus just making them bigger with larger payouts and only doing, say, 3 of them strategic.
Yeah, so that one specifically, the reason we've done so many of those. So,
what is the flock community?
So, Fantasy Flock, he's a huge fantasy football creator on YouTube. He's one of our OG partners. He's honestly one of our best partners we have. And his community kind of like, they discussed it and they wanted that exact format. And so that's why it ended up being that size, because it was the only way to kind of create the contest that they wanted. And then now we release it twice a week when he starts his stream. So he can stream the drafts. Since they're so small, they fill so quickly. That's kind of the release pattern with that contest. I do think potentially next year, if we want to do something with him again, we might push or ask and see if he wants to do a bigger contest where we're not having to release all these, because then we do have to advance all of them. Every tournament is like manual.
Right.
Well, not manually advanced, but I don't know. Like there's a button we have to click for each one to like make sure it advances, and so we'll have to do that for all like 70 contests we've released, which is great. We love that we're releasing more contests. And but no. But yeah, that's kind of the reason you see so many of those.
Yeah, I saw him on, he was just recently on Underdog Network with Josh and Hayden in his top 5 picks. I always watch Underdog Network, love Josh and Hayden shows. And I love their 5 Guys You Can't Stop Drafting series with content creators. And I just saw him there. And so I've subscribed to his channel. But yeah, no, that's a good question by Hodge. In the chat. And I apologize. My dog has this like chronic stomach thing where he like coughs and stuff. It happened last Friday on stream, and he's running it back. He likes to time it out for my live stream. So I'll try to mute it, but I'm going to be on the clock in a minute. Let's see if I get a worthy fall here. I've got a Mahomes, Bijan, Pacheco, Nico Collins. If I could get a worthy fall, that would be amazing. Yeah.
Oh, there you go.
Hell of a cheap stack going here. So what do you got? What do you got going, Andrew? Oh, you got a Lamar Andrews stack. Yeah.
And John Boy Beats, when we had him on, or when you had him on, he made the point of like taking Andrews first because people tend to let Jackson there. So I took the chance of taking Jackson just because I figured, you know what, I'd rather have Jackson by himself, naked if need be, than Andrews. So I went that route, but worked out. Hope, how closely do you work with like everyone else within Underdog? Is it just kind of you and Numi in your own little pod, or do you like work closely with marketing and with everybody else?
Let's see. So it just depends. So yeah, I mean, a lot of it is just me and Numi doing things on a day-to-day basis. But no, I mean, when we have questions, like we have manager and things like that, and we talk to Rudman, like. Yeah, I mean, we talked to a lot of people. I would say the day-to-day stuff is mainly just me and him, like the posting of the dailies, like the PGA and the NHL and NBA, like that kind of stuff is just but no, since then, like we after we started, we kind of have been moved around to like a new department. So like sounds weird, like, but now we're like officially with like a bunch of the prod ops people who do some of the pick'em stuff, and so that's kind of cool that we get to work closer with them on a day-to-day basis. But yeah, no, I mean, a lot of it is just me and Umia.
Okay.
To be honest.
Yeah. Interesting.
Well, you guys are absolutely killing it again, like we said, and thank you, Star Kindler. I was happy with that start as well. And yeah, they are. You're right, Hodge. It's harder to get these days, and I need more of it. So I was excited to. I talked about a show recently. Like, I don't mind just because I have the running back. I just like stacking a good team at all positions if possible. So, got Updog in chat. Good to see him.
What's Updog?
Yep.
He's big. He's big on all the sites, but yeah. But he says hello to Hope as well. Everybody's saying their hello to Hope. Okay, so I'll be up in 2 here.
So Hope, I asked you if there's anybody that you like to take in drafts. Is there anybody that you're like absolutely out on when you're in these drafts? You're like not at all. I'm not taking them. Period. Besides Adam Thielen.
Besides Adam Thielen, yeah, I'm not taking much Adam Thielen because I'm taking so much Deontay.
That's right, suck it, Bruni.
Let's see. Who am I not getting to like at all? Sorry, yeah, I was telling you like earlier with doing just the slows. Sometimes I feel like I'm just clicking and not even thinking a lot of the time. I'm
gonna go Deontay here.
Let's go. I like
there
that.
There we go.
So let me go. I mean, Kelsey. I'm not doing Kelsey a lot.
Yep.
That's kind of like a major name that I am.
It's so expensive for the potential of easing him a little bit in the offense. I mean, they talk about pulling him back a little bit. So
yeah, they did, and like they have all these new receivers. So and like we saw last year, he can still be effective in the playoffs if he gets there. He's getting older, so yeah, Kelsey. I'm definitely not clicking much because I'm so scared to like if I don't get him without Mahomes. I mean, I know it's okay, like. Obviously, if he has a great year, he has a great year regardless. But yeah, I'd say kind of Kelsey's like the big name. I would say I'm not clicking much of it all.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. I think I have like 3% Kelsey right now, and that could really come back to kill me. But he's just where he's going. I mean, some of these younger guys, Kincaid and McBride, like they feel like they just have a
Yes,
potentially
Kincaid's the
higher
opposite.
ceiling.
I love
Yeah.
Kincaid.
Yep, me too. 100%.
Yeah, I think he's gonna be by far the number 1 pass catcher.
Yeah, I think he's going to be the young Kelsey for Josh Allen. The top target in that offense. Since
I
they
mean, it's
lack,
wide
like, an
open there.
alpha
I mean,
receiver.
no alpha receiver now, wide open for him. Big target. I mean, obviously, I think we all know Josh Allen's going to run the ball when he needs to, especially when they're around the goal line. But yeah, love Kincaid. He's one of my top exposed tight ends behind Ferguson.
Like it.
All right, so what are you working on here, Andrew, coming up at the turn?
Yeah, so I took Montgomery to do the week 17 bring back with Ayuk. Obviously I have CD and Smith bringbacks there. Considering a wide receiver here, I don't want to say which one I like because I'm not sure. I don't think these guys are in the chat with us, but never mind. He just went. That's who I wanted, JSN. Might roll out Coleman or McConkey here. I could take Williams if I want to take another Detroit guy with Montgomery, so I could do that too. I wish I would have took a Houston receiver somewhere because this CJ Stroud would have been nice to pair in there with Jackson and Andrews, but it makes no sense to take him now. So that would take me Jackson and Golf if I take that. That doesn't feel too bad, but you know what? I'm gonna take I'll take a McConkey.
Got some lad.
Any receiver or any rookies that come in? Hope that you were like, that guy seems like somebody I want to go try to get
this year. So always confused. Trying to remember. Looking at my exposures again. I mean, Corum with the Rams, I'm still taking. Like, we've seen what McVay will do with a running back and how quickly that he'll move on. I mean, I know Kyron Williams had an excellent year last year, but especially too just the handcuff value of Blake Corum, someone I'm taking a decent amount of. I was doing a lot of Trey Benson early in the season, but I feel like the news has kind of cooled on him. And like James Conner is like that cockroach you can't kill. Like he just every year just does.
Shout out Davis.
Yeah. And like, so I'm kind of cooled off on him, but I took so much of him early. So hopefully which I was at a worse price, I think, earlier in the year. So we'll see. But yeah, definitely just more so the running backs. I mean, Marvin Harrison, I believe fully into. Like, I think he's in my top 5 wide receiver exposures. I was taking him a little bit
at the end of the first round.
Do what?
I said you're also drafting at the end of first round then?
Yeah. In the first round. I have a lot of him from early when you can get him kind of at the 2 turn, but
yeah.
Yeah.
What do you think about Neighbors? He's like the talk of the town, right? I mean, everyone thinks he's going to get 1 billion targets and that they're going to be decent, but Dan Jones kind of sucks. So where are you at with Neighbors?
That's the one that's the toughest for me because I don't think the Giants are going to be very good at all. I think they'll be picking in the top 3 of the draft. I don't believe in Daniel Jones. So don't really want his number 1 receiver, but obviously Neighbors seems like he's going to be amazing. It's tough. I mean, he for me would just give me 8%. I don't know. So I have some in case he's the guy you need in week 17, but I don't want to have a crazy amount. And that could come back to bite me. I know we've seen elite receivers still have really good seasons in bad offenses. It can definitely happen. So
yeah,
it's tough. I kind of just take my 8%. I'll be at the field and then I'll let it go from there.
Yeah,
I've been out on him for that reason, and now he's climbing up into. And again, sorry for the dog coughing. Now he's climbed up into mid-high second round, and that's just feels way too. Now he's getting close to Marvin Harrison, quite honestly, and Harrison just has a much better offense and quarterback. So it's just been for that reason, I'm out. Kind of
So, I mean, speaking of rookies and wide receivers that are on a potentially bad offense, but I still feel like have some value. What about your Pats? How do you feel about May, Polk, Baker? I mean, all those guys.
So feel good that Polk's gonna play a lot. I feel way worse about Baker after the last week of practice and like the reports I've been hearing. Like, I don't know. Obviously he had the huge drop in the preseason game, which has been the story on him. Is he's super inconsistent, but obviously he was open 50 yards down the field, which is like what you want to see. But I don't know. A lot of the reports on Baker are not great. This last week, body language stuff, like. There's a lot of that stuff there with him, but he's super talented. Like, I honestly think he might be more purely talented than Polk. But Polk is, like, more mature guy who's going to play. And it seems like so I think he's going to have a good season. Drake May, when he gets in, I mean, he showed the scoring on a read option in the preseason game. Like, he's going to add some stuff with his legs. It's just –
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, I'm expecting the team to, have a top 3 pick in the draft, maybe the number 1 pick again. So I do not believe in us at all. The offensive line.
Do you hope they give May like I mean, for basketball players that would suck, but as a fan, do you hope they give him almost like a redshirt or partly redshirt year?
Yeah, I definitely don't want him to play the first month. I think we played the Niners, the Bengals, the Jets, all in like the first 4 games, and then I don't remember who the 4th game is. I mean, just brutal defenses right out of the gate. I don't want him to play the first 4 weeks.
I was thinking that, like, when but they have a late bye, right?
They do have a late bye.
Yeah. Okay.
And then I think maybe like week 7 we go play Germany. I don't remember.
So it's almost like a partial little mini bye that
then maybe like the week after that, like not as a home game, maybe like week 8, week 9, sometime around there. Maybe that's the time I would like to see him come in because I do want to see him. But yeah, no, I'm just nervous. Like, I'm not expecting the team to be very good at all, and the line especially.
Right.
Really, just the tackles, the interior's fine, but
that's what's so hard for a lot of these quarterbacks. Bryce Young last year, that they come into these crappy situations and they're not set up to succeed, and you do like to see them get a little bit of time.
But I do for his fantasy outlook though. Like, I do think he's gonna run.
Yes.
He's gonna have those like 30 to 50 rushing. Not every game, but he'll have those games where he gets the extra 3 to 5 points on the ground, and then maybe he scores, and then that's how he has those 30-point games. Again, I'm not expecting that, like, maybe not even this year, but I do think at some point he's going to be a really good fantasy quarterback. I just don't know if it's this year, but it could be late in the year.
I think it's a shot, especially for late in the year, like you said, and I think that's what a lot of us in the basketball streets are hoping. Yeah, because like you said, we saw it with I mean, quite honestly, Andrew and I are both Washington fans. I'm not going to speak for Andrew. He can say his thoughts of how he's handled. I really wanted Drake May over Jaden Daniels. That 1-year wonder thing kind of scares me a little bit. So I don't know. I hope it all works out. But I was a team Drake May, and just hope it works out for the best for both of us. But yeah, where were you, Andrew? I forget.
Yeah, I messaged Hope like on draft night, and I was like, well, congrats on May. I'm like, I wanted May too, but my concern is I've seen RG3. I don't want to see RG4. He needs to just get down, like get your yardage, get the hell down, because you're a lot littler than some of these linebackers.
Yeah,
you're gonna get killed. Please, but you need to learn that, right? And I mean, and we saw it in, I don't know if it was the first or second preseason game. He didn't slide and he took a little bit of a hit. He immediately looked over at Dan Quinn. Dan Quinn's like, brother, like, come on, man.
Did you hear they wanted to send him to like nationals practice and be like, just learn how to slide, bud? So.
Yeah, like, I mean, and that's the thing, right? If he's pretty accurate down the field, which is, we haven't had that in quite some time,
right?
So it's nice that he has some attributes in as a quarterback that us as Washington fans haven't seen in a while. I just worry that he's going to get killed out there, and then we're going to be playing the carousel of he's injured, he's out for 4 weeks, we put in the backup,
he's back, he's injured, he's in.
Yeah. So that's my concern. But I mean, I wanted Drake May as well. I just think that he's a little bit more pro ready. It seemed like he still has the ability to run. We saw him, just score a preseason touchdown with his legs. So I like Drake May. I have hope for that. And I drafted a boatload of Polk before in the big board, before we really knew, what was happening here. And in the rookie and sophomores, drafted a ton of Polk. So I'm really hoping that he and May can work out something here, especially at the end of the year when all the money's being made. But I'll tell you what, I watched the highlight of Polk make those dudes miss And that was exciting to see as a guy who likes Polk a whole lot. So we'll see. But I agree with you. I think that both him and Baker have a lot of upside, and I think that they can play well together. But yeah, Baker needs to catch the ball.
How much Polk do you have, Andrew?
Oh, Lord Jesus. Hold on. Let me.
Polk was the one that I barely got for Tyler in the last draft. And Star Kindler, did I snipe dubs from you? Said Meg Brutal. Did I do a snipe there with my dubs? Because you said that right after the dubs. So I'm not sure if that was the reason. Let me see here.
Well, the good thing for the Polk is he's gonna be out there, so that's at least
right.
Start. I think he's gonna start and play a lot, and I do think he'll have a lot of catches. I'm not sure like explosiveness wise, but I could see a lot of like 6'4", 70 in his future, and you hope he gets a touchdown kind of days.
Right. Yeah.
I took in the big board and little board 2 together. I have 30% Jalen Polk. So
I know Leone talks a lot about like not drafting zeros, and I definitely don't think you drafted a 0 with that at all. So that's good.
Yeah, I'm hoping not, but yeah, I mean, because Herzig, I put something out way back when about like liking Polk, and he's like, "All right, sell me on Polk." He's like, "I'm not sold." So I, just told him what I thought about him, and then we revisited it about a month ago, and I was like, "You feel a little better about him?" Like, I do. I was like, "All right, well, you should have got him back then." But yeah, I mean, Polk's. I like his playability. I like his after the catch ability. I like that he goes up and gets the ball. So yeah, we'll see, but hopefully May and them I think he is going to be a little bit better with May. So it might take a little bit for him to actually be serviceable, but we'll see. I'm hoping Drake, I hope May gets in there a little quicker than week 7, but we'll see. I understand where you're coming from.
He's been brutal apparently in practice recently, so
we'll see. Really? He's been having some rough practices. I missed that. Okay.
Yeah, he has. And the preseason game was bad, and then the practices. It feels like May's like better and ready. It's just, is he like really like ready to play? But like seems like he's been doing better in practice. But
like you
who
said,
knows? Most reports are usually positive.
Right. For him, it's like, I think the talent's there for May. It's like it would probably just be like a smoother start for him to wait a month or two, like you said.
Yeah, I don't want him to face the 49ers and the Jets in his first 4 weeks.
That's understandable. Yeah.
Updog says, Meg, are we still bullish on Sanders?
Yeah. And Updog, good to see you here in chat. I know you've been in some other chats with us. Sanders, you're talking about Jatavian Sanders. Yeah.
I was hoping he wasn't talking about Miles. Nobody should be talking about Miles Sanders.
I had to just look up to see if Miles Sanders.
I pumped
he's still there, right?
Yeah, he is still, I believe.
I think he's still there,
according to us, yes.
So I was fast and furious with Jatavian Sanders, May and June, early July. I pumped the brakes. They had some tight end injuries, and he got a little work. They'd be like nothing, like quiet, and then there'd be like 1 or 2 good practices or scrimmages or something like that. So I've definitely pumped the brakes, but if I'm desperate for like a late tight end, and now he'll be lower owned too in both Time Box and Best Ball Mania, so I'll still do it, but I do it less than I did earlier. But I'm still hoping it could work out. I mean, I don't think the competition ahead of him to be tight end 1 or get some targets in that offense is very stiff with Trumbull and the guys ahead of him. So still hopeful, but not as hopeful as I probably was earlier in the summer, to answer the question. How about you, Andrew?
Well, to say right on cue, Star Kindler takes Jalen Polk. I was really considering him there, but I went with the team stack. I mean, I'm still in on Sanders. I mean, nobody in front of him. There was a practice video of him scoring a touchdown. Just he looks so much bigger than some of the guys, and I'm like, all right, I like to see that, especially in a red zone where Bryce Young's little. He may need to throw the ball up a little bit higher than normal. So this guy's big. He can go up and get that. So yeah, I'm still in on Sanders. I'm not drafting him as much as I was from the get-go, but I will still take him when it makes sense. Especially like 3 QB or 3 tight end builds. I do like having the upside of a guy that's very large in a wide receiver room that is okay, and also they don't really have a dude that's like massive either. So yeah, I just like his attributes for what he could potentially be in the red zone.
Yeah, agreed. We had some hope from those, like you said, those scrimmages, and just like seeing the size of him too. Yeah. So definitely don't feel the Sam Laporta vibes that I did last year when I was taking Sam Laporta late in the early summer. And then I was like, oh, this was a slam dunk. So definitely don't feel that, but I definitely still feel like there's potential there. So, and yeah, now ETR does the projections, and I looked the other day and I forget what it is, but far from 100% now as far as,
So Hope, have you got to meet Bill Belichick yet?
No, definitely not. Be cool. Hopefully one day.
Yeah, that's a pretty cool get for you guys, as a associated partner, somebody that's going to be working closely with Underdog, doing a show. So it's pretty cool. I mean, as soon as I saw that, I immediately thought of you. I'm like, oh man, I was like, they need to get her in there.
Yeah, no, it's super sick. I've known about it for like a long time, so it was tough to hold it back. But yeah, no, it was really cool to see it finally announced, and I can't wait to actually watch the show. Yeah,
that's pretty cool. So speaking of things that I think I'm pretty sure I saw that you went to the Dog Bowl finals last year, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So any plans for the Dog Bowl? I did not get in it last year. I was still getting my feet wet with battle royales, making sure I understood, and then boinked $5,000 at the end of the year in battle royales, and I'm like, all right, I'm in it. Everything sold. So definitely we'll do some Dog Bowls. Same contest. Are you running it back the exact same way? Any thoughts on the Dog Bowl?
Yeah, I mean, we're gonna have it. That's all I'll say. I can't give away too much. Obviously, anything about location or anything like that, but
sure.
We'll have it.
Okay, so you're saying that there's potential that it could not be in Miami. It could be somewhere else.
Yeah, there's potential. It could be. Who knows? Yeah, I can't say too much about the Dog Bowl. I'll just say an announcement is it's coming pretty soon. So
nice. Oh, that's so exciting. I just saw yesterday you guys it put when battle royales, and it said 1 week, and I'm like, oh, I immediately sent it to our group chat. I was like, 1 week, baby, 1 week, and we're here.
Yeah, no, I can't wait. Honestly, like battle royales are so much fun to me. Like,
oh, absolutely.
I think the Badge Bros contest kind of hits on that of like why they're so fun.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, if anybody wants to win any money week one, all you gotta do is just pick Baker, Evans. I mean, they're gonna absolutely light up
Washington secondary, Emmanuel Forbes. I would go ahead and rank Baker and Evans high.
They'll probably be lower down too.
Yeah, exactly, and that's what makes it so fun.
Yeah, that'll be. I'll have a couple of battle royale Baker Evans teams. Baker Godwin, definitely. I mean. Yeah, Baker's what won me, money last year. It was
was it a Baker stack?
It was Baker, Evans, and Otten was the primary stack. Okay. So I'm rolling back week one, baby. Let's go.
Oh, absolutely against Washington, absolutely.
Yeah, I've seen enough of our practices to know that our secondary is just terrible.
So Jaden is smashed because the Bucs will be lighting up and we need to go full Justin Fields. Yeah.
I mean, that's not a bad way to go. I mean, honestly, yeah. I mean, and if you do want to take Jaden Daniels, honestly, you probably don't even need to stack him. I mean, with his rushing ability, you don't have to take Terry if you don't want. You just take him.
A lot of Terry in best ball though.
Yeah. I mean,
especially now.
Yeah,
those bags look good now.
Yeah.
Oh, speaking of the aforementioned wide receiver 2 for the Commanders, Jahan Dotson sitting here at 144. Wonder how low that goes.
Yeah, I know that's confusing. After I know like his rookie year was really inflated by just touchdowns, but
I was hopeful with that.
I thought he was going to be good though.
Yeah,
and maybe he will in Philly, but he just never. I don't know.
I agree. Cliff's going to feed Terry Ertz. Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I don't really understand the trade. I again, like Dotson is first round pick. I mean, watching him at Penn State, he has really good hands, and I just think he had a down year, and it is what it is. But it does kind of suck to. I don't know if you saw anybody post this on Twitter, but Ron Rivera's first round picks have just been
they're horrible. Awful. They're so bad. Yeah,
I have to see something like that.
That man killed us. God, Ron Rivera.
Awful. Do you know did you see the video of him wanting to trade up for Emmanuel Forbes?
Oh my God. No, that makes it even worse.
There's a video.
We could have had Christian Gonzalez.
Yeah, that's exactly. I'm always with Steve. We work together on draft stuff. I'm always with Steve. And when we took Forbes and he was like, we didn't take Christian Gonzalez.
I said
It was
who,
terrible.
and then I had to go look it up. I'm like, oh my god. I'm like, oh, okay, cool. This guy returns.
Did you check out the weight then and say,
Yeah,
oh,
I saw this little dude essentially, and I was like, oh, but he returns a lot of interceptions for touchdowns. I'm like, okay, maybe right. No, nothing. Just gets burned year after. It just, God, so annoying. Also, he took Jahan Dotson over Joey Porter. We could have had Joey Porter as well.
Oh, that's true. I remember
Yep.
wanting Joey Porter too that year. Yep. Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, yep. It amazes me that these guys get paid a ton of money to make these dumb decisions. We're sitting here on our couches like, what are you doing? How was that the thought process? They liked Emmanuel Forbes because he was the only corner to send back the $100 bill that they put in the back of the playbook.
Oh, that's right. That's right. I forgot that
I was
story.
like, how does that make him better than other people? That just made him look at the last page. That makes no sense.
Christian Gonzalez is going to be like we're going to look back and that's brutal.
Yes,
absolutely. Tyler talked about the Justin Herbert stack where does Meg get their ideas. Yeah, absolutely love those Herbert stacks.
Yeah.
So I go 2 in a row with a Herbert stack because Tyler and I got a Herbert stack last draft. All right, so we're coming around the corner here.
Obviously you're good at kind of analyzing the way that drafts go and the way that teams should be built. But do you feel that this year it's different a little bit with tight ends? This has been a hot topic with at least, within the people I talk to about, do you want to wait and just take 3 late? Do you want to get 1 early, 1 late? Like where are you at with this? I like taking 2 of my top 12 ranked personally, and then kind of letting it go. And I don't feel like you need a 3rd at that point, but like, where are you at with all that?
I still have always liked elite tight end because I just feel like there's nothing that, like, if you need that 30 bomb from Kittle in week 17, like there's no replacing it. Like you can like even almost like a 35 at quarterback, like you can somewhat get a 27 from somebody else. Like tight end, if there's a 30 in week 17, like you're gonna need that. So like that kind of always pulls me back into taking elite tight end. But obviously they all have their merits. Like we've seen random years where it was the 3 late that went off or got you there. So, but I still just always like having at least 1 like tight end I feel good about versus just 3 complete punts. I kind of like what you're saying, like kind of getting 2 at the top and being done.
Yeah.
Or not even, you're not saying like 2 elite, but 2 of the top 12 and being done.
Yeah.
I actually like that a lot.
Yeah, it just feels like I love McBride, love Kincaid. Like I love to get those guys. And then, I also like Ferguson and Ingram. And like, I don't mind if some of those guys fall, I'll go bully tight end and just forget about it at that point. Because you're hitting the nail on the head with in week 17, you want a tight end that can get you a ton of points because that's going to separate you from the field potentially if there's not a lot, in the final. So just there's nobody, that's at the end that's like a Sam Laporta this year. I just don't feel like there's anybody to give us that this year. So I think people need to adjust the way they're drafting and take some high-end tight ends that can be difference makers for you. But it's funny, like as soon as you say it on Twitter or something like that, people are like, nah, it's 3 tight ends late always. And I'm like, well, sure, but those are only fill-ins. Like you're not going to get, like you're saying, like a 30 bomb from one of those guys. So
Hunter Henry and Tyler Conklin are going to give us our 30 bombs.
No, trust me, I do take a lot of those guys like as my 2nd tight end or even 3rd, but it could happen.
Yeah.
No, I definitely am doing more of the elite tight ends, early tight ends I did last year. But I am still mixing in some late rounds. Tyler and I just built one last draft that I ended up being happy with. What do you guys think of Jonnu? I think he could be like a late one. I think I've heard from content that I've watched that, he's not a good blocker, but when he's on the field, I just trust Mike McDaniel to use him the right way. How much Jonnu do you have hope in, Andrew?
I definitely have some. I don't know the exact number, but let me see.
Yeah, let me.
But yeah, I definitely am taking Jonnu. I agree with that sentiment that like, and also he's kind of one of those guys. If he's on the field, he will they'll use him.
Right.
And
I just trust Mike McDaniel.
Target him.
Yeah. If all else
I've only got 6%, but
that's exactly what I have as well. 6%.
Really? Okay.
I only have 6, but I do have like 40 slow drafts going on, so
I
might have more.
Yeah,
I could have more, but I like mixing him in, especially like I definitely take him when I take Tua because it's like kind of like why not versus the other late tight end options. So yeah, I mean, I've definitely taken a decent amount of them.
Well, and he's another one. Some rooms will let Tua fall like way past ADP,
Oh, yeah.
and that's if they let him fall too far. I'm like, no. I'm gonna go ahead and I'll just backstack him with Jono or one of the late receivers, or maybe I already have an H-An or something like that. All right. So.
I'll tell you what, man. People with these quarterbacks right now are just absurd. People are just taking quarterbacks way out of ADP, unstacked. It's just all the casual drafters have entered the group chat now, and it is quite annoying at some points.
All right, I'm gonna take a falling Geno. I have Lockett. So
Hope, did you get into the underdog golf balls?
No, I wish. I saw those on Twitter just like everyone else, and like immediately was like, how do I get some of these?
Yeah, you're like, I work for Underdog. I feel like that should be a goodie bag thing that they gave me. I mean, I hit up Gator too and was like, so how do I get some of this? And he's like, I'll see what I can do. And I'm like, all right, well.
Yeah. It's about the same answer I got, to be honest. So if you find out how to get them, let me know. Like I was like, yeah, I need some of those.
Yeah, those are sick. I would love to roll out in the 4-man scrambles. This because I do the Folds of Honor every September at one of our local courses, and I'd love to roll out with some underdog balls. People be like, "What's that?" I'm like, "You have no idea, brother. Let me show you."
Yeah. Oh yeah, those are cool.
Tell Gator that you got to get some polos too. I'd like to rock some polos out on the course there. Speaking of golf, how was it over on the island out there, the old course?
Well, I didn't play it, but it was cool being over there. I did play some other courses, but yeah, it was very cool. My first time ever going to Europe, so it was cool to go over to Scotland and got to play golf a couple of times. Got to go to the Open. So yeah, awesome. It was really cool.
Yeah, I was very jealous when I saw you were out there. That's on my golf bucket list, is just go see it and just kind of visit all the history out there. So that was
beautiful. Yeah,
I'd recommend too, if you can work your trip. Like, if you can play St. Andrews, of course, do that. But we couldn't. But we worked it out to where we were there on Sunday, and they legit shut the course down, and it's like a public park for the community. Like literally, we walked all 18 holes. There, people had their dogs. People have their dogs out there. They're throwing them like balls and stuff. And yeah, I mean, we walked all 18 holes on the fairways. Like everything is open. I mean, they have some of the greens roped off, but that's about it. And some of the bunkers roped off. But like, you could just walk right down the middle of the fairway of all 18 holes of St. Andrews for free. Like, it wasn't that busy too. Like, especially once you get past because it is a bit of a walk. But like once you do the first 4 holes, there's like nobody. Like you have the course to yourself to just walk around. So yeah, if you ever go work it out on a Sunday to just go walk the old course, unless you get the chance to play it, of course.
Yeah, I heard that for non-members and all that, like you got to be there like really early in the morning to try to get a tee time. Is that how that works?
Yeah, I think there's some sort of, so I think that you can enter like a lottery online than like the night before, or like however before, but you can also get there. Like I heard people like you get there at 2 a.m. and like you get in line and you just hope there's no shows or stuff. So yeah, there's a couple ways to do it, or like I know there's some really expensive packages you just pay and they have tee times reserved. But no, yeah, I think there's just some ways to get on there. If I go back, I might make it more of an emphasis to actually play there.
Yeah,
that's awesome. Updog said really quick, I've been hearing Hunter Henry banged up, has me worried. I just looked, and the report should be good for week 1, and I just drafted him again. Did you have any worry of him boots on it, or like being a fan of the Patriots?
I mean, he is someone who is often injured, I will say.
Yeah,
I have seen those same reports, and
which is why he fell to me about 15 spots past ADP. So why not get some more?
I have heard that he is a little bit banged up, and he has been injured in the past, but yeah, I do think it's not like serious at the moment, but you never know.
Yeah, and this will be a 3 tight end build for me too, so yeah, right now he's my second tight end. All right, we're coming just last couple picks to go here. Andrew, what do you got cooking up here, these last 2 picks?
Man, this draft has went awry on me. I'm trying to decide what to do here. I kind of want to take another quarterback, but do I just draft like I'm right? Like Jackson's fine, and I got Daniel Jones just to fill in for week 14 if he's still alive. man, I'm like,
That's
I'm
the scary
sweating
part
here.
is he's still alive.
Yeah. Oh my God, this sucks. You know what? Let's just take some Luke McCaffrey. I've taken like no Luke McCaffrey, so I'll just
stock's
go out in the
rising.
wild and yeah, might as well.
Let me see what I got.
Yeah, I've added some Diami Brown shares as well these
I
last
think that's
2
smart
days.
late. Yeah,
Yeah.
I think that's smart late. I mean, another one who's going to be next to not owned, you know.
Yeah. And he's the guy that Jaden Daniels is going to take the shot downfield to. That's not going to be McCaffrey. McCaffrey's going to be working across the middle. So it'll be Terry and Diami Brown. I did take
Besides of our contest, I might be the only share of Diami Brown.
That's true. Yeah. How big is do you have a staple contest that you guys do, like a BBM?
Yeah, we're actually on BBM number 2. We're gonna have to make it bigger next year.
Wow. How many entries do you guys put like per contest?
Well, in our main BBM, we got to do 67.
Okay.
It was like 2,000 something entries.
Okay.
So it was pretty sizable. I mean, all of our contests are $5 to enter. So, yeah, I mean, I have a decent portfolio of teams. I mean, we have, but yeah, 67 is what it was to max our BBM because it's about 2,000.
Oh, nice.
Interesting. That's pretty cool.
Is Hunter Henry playing Sunday in the preseason? I would doubt it, especially if he's banged up. So, but I just Googled it after Updog asked and says Mayo says Henry will be likely ready for week 1. So
Nice.
Fingers crossed. I just took Jamal Williams, a little scroll down with the negative Kendrick. Yeah, I just think, I
think I took him yesterday in a draft.
Yeah, and I've been talking about him. Did you take him much last year? Because he burnt the hell out of me last year. Did you take him much last year, Hope?
Last year, I don't think I took too much of him last year. I was in on the Kendra rookie stuff and then did that. So I don't know if I got too much Jamal.
I took way too much of him last year and it hurt. So I was like, well, I'm going to maybe take like 4% in the last round or two and have a low on Jamal Williams. Maybe he'll make it back for me this year. We'll see. All right, our last picks, Andrew.
Yep, so coming down the line here, I think I might go Darius Slayton if he's sitting there and just do the. I'm a big component on taking 2 guys from the same team late, as you're like, wide receiver 5, 6, 7, 8, somewhere in there, 2 of them, and just hoping that one of them pans out, especially because you're really just throwing darts at the end of the drafts here. I mean, I don't think there's a Puka Nacua this year. So I like doing that. There's a bunch of good ones. You can do it with New England. You can do it with the Giants. You can do it with the Broncos. I mean, there's a bunch of teams that you can do that with. So I'm a big component of that. I might try that here. Even though Jordan Whittington, somebody I want to ask Nez about in our next hour here, he had mentioned something about that. I don't think that we're going to see a Puka 2.0 from the exact same team. But he is interesting, at least. So he is sitting there as well. He's somebody I'm considering.
Tyler, look away. I just drafted someone so old. I drafted some Zach Ertz to run back Bijan Robinson week 17. Another scroll down option, probably going to be less than 15% owned, I think ETR is projecting. So yeah, went with my last pick, another hopefully sub 20% owned guy in Zach Ertz. I mean, I don't know if you follow the Washington beat reporters, Andrew, and just the Washington accounts, but it's constant, like Daniel Sturz. So, I mean, at least for the beginning of the season, he's not going to be a 0, but I mean, you got to hope for health towards the end of the season. So,
yeah,
I knew I'd get a reaction from Tyler. Jamal and Ertz, yikes. What if Jamal and Ertz is who you need?
Yeah, I don't have anybody to bring Whittington back with. It makes no sense. All right, yeah, I'm gonna stick to my guns. I'll take Darius Slayton.
All right, I like it. And we've got Nez waiting. Should we bring him on as we look at our teams?
Yeah, might as well.
All right. We were talking up the Badge Bros. We got the man himself. Nez, thank you so much for joining our 8-hour live stream. How are you doing tonight?
I am doing well. You guys are braver than me going 8 hours straight on the live stream, but I applaud you. You got some stellar guests lined up. I mean, Hope definitely makes the time go by faster. So you guys are doing it right.
Oh, well, thank you. Well, you're an absolute elite guest. Obviously, Hope is an elite guest.
Hopefully.
Everybody we've had on and are having on is amazing. So we're so excited that you're joining us. Any questions for Hope before she leaves?
No, just good to see you again, Hope.
Yeah.
Hopefully I can make another dog bowl. That would be a lot of fun, and get to say hi again. But,
I know
yeah.
it's like we live like 25 minutes from each other or something.
I know. It's so true. I'm like, because they talk about the Patriots. I'm like, oh wait, like Hope lives in Dallas, just like
I was
do,
gonna say
but
you guys are both in Texas, right?
we are.
Yeah.
Yeah, we are actually. We have to do another group hang, I think is the
We
the
need
solution.
to do that at some point. That'd be fun.
Mhm.
I
Which
love
I
it.
say 25 minutes here in Texas, like where we live, it could literally take me an hour to get toward where Nez is. I swear with the traffic out here, but
I know.
it's insane.
I just actually met with Dylan, and I didn't realize he lived in Maryland. And he said, you'd be surprised how many underdog Maryland people there are. And I said, okay, let's get an underdog Maryland meetup going then. Let's go. So let's get it. And Andrew, you're in driving distance in Maryland, so we need to.
Yeah,
work
good
on
old
that.
good old Pennsylvania, where there's no underdog pick'ems. That just kills me all the time. I see all these people
There's
posting
no underdog
their
pick'ems in
underdog
Maryland either,
pick'ems, and I'm
so.
like, oh man, kills me.
Right.
Well, Hope, we sincerely appreciate you coming on. It was fun to pick your brain. And again, we can't stop complimenting how well you and Numi are doing, and we're so grateful for everything you guys are doing. So.
Yeah.
Andrew,
appreciate
any
it.
final
It's
thoughts
a lot of
for
fun.
Hope?
Thanks for having me on.
Yeah, of course, Hope. I always get sad when I don't see the road to 150 on my active streams anymore. But
we miss it so much, to be honest.
yeah, I can imagine.
I bet.
Maybe
Well, we miss
maybe
it
it
too.
makes a return next year. We'll just have to have a guest on every single show.
Oh,
There
that'd
you
be
go.
awesome.
Oh,
Yeah.
let's do it.
Sign
Let's
us
do
up.
it.
Yeah.
All right. Let's do it.
All right. Thank you so
Awesome.
much,
Thanks,
Hope. We'll
Hope.
talk to you soon.
All right. See you guys.
See you, Hope.
All right. So Nez, of course, everybody knows where to follow Nez and the Badge Bros. And hopefully you're doing the Badge Bros Brawl, because
I am.
Andrew and I were talking about it. We absolutely love it. We're obsessed with it. It's so fun. We talked to Hope for a while about it. Do you want to talk about how it all came to be?
Yeah, so we had plans of doing a contest, and we had some things coming up. John was getting married. I was going to Maryland, actually, funny enough, to Ocean City.
Good old
to go
Ocean
with some-
City. I used to work in Ocean City in college.
Oh, really? Oh, it's the best. It's the
Yeah.
best. So we go with like my family every year. But we kind of then like had a meeting. We talked about different structures, and we really wanted to do something that was, because our real brand, like we do a ton of best ball, but the heart of our brand is battle royale. So doing the battle royale adjacent type of thing with the 6-person drafts, and having this type of final, getting 50K to first was like way more than like I was, expecting to be given as far as like a prize pool. So really happy with how it turned out. I will say I did not expect people to love it as much as they do. Like I expected it to be fun and new, but like really just like blown away with the reception that the tournament has gotten. So I just think that that's so cool. I love that everybody is like really enjoying it and having a good time. They're fast, and it's a new strategy. Like you do not draft these like you draft BBM. Like maybe that's obvious, maybe that's not, but like it's so different, and nobody can really agree on what the best tactic is. I'm just really happy with how.
Which
how
that's
it's
what
all
makes it
turning
so
out.
fun, right? And
Yeah.
and like you said, it leans in to your all's favorite thing, and what you're known for, the battle royales. And like Hope said, I think it's like giving us something different of what we've been doing all summer. So yeah. It's just an absolute blast. Go
I
ahead,
stayed
Andrew.
up way too late last night drafting the Badge Bros Brawl. I mean, so I was talking to a buddy who I work with that does underdog as well, and he was like, what kind of strategy should we deploy? I'm like, dude, there is no strategy. It's the wild, wild west. Whatever you want to do, right? So I had taken one where I took 2 wide receivers, and then round 3, round 4 took Hurts and Allen. Then didn't take another quarterback, and it felt fine because the rest of my team was still really good. Like I love that there's not really a strategy. It's a go grab your guys or build a super, a bully tight end or whatever you want. It is, dude, it was electric. I was running 3 at the same time. and I've never felt so alive.
It is hard. I will say it is a little difficult to multi-table with the 20-second clock.
Right.
Like
Right.
there's like 5 seconds to go from each one, so it is tough to multi-table. So it is taking me, ironically, 20-second clocks, but it does take me a little longer to draft because I can normally do like 3 at a time with 30 seconds. I think if I did have to offer strategy, it would be from like a portfolio standpoint where like just kind of tell yourself the different ways that you can attack this contest and do each of those once. Like I personally am of the belief that like going in on running backs early and then filling out your wide receivers later, because there's so many good ones, is like fine. Some people would prefer to have their stud wide receivers. That's fine. I like also doing bully tight end. I like bully QB. I'm doing a little bit of everything, just covering my bases, because I mean, like everybody's teams are stacked. It is impossible to do the wrong thing.
Yeah. Do you feel like you want to stack your quarterbacks, or do you feel like because of the value you can get on other guys that you don't really need to do that?
I think it's a fair question. I'm always stacking, especially because I like to do 3 QBs here, giving myself outset stacks rather than like getting an extra bench player when I'm drafting a bunch of studs anyways. I like having those outs at some unique stacks. I do think that even though we're dealing with 1 out of 6, 1 out of 5, 1 out of 5, and then like 130 or something, that like uniqueness can be overstated, but like when it's you're sacrificing almost nothing as far as your season projection goes, you might as well, so a lot of fun ways to attack it. I'm really, like I said, just really glad everybody else is enjoying it as much as we are.
Oh, they definitely are. So we had to like pump the tires, say how much we love it. Obviously, we love all your guys' content at the Badge Bros, but we absolutely love this contest.
Well, thank you.
And
I mean, it's at 55% filled right now. We were talking about like, how long it's going to last. And I'm like, if it lasts through the weekend, we'll be lucky.
Yeah.
I don't know if they'll do another one or not. I kind of like threw it out there, like maybe. Like, what do you think? But I don't know. There's nothing. I haven't heard anything. But
okay.
Like,
we were trying to pick Hope's brain. Is okay. What else might be coming here? And
there's still traps over there.
There's still traps.
They don't tell us anything. Like,
that's fair. That's fair. I thought maybe, it's worth a try. It's worth an ask.
I know. They're too good. I mean, when you got Rudman on the other like side of the screen there, it's pretty intimidating, right? You don't want to say the wrong thing.
Absolutely. Nez, before we get started, I just have to ask, I know you love Bijan in the first round. I know I've tweeted with you about that.
Yeah.
Any other players that are, and I love your big stand on Bijan as a first round pick, because not everybody's comfortable doing that, and I love it. Any other big stands besides Bijan this year?
Yeah, Debo's a big one.
I love that too. Yeah,
I was doing like, and I was the first, but like I was doing Debo when he was like in like the 2-3 turn. I'm like, I like Debo a lot. Like, why don't I just take him as soon as I see round 2 on my screen? So I have a lot of Bijan and Debo combinations, which at first I was like, do I need to mix it up? I was kind of worried about combinatorial stuff. And then I was like, you know what? Like, no, I love these two players.
Exactly.
I think that they are awesome. I'm just going to keep hammering it. And I'm glad I did, because now it's not a given that I can do Debo with Bijan, because Debo's getting pushed up with the Ayuk stuff. So I'm glad, like I'm running pretty hot, I will say, on like my early stands. And now I am like changing my player targets and stuff as we go along. But Bijan and Debo, like 100%. I think my latest big target, it's not an early target, is Khalil Herbert. I have so much Khalil Herbert right now. He's like my second highest drafted running back, but that was not the case like a week ago. Really
He's
made up
one
for that.
I want to get more of these last couple weeks.
I've been cramming my BBM fast. I've been making up ground in my slows, and just like making up for lost time with the Khalil Herbert stuff. So really into that. I think he has potential for a small standalone role, but still something that he can get some run. Swift just doesn't profile to me as like a bell cow. Just too cheap for somebody that I think has a decent amount of share in that backfield with the contingency upside is the play there.
Yeah. Andrew, any questions for Nez before we get jump into draft?
No, but I don't love hearing Nez loves Herbert because I like Roshan, so that makes me feel bad.
I was in on Roshan last year. I was in on the Bears last year. I thought the Bears were good, and I made a pretty strong bet on Justin Fields, on DJ Moore, and the entire backfield. I was like, I don't know who it's going to be, but I think this team is going to be good, and whoever the lead running back is, they'll be successful. So I had a lot of Deontay. had a lot of Herbert and a lot of Roshan, and like none of those guys hit. So didn't have like the best season last year. But I'm kind of out on Roshan. We can talk about that more. I am drinking a Modelo and a Miller Lite koozie.
Yeah.
So
Okay, we were celebrating the end of the season, so I'm drinking a little bubbles. Yeah, I got a little bubbles. So working on trying to pace myself. We said we're using underdog terms. It's a marathon, not a sprint. So
that's right.
Trying to pace myself. So Nez, do you mind drafting together and trying to get a Bijan Debo team together?
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay, let's do it. So Nez and I are going to be entering a draft here, and Andrew will try to get in it. And if you guys want to join us, I'm going to be entering on my phone, and then we'll pull it up over here. And I'm going to be entering in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, enter. And we are 6 more. So if you want to join us, you can. I will pull it over. We will see how many slows that I need to deal with. Are you dealing with many?
Oh man, I just snuck in. Shoo.
I try to time my slows so that way, like a lot of mine right now are like 16th round for the most part, so not too much longer. To deal with the slow draft palooza, I like to call it. It's not hell. I willingly registered for these slows, but I definitely tried to reg for as many as I can handle before the 4-hour hit. So I do have a good bit to clear out. I'm sitting at 15 right now, but they're all 2 hours or more. So I don't even have, it's not taking up any of my attention. I'm all here undivided.
Oh, well, I love that. Well,
look at us. 4
yes,
spot.
I'm just saying we're in a Bijan area, and I've done, this is our 4th draft here, Andrew. If we get Bijan here, I think it'll be 3 out of 4, and I don't care. I would love it. So that's
I will say I am like, I love Bijan. It's not a Bijan thing right now. I am like thinking about my lack of Brees exposure.
I've been doing that. I got 1 Brees with my Tyler, and we did Brees, and then my other 2 have been Bijan.
Yeah, so I'm trying to come to terms with that.
Where are you at?
I don't know. I don't know if it's I don't know if I want to be a coward. Like should I just like keep rolling? But also like, is it for the bit? Yeah, it's just something that I'm wrestling with myself with. But I do. But at the same time, despite Brees flipping Bijan, I still think Bijan is the better play. So
yeah,
agreed.
At the end of the day, I think I should just stick to my guns.
Okay. Well, I mean,
I'm talking out loud. Thank you for letting me flesh that out.
No, we let you talk it out loud. I mean, likely it'll be. Wait a second. Something just got interesting.
Okay.
So that changes things a bit. If you want to go Lamb or whoever they don't take, I'm obviously open to that. So whatever. The world's our oyster here. So it's Tyreek Hill or the 2 guys that we said we are, I have 12% Bijan, 7% Brees Hall.
Okay. I do take Tyreek over Bijan, but
yeah, then we'll do that.
Okay. I was going to say we don't have to do it for the bit. It's okay.
I was going to say we were prepared to do it for the bit. We're both really into Bijan. I mean, I'm only at 12%. I want more, but actually, that's probably not updated from today, so probably is a little bit.
Got to get that a refresh.
Yeah, I got to get the refresh. So maybe I'm at like 13 or 14%. But where are you on Bijan? I know the stand's big.
In BBM, I just hit 30.
Oh my god, I love it.
That was my target. I set like an exposure target of 30%. So that's like kind of my green light to maybe take a Brees share. But I do want to be at 30%.
I don't even have the option to grab Bijan because I'm stuck in the 9 to 12 zone all the time.
Oh,
I'm at 9 right now again. It's just underdog. Help me.
I can wait. Andrew, I did not realize you got the draft. Ironically, the draft when Hope's on, he gets 3.
Yeah,
and
Hope. I'm like,
draft,
thank you.
He gets 9.
I don't know. She must have flipped the switch somewhere. She was like,
she did. Yeah, she pressed buttons.
Back to 9. God. I mean, at least I got AJ. I'll take that there.
I love the 30% Bijan. I mean, you just know then you're making that big stand, but you're naturally getting like so many different combos with them, and I'm sure you're actively trying to get different combos with them too.
Yeah, I definitely am. For me, it's just like I think this dude can have the legendary seasons that we look for at running backs, and I don't think many other running backs are in situations to do that. It's hard to make a case for anyone behind Bijan or Brees to do that. My hot take is I think Josh Jacobs is definitely a candidate for that, but
I have 20-some% Josh Jacobs, so I love hearing that. Yeah.
I love Josh Jacobs. Haters be damned. I love Josh Jacobs. So but Brees obviously is in that same candidate as well. Like they catch a ton of passes. They're uber efficient. They're the goal line backs. That's what we want.
They're on good teams. They're on very good teams.
Exactly. Like, well, yeah. So allegedly, right? They both kind of have upgraded situations,
right?
So it is very interesting. And I will say, like, I think Jamar Chase's decreased efficiency year over year is definitely something. I don't think it's nothing. I think it's definitely something. And the Burrow risk thing for me was like just enough of a leeway I needed to be like, it's Bijan over Jamar Chase for me.
Yeah.
It's Bijan over Jefferson with the questionable QB play, even though I love both of those guys, obviously. I'm not saying they're bad clicks. It's just, it wasn't hard for me to make this decision. I take Bijan with a smile on my face. It's not, with gritted teeth or anything. I think
I'm almost bummed that the person, pivoted and went Amon-Ra, and then we didn't stick to the Bijan guns. But I mean, you got to take Tyreek at 4. That's too fun. So
you do.
You could double stack Waddle. Then of course there's I don't often honestly do that. Olave, Adams, Neighbors, Kyron. Thoughts on the top of the board here?
I like Kyron. I was
I do
sort
too.
of, I wish I was taking more Kyron at his lowest, but I was not, and I'm making up for that right now in a big way. You just can't draft scared, and you can't be scared of Kyron's upside. That's my buddy Jake. Hello.
Yeah, absolutely. And in this, I was looking where Debo went. Debo went right after the turn, to your point. So that now you really
he doesn't go to Bijan very much anymore.
No, because you would need Bijan to really fall. Yeah.
Yeah. And my other little hot take. I'm firing.
Love the hot takes. Fire away.
Tyreek Hill over CeeDee Lamb for me.
I don't based on what
they have the same target share. Tyreek actually has like more seasons of like out targeting CD, and I think Tyreek Hill's more efficient. Like if you need somebody to score a touchdown on like one play, do you want Tyreek Hill or CD Lamb on your team? I think Tyreek Hill has the better ceiling week to week, and at the end of the day, we're playing a Week 17 DFS slate for $1.5 million.
Yeah.
So, and I do have kind of question marks about the Cowboy offense too. Low key.
So we're on the clock. We've got the top of the board: Devontae Smith, Metcalf, Henry, and then you can scroll down: Pacheco, DJ Moore, Stephon Diggs, Tank Dell. What are your thoughts here?
Do you want to do the Nez special? It would be DJ Moore if you
I like the Nez special. Let's go for it.
Let's
got it up there in time. Let's go.
Yeah, big DJ Moore fan over here.
Okay, well, I need DJ Moore. I was saying, I think on our first hour, I need more Texans and Bears because I've kind of gotten, kind of paralyzed by the whole 3 receivers. And I usually just do get the alpha of Nico or DJ Moore, but I kind of need more of all of them.
They're fun teams, right?
They're fun teams.
It's just, sometimes it's just, maybe it's not that simple, but I think sometimes it is. It's like,
exactly.
This is going to be an explosive. These are 2 potentially explosive offenses, like loaded with talent. A lot has to go wrong for something for that to not pay off. Something unforeseen that you can't beat yourself up over if it happens.
Can you tell us a little bit more about the Nez special? Because I think I first heard about your love. I mean, definitely on Twitter about Bijan, but on a show with Pete and kind of breaking down your strategies. And that's when you talked about Bijan and Debo. At that time, it was a little more common or able to get a little bit easier. But tell me about this DJ Moore special. Is it trying to mix him in with anybody? Is it always trying to stack with Caleb? Is it just trying to get as much exposure as you possibly can to DJ Moore?
I think DJ Moore is just very good, and and I think we're underrating the upgrade he's getting at quarterback. I mean, sure, he's going to close to 2-3 turns, so maybe underrating is, I still think we're underrating it. I have no fear about, I think it's fair to question Caleb Williams as a rookie. What's he going to be like? I think he's pretty clearly like the real MFing deal. And DJ Moore has just never, other than last year, like I do think Justin Fields is an underrated passer. He had a great season last year. I think he can repeat that even with the target competition around him. I'm a big time Keenan Allen respecter. I really like Rome Odunze, but I think DJ Moore is better than those guys. He just got the bag as well. Not that that has, any bearing on projections, but he did just get a fat extension. I just think he profiles as the alpha in this offense. And I don't think it's a bad thing that the offense is really good around him. They're going to be generating, like having a good offense just means you get first downs more often. You're on the field more. You are running more plays, more routes than everybody else, if that is the case. And it sets up Caleb as well. So it's just somebody that I think is really hard to be a bad pick, but I'm also just kind of like plugging my ears to the Caleb Bear case, no pun intended.
Well, I like the pun. I'm trying to get more Caleb. I've always been kind of a rookie quarterback skeptic. Stroud made me pay for that last year, but yeah. So I'm trying to get more Caleb now and kind of catch up to that. So if you want to make this a Caleb stack, we can. We'll see how the room plays out. Who are some of your favorite quarterback stacks that you've like really are really hitting hard this year?
I do tend to mix up my quarterback drafting quite a bit. Like I am not an overexposed quarterback drafter, but I am definitely in on CJ Stroud. I love Nico, Tank, and or Diggs if I can get them all. I mean, I triple stack obviously maybe not the move there, but I'll double all day. I have no fear about CJ Stroud. I kind of let some noise get to me for a minute. I'm like, like I saw some projections, and you know what, you're right. Maybe I am like drafting at a ceiling, but like we're actually not. We're actually not drafting a ceiling because their ceiling is the best offense in the NFL. And if that was the case, he would be the QB1, and he's not. So I just have very high confidence in them. So definitely love getting CJ Stroud. And then I did a lot of Mahomes too, but now that meta is gone. It's too hard to stack Mahomes now.
So we lost Jacobs 2 ahead of us. I was going to say we could try to target Jacobs for a double anchor if you wanted. We got Zay Flowers, Amari Cooper, Trey McBride, George Pickens, Lamar, McLaurin, Andrews at the top of the board. What do you like in here?
This is an interesting one. I think Zay, Amari, or George Pickens. I also am cool with McBride. I like McBride. Who's your favorite here?
I would probably do McBride because I need more Kyler, or just more Cardinals. Honestly, as you can see, I'm about 5% McBride. Yeah. I know that puts us a little behind receiver, but I'm not a Zay girl. It's
That's
just fine. He's been a fade for me just because I'm a big anytime touchdown market. Love that. Yeah. And to me, I'm like, he's the fourth in the anytime touchdown market, and we're touchdown hunting, and so
no, that's a good way to think about these things. That's definitely an edge.
Well, thank you. Yeah, and that is something obviously I'm playing all underdog basically this year, and I just keep thinking touchdowns, and so I've kind of stayed off. Now, of course, if there's injuries to the other guys, he will go up, and I will pay. But so
no, I am with you there. I didn't like taking Zay without Lamar a lot. Right. Like that just doesn't feel good. But then I do it sometimes just because I'm like, what if Zay is just good enough that he's not just like a stack merchant? He actually has standalone value. Definitely in the range of outcomes that has me taking him more. But I'm with you. I'm light.
Okay, so Amari is still there, and then
I don't even love Amari Cooper.
I don't either.
This is a hell of a fall.
This is there's Amari Cooper, McLaurin, Kirk, Worthy. I actually like some of the other ones below him.
You want to do Worthy?
Yeah, I did it in a draft earlier, and I'm like, I need more Worthy. I have 7%, actually probably 8 now, but let's go.
Take the players you want to watch on Red Zone.
Let's exactly. That's a. Hey, we got some super speed, double speed with Tyreek Hill and Worthy too.
We literally have 2 Tyreek Hills on the team. Like, what can go?
Yeah, exactly. A double Tyreek Hill team. I like that. Andrew, what do you got going on your team?
So right now I took a Devon Achane because I have not taken him a ton. So I built up the exposure there with Isaiah Pacheco. Then I got AJ Brown and Michael Pittman. Don't love Michael Pittman, but again, a guy I don't have a lot of, and I do want to get a little bit of him. Plus, I think Anthony Richardson will stay here, and I have 3% Anthony Richardson. I've taken a big stand on not taking him, so I probably should take him a little bit.
So you're going to.
I've let the noise get to me on Michael Pittman. My toxic trait is I think that he's underrated, but but too much noise has gotten me into like a low percentage. There's just certain things that if he burns me, I will be mad at myself. There's no question. But like I am trying to like borrow ideas from other people more, and like there's very few people that I that I listen to that that are like telling everybody to draft Michael Pittman, but I think you would be wrong to have 0 Pittman AR shares because
Yeah.
like how can that just not like go nuclear?
Yeah,
this
and
season?
4th, 5th round, I like that, and I like you said, getting at least some exposure to that. I'm the same way. I don't have a lot of it, but I have some, and I want to have some.
And it sets up Josh Downs for you too, who like Josh Downs before the injury was like on the fast track to pass like Dontavian Wicks and ADP, and then he got hurt, and now he's like 150. It to me, he just is like the perfect stash because this is a talent that everybody was like getting excited about, but he got hurt, and now he's like, oh, he's on like base like how the drop I think was too steep. To me, he's a buy. I think he's a pretty obvious.
Oh yeah, yeah, definitely. I was already buying him before the injury, and I'll just buy the dip now. Do you like Mitchell though too?
I was a little late on Mitchell, but I see the light. I mean, he's a freak, man. I mean, he's just an athletic freak, and this I don't know what was going on with the Texas Longhorns, where all of this talent is just like flush in the NFL, and these guys are like absolute freaks. And like, how did they not win a national championship? I'm really unsure because I mean, A.D. Mitchell looks great, Xavier Worthy looks great, Jonathan Brooks, I mean, Jordan Whittington, JT Sanders, all these guys just profile as like explosive playmakers. I don't know what was going on in Texas, but I've seen the light on A.D. Mitchell. It is kind of tough for me to take him without a stack, but I think he's a good pick.
Yeah.
So we're up in 1 here, Nez. We've got Mixon falling slightly, Deontay Johnson. Then if you want to do the Kyler Murray stack, we could do that, but we do also have Caleb in our pocket. So
yeah, I think we should just lock up Kyler.
I like that. I need more Kyler. Only 6%. I definitely want more Kyler. So
I am definitely team get your stacks. I'm not,
especially this time of year.
Yes. Yeah. It's this time of year. I just like, we only have so many teams that we're drafting, like get a team that you can look back on and like be happy with instead of like being mad. Like, oh, like I had to do this stack I didn't want to do because I tried to push
it too far.
My QB1. It just doesn't, it's not I can understand living that lifestyle. Not for me.
Right. Oh, I completely agree, especially this time of year. Yeah. So we have heading into the 7th round pick here. We have a 1-1-3-1. So you have a falling Deontay Johnson. I mean, I don't know where you are on that. Connor just went. I was going to cue him. There's Najee. I'm a team Felix Castro. I like some Najee. I don't know. There's JSN.
This is a fun Deontay fall.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's a fun Deontay fall. So
I mean, and I think just value. And just being like realistic that like maybe Xavier Worthy. I mean, I guess we're not even on the clock.
We just lost
I should have known. Okay.
Okay. So then at the top of the running backs, receiver JSN, Keon Coleman, McConkey, and then Najee, Aaron Jones at the top of running backs.
I see you're at 1% JSN. Would it just like kill you to take him here?
No. Okay. No. Let's grab him. Here goes with the Bears too. So, it's the same thing with those receiver rooms of 3 receivers. I either take like the alpha that I absolutely love or like the cheap one basically. Or I just try to stay with the field. Like the Packers, I'm basically just trying to stay with the field with most of them basically as best I can. Not like, I think I'm over on Wicks because again, he's the cheapest one. So, but other than that, I'm kind of with the field because it's like, I really don't know who it's going to be.
It's totally fair.
Yeah. These earlier ones I've struggled with, and then I've gotten some to talk about like listening stuff, and you are trying to throughout this whole draft season, like obviously like, learn as much as you can about every situation, but like make sure that you put context to everything. Cause like you said, sometimes you do feel like you're getting too much noise or letting, other opinions sink in a little too much. And I wasn't in on JSN last year and I wasn't in the Seahawks as much last year. And I know I need to be open to the Scrubs offense. But I'm a little worried about the offensive line. And I guess it's more just, I like other guys around him, but this area and he correlates, I like it.
No, totally fair. I was not in on JSN really at the beginning of the season. I was kind of leaning into more certainty. But then just kind of thinking about it more, I'm like, okay, 1 year older for Tyler Lockett. He's banged up currently. New offensive coordinator, new coach there. I like Geno Smith. He didn't have a great season last year, but I do like him as a quarterback. It's not improbable that JSN takes a second-year leap. He's an uncertain pick, but like you have to lean into some level of uncertainty when we do these drafts if you were trying to play to win.
Right.
And I've been leaning into uncertainty more as the summer's gone on, which I guess is like kind of ironic, but like as we get more certainty, I can lean into more, I guess, like what we haven't seen yet. In a wordier way of describing what
I totally get what you're saying. And quite honestly, in my head, I've been like, you got to get more JSN, you got to get more Seahawks, you got, so, and there's those teams like Texans I've gotten exposure to, but again, I'm like, probably not enough. The Bears, Seahawks, they're ones that I want to get more exposure to. It's more like, sometimes it's just more of a case of who they're around, but I agree with you. It's sometimes you just have to be open to the uncertainty of it. And I think that has kept me off of it, but no, I'm glad we got it here. And again, it correlates nicely too. So
it does. Yeah. That's the kicker there.
Even better. So what do we got going here? So Andrew, so you just took Ingram and then you're on the clock now.
Yeah, I'm trying to decide.
So let's see. AJ Brown, Achane, Pacheco. You did. I love a good double anchor. I love that double anchor build. Pittman, Richardson, Brian Thomas, Ingram, Jordan Addison, building out little Jaguars. Jordan Addison. I like that. I like what you got working there, Andrew.
Yeah, I'm hoping to grab T-Law in the coming rounds here. We'll see.
Yeah.
And, again, Nez, I don't know if you've noticed this, but since about a week or so ago, the casual drafters mostly entered the chat because they are just taking quarterbacks anywhere they want, disregarding ADP, and it is hard to get your stacks now. So it's
extremely hard. That's why I don't mess around. I will take my stacks ahead of ADP if it's a stack I want. I'm not messing around. I'm getting, I'm not entitled to it. I'm not gonna complain if I get sniped. That's my own fault. But like even there, Jaden Daniels now is like
90.
He loses a pass catcher and now he goes early.
It goes higher.
I mean, I've seen it all the time now.
All
it's
the
just
time.
like kind of funny.
Okay, so we've got Caleb. This would be early, but we have Caleb, and then I queued Mostert if we want a second running back, and then receivers. I always love Josh Palmer. I've taken him once or twice already, Dave, but love it.
I love Josh Palmer, but I do think Mostert makes sense here.
I do too. I like him as a second running back in this build. Again, he correlates with Tyreek Hill, obviously. So again, I always Steve, my brother, and I just did a show about our three biggest stands this year, and the third one was just target good offenses, and whether it's with or without, whether we get two or not. Okay, I don't care. Maybe we get Jonnu later. I don't care. We're just target good offenses with or without the quarterback, and I love this, whether we get two or not. So like that pick a lot.
Definitely begs the question, what offenses are we wrong about?
Which, I was definitely wrong about some last year.
We ask ourselves every season, who could we be wrong about? But no, that's definitely the name of the game is do our best to project these good offenses and take the players on those teams.
So I'll throw out one other falling. I'm trying to get to 15% Jordan Love. I'm obsessed with him. I know we have these two already correlated, but you could obviously backstack Jordan Love. So you have a falling Jordan Love. You do have Caleb Williams there, and then Josh Palmer is still there. Then you also have Jonathan Brooks, Javonte, Brian Robinson. So what are your thoughts here at 100? Right at 100.
Yeah, I think we don't need to force Caleb.
Right.
I do like Palmer and I do like Brooks. But I think this is tough. I think
your
Palmer.
choice.
I think Palmer. Okay. I'm really
Palmer.
big on Palmer.
It opens up to another stack too, which I've taken a ton of Herbert. Tyler will give me a hard time because I think I took it with him and the next one. I don't care. I just think Herbert's criminally underpriced. I think think of those like narratives from last year, the year before, and last year I know the narrative with the Cowboys is, oh, well, McCarthy's taking over and they're going to be so run heavy and old school and stuff like that. And it's they were the most, after the bye, they were the most pass happy team in the league and, or one of the most. And so I think sometimes we overblow these narratives a little bit. And I think Herbert is one of them.
You did unlock another hot take, which is that I think Joshua Palmer out targets Ladd McConkey this season.
Oh, okay. I mean, I've been taking a ton of McConkey, but I've been even trying to take more Palmer now because I I wouldn't be surprised if that happened.
He just continues to get better as a receiver and just like really doesn't get a ton of respect.
Yeah.
And they didn't do. I mean, I know that it's an interesting coaching and front office philosophy in there right now, where they bring in Dobbins and Gus Edwards and sign just DJ Chark, and that's it, and then draft Ladd, of course. But like,
right,
that's to me like a very strong like vote of confidence for Joshua Palmer's ability. And like you said, he opens up the ability to stack, which it is a big deal. I mean, he's, like you said, Herbert's underpriced, one of the best QBs to get a stack with. It's very easy to do.
Yeah, absolutely. I know. I've also heard you say some on Twitter that you do like doing more 3 quarterback builds. I'm not trying to push my agenda. I do like doing 3 quarterback builds mostly. What percent? Andrew's laughing because I talk about this a lot. But again, it's not just for the injury. It's the multiple reasons, potential advance rate through the playoffs, 3 stacks, and I'm sure those are the reasons you like it, but how much have you done it? I know you said you like it more this year.
Yeah. I mean, I did not do it very much at all last year. I just like couldn't get behind it. I didn't think it made sense. I'm like, I'm only starting one of these guys, draft as if you're right, all that stuff. And then I kind of opened my eyes. I just like, okay, two things for me. One, everything you just said, another out at a stack. If I can make the finals, for God's sake, that would be great. And I think too, like a third quarterback is likelier to hit your lineup, I think, than like any other player is in that range where you are taking that third quarterback. I mean, like the guys that you take around, like where your third quarterback is, are sometimes not even live to like see the field toward the end of the season. I mean, they're risky, but a quarterback, assuming health, is in a good spot. What a fall.
Do you want to take it? I mean, it correlates also with the Seattle ring bring back and everything. So you want to go for it? Yeah. As you can see,
that's a fun.
Yeah.
So are you essentially looking at this as your third quarterback as somebody you want to take within like the last like 4 rounds?
Yeah, most of the time. Yeah, I don't typically like force an early third QB. Like here, like I don't think. I mean, if Meg wanted to take Herbert, I would not. I wouldn't yell at her. But like here, this is like almost certainly a 2 QB team. Like almost certainly. But it's not like a bully QB. I mean, it's 2 within the first 10. It's early, but I do this quite a bit. I've done a few big dogs, and a lot of them are like this, where I have one with like Dak and Jaden Daniels. I have what's another one that I have? I think like Kyler and Trevor Lawrence, something like that. So I really like doing this, like 2 of this range. Yeah, of like the window, I think is like what the colloquially known as. But
well, when I personally either do an elite quarterback or 2 in this range, then I am waiting late to take that third quarterback. I mean, like if you get a Herbert fall or something like that, then okay, maybe I won't.
Yeah, we can have the discussion.
Yeah.
But like I wouldn't be doing like Tua here, you know what I mean?
No.
Like
In fact,
for
we
the
can
third,
just take
like
him
that's
off the board because I'm not doing 3 like that, and I never do. But again, whether it's like an elite 1 and 2, like middle to like very late or something like this. Oh, we're on the clock. I just realized. Okay, so 2251. Any of these running backs stand out to you, or anything at the top of the board?
I will throw out 2 picks for you: Benson, Trey Benson, or Gabe Davis.
I don't have much Gabe Davis. Let's grab that because I don't. Yeah, I need more Gabe Davis, so that's fine.
Andrew, do you have Trevor? I didn't know if we might have just.
I do, but I'm good. I mean, I already took Brian Thomas and Evan Ingram. I wasn't going to take a third one.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I'm kind of like really into Gabe Davis.
I need to get more on board with that.
And
he's a better and best ball pick. I mean,
is he playing the second wide receiver in 2 wide receiver sets?
Like
that's where I can't come to terms.
Even if he doesn't, I still think he profiles as a good pick. But that is the question
too.
Right.
Yeah. Like here, we know Cooks is going to be the wide receiver, or he should be. Obviously, he has knee soreness, but he should be the wide receiver too. Like I'm looking for guys here that I think are going to get a ton of targets, and I have a lot of Gabe Davis. I like Gabe Davis. I'm just like, is he really going to see the field a ton if Brian Thomas goes off and Christian Kirk is healthy? That's where I'm sitting with him.
Yeah, I guess like I don't see the Jags playing a ton of 12. either. Like that would really surprise me, just based on the way that the team is set up. Like I think that they are gonna sling the
11
rock.
personnel.
And like I know Trevor Lawrence is disappointed as far as his career thus. I mean, like, and I say that relative to the hype. I mean, Trevor
Right,
Lawrence
the
was
hype.
getting like Caleb Williams level hype. And he has somewhat disappointed, but I still think he's a very good passer. And Gabe Davis went from Josh Allen, a good passer, a good quarterback, to like Trevor Lawrence. This isn't that much of a downgrade. And when Davis was a Bill, we were taking him like first 8 rounds with Josh Allen.
Right,
I mean,
right.
maybe there was a premium Josh Allen stack thing, but if that's the case, I mean, he just has that spike week potential. That's what he profiles as. If his role changes and all of a sudden he's
Yeah,
like
it's
a short
Steve
A-dot
just
guy,
said in
then
chat.
like
Yeah.
I didn't see that coming. He's never done that in his career. Oops. But I mean, I want, we talk about good offenses. I think the Jags are a good offense.
Yeah.
He profiles as a very nice best ball pick, in my opinion.
Yeah, he's one I need to get more of, especially where we're going here. We're now in the back half. We're in round 11, so he's one that I need to be more open to. And again, just like you said, targeting those good offenses.
The guys behind him have cases for sure, but like Shaheed, like I've got question marks on the Saints. Leggett, I mean, who doesn't have question marks on the Panthers?
Mm-hmm.
Cooks is very old and like seemed like his production fell off. He did come on late last year, which I do think is like. I think a little bit of a bull signal that he kind of clicked with Dak.
Hope
late,
so, because I take a lot of Cowboys. So
yeah. And then Mike Williams off the injury and Darnell Mooney. Can he return to form? I think it's a little bit easier to paint the bull case for Gabe Davis, but I do take those guys as well. Don't get me wrong.
Do you have any like full? Wait, are you guys coming up soon?
Soon. So if you were looking, we got 2-2-6-1 here. I'd say it'd probably be running back or tight end. Obviously, who are you liking at the running back tight end position here? I queued up an old man Zeke fall again. Dallas goal line.
I am okay with Zeke Elliott,
especially Pat. I mean, he keeps falling. I mean, anybody else you like in this range?
I don't think we need to do well. Can you get just tight end on the board?
Yeah. So Hawkinson, Kmet, Musgrave, Henry. Elliott just went. Okay. So.
I really like Cole Kmet.
Yeah,
I'm diversifying your portfolio like crazy.
You are, and I like. No, it's not total. I mean, there's a lot of guys I like in here too, and there's a lot of guys that I need to be a little braver on clicking or just go for it a little bit more. And or guys that I just get too comfortable clicking in those areas and stuff. So it's good to diversify that portfolio. I talk about that all the time. So I like it. I like it.
Snack.
It's a good thing. It's a good thing.
And I think you were about to like ask about like full fades, right?
Yeah. Do you have like any like all but full fade players that you're like, I'm just not drafting that dude?
It is tough because I draft so many teams that I don't necessarily have like super full fades. Let me like look at my ranks here just real quick. It's like even off the top of my head, like I guess short answer no, but like one of my biggest fades, I guess I could give like I think Jamar Chase is probably like my most glaring fade at the moment, just because I take so much Bijan. I mean, it definitely checks out there. Not a lot of Jonathan Taylor, which definitely I am scared of.
So we are on the clock.
Okay,
for one hot second. Charbonnet, Algier, or my 21% Chuba Hubbard.
I was on the Chuba train for a while too, and then I cooled off because he kind of rose quite a bit. I do like Charbs or Algier a good bit.
I'll let you pick. We have 2 by week 6s. Neither of these are 6, are they?
No, let's do Charbonnet. We'll double down on the
Seattle, Chicago.
Yeah. Let's just like make that a thing.
Yeah, I like that. Okay, so we got 2-3-6-2 going here with getting now in a McBride Kmet build. Or are you fine just with 2 tight ends? I assume.
Yeah, this is likely like this could be 2-6-8-2 or 2-7-7-2 for me if I was like drafting at home.
Right. Okay, gotcha. That makes sense. Yeah, I figured with the waiting, we got the anchor running back in Kyron, but then kind of waited. So I figured it would at least be 6 running back made sense. So
Yeah, I think 6 at the least.
Yeah.
for sure on this one.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, no, no, I like getting other game stacks too. I using Best Ball Overlay. I looked at my game stacks, and I am like, because I'm so hot on the Cowboys and Eagles, you know, again, just
Makes sense.
two offenses I like. It's just like the bar chart is just like wildly high
Off the charts.
yeah, like just crazy high for Cowboys Eagles, which honestly, just being a Washington fan and NFC East, you know, watch a lot of NFC East game. Those Cowboys Eagles games can get spicy. So, so I'm not mad about it. And again, just regardless of the week 17, just 2 offenses that I want to target, 2 of the, I think, top 10 offenses this year. So
yeah, it would be very nice if the Eagles could have a bad secondary again. That'd be a lot of fun.
Yes, that would
very
be.
much enjoyed that for fantasy.
That, and you know, you got the 2 NFC East teams. Andrew and I are sadly Washington fans, so you can target that horrid secondary against Washington. Each of them get 2 games against Emmanuel Forbes and his 90 pounds. And
you think they're going to be really bad again?
Yeah.
No, unfortunately.
I think Quinn will make them better. I think they'll be a little better, but no, that secondary is still
no big acquisitions made there that gives you hope at all.
Steve's in the chat. My brother knows way more of like the
mean,
players that matter more than I probably know. But what were you going to say?
They got the DB from Michigan. His name's
yes,
me right
now. Mike Sanastrell.
Yeah, but he's listed as a safety on the depth chart.
I was going to say, is he safety or nickel corner? I didn't know.
Yeah, he's like listed as safety, so I'm not sure what they're going to. I think they can move him around. He's versatile, but
I think he's going to be like a chess piece for Quinn for sure. Yeah. So
I
that might improve things.
Yeah, Quinn's going to get them more disciplined. Like last year, they were awful at tackling, missed so many tackles. He'll discipline them more, but I do feel like the secondary can be easily torched. So week 1, Mike Evans, Baker Mayfield in Battle Royales.
Yeah, Steve said he's going to be the nickel back, and he's awesome. So yeah, there's some improvement there. I definitely totally agree with Andrew. Quinn's going to have the more discipline, but the secondary is still definitely one to target. Oh yeah, Mike Evans week 1. Oh baby.
So I should be feeling, I guess, somewhat good about I guess that sort of translates to Bijan bullishness in week 17.
Oh, it definitely translates to Bijan bullish.
Yeah, but there's the thing, like if Washington's good anywhere on defense, it's up front. They've invested in that heavily. So but I still think Bijan, like, they're gonna scheme him up to get him the ball all the time. Yes. So I still think he'll be fine, but it wouldn't surprise me if it actually turns into week 17 being a London or a Pitt's massive game.
Right. Yeah, that's something that I hadn't considered, because that has always been, at least last year, like my biggest edge was just like attacking the bad defenses, and I mean that worked really well. I mean, that sounds like very obvious, but like, I don't know, man, it didn't seem that obvious to the field, I guess. But like,
so we're back on the clock. Who at the top of the board intrigues you? I clicked it up. McLaughlin, Rashad Bateman. Don't really need tight end. Who intrigues you at the top of the board here?
I think Jaleel makes sense for this team. Our running back room is a little thin. Jaleel to me profiles as like, we use this term in like when we draft baseball teams, John and I, like, he's oatmeal, where like he's not exciting, he's not sexy, but like Jaleel McLaughlin can give us 10 points if we need 10 points. So
exactly.
10 points.
I like the oatmeal reference. I like that. Yeah,
he's good oatmeal though, because it seems like he's going to be the third down back in Denver. I've warmed up to Jaleel quite a bit ever since we got some more clarity in that running back room. Now that we have training camp and not just the Denver beat reporters lying to us every day. So that's nice.
What other running backs do you like here? What other, or if I had queued up Bateman, we are up in 3. So, or just people at the top of the board. I mean, even if you
so right now we are looking at Kyron Williams, Raheem Mostert,
Charbonnet,
and Jaleel. We've got a pretty decent wide receiver room where we can probably, for the early part of the season, get our flex points from there. Mm-hmm. But right now, we're likely not flexing anybody in the running back spot.
Right.
So that doesn't make me want to draft safety there. It does kind of at this point, when I see the top of the board, it's like, okay, I just need to go for upside, and the upside is in contingency, and it does not feel good, to know that like, hey, there's a greater than 50% chance that like Marshawn Lloyd isn't doing anything for us this season. but there is a chance that he's like an absolute smash. So he would be my choice here. We're getting a huge discount on a guy that everybody thought was really
drafting
talented.
early, most of the draft season.
30 pick discount on Lloyd when they didn't know that at the time, the Slappies. They didn't know that Lloyd, like, I don't think Lloyd is going to have like a large standalone role. Even if he was healthy, I did not think that was going to happen. I just think Josh Jacobs is a much better running back than that. However, at 170, like the contingency bet becomes like 140 for contingency is like a little scary, but like 170 for contingency, like sign me up.
Right.
Yeah, this is fully rose-colored glasses.
Yeah, and like you said, as the season goes on, we do know that LaFleur mixes in backs, and we just talked about how we're both bullish on Jacobs. Great, but he usually gives mixes in a back, and we now think, okay, well maybe it could be more Dylan. Well, it might not be Dylan by the end of the season, and so this could still be Jacobs is healthy, does great, and our Jacobs bags are looking great, but Marshawn Lloyd has a role, mixing in at the end of the season or middle.
Exactly. Yeah. Like at 170, the bet changes and it becomes it's just different. It changes.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. So what are you thinking here, Andrew?
Oh man. I think I want to take a running back here. I think I'm going to go with Tracy to do the bring back with my indie bags here. Yeah,
I like that. I'm glad Tracy turned out to be okay from that injury.
Yes. Oh yeah, you and me both. I have enough of. I mean, I think I'm at like 12%, which is, I mean, not an awful amount if he would have been out for the season, but it is nice that he indeed did escape a major injury.
Nez, I have to, this just popped into my head when we were talking about, I especially, but Andrew and I are dogging on Washington, Steve and Chad as Washington fans, their defense. We know the big stand on Bijan, and I absolutely love it. How much London, Pitts, and Cousins, and do you stack Cousins with Bijan's son?
No, not really. I'm definitely like, I am a little worried about this Michael Penix stuff. I mean,
really,
the
it's
team
weird.
is,
it's weird.
There's a lot of smoke there. They're not playing
so much money. Why?
They signed him. I don't trust that front office, which alone kind of like is like a little scary. But what I do like about it is that like I do think it kind of insulates the value of those skill position players, where if anything, if Kirk re-aggravates his ankle, or they just decide it's Penix season. I liked Michael Penix a lot coming into the draft. So
I did too. I wanted Washington to trade back and get him.
Yeah, I was like so shocked that they did that, because I was like ready to just load up on him this season.
Yeah.
I'm only at 9% London and 6% Pitts. Pitts has fooled me once and fooled me twice.
Can't get fooled again.
What are they saying down in Tennessee? But
hey, Rick.
Yeah, so I am. I'm doing Kittle instead of Pitts.
Oh, I love Kittle.
And I'm gonna be so sad when Pitts has a great season. And this was the year that I wasn't on it. I'm gonna be really sad.
Jake in the chat says Jacksonville balling out right now. Ingram 2 touchdowns.
Oh, damn! Wow.
Good, glad you got that pick in before the the preseason bump comes.
Yeah, here we go. 2 rounds up.
So what do you like at the top of the board? I'm a Tank Bigsby girl at 16%. Yeah. Do you like that, or is there anything else at the top of the board you're seeing here?
I guess we can just look at some wide receivers here, just to get an idea. I like Bigsby. I've been taking more Bigsby lately, just understanding that it sounds like he is improved, but I mean, nowhere to go but up after last season.
Oh my God, he was so bad last year. Awful.
Yeah.
Terrible. That was like, I didn't win any money last year, but at least I got the Tank Bigsby fade right. So there's that. They can hang. They give out trophies for that. I'm not sure, but it does seem like that. I mean, we're getting him way cheaper. People thought he was a good enough talent to go where he went last year.
Yeah.
Nothing has really changed. In fact, I think it's gotten better, where we actually have reason to believe that he will get more of a role, because ETN, back-to-back seasons of touching the ball like at an insane clip.
Yeah.
And they keep talking about how they need to reduce his workload. I don't know that the standalone volume is there, but the point is that there's a chance, and he has the contingency upside, which at this point, like, it's basically the case for a lot of these guys.
Right. So we're up in 4. I just went ahead and just queued other players, and again, it's what we want this build to end up being right now at 2-6-6-2. There's a following Janu, and we have Miami bet, so I didn't know if you like that at all. And then we could look at if you wanted to go 7th running back, and then I queued up with just a bunch of receivers, some that are going to be low owned. So wanted to get your thoughts here. We are on the clock. What do you think?
If you're asking me, I would do Luke McCaffrey here.
Okay. I need
I
more
know
of
that
that,
we just
especially
got,
given the
like,
situation.
Yeah, the situation changed. I know the latest blurb was he's not separating from other wide receivers.
I think by the end of the season, that'll be different.
I'm the bell curve meme on this one. Right.
Yeah.
I'm the bell curve meme where it's like, oh, he's not separating, and he was a converted quarterback. And I'm the guy. Obviously I'm the guy on the left. I'm the dunce, but he's Christian McCaffrey's brother.
Exactly. Yeah.
He's Christian McCaffrey's
brother. You say much more. Yeah.
Draft him. It's in their blood. We did this with the Watts. Go ahead, Andrew.
Oh, no, I was just gonna say I do feel like Diami is going to be the down the field threat. So like if you're looking for a guy who can kind of boom bust in a week, I feel like it is Diami. But I mean, you're right. Like McCaffrey, he has the pedigree, right? I mean, if you get him the ball in space over the middle, he's probably going to do something good with it. So yeah, I mean, I agree there.
I just have this memory too of like, because I'm a Steelers fan. And they drafted TJ Watt early, but like people forget. People did not think like experts, talking heads, etc. did not think that TJ Watt was like a good pick. They were like, oh, his ceiling is definitely not his brother. Meanwhile, he's about to eclipse his brother in sacks.
Yeah.
And they just kind of talked down to it. JJ Watt, brother, go Burr. That's and this is the same thing with Luke here. Just take CMC's brother and just don't overthink it.
Exactly. Okay, so we have a 2-6-7-2 here. I mean, I think we rounded out the running back and receiver rooms, rather nicely. Where would you just take value where you see it at this point, or what do you like as we
this might be controversial, but on this build right here, I would do a 7th running back.
I don't mind that. No, that's fine.
I mean, I know that I think a lot of people that at least stream or consume a lot of stream content would probably stop at 6. They're like, hey, Kyron Williams is my RB1. I'm never doing 7 running backs with Kyron. Sure, go ahead. But like, we have a lot of, thin bets, just to be quite frank, of like guys actually hitting their ceiling.
4 out of the 6 are thinner. Yeah.
Why not add another thin bet with huge reward?
Right.
And we have some options. We'll see what.
And I like mixing up like my structural portfolio too. With my builds of obviously I do a lot of double anchor this year. That's been one of my big stands, but I like mixing up, anchor or zero RB and doing those kind of things too. I also like mixing up my structural builds too with I mean, I don't do 2-7-7 much, but I think that's fun. Though how the hell is Janu following this far? Can I just ask?
I know, because like he might have to, he's gonna give us some pause. We'll see. Is that Subtle Bird there auto drafting? He might take the value.
I mean, Andrew might sneak it from us too. He's ahead of us, but no. So looking at the running back board here, we have Vidal who at least I took him early. I got 5% and I pumped the brakes because I got nervous with everything.
It's back on.
It's back on. So we got Vidal, Damian Pierce. I mean, God, I was so impressed with him the first year, and then I just guess doesn't fit that system or something. But Damian Pierce, Estime, Shipley, Roshan, Kendry Miller. I mean, I scrolled down and I just did Jamal Williams in the last draft. What are your thoughts as a 7th upside type running back?
I like Vidal here.
Vidal feels like the swing of like.
I can tell you that it's not going to be Vidal that lands to you.
Okay.
You guys talking about Janu? I'm like, no, I ain't taking Janu. I'm going to take Vidal though.
Okay. Well,
he's giving us a heads up.
Oh, Chris took him. Sorry.
Oh, Chris took it from you.
Oh, and then
and Subtleberg goes Janu.
Oh Lord. Well,
yes,
that just
Subtleberg had
he snap took Janu. That is interesting.
Well, he had 2. You called it. You saw the board.
But I just thought he was auto drafting. I didn't think that he was making any cognizant decisions.
Oh, no, okay.
QBs on his team.
Oh my.
Oh,
So
man,
Shipley
you know what?
definitely comes to mind here. Oh yeah. Who you got? You
Carson
Steele.
Whoa.
Let's be a little different. All right. I took a lot of CEH when this thing opened up, and
Yeah,
I
me
need
too.
to pull those back a little bit.
I'm fine with
still,
some
I
Shipley.
still
I just
contend
take
that
him
he's a
with
good
Hanfield.
puppy 3 pick. Sorry. I think that he's a good puppy 3 pick. I will say.
Who, Carson Steele or Shipley?
CEH.
Oh, CH.
Oh,
Oh,
okay.
yeah. Just
I
'cause
still
nobody's
think
taking
there's
him
a
in there.
chance he's the. I still think there's a chance he's the RB2. And just it's the ownership thing, just the leverage on the fact that
especially in
he's
those time box
officially-
tournaments, those ownership thing
It's
leverage
different.
is so fun.
it's
Yeah.
different. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so if Shipley's there, we click it, right?
Yeah, I like Shipley, and I would make a case for Madison, but I like Shipley more. He's more exciting.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I like it. We'll
better
keep both those
offense,
up and we'll
better
take
situation.
Take
but
whatever one is there. I like that. 2772, different build, but I still like the way it's shaped up. And
you don't see a lot of 2772s, like I said, like with an early running back like Kyron either. But I think it makes sense.
I think it made sense too, because like you said, you're really just anchored by Kyron and then Mostert, and then the other bets are kind of those swinging upside bets. So yeah, let me read it really quick. 2772, Kyler, Caleb, both stacked, obviously. Kyron Williams, Mostert, Charbonnet, Jaleel McLaughlin, Marshawn Lloyd, Tank Bigsby, Will Shipley, Tyreek Hill. Oh, of course, it timed out there. Bring it right back up. Oh, nope, that's our last draft. Gotta hit refresh.
Yep.
I was like, did we draft 3 QBs? I did not remember that. Where was I?
Okay, Basketball Mania. Is this it? Yes, it is. Okay, so receivers, we got Tyreek Hill, DJ Moore, Tyreek Hill Jr., Xavier Worthy, JSN, Josh Palmer, Gabe Davis, Luke McCaffrey, Trey McBride, and Cole Kmet. No, I like this. This was a fun mix-up for me, but I really like the way the team ended. How do you feel with this team, Nez?
I really like this team. I feel really comfortable with the bets that we made at the onesies. I feel really good about those.
Yeah.
I think we did a really good job at getting good quality wide receivers, and we loaded up. Like, I think we did the right thing running back, where we just loaded up on contingency bets that can potentially hit the flex for us if things go right for them.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to bring on the man, Greg from Coach Speak Index, in just 1 minute. But final thoughts, Nez. People know where to find you. Badge Bros, go get in that Badge Bros contest. Any final thoughts for us?
Can you answer the question there for Jake? He
Oh,
wants to know, what contest do you draft most? Are you maxing the puppies? Like, where does your money go?
This is a different year for me. I had some decent success in the dailies last year. Had some decent playoff success in baseball and whatnot. So all that to say is, like, I am drafting pretty much as I can. I only got to 100 weekly winners. I got to 100 eliminators, but you can catch me in like every contest. I'm really upping my volume this year, trying to maximize my rake back. And, let's be honest, screenshots do a lot for us in this industry. So, and the money, I can obviously use
both
the prize
are good
money as well, but
both are good.
It's twofold, so like,
Yep.
I want to be in lobbies. I want people to see me, and I'd like to win. I would very much like to win. So to answer your question, Jake, all of them. I am maxing the puppies. Yes.
Nice.
I love it. Well, let's bring Greg in so you can say hi to Greg. And then, so we've, of course, got the Coach Speak Index, one of my favorite Twitter follows. We've got Greg coming to join us. Greg, how are you doing tonight?
Hey, oh my goodness.
No worries.
Sorry, what? 1 second.
Take
You
your
have the
time.
karaoke settings on.
I was going to say, let's hear some karaoke right off the jump.
How about now?
That's
that?
good. Yeah, no, you're good.
This is the first time it's ever happened. I swear this is the first time it's ever happened. My pod track turned off right as I was about to say hello. Sorry about that.
Waiting
Thanks so
so
much for
long.
the
You were
invite.
Well, thank you. You were so patient waiting for us to finish our draft, and we appreciate you waiting. We appreciate you joining us. I absolutely love Coach Speak Index. I am so excited you're on. And, I can't believe I have Nez and Greg from Coach Speak Index on at the same time. My mind's blown right now.
Well, Greg, we're just kind of passing by two ships in the night here.
Two ships in the night. Yeah.
Yeah. Cool to be on a stream with you. And Meg, Andrew, I appreciate you guys for having me on, drafting with you guys.
We appreciate you. We appreciate you. It'll be labeled, and maybe we'll make a playoff run together.
Ooh, okay,
I tune into the Badge Bros all the time, so I appreciate you coming in here, man. It was nice chatting you up. Meg's made the finals, BBM3. I made the finals last year. Nez, it's your turn.
Come on, please. One time. One time, man.
It's happening.
Let me get one. Thanks, guys. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Fun.
Thank you. Have a good night. All right, Greg, again, we so much enjoy having you on and are so appreciative. I am just a huge fan of Coach Speak Index. Do you mind telling us quickly before we jump in and draft just how it all came to be?
Sure. I played fantasy football for a couple decades. I'm getting on up there in years. And Coach Speak to me was just the number one problem that's plagued fantasy football for so long, is not being able to know whether you can trust what these coaches are saying about injuries or depth charts or how much they're going to use a certain player. And I was just tired of getting rug pulled by coaches who lied. And the tipping point was Zach Taylor in 2020 saying that Joe Mixon was day-to-day for weeks. And then Joe Mixon goes on IR and misses the rest of the season. And I'm just sitting there with my Joe Mixon team in my big home league, trusting this guy that Mixon was going to be back soon. So I was just sick of being lied to and realized that, hey, hindsight's 2020. I can do something about this. I can solve this problem. I'll just go back 6 years on every head coach, log everything, every actionable piece of Coach Speak that they've said in press conferences, and put it in a database, grade it as true, a lie, or gray area, put, comprehensive notes so I can always refer back to it. And it took a couple years to build that database, but it was worth it.
I mean, it was absolutely worth it. I mean, for anybody in chat who's watching, obviously you're most likely already following Coach Speak Index on Twitter, on YouTube. But if you're not, you've got to do that immediately. It's an absolute elite and beyond useful follow. It's like been a game changer for me this best ball draft season. Right, Andrew? Any questions you got?
No, I mean, you're right. He's a great follow. I love to see the stuff that comes out. And I mean, there's a lot of people on Twitter that post a lot of cool stuff. So, I mean, obviously you could say this about a lot of people, but honestly, some of the stuff that you put out just resonates a lot with me. So like, yeah, you're a great follow on Twitter.
That's very kind. Thank you. Yeah, it's the tool that I had wanted for so many years, and the tool that I thought that people playing fantasy would really need. And so yeah, it feels great that it's seems to be pretty apparent that there was a need for this. So
I mean, it always seems like any successful like business venture or taking a leap, it always seems like it's like, I want to solve this problem for me. And oh, by the way, I could solve this problem for a lot of other people. And it sounds like that's what it was for you. So
yeah, absolutely.
Do you feel like you have more best ball sickos like us, or like the season long folks, or is it just a true mix?
It's a real mix. It really is a mix. It's people asking for round 18 best ball darts, and I've had people in the Discord message me about just like really weird scoring format home leagues that they're in, where you get 0.1 per carry and just like weird yardage stuff. So yeah, it's a big mix. It is tough for me to kind of gauge where we are in the industry in terms of what percentage are best ball players and what percentage are redraft, what percentage are dynasty. So would love to see some big numbers on that.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Well, are you okay drafting with me? Because I think I saw on Twitter you maxed the BBM already, correct?
that?
I did. Yeah. Yeah. I had to fly back to the US to do that. I'm in France right now.
Oh, okay.
And so, yeah, so I went to LA for a month, and I'd already done, I think, 24 or 26 drafts when I was in North Carolina, back in like May-ish. And yeah, I just went to LA to hang out, see some friends, and knock out 125-ish.
Oh my God, that's
many
amazing.
drafts.
So you did that
Yeah.
many in how short of a time?
In 1 month. And
Okay,
so I
1
would,
month, okay.
yeah, I fell a little bit behind at first, and then I would just draft, I would draft teams throughout the day while I'm watching press conferences at the same time.
I didn't realize
Yeah.
I didn't realize you lived in France. That's okay.
Mhm.
I did not know. That's amazing. Well, we had Tom in chat earlier. Now we're streaming from France here, and this is exciting. So you and I will draft a BBM5 team together. Andrew will get in the draft. I'm going to put it up on my phone, and then I'll put it up on the board here. So if anybody wants to join us, I am going to be clicking to enter a BBM5 in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, enter. And let's see, 3 more to start. Andrew, hopefully you can get in. And if
Mine
anybody
also
else
says 3 more.
Okay, so yes,
2 more.
you're in.
Yep.
2 more. Anybody wants to join us, I will pull it over. I'm sure we'll ask you questions along the way. Already learned something. And no, that I cannot believe that you were able to max BBM in 1 month. That's a really cool story.
Oh
I
my
like that.
God.
Did
Meg,
you get
Meg,
a?
Meg,
did
you're
you
not
get-
going to believe it.
Are you the 12th pick?
No, I'm the 1 pick.
Oh, you finally got
Oh
it.
my
So
God.
Andrew does all these stream. Where is BBM?
I live in
Been
purgatory.
in a drought.
Yeah. Picks 9 through 12 is my purgatory. I can't get out of that. So
Mhm.
a one for me feels special right now.
Andrew, congratulations. I just want to cheers to you to this moment. This is the first time I've personally ever seen you in the 1 spot. So, congratulations. So how much
Dinner
Christian
day.
McCaffrey do you have
My exposure is going to look a little weird because in BBM it's really low, but altogether, I think I have like 12% of them. I started out getting the 1 or 2 pick like a ton, and then it just completely went away. And I've lived in 9 through 12 for the past like 2 months.
Okay. Gotcha.
So I do have
So
a
it
little.
started out. That's right. It started out good.
It
but
started
then
out
the last-
okay, and then since then it has been pretty bad.
So what's your big exposure then at the back half of that first round?
It's honestly Gibbs. I have a decent amount of Gibbs and Puka. Those are 2 guys that I've taken a lot. I mean, I also I have a bunch of Wilson and Brown.
I was going to say, do you have a
I
lot
try
of
to
Garrett
mix
Wilson
it up.
Brown? Yeah.
Yeah. Nico, London. I have a bunch of those guys just because I've tried to mix it up. I mean, I kept taking Harrison and Gibbs a lot, and then I was like, I can't live like this. Like we can't have the same 2 over and over and over. So I've tried to diversify myself in 9 through 12, but it is getting increasingly harder to do that.
I can't live like this. Okay, let's see if I see. Okay, so we got Wiles in chat too. We are at 5, Greg. We've got Wiles in chat who will be on in the next 2 hours at 6. And I don't think I see anybody.
Yeah, I don't
else.
think. Nobody else seems familiar.
Okay, Greg, we are on the clock. So we have a following Jamar Chase, Amon-Ra. I'm a big Bijan Brees. But I've taken him, I think, every draft. I'll do whatever you would like to do. The world is yours.
You want to go Brees?
Yeah, I need more Brees. I only have 7%.
Let's do it.
Let's do it. I love it. I'm so high in the
get
Jets
those numbers
this year.
up.
Let's go.
I mean, what an unbelievable talent Brees Hall is.
Yeah, and
look at what he did on last year's
Yep.
Jets. No Aaron Rodgers, worse offensive line. I mean, you get a halfway decent, half competent quarterback in there, and
yeah,
man, it's just going to go crazy. And such a good defense too to keep the ball
right
in the offense's hands.
Yeah.
My God, he could have a legendary season.
Yes, that's exactly why when I get the middle, I really just love Bijan and Brees, but I've taken more Bijan and I'm trying to get more Brees. So I love this start with you here. Did you get a lot of Brees in your portfolio when you drafted?
I did. I think he's my highest exposure in the first round. Yeah,
Okay,
I want to say it's around like 17%.
Nice.
So when I'm getting in this middle spot, a lot of times I'm just taking Brees there. There are. I do have it pretty close with him and Bijan, and there's like one thing each with each of these guys that like tiny red flag for me, right? Like the one thing that I'm worried about. So with Brees, it's the fact that Nathaniel Hackett, Aaron Rodgers offenses have always just passed the ball when they're at the goal line, right? Yeah, and a big part of that was Aaron Rodgers and Devontae Adams just completely unstoppable once you get to like the 1, 2, 3 yard line. He does that little fade or slant or whatever. Like they just always had the defense beat on that. And now with Garrett Wilson, who maybe not Devontae Adams, but certainly up there in that elite conversation, I feel like we're just going to see that all over again. And then with Bijan or Bijan is Tyler Algier. I think that they're going to use him a decent amount at the goal line just because this guy is such a hammer running back that can get that 1-2 yards so easily.
Yeah, we were talking with Nez and he's really high on his Bijan round one stand. I like them both to what we were talking about before we made this pick. I like both Bijan and Brees. And, I think both can get there in the receiving game too. You talked about Aaron Rodgers, gets a little greedy in his passing when he gets down inside the 5. It could be some passes to Brees Hall too. And I was thinking about that, Brees Hall last year, it wasn't with Aaron Rodgers. It was a terrible quarterback play, but he had like an absolutely monster game against our Washington bad defense. And we were talking with Nez about Bijan. Bijan could have a game on week 17 against our Washington defense. So, okay, so you're up again. All right. And so we have Waddle, Achane, Olave, Devontae Adams at the top of the board. What's standing out to you? What do you like the most?
I would say either Waddle or Neighbors.
Okay. I'm not a Neighbors girl, but if you really want to do it, I'll do it.
Let's do Waddle.
Okay. I only have 7% Waddle too. I got 2 7% guys. That makes me pretty happy. I love both the Jets and Dolphins offense. So and opens up to obviously a potential to a stack if we wanted to go down that road. So I like that.
Maybe a little late Jonnu Smith.
Oh, I love late. We were talking, he fell in our last draft, and I absolutely love Jonnu Smith. Talking about how, I know he's not a good blocker, but I just trust Mike McDaniel to use him right. So I just think he's going way too late for how Mike McDaniel could use him. So
McDaniel was talking about him the other day, how he just he makes the offense so multiple.
Exactly. Speaking of where have I seen this before? Well, probably Coach Speak post on Coach Speak Index and hearing McDaniel talk about him. That's where I saw it, thanks to your account. That is absolutely true. I've watched McDaniel clips from your account about obviously various things in the offense, but definitely Jonnu specific ones for sure.
So I just did something that I've not done.
Oh my God, I love it, Andrew. I love it. I absolutely love it.
I figured, you know what?
Are you stopping at 3?
No, I'll probably take a 4th, but they're all on different buys. They're all in good offenses. They all going to score a bunch of touchdowns, hopefully. So I think I'll take 4. But I was sitting here. I'm like, can I really do that? Like, can I? Because I love taking wide receivers early. I mean, the fall off.
Oh shoot, we're on the clock. Hold on, one quick second, and then Metcalf, Evans, DJ Moore, Pacheco.
For me, it would be Evans.
Whatever you do. 7% of him too. I feel a trend coming.
777 jackpot.
That's right.
777.
This is the winner right here.
Oh my God, we're going to the BBM finals. That's it. This is insane. But I love Andrew's start. So Andrew and sorry, Wiles. Andrew and I are finishing 1-2 in this pod. Wiles, hopefully, no, I'm just kidding. No, 777. That's fun. It's
going to be interesting to see how this plays out for me because again, I love taking wide receivers early. The fall off there just happens so quickly for wide receivers, in my opinion, like the elite ones. So it's hard for me to do this, but I did want to do it at least once, and I felt like this is Kyron fell. If Kyron didn't fall, honestly, I would have taken Pacheco and Henry. I just wanted to do it just to see what it would look like, but. So we'll see. This is going to be interesting.
You're going to land this plane, Andrew. You're going to take 8 or 9 receivers. You're going to go for quantity over quality, and then you're building as though the running back's hitting the flex. So you just need 3 receivers to be, have usable good scores each week. And
I Captain Sully right now.
Gotta land it.
It seems like it might be rough, but.
I believe in you, Andrew. I believe in you. No, I've made a stand that I love the double anchor, and I have done a couple triple anchor, and I stop at 4, obviously, in those. And it's usually a 3-8-3 sorry, 3, 4, 8, 4. Every now and then, if you get like an elite of one of the onesie positions, then you could then get 9 receivers. But I've honestly, I know this sounds crazy, and maybe it's because I'm obsessed with the falling value at running back. I absolutely love the teams that I've done it with. So I believe in you. That's my pep talk for you.
Yeah, I'm trying to like think it out in my head. Like the quarterback situation, I think is going to be tough. Like I'm going to have to probably just settle for some later ones because
but you can still set up stacks. Like think of all the guys that you can back stack, like Love and that kind of stuff. So you still can get some nice, like it's not like Now I haven't pulled it off with an elite quarterback yet. Like getting like if you would to take like a quarterback here or at 5, 4 or 5. I've never pulled that off. That would be fun to try to pull off. But then you'd have to do 2 quarterbacks and like definitely 9 receivers. But I've definitely been able to still stack my receivers when I've done it. So yeah, you're gonna do it. I believe you. Okay, so we started anchor running back with Hall, Waddle, Mike Evans, 777. We have a falling Hurts. We've got Kelsey, ETN. Trey McBride, Pickens. We are on the clock. Who do you like?
Is Amari Cooper off the board?
He just went.
He just went to Wiles, or 1 pick before us. So and receivers, or is that
Rashee Rice is gone?
Yeah.
Yep.
Let's go Kelsey.
Okay, let's get some Kelsey here. I need some work.
Are you at 7%, Kelsey?
No, no 7% Kelsey. That would have been wild. We'll stick with the 777. But do you usually do elite tight end builds when you did you do a lot of elite tight end builds?
I had a decent amount of elite tight end builds. But I really kind of mixed it up. I wish I would have gotten a lot more George Kittle. I think I ended with like 9%.
Okay.
And I would see him slide pretty often, right? But I would just like never get it. He would never slide. Just like it would always be a pick off or 2 picks off or something where it was just too early to take him in the previous round.
Gotcha.
But but I have a little bit of Kelsey, and I have a chunk of Bowers, who I think is right near that kind of cut off, and started drafting a lot of Njoku. I think there's a lot of like super viable guys.
Tight end's interesting this year for sure. For the reasons you mentioned, the elites are going later, and then there's a lot in that mid round. I love that, like Pitts, Kittle, Ingram, Ferguson. I don't have as much Ingram as I should, but I have a lot of Ferguson, some Pitts and Kittle, and then I don't have as much of that next tier that you just mentioned, Njoku, Bowers, and then I've done a lot more of the elite or that like middle range with Kittle than I did last year, because I was really heavy late round tight end last year, but I'm still doing some late round tight end this year. It's a mix for me, so I like mixing it up. Truly,
I do. One thing that I really love about like Trey McBride and Mark Andrews is that you can take TJ Hawkinson late, and then these guys' bye weeks are late enough that you'll be fine by week 7 or whenever Hawkins.
Okay, so we are on the clock. We've got a 1-2-1. James Cook, Worthy.
Let's do Worthy.
That's who I was eyeing.
Yeah,
and another 7% too. And let's just further build out that Chiefs offense.
Let's take the fastest wide receiver in the history of the NFL, who's a good route runner, who's paired with the best quarterback in the history of the
That doesn't
NFL.
suck. Yeah, no, I just did that with my draft with Nez, and we had Tyreek Hill and we got Worthy, and this draft we have Waddle and Worthy. So I think that's fun. I like it. I love it.
I love it.
By the way, Andrew, love your 2 receiver picks to start off your receiver room. Absolutely, you know how much I love Ridley, but Pickens, Ridley there, falling Pickens and then Ridley. You're landing the plane already.
Yeah, Worthy was into consideration there, but I like Worthy as like a 3 or a 4 on my team, not the 2. I worry about the amount of targets he's going to get. I think that the targets he does get are valuable. I mean, he might get 9 touchdowns, but it might be on 82 targets and 53 catches, right? Like I don't know, what's going to happen with the Chiefs wide receivers yet, but Worthy wasn't into consideration. His upside is just, to the moon.
Yeah, absolutely. So Greg, I need to ask you about, I saw on your Twitter that you've done some comedy, some sketch comedy. Do you still do that?
I don't really have the time.
I was gonna
anymore.
say this has got to be keeping you quite busy.
Yeah, this is insane hours. I do have stuff kind of backed up in my screenwriting queue. I have a rewrite that I need to do for a feature that I wrote about a for-profit suicide hotline. It's a dark comedy.
Okay.
And yeah, I got some nice pop. People really enjoyed it. So it has a very Office Space kind of Mike Judge feel to it.
Okay.
And yeah, then just a couple other projects that I've kind of promised people I would,
So you're still in the space.
for them.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Very
Yeah.
cool. Very cool. Well, you're obviously a very creative guy. And then if anybody who's watching has not seen on his YouTube, his best ball karaoke, it's absolutely amazing. You're getting best ball and karaoke at the same time. It's just absolutely amazing. What is it, just that you love to sing and you love best ball and you just decide to put the two together? Or, I mean, how did that come about?
Yeah. Well, live streaming drafts has become a thing.
Yeah.
And I don't get to sing that much. Usually when I'm just in LA, I'll go to this Sunday night karaoke night at this dive bar called the Drawing Room. And yeah, I didn't even really start singing until 2013 when I moved to LA and congregated at the Drawing Room after Harmontown.
Really
tapings.
quick, and then I want to hear, what do you want to pick here? We got at the top of the board is Godwin, Deontay Johnson.
Oh, let's go Godwin.
Okay, love it. Let's go.
Or Deontay Johnson. Man,
Okay,
it's tough.
I'm
It's up
fine.
between the two because it's a bring back with Deontay Johnson on Mike Evans.
Yep.
Yeah,
Very
let's
nice
do
call.
Deontay Johnson.
Hey, I
Maybe
got
we can get Jalen McMillan later.
I got it. I got
Still
it.
good
I got it
double.
in there. Yeah.
Double Tampa.
So far, when we've been doing any last minute switches, I've been able to pull it off. Every now and then, it always seems when I do streams with my brother, I'm like, sorry, Steve, it didn't work. And he's like, you're lying. No, that's continue your story. So you did a lot of your singing in LA then.
Right. Yeah. And I mean, I talked about this on recent podcasts and on JJ's Zachary Reason's podcast of how I grew up in a cult, and we weren't allowed to listen to music that wasn't like the church's music and all that stuff. So
oh wow, okay.
when I got out of that at 20, I had listened to no secular music, and I ended up moving to LA in 2013. I'd never listened to like Bruce Springsteen.
Yeah.
And met people there who turned me on to Bruce Springsteen, just all this music that I never really listened to. And yeah, just started. I think the first thing I sang at karaoke was like some Springsteen song. And
oh, well, that
like, oh, you know what, yeah. But
So,
then I figured out
really quick, who do you like here? I got McConkey, Jameson Williams, Najee, Kamara Ingram at the top of the board.
Let's go Najee.
I like
with
Najee.
KC.
Yeah, yep. It goes a perfect run back with KC. So I did a big KC stack that I did get Mahomes in the last draft, and I was able to run it back with Najee as well, and I love that.
That's nice.
So yeah,
That's
I like
nice.
this. So we got 0, 2, 4, 1. Well, wow, that's a fascinating, absolutely fascinating story. So Bruce Springsteen was one of your first karaoke.
Yes,
songs.
that was the first, and then when I was like, you know what, I know I have this voice where like soul songs are kind of my wheelhouse.
Yeah.
So
I
one
heard
night-
some on your karaoke. Awesome. Yeah.
One night I did Sam Cooke, Change Is Gonna Come,
Okay.
and people went like fucking crazy of this voice should not be coming out of what this person
Right.
looks like. Like how's this voice coming out of this person? And yeah, just ended up singing stuff that's in my wheelhouse, but it's also the stuff that I enjoy the most. The Amy Winehouse, the James Brown, Otis Redding, all that kind of like stuff that makes
That was going to be my next question. What songs do you enjoy
your
singing?
soul just feels so good inside.
Yeah. Yeah.
And yeah. And it's funny because that bar is like a super dive bar in Los Feliz in East Los Angeles, and it's there are a decent amount of celebrities who will go through there, and Andy Dick has been banned from there. Danger Mouse heard me sing and like told his friend like, holy shit, that voice is crazy. Laura Prepon, another one night that was like, oh, that was awesome on an Amy Winehouse song. And then I got to hang out with Kristen Stewart for a while one night as a result of singing. I think it might have been Etta James that night. But
that's awesome.
Yeah, wild times there in the drawing room.
Oh, that's great. Yeah, no, I've thoroughly, and I'm sure a lot of people in the best ball space have thoroughly enjoyed your best ball karaoke. So any plans to do that with any in-season content, any karaoke in-season content that you have cooking up for the YouTube channel?
I don't know about in-season. Like I'm not able to draft where I am in France, so it'd have to be with something else. I will at least spend time in the U.S. During next draft season. Maybe I'll be back living there at that time. Yeah. But we'll see. But doing these two was definitely it was a lot of fun. I really enjoyed it.
Well,
how did you end up in France?
I have dual citizenship, and we have a family house here at the beach in France.
Oh, it's amazing.
And nice place to just post up while I'm trying to build a game changer over here.
I absolutely love that. Okay, so we have a 0-2-4-1 that we're working with here. We have at the top of the board with one pick to go, Ramondre Stevenson, DeAndre Swift, Zamir White, Warren, if you wanted to handcuff it, Curtis Samuel, and Jordan Love. No like quarterback stacks are available like just yet. We are on the clock. So what speaks to you here?
I mean, we could do Curtis Samuel with a Buffalo bring back on Brees.
Yeah, that's a great point. Let's do that. Hopefully
that turf toe.
That gets
won't keep him out too long.
Fifth, yeah. It says week 1 return possible, and he's our 5th receiver. So that's good. And that's a great point to.
These wide receivers have went hot and heavy. That's concerning for me. I don't know if you saw. I did take my 4th running back, by the way.
Let me see. Who'd you get?
Who'd you get?
That's solid. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, if Gibbs goes down for any reason, and I can have Montgomery as the 4 in there with those 3 guys I do have, that feels unique a little bit.
Let me see. Where are you? Are you coming up twice here?
Yeah, because I'm the 1 spot, so I'll be back to back.
I mean,
there is something I would really like to fall to me here. I don't know if it's going to, because
I would do like a.
Oh, don't even say it out loud.
Okay, I'm not gonna.
Yep. No. You're sniffing the trail I'm on.
I'm not saying it. I'm sorry. I started to say it. I'm gonna zip it.
I have a big. Oh Jesus, there it goes. I'm a big component of like I hate to say it out loud.
Okay.
Oh no.
Well, you could still do something in that. I won't say it out loud, but you would just reach on one.
Yeah, we'll keep a candle lit for you.
Yeah, we'll see. That's a I do like Josh Palmer as well. I wouldn't mind that as a 4, but damn. Yeah, it's either take the stack here, because it fell. So now I can either take Love and Wicks, or I take Palmer and grab Herbert later. Man.
I mean, I don't think you could go wrong either way.
Love ain't making it back, so if I want to do that, I'm gonna have to do it now. Yeah, you know what? I mean, that opens up a tight end stack for me too if I do that. So I'm just gonna reach on Wicks and just pray that he doesn't suck.
Yeah, no.
Now, which Green Bay tight end are you talking about?
I mean, I'm still gonna take Musgrave. I have seen a lot of interesting facts on Kraft. So if worse comes to worse and Musgrave goes, and I need another guy, Kraft is somebody I'll consider, but I do still think that Musgrave probably gives them the best shot at a full blown tight end 1. But Kraft is really interesting. He filled in very nicely for Musgrave, but I think they're going to give Musgrave the work because they put in the true capital to him over Kraft.
So Greg, at 101 here, I just queued up Tua to watch it for later. But at the top of the board, there is a running backs of Zamir White, Jalen Warren, now just Warren, Brooks, Tony Pollard.
Do we have any QB options? I would start Jonathan Brooks.
Okay, let's.
He's speaking my language.
Yes, he is. Okay, so 17. You got Caleb Purdy. You can't really backstack either of them. That's the problem.
Yeah, and we don't have any of their guys, right?
No.
Yeah, let's take JB.
Okay, let's do that. We got a third running back
People
here.
are so scared to draft him. So like, he's not going to play for the first 4 or 5 weeks. Like, yeah, that's a good possibility, but he is going to be playing when all the money's won in week 17, and that I truly do like.
Yeah, Dave Canales, who said that he wants to be stubborn with a run, a team that traded up 10 picks in the second round, so Dallas couldn't take him.
Music to my ears.
Yeah,
you're
just a really fucking good running back.
Yeah,
he's so good. Oh my god.
I haven't taken a shot.
Because we've never seen him before. It's because we've never seen him on an NFL field. This is the reason that he's fallen. And we're double counting the camp PUP. Like, we already knew that was going to happen. Right. That's why he's going in the 80s. Otherwise, he'd be going much earlier than that.
Right. Oh, totally. No, I absolutely get that. I'm just trying to think through potential stacks that we've got, because a lot of our guys either go with earlier guys like obviously Mahomes or Allen or something along those lines. I have Tua queued up. We could queue up obviously Baker. You could also queue up and I've done this several times with Breece Hall. Get like, I don't know your thoughts on this, but like Aaron Rodgers, Breece Hall, Ty Conklin, or something along those lines.
Yeah. I love Conklin as a tight end too.
He's my. Let's take a quick peek here. He is, I believe, my highest exposed player. Let me find him. Yeah, 24%. I think he's my highest.
Oh, nice.
Highest owned guy.
It's a great price. It's such a great price.
It is. We know Aaron Rodgers likes to target his tight ends. Historically. So
it's a classic.
Go ahead. Sorry.
I was just gonna say, like, classic unsexy pick.
Yes.
People like, oh, this doesn't excite me.
Even his write-up on Underdog says, 73 years in a row of 78 straight targets or something. It's like, that's great. So we were talking about this is not the time of year to push your quarterbacks. Did you want to just grab Tua here, even though, because I don't know that he's, he could come back at 25. So it's up to you. We could just go get it, or we could.
What does the Tyreek guy have? Does he have QBs?
He's got Lamar. So
okay.
So
I feel like we can push.
Okay, so we got Shaheed, Lockett, Dow, Edwards is the top of the board.
I like Shaheed at this price.
Okay, that works for me. Let's do that. Hope Tua falls back to us, and then we will do that because we were back up in 8 picks. I won't put out anything into the universe about what Andrew's thinking.
Don't speak it into existence.
I'm not going to speak it into existence.
Don't do
it. You're not superstitious at all. I love it.
No. Oh yeah. No, I don't. So I was actually so superstitious when I was younger about Washington. When every time they would win a game, I would not wash the jersey until they lost. So essentially, I would wash it every week. But generally, I would like to not wash it. And when my wife first met me, I would like tell her this. She's like, "For what? Like, what does that do?" And I'm like, you don't get it. So I know you're mocking me, which is fine.
You're on the clock.
Yeah, I know. Okay, unfortunately, Davis went. I was gonna double stack it up there. How do I want to play this? All right. Well, this will open me up to a back stack. I don't think I have to do that now. No, I don't do that now. I mean, there's another. Where's Kirk? Kirk's down. Yeah, Kirk's down there too. That opens that up. Yeah, I'm trying. I mean, I like Polk a lot too. I'll take Mooney.
I like that. I mean, you just need, like, with the quantity of receivers to have these upside spike week guys at this range. So I
almost got real lucky. I was going to take Gabe Davis with T-Law there, but
okay, gotcha. And he went one before you.
Sure did.
Okay,
sounds about right. All right. So Greg, we have 0, 3, 6, 1. If
Tua falls, I assume you're fine taking Tua here, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. I think that was smart. We pushed it, and you know, I'm in the what are we at, hour 5 here, Andrew, 4 or 5, and I got a little you know, oh, let's just go get, and then you said, well, let's see what the Hill Drafter did, which was smart to do, and that was smart. So we can grab Tua, and we got our first stack with Waddle, and I like that a lot. So
do you think we're looking at sorry, I was just going to say, do you think we're looking at 3 quarterback, 5 running back, 2 tight end, 8 wide receiver build then?
Yeah, hold on. I'm trying to see when we took our running back and receivers. But definitely 2 tight end. I totally agree with. Definitely 3 quarterback and 2 tight end. I was just trying to see. Oh, sorry about the dog. I mean, we did get five receivers by round 8 and 6 by round 10. That's enough that I'd be fine with 3, 6, 7, 2. But I mean, we did also get Najee, and I mean, because we are betting on the late season upside of Brooks. But we do have 2 volume running backs and the anchor rookie. So I think it could go either way. You know, I think it could be definitely 2 tight end, 3 quarterbacks, but could go either way, running back, receiver. Maybe see how it falls. But I like the way you're thinking, like that you're trying to think it through. Like that at this part of the draft, that's always what I'm trying to think through is, okay, what is this build actually going to be? Yeah.
I'm thinking like, okay, if we snag running back in the next like couple rounds, then we're probably looking at 5 running backs. If we snag wide receiver next couple rounds, probably looking at 7.
Yeah. Yep. Exactly. Yeah. Probably. Yeah. Exactly. No, but
we don't have to take tight end for what would that be, like 3 picks away?
Probably. Yeah.
Range.
Yeah. If it worked with Conklin, that would be in like 3 picks. Yeah. So, so while we're waiting to come up here, do you mind telling us what your in-season content will look like?
I mean, in-season content is, you know, still going to be watching
the in-season coach speak. Yeah.
I mean, there's like even more in season because, you know, you start to get all the injuries.
Right.
You get beat reporters kind of questioning usage decisions and depth chart decisions. So yeah, it's gonna be a lot. Will
you do stuff on your YouTube channel? Anything on the YouTube channel in season, or is it more going to be cranking out everything on?
Yeah, well, right. So I mean, I'll be putting every single important note from every press conference, like I'm doing right now, into the private Discord, and then like the super gigantic stuff and like stuff that I know will get some good views will go on Twitter like an hour after that.
Okay, gotcha.
And I'll probably just host like a weekly waiver wire.
Oh, nice.
Like live stream, just because I can't. I don't have the time to do like a pre-recorded kind of.
Yeah. Okay, so this would be a little early for Aaron Rodgers, especially if we wanted 4 running backs. Or 5 running backs. There are a lot here. So you got Eckler, Elliott, Algier Dobbins, and
what receivers do we have?
Dotson. It's kind of a reaches. Dotson, Wilson.
Oh yeah. Right.
So what do you think? 6 seconds. Any? We might be getting.
I guess let's just do Rodgers. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Let me see. What did we get? We got Rodgers. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. That way now we'll definitely have like Conklin or or Jonnu, either one.
Yeah. I do
like Wilson a lot this year.
Mike Williams, I assume went. Yeah, he went by now. I was just double checking. Let's see. Yeah, he went at the end of the last round. So yeah, we have Conklin to keep our eye on, but we're back up in 6. So if we wanted to look running back here, so there's.
I'd say Algier or Jaleel McLaughlin.
I'll let you.
Zeke is interesting at this.
For this type of build, I think you may say it's more like a, you know, especially paired with the Brooks thing. I think it makes, we weren't going to handcuff necessarily, but I think he could make sense just like kind of providing that maybe early season or floor or something like that. But no, I'm open to any of these guys.
I do think Algier will have
A role of some kind.
A role to the point where he'll have
run on running backs.
a lot of usable weeks in fantasy.
Yeah, I probably need to
best
be
ball.
taking him more for where he's going. So yeah, now the top of the board is like Dobbins, Dotson, as far as running back receiver, because we're probably eyeing Conklin with the next pick. So we are on the board. The few running backs went. McLaughlin, who you mentioned,
I am
is there.
so in on Jaleel McLaughlin.
Okay,
He's my highest owned running back.
Oh, nice. Okay,
I feel like he's absolutely feel like he is a lot for touches in the 9 to 12 per game range. We saw them in the preseason now use him like up the middle. We saw them use him near the goal line. I don't know if this is stuff that they're just kind of testing out for the regular season, because last year was a lot of bouncing out to the outside and scheme stuff and taking advantage of his speed. But Sean Payton loves this guy so much. He's talked about him throughout the entire offseason, and he's talked about him a lot just unprompted, and talking about what a hard worker he is. He's the first one there.
Yeah.
And they don't even care that he isn't good in pass protection. Peyton was saying, he just has to do enough to keep them honest every once in a while, because most of the time he is going to be releasing. But you look at the efficiency metrics for Jaleel McLaughlin, all super high for him. And Sean Payton knows how to use these running backs and knows how to get production out of these joker running backs that he uses in his system. So I think we're going to see a lot of Jaleel McLaughlin this year. He'll never be a workhorse running back. He's not quite built for that, but he can absolutely handle 10 touches a game, and he can do a lot with them.
Yeah, absolutely. No, I agree. And you have two guys in chat that were pumped to hear that love Jaleel McLaughlin too. So we had just thrown that up on screen because, so a lot of people agreed with that and have a lot of the JMC in their portfolio as well. So we are coming back at, let's see, 164, 173. If Conklin's here, I say we grab that, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, yeah. Perfect.
Mike Rob.
What do you say? 13 more? Oh, nice.
Yeah. He said he wants to start showing some chest hair. I don't think you want to see what's under this shirt. I may not look like a very extremely hairy man, but you'd be surprised.
Okay, so we are one away. Wiles goes Hubbard. We're going to go Conklin. Yeah. So we have a 2-6-4-2 going here. I like that. Nice and balanced here to round it out. Let's bring it over the board. Okay, we'll be back up at 173. So might as well queue up a couple guys that we like.
Oh, McMillan went down.
Oh, that's right. Greg was just talking about McMillan too. I've seen some good stuff on Coach Speak Index about Rashad Bateman that's gotten me at my 12%. What do you think about Rashad Bateman, Greg?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the talent is there. When you look at reasons why he hasn't produced or whatever, there's obviously the injuries that come into play. Last season, he missed, all of training camp. It's the first year of Todd Monken's install for that offense. And it's just important to have that time on the field with your quarterback. He didn't get that with Lamar. And you look at Rashad Bateman's snaps last season, he was getting open a lot. Last year, and just couldn't just not on the same page with Lamar. So I mean, this is an offense that
damn, he goes one ahead of us. So okay, so I know it's gross, but Adam Thielen fell and it opens up a Bryce Young stack. You've got Demarcus Robinson, Quentin Johnson's gross, and that's reaching, so that doesn't make a lot of sense. Or you could be done at running back if there's any running backs you see. 10 seconds.
I think we take a running back. I think we take Marshawn Lloyd.
Got it. Okay. So then I think because we hit running back now, if we want to be stop at 5, we can.
Yeah.
And then if, you know, still we have options, but
it's a little hairy with Lloyd and Jonathan Brooks, you know, not knowing when
Right.
Lloyd.
Right. We were talking in the
available.
show prior. Who was it with, Andrew? Was it with, I'm getting my streams mixed up. I can't remember if it was with Nez or Tyler, that Lloyd should still, by the end of the season, have, you know, if he can stay healthy.
Tyler.
Yeah, have some standalone value, you know, not just contingent. And, you know, I just don't think it's going to be AJ Dillon. So.
Well, he's dealing with his own injury now. AJ Dillon. He's dealing with, he's dealing with the stinger, and like they just don't know when, you know, when he'll be available and at what percent.
Right.
But us having Najee and then Jalen Warren having the hamstring issue, you know, kind of helps mitigate that stuff at running back for us.
Right. Absolutely. Andrew, how's it going? Oh, you got a nice Baker. Nice. Baker Cade.
Yeah, I was actually going to take Baker McMillan, but then obviously I went Baker Otten. So, but yeah, I mean, overall, not bad for starting out the way I did with the wide receivers. I mean, they are serviceable. I have a few in there with some high upside, so I'll take it. Yeah, I mean, obviously now I'm just going to grab another tight end and finish it out with wide receiver.
Yep.
What number did McMillan go here?
He scrolled down a little bit. He's right. Where's he at?
Oops.
He's up
third from the left.
Yeah, right there, third from the left. Yeah, what is that?
Oh, okay, 166.
Yeah.
Okay. He had a really big catch right before I jumped on with y'all.
Oh, really?
Game. Yeah.
I mean, they already said that he looks like he's slotting in as the wide receiver 3, which I think we all kind of knew that. But it is nice to hear them say it out
always
loud.
nice to hear him say it.
Yeah.
And that's why if you're in chat, make sure you're following Coach Speak Index. That's where you're going to hear them say it. So
this is the reason why I have 31%. Well, it's several reasons, but one of the reasons why I have 31% Jalen McMillan, he's my highest exposure player, is because Todd Bowles a month or two ago referred to Jalen McMillan as being in front of the other guys, the non Mike Evans, the non Chris Godwin guys, and they love his versatility. And they're talking about Chris Godwin bumping him back into the slot. Okay, so they need a guy that can play on the outside. Jalen McMillan can play on the outside.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I started slow.
Are we on the clock?
Oh, sure. Yes, we are. Oh my gosh. Okay, so we have nobody queued up. We're going receiver here. Who do you like? I'll just cue somebody to get anything. Anybody you like?
We can do. Oh my God, this is Darren. Jesus Christ.
Oh, it's Tyler.
McCaffrey.
Okay. I didn't get it in time. I just queued Boyd and McCaffrey, and it just went. I'm so sorry about that. I got
no, all good.
I'm so caught up. Okay, so I'll stay here because we're 7 picks away. And we'll be back up at 197. We've got 2572. Let's see here.
You know what we could do. You know what we could do.
I mean, Will Levis is there for a third stack with Boyd if you wanted to do that. I don't know that he's going to. Okay, what else do you got? Let me know.
Should I say it or should we wait?
Oh, you can wait. I'll be quick this time. I'm ready.
Okay. All right.
Okay, so we got Andrew back on the clock. It's Jonnu with his last tight end. I love Jonnu. Obviously, again, I thank Coach B Index for helping me with that.
Another Coach Speak Index guy sitting up there.
Oh,
not based necessarily on the Coach Speak, but just somebody that the creator of the Coach Speak Index likes.
Oh, okay. I want to hear this too. All right, so I'll wait till we're on the clock and I'll be ready to be quick trigger here. We're up in 1. Again, just to reiterate, 2572 is what we got right now. Definitely done a tight end. Other than that.
All right, well, I'll just kind of jump start.
Yeah.
The car right here. How awful did Russell Wilson look?
Yeah, I don't think Fields look too much better, but if you want to go Fields, I'll do it. We did it. I just did it.
I mean, it's such big, like we don't have like huge upside quarterbacks right now.
Yeah, no, you got
but
that.
We have guys that like could carry us through, and then we have the Kansas City.
Yeah,
we have the Kelsey and Worthy, and then we have the Najee.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, that's right. I forgot we had Najee. Okay, because I was like, oh, we had the Boyd for Levis, but you're right. We have Najee. So, yeah, I had him queued up. So there we go. We got it. Was that the Coach Speak Index player you were talking about?
No. Kamani Vidal.
Yes. Okay. I was gonna say, I had bags early, then I got nervous, but now it's looking a little better per Coach Speak, right?
Yeah, he looked good, and I mentioned, somebody in the Discord asked, hey, like, are you nervous? This was when the Daniel Popper report came out of, I think he's on the roster bubble.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I said, let's just wait, and once the pads come on for Kamani Vidal, we're going to see his value to this Chargers team that wants to run the ball at a decent rate. Yeah. And I think that's exactly what happened. He put the pads on and he looked really good. Everything that they saw on his tape from college showed up there. The vision and him, getting, well, he's already small, but him staying small through the hole. And I think the highest pass protection grade coming out in this 2024 running back draft class, just really good all around running back.
Yeah. No, now I'm a little more comfortable taking him. I was taking him early, then I paused, and now I'm a little more comfortable. I think I've taken him once today. So yeah, Andrew, did you just put Coach Speak Index YouTube in the chat?
I did. I want to share the ID, and it gave me that long ass thing there. I thought it was going to give me a link. It didn't.
Oh.
So I put it right underneath, but everyone can go find it on YouTube.
It looks like the code for a free PS2 game.
Yeah. When I typed it in there, hit enter, and I saw it, I'm like, that's not what I thought it was going to
enter. That's funny. Oh my. All right. So we are going to be up in 3. And let's see here.
What do we mean?
So it could go running back, receiver, because we got 3 quarterbacks, 2 tight ends, and then 5 running backs, 7 receivers. So I think it's
the final round, right?
Yep, last pick. So Roman Wilson, Eli Mitchell, Chark, Slayton, Naylor, who will be low owned. Looks like RB or receiver, wide receiver 3. Roshan, Kendre, and Madison. And there's tons of scroll down options. What are you thinking here?
Well, we have Rashid Shaheed, so we can go Trey Tucker with the Week 17 bring back.
He's one that I haven't done yet, but
dang you.
Were you thinking about that?
He's literally the only guy in my queue right now.
Oh my God, that's so funny.
I don't have Trey Naylor in your queue.
Oh man.
I was gonna say put Naylor in your queue, exactly. Oh shit!
No!
Wiles.
Oh, we gotta take Naylor.
2 Wiles. He does like Trey Tucker, so I know he didn't just say that or pick him because he does like him. But.
Do you want to go Naylor?
Yeah, we can go Naylor with a little Marshawn bring back. I feel like Naylor has absolutely run away with the wide receiver 3 job, and then if we get any kind of an Addison suspension,
right, exactly. That's so funny. Jake's in chat. He'll be on in a couple hours. And but Andrew knew he liked him anyways. That's funny.
He does. He's told me a couple times, like, I think that it's a good last pick. I mean, he has some high upside. I'm like, yeah, you know what? I think you're right. Oh yeah, look, he said.
And low own too. Yeah.
Didn't realize you guys were talking about him.
That's funny.
Brutal. Oh man, I'm trying to land the plane here with the last. I don't know who to pick. I mean,
you're gonna need a receiver. Go Roman Wilson.
I do have Pickens, so I'm like, all right, maybe I can just friendship strategy this. I do like Slayton and Hyatt as well.
I'd say Roman Wilson or Slayton.
He's fallen the entire way. I mean,
Roman Wilson's gonna be low owned now. Eagles on Twitter just talked about that. So
yeah, I might as well.
I like that. Let's take a quick look at our team, Greg, and then we'll let you go. We sincerely appreciate your time for joining us, but let's recap our team super, super quick here. And then you'll have to watch. These guys are going to play Ball Jeopardy in the next hour. Okay, so Greg and I drafted from the 5 position, got a 3-5-8-2, Tua, Aaron Rodgers, Justin Fields, Breece Hall, Najee Harris, Jonathan Brooks, Jaleel McLaughlin, Marshawn Lloyd, Jalen Waddle, Mike Evans, Xavier Worthy, Deontay Johnson, Curtis Samuel, Rashid Shaheed, Tyler Boyd, Jalen Naylor, Travis Kelce, and Ty Conklin. So obviously all our quarterbacks are stacked. If you include the stack with Najee, we've definitely got some bringbacks in there as well. Yeah, I like it. It really ended up coming together. I wasn't sure how the quarterback stacks were going to come together, but I ended up working out. I liked it. What do you think, Greg?
I love it. I think this is the favorite to win Best Ball Mania 5.
I'd love to hear it. Any like 20-second tune that you want to take us out to? I don't want to put you on the spot if you don't want to. any bar of anything that you want to take us out to?
An acoustic something here.
I'll put something on if there's something. Is there anything that gives us good vibes that we're gonna win with this thing?
Oh man, how about Man's World? I mean, we got 18 men on that we just drafted here, right?
Let's go for it.
But it wouldn't be nothing, without a woman or a girl.
There you go.
Should I just do it a cappella here, or should we cue up some music? Yeah, give me some music so I don't drown in silence here.
Okay, hold on. I got it. Andrew, are you quicker than me at queuing up music? I'm like the tech lord in here is
what do you want me to put on? It's a Man's World, or it's yeah.
James Brown. It's a Man's World.
Let me see. I'm trying to see if I could get.
Hold on, I'm gonna pull it up here in a second.
Andrew's more of our tech guy, so I Can you get up to the mic? Okay.
This is a man's world. This is a man's world. But it won't be nothing. Without a woman down. You see, now need a car to take us over the road. Man, to carry the heavy load. I'm doing a duet with James Brown.
I know. There we go. This is
yeah.
The electric light.
Well done.
Dark. Man, be the food for the water, like Noah made the ark. Thank you.
There we go.
I appreciate it.
Absolutely love it. I think that's going to send the vibes to the 18 guys we drafted. You and me with this team up. I like it. We're sending it out on a high note with that song. That was amazing. I just had to hear your soulful voice. You're amazing. That was absolutely epic. Yeah, damn those pipes is right. That's what I wanted to make sure. If anybody didn't know that this guy's got pipes, you've got to check out Coach Speak Index. Rewatch some of his best ball karaoke. It's elite. So somehow, if you want to come on the Fan Speak Network and sing this fall, like we would love it.
All right, let's set it up. We'll do it.
We are doing Best Ball Jeopardy, but we could do Best Ball Karaoke where we have contestants step up to the mic.
All right.
Pretty good.
All right.
Another time, definitely. I mean, we're gonna have to bring you back for some kind of best ball karaoke or some kind of karaoke.
Let's do it.
Get in the draft streets. But no, Greg, this has been amazing. That was amazing. We appreciate your time. We appreciate everything that Coach Speak Index does. So thank you so much again for your time. We appreciate it.
Thank you for the invite. Y'all have a great night.
Absolutely. You too. Take it easy.
Bye.
Bye. That was awesome, Andrew.
Damn.
Sorry that I made you. Sorry I made you do it so quick. I was like, I'm not gonna be able to find it quickly. I know Andrew's quicker than me. So
yeah, no. Wow, that was impressive. I mean, he was going so high that it was like cutting his mic out. Like his vocals went like well above where I think his mic was like actually getting it. That was really good.
He's legit. Like he's got pipes. He is so good. Yeah. I can see why. I mean, this man's a very talented, very creative man. He writes sketch comedy. He's a singer. He created Coach Speak Index. So, I mean, just awesome dude. And just awesome that he was able to join us for an hour.
Yeah.
So that was super fun. Well, I will be leaving you guys soon, but I've got 2 people to come on, and I'm sure Justin and we got it already here.
Yeah,
Let's bring the
they're
guys.
all in
Let's
here.
bring the Fan Speak team in here. We've got Steve. We've got Spread. We've got Justin. I gotta say bye to you guys before I jump off and take a break. But Justin, you're dressed as Trebek. You look amazing.
I'm dressed as Justin. You guys can continue to
but you
call
are
me Trebek.
but
I don't
you
know
are
if Trebek was rocking a gold chain and a Fan Speak t-shirt, but you know, Andrew's
never
always
know.
giving me a hard time about my fashion. I wear anything that's not Fan Speak, and he's like,
That's right. That's right.
There, you got the red Fan Speak shirt with us. I like it. You're looking good. I like it.
yeah, I'm gonna have to rip the sleeves off of it just to get any fashion. Just 'cause, you know, I can't do anything. You know, I have to. If not, Andrew's gonna reprimand me.
Okay,
It's the same thing. If I don't use like my tagline when we leave the show, he gets like really upset about it.
You got a
Hey
really
man,
good
it's
tagline.
how you
Everybody
end the
loves the
show.
line.
All right.
You
It's
got a
Everybody
really
loves the line. You gotta
That's
get
a
in the
really good
line.
tagline. Okay, I gotta go around the horn and say hi real quick. Spread, how are you doing tonight or today? Since you're out in LA and that beautiful sunshine's shining through.
That's what we have to follow.
Yes, I know.
Now how Guns N' Roses felt when they played after Metallica. Like that's what we have to follow.
Hopefully, you did your homework, Spread.
I did.
Oh my God. And of course, my brother Steve, are you ready to the shop name did not do well in Jeopardy Part 1, so you got to defend the shop name here in Jeopardy Part 2.
Well,
I
they
will do my
gave
best.
you a ringer here, Steve. You know, you're set up to win here. Let's see if Don King can get the fix in.
Oh my.
We did not have a Connor Stallions. Nobody gave me the answers ahead of time, so no worries there. But no.
Are we doing a couple of spins first?
Yeah.
Yes, I want
let's
to stay
catch
for
up
the
on it.
spins and then
Okay.
yeah, and then
So
So,
just to remind everybody, so coming up here, we are going to be giving away the Kyle Pitts rookie card.
Mhm.
We will also be giving away another BBM entry. And then and the last hour will be the Taysom Hill signed jersey. I know that's what everyone
Ooh.
wants.
So just-
Again, might
so
be the
just two
best running
spins.
back on the Saints this year. Who knows?
So just 2 spins right now, right?
Yeah,
So are you
correct.
doing 2 now and then 1 at 11?
Correct.
Right.
Yep.
Okay.
So
this
let's
person in the
take this
chat-
off the board here. Let's put up.
Yeah,
Scott's
this person
ready. He
in the
says spin
chat.
to win.
Give me 1 second.
Can
This
you
person
roll
just
it down
said-
there, big guy?
Big guy.
Give me I just said, give me a second. This person in the chat just said that they subscribed.
Oh,
So I'm adding
add
their-
them in.
I'm adding their name to the
Hold on.
list.
Let me
and then,
let me refresh our subscribers. We did get another one, so we trust him or
Okay.
her.
All right. We're going for the first click right now.
Yeah, so this is for the Kyle Pitts rookie
Kyle
card.
Pitts.
Oh
All right.
boy.
Someone
And it
not
can't be
random.
Noel
Someone
fan
not
again.
random. Someone not random. Someone random. I don't know who
Wait,
that
Adam Pate 6.
is that our cousin,
I
Steve?
believe that's our cousin. Yeah.
That's my
Oh.
cousin. That no way. I
is.
love
Cousin
it.
Shoop.
Okay.
He's on my mom's side, but yes.
Yeah, different last name, but
Andrew.
Pate, yeah.
Oh, okay. Sure. Sure.
There's no nepotism going on in these things.
Second
There's no
cousin. More like that rogue YouTube account you
Wild
created.
says rigged.
Yeah.
Collusion.
All right. So we
Andrew,
took
good.
that,
Thank you for watching, bud.
we took that one off.
That's
so we're
awesome.
good there. And you know who that is, so that's good. at
Yes,
least.
Andrew,
So
we
that's-
can get Andrew his
And now we
And
are
ironically, he lives in Atlanta, so
That is
outfits,
ironic, yeah.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
cards
Uh,
worked out well.
Andrew Jake Paquin just missed by a hair.
Oh man, he would have loved that too.
Yeah.
Oh,
All
you
right,
love
here
that
we go.
card.
Second spin.
So this is for a BBM entry, so $25 to your Venmo, PayPal.
Yes.
Whatever.
Correct.
Let's ride. Here we go.
Let's ride.
So you must draft Russell Wilson with this.
Steve.
Oh, speak. Just kidding.
Nope. CU and DV.
See you in DV. See you in DV if you are in here. But Bernie, spin that one again since we're maybe not known who that is. Let's do a
But he is the
secondary one
first,
just
yeah.
in case. Yeah. We'll try to reach him in.
Oh,
Hector?
CMDV just had tweeted, pick me.
Is
I
that
assume.
is that DQ?
Oh, guys, I'm tired. I don't know.
That wasn't an actual spin. Let me pull up this name here. This last one isn't a spin, so don't worry about that. Hector. Yeah, you didn't win anything, Deshaun.
That's Tayshawn.
That Tayshawn didn't
What
win
was that,
anything.
Bruni? Hector what? So I can write it down.
I'm posting it right now in the chat.
Oh, gotcha. 10-4.
Yeah, so there you go.
Okay, actually, I didn't realize. Has somebody been writing down these?
Yep.
They've been posted in the chat. So Joel Hartford.
I swear I've only hit a third of the quarter of the bottle. So third of the bottle.
Just a third bottle.
Third bottle, yeah.
I'm only on my third bottle.
I only hit a quarter of the third bottle.
I'm only third through the bottle.
Bruni, this time you made sure you didn't name it what it is, correct?
Correct, yes. And that was only one There was only one category.
Well done.
And you never even caught it.
I didn't notice, but someone else did. So now we know. Now we know.
You never even caught it. Unreal.
Oh,
all right. Well,
God.
you guys have fun. Megan and I are gonna
I'm gonna take a break here. I'm going to take a break. You guys have fun. I'm going to tweet that Best Ball Jeopardy is starting right now. And yes, to the winners, be sure to message us and email the pinned. You pinned our emails, right?
And when you guys are done, we do have recreational player, aka the man, the myth, the legend himself, Jake Wiles, coming in.
I love it.
As our rec guy. So we'll see how that pans out. See what kind of questions he asks us.
And yeah, Andrew, I will probably jump back on with you at about 10:30, if that's okay.
Andrew, if you can, in the chat, can you keep score?
Yeah. I'm going to go use the loo for a hot second, but I will come back and I will keep some score. So,
all right, guys. Well, I love seeing all your faces. Have fun at Best Ball Jeopardy.
Yep.
To those in the chat,
all my slows caught up so I could do this.
Yeah, I need to go catch up on slows too.
Bruni, make sure you explain the rules, since the rules are slightly different than normal.
All right. Well, you guys have fun, and I'll be back on at 10:30. Everybody, good luck.
All right, so we are diving into Best Ball Jeopardy. Be sure to smash the like button, share the video, and follow the FanSpeak Network. We've got a variety of categories that we're going to be covering. Obviously, different dollar amounts per question, getting more difficult as you go to a higher dollar increment. We are playing Make It, Take It. I don't think we have a coin, so we'll let the boss go first. We'll just, gentleman's first go of it here. And then we'll go back and forth from there, Make It, Take It. We will get down to the very last question. The very last question will be the final Jeopardy. You won't play for that exact amount, okay?
Okay.
Steve, we'll leave it up to you here first. Where do you want to start?
Let's start. Guess Who 800.
Guess leading off. Guess Who 800. All right. Currently round 13 wide receiver. Currently injured. ADP is down 12.9 spots in the last 30 days. Averaged 7.2 fantasy points per game in 2023. Finished with 68 receptions, 771 receiving yards, and 2 receiving touchdowns in 2023. Steve, coming in hot, the $800 question. What do we got?
Round 13, currently injured. I feel like
still being drafted.
Josh Downs.
That is correct. That is impressive. Damn. That is impressive. Damn.
I knew that one too. Dang it.
All right. Hey, even better. Even better. Steve, you're up to 800. Your
Same
pick?
category, 1,000.
Woo. You got your work cut out for you, spread. Round 17 QB ADP. You got to name each of these players. Round 17 QB ADP. Round 7 running back ADP. Round 11 wide receiver ADP. Round 14 tight end ADP. These are all players on the same team. So this is a QB1, RB1, wide receiver 1, tight end 1 stack. The offense ranked 27th in total passing touchdowns in 2023. So you have 4 players to name here from QB, running back, receiver, tight end.
Okay, this is tough.
You didn't start with the easy ones.
No, I didn't.
No,
I did not. Okay, I thought I had it, but the last part threw me. Oh, geez. I'm going to say, this is probably wrong. Drake May, Ramondre Stevenson, Polk, and Douglas. Oh, and Henry.
Yeah, there it is. You got it correct. Yeah, I was gonna say, I was like Douglas. I was like,
In my head, it was two receivers, and I was like, oh,
Yeah.
wait, no,
hey, he got it out. Steve's up to 1,800 again. Spread. You're in trouble if he's gonna get.
I know. I got this one, man.
Keep hitting dingers here.
We'll go up in the category. We'll go 600. I like this category.
I see that. Yeah, I see that. 600. Round 9, wide receiver ADP, 8.5 fantasy points per game in 2023, 8.5 receiving touchdowns last year. QB1, his QB1 ADP, the receiver's QB1 ADP is round 8, and they have a week 10 bye, the team that he plays for. Keeping this easy for me too. I don't have to look for all the answers.
Round 9, wide receiver. Oh.
I don't know why it's an 8.5.
I'm sorry. What's the 8.5 receiving?
You don't
touchdowns?
score 8.5. That should just be an 8. So it should be 8 receiving touchdowns. You don't score half a touchdown.
Okay, that was his touchdowns last year.
Yeah, 8.
Romeo Dubs.
That's correct.
Whew.
Guess who? 400, Steve?
Yeah, let's just roll it.
Yes. Okay, round 4 running back. Sixth most ranked 6th for most fantasy points per game for running backs last year. RB 17 in 2022, 14.9 fantasy points per game last year. The handcuff for this running back comes off the board in round 17.
For running back, 6 months. Pacheco?
That is incorrect.
Okay.
Spread to steal. Round 4 running back.
Travis Etienne.
That is correct.
Hmm.
All right. Spread is on the board. So what do we have?
All right, so since I actually watched Jeopardy, I'll start at the top. How about name that stack for 200?
I love it. All right. Name that stack. QB wide receiver stack. Round 10 ADP for and again, this is left and right. So all the information you're going to see on the left is for the quarterback. All the information you see on the right is for the secondary. So this is for the receiver. So again, round 10 ADP for the QB, round 5 ADP for the receiver. 2023 QB 13, 2023 wide receiver 47 for the receiver. 2024 QB 14 rank and wide receiver rank 32 for this year. This team has a week 15 home game up against the Jets.
Is it Trevor Lawrence, Christian Kirk?
That is correct. So just a quick update on the score spread. That pushes you what to 800? You hit or 600. You hit a 4 and you hit a 4 and a 2, and Steve hit a 6, 8, and 10. So that's what is that? 2,400?
Yeah.
2,400 to 600. All right. Spread, you're up.
Name that stack for 400.
All right. Name that stack for 400. QB wide receiver stack. Round 9 ADP for the QB. Round 3 ADP for the receiver. The quarterback's ADP is up 8.5 spots in the last 30 days. The receiver in 2023 ranked wide receiver 6th. The quarterback ranks QB 12 for this year, and the receiver ranks wide receiver 22 for this year is draft capital. Week 16, they have a home game against the Lions. Name that stack.
Is it Brock Purdy, Deebo Samuel?
That is incorrect. Steve to steal.
Is it Caleb Williams, DJ Moore?
It is correct. Caleb Williams and DJ Moore. That puts you up to 2,800. So we're looking at 2,800 versus spreads 600. Andrew, if you could take note of that.
I am in the back room here. I am keeping score.
Party on. Gentlemen. Party on. All right. Steve, it is back to you.
Let's try Ludus Various Best Ball for 600.
Ludus Various Best Ball, or in Latin, miscellaneous best ball. How much would you like?
600. Let's go to the middle.
Name 2 receivers
Ooh.
from No Half Steppin's Best Ball Mania 4 first place regular season winning roster. So 2 receivers from that roster that won the regular season $1 million Best Ball Mania 4.
Tyreek Hill, Keenan Allen.
That is incorrect. He did not have either of those players.
Okay.
Nope, he did have Keenan Allen. He did have Keenan Allen, but we cannot reward it. So, spread, you cannot use Keenan Allen.
Oh, I was going to say, you just made it easy for me.
You need 2 separate ones. And Tyreek Hill was not on there, so Tyreek Hill is an incorrect answer.
Puka Nacua and
that is incorrect. So
okay,
both out.
You're good.
We've
I
got,
was just gonna guess a random player.
Yeah, we've got Stephon Diggs, Keenan Allen. That was correct. Christian Watson, Cortland, Cortland Sutton, Nico Collins, Van Jefferson. What?
I drafted a ton of him too. I'll support that.
And Tank Dell. Hey, Andrew will tell you I did the same thing too. Did it work out? No.
No. But what's crazy is Christian Watson was on both the regular season winner and the finals winner.
It makes me sick.
Basically nothing.
It makes me sick.
He had like 3 games.
Yeah.
And only one was like a super spike week.
Steve, the pick is still to you. Spread could not
in category 400.
Okay. Ludus Varius Best Ball. 400. Name the build and strategy. So you need to hit all 4 of these correct to have a fully correct answer. So first build or strategy is round 4 QB plus a round 18 QB. The second is round 1 RB plus a round 2 RB. The third is drafting all receivers round 1 through 6. And then round 4 tight end plus round 6 tight end. I'm looking for a description of each of these lines here.
Okay, I'll say for the first one, hero quarterback or elite quarterback. Second one, double hero running back. Third one, I'd say you're not going to win, but I'd say wide receiver onslaught. And then the tight end one, I'd say tight end bully tight end.
I would accept the onslaught. The bully was correct. You had said, I think, double anchor for running back.
I said double hero, but yeah,
that was also acceptable. However, the first one we were looking for, great and late. You nailed it there, but with the second
yeah,
QB,
I didn't know how to define that. Yeah.
Yep. That's all right. So spread, you won't be able to steal that one because I just gave that back. So
I wouldn't have got it anyways. All right.
Yep. All good. Let's
go back to name that stack. 600.
Okay. Andrew, can we get a score update in the chat?
I can just pop back in. I'm a magician back here. So we have Steve 2800, spread 600 because they haven't gotten anything in the last 2.
Gotcha. And this is what you were looking for here, spread, was the 6?
Yep.
Okay, gotcha. All right, so QB tight end stack, round 18 ADP for the QB, round 11 ADP for the tight end. The quarterback stock is down 8.5 spots in the last 30 days. The tight end averaged 5.1 fantasy points per game in 2023. The team has the Eagles at home in week 15.
Man, I would have said Steelers, but I did that earlier. Remember on that show, Steve, and we decided that the Steelers play the Eagles in week 14. Who's an 18th round QB? And you said the QB's ADP's gone down?
8.5 spots in the last 30 days.
Okay, so it can't be Sam Darnold. We already did the Patriots. Around 18 QB. Gardner Minshew, Brock Bowers?
That is incorrect. Steve, to steal?
I can't remember if they play the Eagles or not, but I was thinking Patriots. I was thinking Drake May, Hunter Henry.
That is incorrect. It was the Steelers. I do have the
Okay.
Steelers down as the week 15 opponent.
Okay.
I think
the
they
Eagles.
played in week 14.
I'm not sure who they play 14, but the Patriots, their 15 through 17 opponents are the Cardinals, the Bills, and the Chargers. The Steelers
Steelers
are the
sound-
Eagles, Ravens, and Chiefs. And
I wrote that
Wilson
down.
was the quarterback we were looking for there. He's round 18,
Yeah.
and his stock has still gone down. And then Muth, round 11, 5.1. That's what you were looking for out of him there. You had
All
it.
right.
You were right there, spread.
I know
you were on it.
that week 15 threw me off. For some reason, I thought they were week 14. Remember we were talking about that on that stream, Steve, and I grabbed Russell Wilson as my fourth QB. I must have just looked it up wrong when I did that really quickly on the stream. All right, name that stack for 800.
Name that stack for 800 from spread. All right.
Yeah, I get
QB
so.
wide receiver stack. Round 13 ADP for the quarterback. Round 15 ADP for the receiver. Quarterback averaged 17 fantasy points per game last year, while the receiver averaged 5.7 fantasy points per game in 2023. Quarterback stock is down 1.1 ADP spots in the last 7 days, while the receiver is down 4.6 spots in the last 7 days. Their week 15 opponent is on the road at the 49ers.
Justin Herbert, Quiston Johnson.
That is
Johnson.
incorrect. That is incorrect. Steve to steal. 800.
13. This one. Who did the 49ers play? Boy, I should know this.
I'm pissed. I think I know it now.
Damn.
Is it? This is probably wrong. Deshaun Watson, Jerry Jeudy.
Absolutely not.
Yeah.
Is it Stafford, Demarcus Robinson?
It is Stafford and DeMarcus
Dang
Robinson.
it. All right.
You gotta, take a breath.
I wish I would have known
in
the
for a
schedules
second.
better. That's what's really throwing me
Yeah.
off, is not knowing
Yeah.
who plays who. All right. Name that stack for 1,000. Let's see if I can get one of these finally.
All right. QB wide receiver stack. Quarterback ADP is round 13. Receivers is round 11. The quarterback recorded 15 fantasy points per game in 2023, and the receiver recorded 7.2 fantasy points per game in 2023. In the last 30 days, the quarterback stock is up 5.5 positions, while the receiver ranked wide receiver 59 in 2024. That's draft ranking right now.
Is it Deshaun Watson, Jerry Jeudy?
That is correct. Impressive. Impressive. Well done. All right. Andrew, you can update that in the chat if you want, or you can pop in. You don't need to do it every correct hit. But...
Oh, I'm popping in all the time. Wizard of Oz, baby. So Steve has 2,800. Spread firing back at 1,600.
Let's go.
All right.
Stacking. We're done.
All right.
That's that.
You got the red shirt on, so we'll have to make tight ends great again for 200.
Love it. All right. Tight end 10, ADP 94, week 10 bye week.
Oh.
At New Orleans, week 17 spread. Go ahead.
Brock Bowers.
Brock Bowers. That's correct. That was that.
Thank you
that
for
was-
putting that on there for me. I appreciate that.
Thank you for he said thank you for that.
If I'd
he's
gotten
the
that,
one
I
that's
think
gonna
I would
make
have.
tight ends great again.
If I had gotten that, I think I would have just missed it just so spread could have had it.
Thank you. I appreciate that. That's my guy, Brock Bowers.
Name the 2023 tight end 2 plus the 2023 tight end 10. We're looking for two names here. Two names. The tight end 2 from last season and the tight end 10 from last season, half point PPR. Two names. Two players.
Um,
How much is this worth? I'm sorry.
400.
400.
Probably should have been worth more. How about give me Trey McBride and David Njoku?
Wow. Interesting. I'm surprised you didn't get this one. Spread, go ahead. Or I'm sorry, Steve, go ahead.
Now, is this total points?
Yes. This is totally, yeah, this is where you're finished at.
Kelsey and tight end 10. Ferguson.
I'm so surprised you guys didn't get this one because I thought the 2 was going to be the easy one. That was Evan Ingram. And then number 10 was the trick question, which was Taysom Hill.
Oh,
yeah, I want to go.
Because last year on Underdog we had the tight end designation for him, if you remember.
that's right.
Yep.
All right. That was a tough one. Let's see how
Yep.
the $600 one is. Make tight ends great again for 600.
Name 4 tight ends who averaged 11 fantasy points per game in 2023. We're looking for 4 names here, and they all averaged over 11 fantasy points per game and half-point PPR. 4 names.
Kelsey, McBride, Laporta, Ingram.
That is incorrect. Steve to steal.
Kelsey, Laporta, Andrews, and I'll say Ingram.
Very, very close, but incorrect.
Hmm.
So we had Laporta, Kelsey, Hawkinson was the one you were missing there, and Andrews. It's the points per game that did it to you guys because
Yeah.
I knew there was an injury guy.
Yep.
Yeah, when you threw Andrews
technically
in there,
two.
I wasn't thinking about that.
So
Andrews and Hawkinson.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if there was 2.
injury guys,
Yeah, I forgot Hawkinson.
Yep. All right. So we're back. Well, it's to you, Sprites.
Yeah,
The board's open
800,
for you.
please.
800.
Yeah, let's
Okay.
do it.
Tight ends.
Mhm.
800. Okay. All right. 8.5 fantasy points per game in 2023. Round 13 ADP this year. The offense ranked 27th in passing yards in 2023. This player was the tight end 7 in 2022. Who is it?
Pat Freiermuth.
Incorrect. Steve to steal.
A
lot of hit
he
fire.
was
A lot of hit fire here, I feel here.
He currently has a round 13 ADP.
Correct.
Boy, yeah, the frame is a good guess, but boy, I'm blanking in that area.
I got it now.
We need something.
Hunter Henry.
That is incorrect.
Oh, that's
You
what I
wanna-
was going to guess. The second.
Oh, okay. No, it's Cole Kmet, guys. Cole Kmet.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, wow. Okay.
All right.
All right. Let's go for 1,000. Let's see if we can salvage this.
Yeah, we've not done good in this.
This tight end finished tight end 11 last year, tight end 10 in 2022, and tight end 3 in 2021. Name that tight end.
Hmm. Dallas Goedert.
That is incorrect. Steve to steal.
Dalton Schultz.
That is correct for 1,000.
Ooh, nice.
All right. Steve, the board is open to you.
Let's do bi-week math 600.
Bi-week math 600. We're looking at the symbols here. You've got the Miami Dolphins plus the San Francisco 49ers minus the Raiders. Bi-week math. We're looking for a math answer. You may use a calculator if you'd like.
5.
What number? You did 600?
Yeah.
The correct answer is 5. That is correct. I don't have the equations written down. It's just the answers. It took me a little time.
Let's
What do you got?
Let's do 800 in that category.
Bi-week math 800. The Giants minus the Lions plus the Chargers equals
11.
That is correct. Bi-week math.
Wow, you know your bye weeks. I was just thinking I'm going to get crushed in this category.
It spreads like shit.
I was just guess a random number.
1,000.
Oh, that's great. Bi-week math for 1,000. The Green Bay Packers times the Tennessee Titans times the Cleveland Browns divided by The Houston
Ooh,
Texans.
okay.
You will want a calculator for this one.
Wait, give me a second.
If you can do this, like we might just double the points if you do this in your head.
How much is this for?
1,000.
Oh boy, man. If Steve gets this, he is in a commanding lead at that point.
Yeah. Like there's a reason why I said
can I use a calculator?
Yeah, no, like that was this is the reason why I said that.
Okay, give me 1 second.
It's more about knowing your buys than it is like
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Oh, this didn't come out an even number.
it's not an even number.
Okay,
So
35.71.
that is correct.
Dang, you know
Okay.
your bye weeks.
So after that 1,000 point answer there, Steve has 6,200. Spread has 1,800. Spread, you were right on him. He had 2,800 at one point. You were right on him.
Yeah.
Steve
And then
has
you just let him open up
And then
his math book.
my tight ends were not great. I that category did not treat me well.
All right, where we at,
Let's
Steve?
keep going the category 400.
And he's going to get
400.
another 600 right here because if he got that one, how could he miss?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. All right, so we got the Panthers plus the Falcons minus the Buccaneers minus the Saints. Little NFC South here.
Okay. So 0.
That is correct.
And then
Going with the
just
two.
finish out the category.
Yep, finish out the category. Yeah.
Just give him $200 and move on.
Yeah. The Cardinals minus the Eagles plus the Cowboys.
13.
That is correct. Yeah. Poor spread. All right.
That one I don't feel bad about. Like the first two, when he got them and I knew the answer, I was like, oh man, but I mean, I wasn't going to get those.
We'll finish off Guess Who also.
Okay, gotcha. All right. So Guess Who for 200. Okay. Round 2 receiver, 8.7 fantasy points per game in 2023. Oops, excuse me. You got to stop that. 8.4 fantasy points per game in 2022. Ranked wide receiver 39 last year and finished wide receiver 36 in 2022. Who am I?
I'm thinking of one of two. I'm going to go Drake London.
That is correct. Drake London for 200.
I was thinking London or Olave.
Very, very close to both there. All right, where are we going?
Let's do risers and fallers for 400.
All right. Spread, this is your shot here. Which wide receiver is the biggest ADP faller in the last 7 days?
Last 7 days. I will say Troy Franklin.
That is correct, man.
Oh man, I would have got that wrong. I was going to say Roman
Total
Wilson.
shot in the dark. Like 1,000%.
Andrew, can we get a score update here? This is a whomping. This is like
Yeah.
I'm sorry. That was like
Well, Steve, I mean, my hand hurts because I was having to write him so fast. Or their math wizard over here was taking control. 7,400, Steve, and update on spread since last time, 1,800.
yikes. Okay, so what categories can I throw away here? I can throw away math. I can throw away Guess Who. All right, cool. All right, so where are we at?
200 in this.
Okay, gotcha. All right, so 200 for
Hartman said I
risers.
didn't know Franklin had more room to fall.
Who is the biggest ADP riser in the last 7 days? All positions.
All positions. That's a good question. I know he's been flying up. I'll say Sam Darnold.
I mean, yeah, just the picture perfect mold here. That's correct, Steve. That's correct.
All right, 600 in the category.
Andrew, Megan, you guys wouldn't stand a chance.
I don't want to. I said I wanted to play, winner versus winner.
You don't.
I don't want to do that anymore.
You don't want that. You don't want this.
I already feel like a loser.
Fucking Steve's like Ivan Drago over here. Just. What tight end has fallen the most in ADP in the last month?
Last month?
Correct.
Chiga Conquo.
I believe that is correct. Where did what number is this? So what the hell?
600.
600. Then that is, if it was tight end, that is correct. Yes. I wrote a different name, but that's
That wasn't.
correct.
Yeah. Well,
that is correct. That is definitely Chiga Conquo. For some reason, I wrote someone else's name. That's not Chiga Conquo, but I know that is the correct answer. So you're good. 600.
okay. We'll say 800 then.
Okay. For some reason, I wrote down Jordan Mason. That's not that player's name. That's something else. What wide receiver has risen the most in ADP in the last week? Risen the most last week. Wide receiver.
Jalen Naylor.
That is incorrect. Spread. For the love of God, steal the answer. Spread.
Oh man, I don't know if I know this one.
Spread. You have to know this.
I'm trying to think of who possibly could have got hurt. Jalen Polk.
That is incorrect. The answer is Jordan Whittington of the Los Angeles Rams.
I had to know that.
You did. You did. Steve, back to you.
Finish up the category.
All right.
I see you laughing backstage, Andrew.
What wide receiver and tight end have risen the most in ADP since the start of Best Ball Mania 5? We're looking for two names here. It's not a stack. It's just the receiver and the tight end who have risen the most in ADP since the start of this contest. Two names.
All right. Yeah, these are just total.
You should also know these. You specifically should know these.
Me specifically?
Yeah. I mean, you've known all of these. I don't know how you don't know these two. You tout these guys.
Listen, I don't think you need to help him. All right.
I am because I want to see how far this can go. This is like the most interesting. The fact that he didn't like instantly like answer this like this on a whim. I'm like, what? No.
I must be blanking. Tight end. I would say risen the most in ADP.
All right, we're giving you 6 seconds here.
Yeah. I'll say Pat Fryermuth and
3, 2,
receiver.
1.
I don't even. Adam Thielen. No, definitely not.
So those are both incorrect.
Yeah.
Spread. What do you got? For the love of God.
Wide receiver Dontavian Wicks.
No, it's incorrect. There. That's incorrect. Jalen Tolbert and Colby Parkinson.
Oh, yeah.
Those are some of your big. Well, I wouldn't say big touts, but you definitely tout both of them.
Oh, yeah, no, definitely Tolbert, and I have a good chunk of Parkinson. So yeah.
Okay. Well, no, I just know I've heard you say like, hey, he good round 18, 17, click, whatever. All right. So we've got 3 categories left. Steve, it's still to you.
Let's go 200.
200 for Ludus Various Best Ball. Word association. Stretch, grasp, extend, attain. Kirk Cousins ahead of ADP is a
reach.
That is correct. You couldn't pick one of those, Spread?
I know.
Where are we at here, Steve?
800.
Who finished 4th at each position last year? QB 4, wide receiver 4, running back 4, tight end 4. We're looking for 4 different names, one from each position. Who finished 4th at each?
This is total points, not points per game?
Correct.
Dak?
Incorrect.
Oh, okay.
Spread?
Tua?
Incorrect. Okay.
Damn.
Is Dak or Lamar at 4, right?
Nope. It's Lamar at 4.
Yeah, I knew it was one of
Puka
those. I couldn't remember.
Puka at 4. Brees Hall at 4. TJ Hawkinson at 4.
Okay.
Okay.
He was tight end 4 last year. Wow.
Hawkinson was tight end 4. Yeah.
Oh, okay, I would have said okay.
All right.
Awesome.
Yeah. So, Final Jeopardy here, fellas. You can just wager whatever you like. I don't think it's going to matter.
Steve has 8,400, spread at 1,800. Steve, I don't know if you know how this game works, but you don't really have to do anything. If
I'll
you don't
wager,
want.
I'll wager
I'll
100
wager
bucks.
2,000.
It's wagering 2,000.
That way it could be over 10,000 if I
Spread's taking out a loan so he can 4x his reach here, his exposure. For the sake of fun, we're gonna do this one here. We've got round 2 plus a round 6 skinny stack, wide receiver plus running back, wide receiver 5 plus RB7, week 11 bye. Spread, we'll let you see if you know it first. So you can just straight up answer first.
Well, don't say if he's right, because then we need to know.
I'm not going to.
Oh, okay. You're not going to
Thank
have
you,
him write
Andrew.
it down on a piece of paper like
No,
Really?
this is over. This is over.
I want the old Trebek back.
Andrew, this was a
Jalen Waddle,
slaughtering.
Raheem Mostert.
Okay, Steve, what's your answer?
So when you say wide receiver 5,
He finished as the wide receiver 5 last year.
oh,
the
he
running
finished.
back.
Okay.
Yeah.
Nico Collins, Joe Mixon.
Both are
Oh
incorrect.
no, they're week 14. Sorry.
Correct answer was Mike Evans and Rashad White. So,
Yeah.
All right.
look at that. There was one you guys both didn't know, and that was Best Ball Jeopardy.
That was a lot of fun.
Congratulations, Steve. That was an excellent
Holy
performance.
mother of mercy! You know
Yeah.
that part where in one of the Avengers movies where like the Iron Man is just like beating the Hulk into the ground.
Yeah.
Holy mother! It's worse than that. It's insane. Yeah. So Steve knows a little bit about best ball, just a tad, just a smidge. He clearly knows his bye weeks. That
Yeah,
was not
that's what he
throwing
really
him.
crushed me.
He was not getting thrown there whatsoever. And yeah, this one, like,
Yeah,
as
when
long
you
as
when you said I
even
didn't
if
use
you
a
knew your bye
calculator,
week.
because I was like it's 500 divided by 14. I was like, oh, like that's tough to do in my head.
Ooh, not fun.
Bernie, find some other questions or something. Kill a little bit of time because our next guest is not here yet. So we'll wait a little bit, but go see if you can drum up some other questions. Give Spread a chance to redeem himself when answering some questions.
I mean, the easy ones are always the risers and the fallers.
Yeah, let's do those. You have some more of those?
Yeah, absolutely. So give me 1 second here because it takes a second for it to load. We'll do
How are
like
you guys doing in your drafts?
So receivers after Jalen Tolbert, who do you think is the most risen receiver in the last month? It's pretty close. Tolbert's gone up 41 spots. This next player's gone up 29.
Last month?
Yeah. There was definitely a lot of juice from today, I'll say that.
I'll say Isobis.
No. Close though. He's the third.
Okay.
What do you think, Spread?
In the last month, huh?
And again, today was a big mover for this player specifically.
Naylor?
No, it was Greg Dortch.
Oh yeah, with the
Zay Jones.
With the Jones, the Jones stuff. Yeah. Let's see. Losivas was number 3. Let's look at running back. Mason, I think was what I was playing around with for a question was the running back that had risen the most in the last month. So that was him. What running back after Jordan Mason has risen the most in the last month? Crowded backfield, I'll say that. Crowded backfield.
Estimate?
Nope. Spread?
AJ Dillon?
No, J.K. Dobbins.
Oh, yeah.
So the top 3 risers is Jordan Mason, J.K. Dobbins, Braylon Allen continues to just climb.
I was gonna guess him too, but he's
like up to like round 13, round 14. It's absolutely crazy.
Well, I think that's a proper correction. He was the only like legitimate like backup besides maybe Tank Bigsby in that range.
Yeah, I mean,
Most
yeah,
of the
but
other
Tank
guys
Bigsby
drafted
still
around there was third.
Tank Bigsby still going at the end of the draft though. He's still going like
it's
round.
crazy
17.
that Bigsby's still so late. Like,
yeah,
I think everyone got burned on him last year, and they just don't want to do it
Yeah.
again.
Yep, exactly. Justice Hill also up in that mix. He's plus 20. Chase Brown's up 24 spots.
Yeah.
Let's take a look at some fallers. Quarterback. Biggest faller is Drake May. The next one is Russ Wilson. Who do you think is after those guys? Because those I think are pretty easy. So
Faller?
May, Wilson. Who's the next biggest faller after that?
I mean, are we not counting guys getting benched or injured?
Yeah, the next guy's injured. Yeah.
Yeah, like JJ McCarthy and
that's
Nakano.
yeah,
I'm sure. But I one guy who I've seen fall is Derek Carr. That surprises me.
Yeah, I don't get it. Just maybe more casuals. Well, there's always like the ebbs and flows of the ADP because like we saw Brandon Cooks getting more expensive, but then we also saw him take a complete U-turn in ADP value because we just had more casuals coming in that were kind of reverting his ADP back to, mid-June, early July. It's really weird.
Well, and the Carr thing shocks me because I mean Olave is still going pretty high. And Kamara's decent, Shahid's decent, so it's like
you have stackable players.
Yeah, you have stackable players. I think part of it is he's week 12 and there's so many other great quarterbacks week 12. So it's like, you don't typically like throw in a Derek Carr as your second or third QB if you already have a week 12, but it just shocks me because I don't think he's getting benched. He threw 28 touchdowns or whatever last year. Yeah.
Trying to think of a stack, an easier one to name. QB tight end stack, round 7 QB, round 4 tight end. Tight end finished. That is correct. Yeah, I was about to say McBride finished tight end 9 last year. Murray averaged 9 fantasy points, ranked 9th, fantasy points per game for the quarterback position. What's another good stack one? Let's do round 1 running back and a round 10 QB. Round 10 QB what were ranked QB 5 last year.
Purdy.
Yeah, McCaffrey, Purdy. Just trying to get some easier ones to spread, Steve. You just got to bully yourself in there.
I might have got that wrong.
Unreal.
I might have gone Gibbs Goff or something.
Yeah. What about no, I mean I already said this one, so we'll say QB 13 from last year plus tight end 2 from last year. I already said these rankings, so that should be an easy one.
Trevor Ingram.
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah. Andrew, I'm running out of questions here. I see some.
He's not even there.
I see empty chairs. All right, guys, let's do a draft. It's our turn. let's just jump into a draft really quick.
How are you guys' drafts going?
Good. I mean, they're definitely more competitive, but I still always just like, just standing in the middle of the storms and the winds of ADP. Yeah. I just catch some falls and, maybe I pay up a little bit more for guys that I haven't taken as much of.
Yeah, that's what I'm kind of
just balancing it out, really.
That's what I'm kind of doing, focusing on guys that I don't have as much of as tiebreakers, not necessarily reaching, but it's like, let's try and get some.
There's a couple of guys I'm being kind of purposeful because I like Devon Achane, like his ADP hasn't moved at all.
Yeah.
So even if I take him like 3 or 4 spots ahead of ADP or even 5, I don't care because I have less than 5 shares. So at that point, I'm just like, I can build whatever with this, if I start with him and a running back, him and another receiver that I like I can always figure it out. So same thing with Jahmyr Gibbs, Tank Dell, guys that I was expecting an adjusted cost on and it just never came.
Never happened. Yeah.
Yeah. Gibbs a little bit, I've gotten Gibbs at, 16.
Yeah. For a while I was getting Gibbs. Yeah. I was going to say like in the, like
11.
Yeah,
he's going 11. Yeah, I mean,
yeah,
it's tough.
But yeah, for a while there, when it looked like he would maybe miss like week 1 or something,
Mhm.
you were getting him like 15, 16. I think one time you even got him 17. But
Mhm.
yeah, now
You guys got to do some DraftKings. I got Gibbs at 17 yesterday.
Oh yeah, no,
I got Jefferson at 7, I think, and Gibbs at 17.
I've gotten Jefferson at 7 before. That's
yeah. And then in that same draft, someone drafted Aaron Rodgers in round 4.
Oh, okay.
I'm like, you guys got to head over to DraftKings right now. It's casual season. They are flooding in. It's awesome.
Damn.
The running backs are just flying off the board in the first 2 rounds like it's a managed league.
Yeah, no, it is. I'm doing those as well, and it's
so
crazy.
much fun. Yeah.
And no, it's it's nuts. But even on our stream on Wednesday, I know like Andrew and Justin were definitely at least watching. We took Nico Collins, and CJ Stroud was the second quarterback off the board in round 3. And then Jordan Love, we weren't doing any Green Bay Packers, but he went in round 4. And it's just like Wild West, So
round 5 wide receiver and a round 8
I had a draft.
QB.
The one I did. I don't know if you saw. I don't know if you were with us on Tuesday, Steve, but
I
CJ Stroud was the first one off the board in round 3 in that
first
draft.
quarterback. Wow.
Yeah. I'm like,
round 5.
We're taking CJ over Josh Allen.
I think Hartman might be referring to Higgins and Burrow. I'm not sure, without any other information.
That's nice.
Higgins and Burrow, maybe. I'm trying to think of
Asterisks,
another
there's
QB
no
at that
Cowboys.
range. Who's the QB that goes right ahead of Burrow? Is it Jaden Daniels?
Tyler usually, but we already did that one.
Yeah, so this could maybe be Daniels and McLaurin too.
Jaden goes behind Burrow.
Yeah, Daniels is. I thought his ADP was more like round 9, but I would have to look. Yeah.
Well, if you guys are good to go, our next guest is backstage, patiently waiting.
Okay.
All right. Well, thank you. Congratulations once again, Steve. But Justin, you're gonna have to do that again. You got to give me an opportunity.
I'm gonna be perfectly honest.
Kind enough to let me go first next time.
I'm gonna be perfectly honest with you guys. I thought these questions were easier than the last one, so maybe Steve took advantage of that. But I think your window was there, Spread. You were right on his heels. You were right there.
Yeah, I was. I just that bye weeks is what really killed me. I would have had no chance in that category. So
you gotta come prepared. It's gotta be
So you guys still, I'm not a bye week bro, and Steve can attest for that one draft where I ended up with 4 QBs because I had like 3 round 14 quarterbacks or something. When I drafted Bo Nix as my QB3.
This next guest is going to tell you how it's done, man.
Right.
Wilds knows what's up. I see him. I see him back there. He's ready. He's got his nice background ready to go. He's ready to ride.
All right.
Well, thanks, guys. Thanks, Justin. That was a great game.
Yeah, thank you, Justin.
Congratulations.
That was a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Appreciate you guys.
Thanks, guys.
All right, later,
good luck. All right, bye, guys.
All right. Next up, we have our recreational player. Need Node's introduction. He is financial advisor by day, best ball drafter by night, getting married in a week from today, also likes long walks on the beach and candlelit dinners. Jake Wiles. What's going on, buddy? How are you?
Good, man. How are you?
Good. I like that you're repping your Underdog shirt. Shout out, Underdog.
Yeah. I got big shoes to fill. You guys have some great guests on throughout the show, so it's been fun to watch. Everybody's been great. I got in one draft at I think 8 o'clock. So last 2 hours for you guys. So.
That's right. Yeah. Two more hours here. Next up after Jake here is our fantasy doctor, aka the DGen doc, Sebastian Fearon. So if anybody has any questions about any injuries, anything related to injury, you can ask him coming up here at the 11 o'clock hour. Jake, let's I want to ask you a few questions before we get into a draft here. So obviously, I know you pretty well, and I talked to you about how you like to draft. But why don't you tell the people, a little bit about like how you're approaching these contests? Since Underdog brings out a shit ton of contests for us, again, shout out Numi and Hope. How are you looking at these contests? Are you joining all of them? Are you maxing all of them? Where are you at with this?
Yeah, I mean, as you know, I'm from a financial advising standpoint. I like to get into a bunch of different contests. I'm not a maxer. I don't have the capital to max everything. So I kind of just try to, pick and play, different contests. Nez said it earlier. He said, I'm playing everything. And I kind of have played everything, not the massive dollar amount, contests, but I've been trying to get into all the new contests. The badge brawl has been awesome. Tons of puppies, but no maxing, just trying to get, different teams, different structures in all different contests. So it's been fun. It's been a fun first year here on the, I got definitely a bunch of underdog drafting last year, but I didn't get to do any best ball. So it's been fun.
Yeah, and as my financial advisor, you have told me not to throw all my eggs in the same basket here. So I know you're obviously a big guy on trying to get a good return on your investment, whether that's in the market or in best ball. So was there a favorite like contest that you entered that you're like, this one seems like the best advance rate for me, for how you draft and how you want to spend your money?
Yeah, I mean, there's been a couple. I always look at advance, the structure there. Obviously, best ball, the BBM and puppies have been probably aren't the best, advance rates, but obviously that dollar amount looks pretty at the top. So, I try to get a little bit in there, but there hasn't been one in particular. But I try to not get into contests that are very slim to none to win. So. Gotta put a little bit in it, but it's like investing. You got to diversify your portfolio a little bit. So
yes, that's exactly right. And I don't know if you were watching when Hope was on, but we did talk to her a little bit about some of the contests and stuff. And she did mention, you and I have both said this, the sprint next year looks like they're going to lower the dollar amount a little bit. Cause I think that is what's scaring people away, with it being $50 entry fee. So, that one I know you and I are both interested in. It's just forking out $50 per draft is a lot. So hopefully they bring that down to like maybe like 15, $20. That would make it more enticing. Cause that one's, a cool contest to enter, with it, all the people who don't like pods, that's the one for you right there. Cause it's the entire week, 15, 16, 17 playoff schedule. So, that one's pretty cool, but yeah, I mean, the oddity ones, the marathon, the weekly winners, like which one was your favorite out of any of those?
I love the marathon. Everyone always complains about pod luck. We're dealing with it right now in the Pup Cup. 1 of 10's a tough advance. So I love the marathon. I mean, you probably aren't going to get away with weeks where you're not scoring well, but I guess you're not dead in the water. It's week 1 through 17. Just get guys to score well all 17 weeks. Again, you probably can't take a week where you don't do well, but yeah, marathon was a big contest that I loved, and it's still going, obviously. Sprint I love, but again, the $50 was tough to kind of swallow to get in there. So I haven't done any sprints, but I might do a couple. We'll see here, but I do think there might be a little bit of overlay in there, so we'll see.
Yeah, that's the thing. If there's going to be overlay in there, it kind of helps with the dollar amount because if there's a massive overlay, it really won't matter. Spending that money at that point. So that is interesting. Let's talk a little bit about how you build your teams. Like, what's your favorite type of build? How do you usually structure your teams?
I've done a ton of 2-6-8-2, like we've talked about. It's especially if I get 2 quarterbacks where I feel pretty comfortable, and I also love doing 2 quarterbacks, like one rushing upside, and then one maybe just kind of passing upside. Typically, I'll do 3 if I don't love my first 2. But I don't have the fancy stuff that Herzig had on earlier, but I bet I'm pretty even with 3-5-8-2 and 2-6-8-2. That's been a popular build. I have dabbled into some other fun builds where you go, like you did earlier in the BBM with 4 running backs. I've only done a couple of those. But yeah, I mean, I typically lean like you do. I usually try to go 3 or 4 receivers in the first 5-6 rounds, take a running back at 5th or 6th. But I mean, it just depends on where I draft pick falls to. So I know you've been buried 9 to 12, so it makes it a little tougher.
Yeah.
But again, I'm sure we would talk about this too with exposures, is that I kind of have the same approach with how I've played contests. I'm not super high on a player. I think my largest exposure is Jaleel McLaughlin at like 17%. So I have so many guys in the teens, and we've talked about it where it'll kill you if no one really gets injured because you're never really high on somebody. Where it'll play out really well is if there's a lot of injuries this year, and I'm kind of, diversified well in that.
Yeah, no, I hear you. Yeah, and I'm stuck in purgatory on 9 to 12, so it is hard to diversify that top tier portfolio there. Do you have any like big time fades this year so far that like when you come up to a player, you're like, I'm just not taking that guy?
It's funny. I'm with you on Thielen. I just don't love it. Not a very good offense in Carolina. I think if anything, Leggette's going to take away from some of that volume, and they got Deontay Johnson now. So I do think they're going to be better. I think they've improved. Honestly, I'm pretty low, and it's not on purpose, but we were talking about earlier with Breece Hall. I have 3% Breece Hall. I just don't really necessarily love him over some of the guys that go in the first round. He's injury prone. I know he's been good. He's a very talented back, but I'd still rather go with an elite receiver or Bijan, honestly, over him. So, and then maybe one other guy. I'm not a big Kamara fan. I know he's steamed up a little bit just because of the injuries. And Kendre Miller, I was just reading about an hour ago that he might be a cut candidate. So, yeah, who knows? But I don't really I'll have to go through my exposures as we draft here, but I'm not like sold on fading anybody. But I do have a couple that I'm just like, I don't feel like touching. So.
Yep. No, I hear you. It is hard to kind of like fully fade somebody because you don't want to be completely out on them. But yeah, I mean, I have my stands as well. All right, well, let's try to get into a draft here. I'm gonna see if I can share my screen here real quick. Meg has been sharing, so let me pop this up here for us. All right. Are you ready to enter as well?
Yes. Yep.
Okay.
I'm
let me
ready to get enter.
I'll hit it here and let's see. So let me get in here.
Hopefully
hopefully
it has your location here when you go.
Yeah. Oh, Lord Jesus. Already with the location nonsense.
I don't get that.
I have no idea. It makes no sense to me. On the phone, no problem. Here, let's try it again. Oh, Lord Jesus. Here, I'm just going to get in on my phone and then I'll switch it over. Good old underdog.
Meg's had to do this whole time. So
that's nuts. All right, hold on. Let me get in here. 3, 2, 1. 3 more to start.
All right, I'm in. 2 more.
All right, let me pull it up this way. There we go. Go to draft. All right.
So yeah, this will be my 26th BBM. So.
And how many drafts altogether are you up to now, roughly?
It's nearing the I think I had calculated earlier. We're 250 or so.
Okay. So you're right there at that next level of for the rakeback.
Yes. I wanted to get I think it's silver. So yeah, I'm definitely at that. I did there you go again with a 1 spot.
Oh my God. Hey, so yeah, I'm in the 1 spot. Wow. Again, I don't know how to feel about that. Let's see. You are sitting at the 11 spot, and Updog in the chat in the 12 spot. If anybody else is in the chat and in here, let us know. I mean, obviously, I'm just going to go CMC again. I mean, I don't get the 1 spot very often, so I will take that.
Yeah, and have you filtered your CMC exposure in BBM? Just the BBM itself?
I do have it. Hold on here. Let me see.
I know you said you've been in purgatory with 9 through 12, so I'd be interested to see what your
let me filter it on my phone here, and I will tell you in a second. CMC. Oops, McCaffrey. Yeah. So again, like when we started BBM out, I did have a lot. I'm down to 9% now. I was up to like 15 or 16% at once, and then it has went down a lot. So
9's not terrible.
No, it's not. I like I said, I started out getting one a ton, and then it just completely went away.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess you rubbed off on me. I get in a draft with you, and I'm 11. So.
Yeah, sorry about that.
You got the ultimate strategy from 9 through 12 though, so you have to help help out.
I just got a text from my wife, and she has alerted me that both her and your fiance are currently watching us and fangirling. So
awesome.
So you can say hello.
Yep.
So what are you thinking about doing here coming at 11?
I don't really have a particular play. I'm honestly interested to see what happens here. I know, like earlier in the draft, Monroe went 2. So i- if ADP's followed, if I could get Garrett Wilson or AJ Brown, I'd love it. But I love Puka. I'm still a little bit nervous. Like I know we've just listening to content stuff. Your first round pick has to be the guy. So I think Puka is that guy, but we always worry about sophomore slumps, and is he going to have the volume? Cup's healthy again. Whittington and Demarcus Robinson have showed, that they're viable options. So I worry that he's not going to be, and obviously both of them went. So. But I'll take him. I think he still does have that massive upside that he had last year. So,
yep.
Speaking of my fiance, there she is in the chat.
Yeah, let's see what Updog does here. Updog, what's Updog? It's hilarious.
I want he has the everything. Everybody wants it. He's got the G's, got the goat horn.
Yeah, that is the all elusive. Been close a couple times, but have not got there yet.
Yeah, you've been a little bit closer than me, but we'll get there.
Yeah, one of these days. You play enough, right? You get there.
You'd like to think, right?
If Gibbs falls here too, you taking Gibbs?
I think I will. Yeah, I don't have a ton of Gibbs. I tell you what, you asked the fade question. Kyron very early there.
Yeah, wow.
Talked about a fade guy earlier. That question it was brought up. I'm not a big Jonathan Taylor fan. For some reason, I just can't get on board. I feel like Jonathan Taylor was like, I feel like we're going back in time. 3 years ago, he was like the guy, and I just feel like Anthony Richardson's just going to take some touchdowns away from him. So I don't love Jonathan Taylor.
Yeah, no, I hear that, and I just think it's if Anthony Richardson happens to get hurt and they need to lean on him, that's where he can really be a top 3 running back. But I'm there with you. If Anthony Richardson stays healthy, I don't know how much goal line work JT is going to get. I mean, enough, but it's not that like next level that takes him to the elite status. And obviously Nez is with you. He said that that's one of his biggest stands as far as the fade's concerned. And he said it kind of does scare him a little bit, but he's at least there with you. So I have no problem with that.
I'd worry too that Indy's offense isn't going to be that good. I mean, I'm a Shane Steichen fan. Rep the Eagles. I think he's a great offensive mind, but I don't know. I worry that Anthony Richardson's not that guy. We didn't really get to see. We saw flashes of him last year before he got hurt, but he showed some inaccuracy in preseason. I don't know. It's a weird offense to predict. I love Josh Downs. I know it's been brought up by multiple people that you guys have had on. So he's a guy I love, especially where you can get him right now. But
yeah, man, I'll tell you what, the way this draft is going, the way I drafted from the one spot a few drafts ago makes me feel better. I mean, all those guys have won already.
Yeah, that's a crazy run of running backs early. Kyron's it's a cool mix up, and it gives him a little correlation there. I haven't seen, me personally, I haven't seen Kyron go that early. But
yeah, I mean, he is starting to go somewhat earlier. But yeah, I mean, there at the turn, I've not seen that yet. That is it's a little odd.
But I thought Herzig made an awesome point, a while ago now. We're on hour 7 here, but how if you're going to get different, don't just go, 2 or 3 spots down the board. He said, create combinations that, is very unique and people don't have. I thought that was a cool point. I never really thought about it that way. So I think if that's probably what he's doing. I don't think too many people probably have a Marvin Harrison Kyron combination.
Yeah. I think I'm gonna take Adams and oh man, these group of wide receivers here. It's hard to pick from. I mean, I like a majority of them. I know everyone's high on Neighbors, but
I feel like Neighbors is a great pick. I mean, I was just actually, it's funny, right before I hopped on, Aaron Rodgers was mic'd up at the joint practices and he was talking to neighbors and how impressive he's been. And, it's recency bias, but I think rookies are always tough too. I mean, obviously you expect them to be really good, but, we've seen flops. And again, where Marvin Harrison and neighbors are going, you're going to need, 1,000-yard, eight touchdown seasons out of them. So it's a lot to expect in a Daniel Jones offense.
Yeah, I mean, I know I took him. I don't love neighbors. I don't really have a high exposure on him, so I did, want to get him in there mixed in a little bit. But yeah, I mean, it's the offense that scares me a little bit. For the Giants, obviously, like Brandon Ayuk feels safer. Mike Evans has a high, ceiling. Even Metcalf, Metcalf has been a top 5 guy for targets in the red zone for like 3 years straight. So that's always a nice thing to lean back on for DK. But yeah, there's a lot of these wide receivers that you can't really go wrong on, but it's what's their ceiling and what's their floor, right? Like that's where it feels different for a few of these guys.
Sure. Yeah, I like Metcalf. You kind of know what you're getting out of him. He's a safe play. It honestly, the biggest question mark is what Geno are we going to get? Are we going to get 2 years ago Geno, or are we going to get last year Geno? So I don't. He's a safe pick. He's a good floor pick. If you need him, he's going. What you're going to get out of him. So.
Right. Yeah, I mean, and do we know that Geno finishes the year out? I mean, how I've seen him. I mean, he can be impressive. He can make some dumb decisions too, but I don't think that there's something that Geno can do that Hal really can't. I'm sure Geno obviously knows the system more, but if Hal gets integrated in there and they really like Hal at some point in the year, I mean, if Geno's flopping and they're 3 and 5, they may make that switch if they really just feel like Geno can't do it. So. That's
if
another
Hal
reason
played
Geno
against the
scares me.
Eagles secondary 16 or 17 weeks a year, he'd be an MVP candidate. So,
yeah,
I think last year he threw for like 350 and 3 touchdowns. I was like, we're making Sam Howell look like an MVP candidate.
That's okay. We still ended up losing games, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah, what was that? Was that an overtime game last year? It was the one that McLaurin called on the sideline. He got 1 foot in, and that was going to be. I think it was an overtime game. And they called him out, and then the Eagles won in overtime.
Yeah, sounds about right. Must be nice to like a team that wins more often than loses. It's funny here. Look at this stretch of wide receivers we went. This is
I think it's kind of picked by committee though, because of how heavy running backs went.
Yep.
Derrick Henry just fell to 35. I know I already have Gibbs, but I think a Henry Gibbs combo would be cool. So I'm going to take him.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I have those 2 combos, not exactly where you picked them there, but I do have those 2 combos for sure. I mean, I love Derrick Henry this year. I mean, some people like him. Some people are like, he's getting a little older. Lamar's going to take some rushing away. But I mean, honestly, like when they get around the goal line, why would you want to risk a Lamar when you have big ass Derrick Henry? It makes no sense.
I totally agree. I think this is the first time he's had a running back. I mean, Gus Edwards had 13 touchdowns last year. So I mean, if you look at it in that aspect, Derrick Henry's been one of the best running backs in the league the last couple of years. I mean, you have to think that he's going to score a lot of touchdowns. So, oh man.
Yeah, it will not surprise me if he scores 17.
So are you a Zay Flowers or a Rashee Rice guy? Zay Flowers, I think, could be really good this year. I think Rice offers more upside, but
yeah, I mean, they both are unique within their own offenses. Zay Flowers has, he's twitchy, good with the ball in his hands. Rashee Rice, I think, has earned the trust of Patrick Mahomes and can be, really good in that offense. I mean, we saw what he did as a rookie, and typically in an Andy Reid offense, rookies don't tend to do very well because of how intricate the offense is. So that gave me, really high hopes for Rashee Rice. It sucks that Rice was going so much later and now he's not. That makes me not want to take him because I already have a less value than other people do. But with that said, I still don't want to fully fade him. So I'm fine taking either. I do think that the upside does lean to Rice a little bit, but I mean, Flowers can be very good if they throw the ball. It's just how much are they truly going to throw the ball when now they really do have two good guys to rush the ball in Henry and Jackson. So that's what worries me about Flowers.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, the thing about Rashee Rice is that, and I know I talked to you about this before, but the one thing that worries me about him, obviously the suspension looming, but he was in an offense last year that they had no receivers. So and honestly, a down year for Kelsey too. He was aging, but he is aging. I mean, I don't know if we're going to get the Travis Kelsey, 1,000+ yards anymore, but that's the only thing that scares me about Rashee Rice is that they have a very good receiving core now. So I don't know if he'll see as much volume. I do think too, it's probably not talked about enough. I think Zay Flowers presents a little bit of rushing upside. I know they do some cool stuff with him. And I think he could have possibly some rushing upside, around, especially in the red zone when they do some, jet sweep action, etc. So I do think he'll get maybe a few cool touchdowns. He's kind of like a Debo-esque player. I know he was in college as well. So I like Zay Flowers a lot, and I think the Baltimore offense is going to be good. So I think there's going to be a lot of scoring opportunities.
Yeah, no, I don't disagree with that at all. I'm coming up here. Wide receiver has taken a hit for sure. We still got Jackson sitting out there. Could do the Jackson Andrews combo. I think I do have Jackson like once or twice with McCaffrey already. Just seems to be an easy click around that spot. So I'm not sure I'm going to do that. Do really like Dalton Kincaid, so I might go the Kincaid route. So this guy took Andrews, hoping I don't take Lamar.
Yeah, I feel like Lamar's been sliding a little bit. I mean, you know what you're going to get out of Lamar. He's great.
I'm gonna take McLaurin, and Jacobs is interesting. I don't really have a whole lot of them, but a lot of people like Jacobs. I really like Dalton. You know what? I'm going with my guy. I'm taking Kincaid.
Yeah, I mean Kincaid is.
Tyler says Debo players with Shanny are always good bets. I kid, but in on Flowers year 2 in the Monken offense. So so Tyler's in on Flowers too. Blessed with the 101s after 40 years in the desert of the back end. Yes, I was in the desert. I saw a little bit of water and I ran to it. Here we are.
You've spoken it. I think Hope brought you good luck because
she did.
You've had 2 1s in the last 3 drafts. So
yes. Yeah, thanks, Hope. I appreciate you. If you're watching out there, I really appreciate you getting in here. Actually, it was nice just having you talk a little bit about the behind the scenes on Underdog. I'm always curious about what the great minds over there at Underdog are thinking. So it was nice to peek behind the curtain a little bit. But I don't know what she did. She did some magic voodoo for me on Underdog here, but I'm out of the purgatory for now.
There you go. Actually, I misspoke. I think it's back-to-back drafts. You've had 1 spot because we had Jeopardy there for an hour. So.
Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah, I think 3 out of the last 4, I had either the 1 or the 3. And then I think I had a 9 snuck in there as well. But yeah, 9 through 12. Tough.
Are you trying to get like different? So you get CMC at 1, obviously. Are you trying to get different CMC combinations then, building teams differently? I would assume so. That would probably be the smart thing to do. But
yeah, the what? Sorry, I was reading his. He said Hope pressed the last Hope button for our buddy Andrew. I'm sorry,
I was just saying you trying to get different combinations with CMC. I mean, it's if you get him enough, you got to try some different stuff here. So
yeah, exactly. Yeah, I mean, and I would tell that to anybody if you're drafting from the same spot a bunch of times. Just don't be afraid to get a little different. I mean, you don't want to have the same exact 2 or 3 picks in a row. That just it's fine if those players hit. If not, though, you're kind of sitting with 2 deadish teams depending. So I do like to mix it up, especially in the 9 to 12 where I've been sitting for 70% of BBM.
So Calvin Ridley fell here. I think I'm going to take him as my 3rd receiver. It's funny being on a live podcast and drafting. I know you guys have talked about the difficulty of it. So I'm interested to see how this team turns out because it's definitely a little distracting for sure. So
yeah, definitely. Hartman says I'm overweight on CMC with people going CD first overall. Yeah, that helps too if you get the 2 spot and CD or CMC falls to you.
Yeah, but I've gotten him at 2 a couple times. I actually got CD at 4 a couple nights ago. I do think, I asked the question earlier to Herzig if if he's concerned. I do feel less concerned about Lamb than I do Chase, but that whole Chase thing just seems very odd to me. But
yeah, more like Calvin Midley. Wow, I have 43 regular fantasy leagues. God bless. I've been up in the range. That's a lot. That makes Tuesday night waivers a chore at that point.
That's unbelievable. I mean, that probably takes longer than just drafting a best ball team. Honestly, how do you get 43 people on the same schedule?
That is, yeah, 43 different leagues. That is it's a lot.
So I took the upside on Rome Odunze. I think he's great prospect. Again, we're talking about rookies here. You don't really know what you're going to get. I do believe that at some point this year, if Chicago's running 2 receiver sets, I think Rome does hop Keenan, and he's aging. I mean, I know he's coming off a career year, but he just doesn't seem like has the step. Now, he's never been a separation receiver, great route runner, but I just think Rome Odunze is that good. And I've seen some steam of, he's not really that much of a, behind Neighbors and Marvin Harrison as far as intangibles and prospects. So, again, he's a cool upside guy, receiver 4. So we'll see.
Yeah, and it's funny you mentioned about being on stream and drafting. It is a lot tougher for the people who don't do this. It is a little tough because you obviously don't want dead air. You're speaking to the camera and you're trying to talk to the people you have on while also drafting. It definitely makes it not the most optimal scenario for drafting, but it is fun. But it's different.
Yeah, it's great interaction. I mean, you guys get to do it often. It's fun drafting and getting people's takes, as you draft. So
Scott says, I'm retired. My wife does not bother me from July to January. I commissioned 5 of those leagues. God bless you, sir. Caps off to you, because that's tough.
What's that YouTube video? He found a unicorn. Yep, there you go.
Oh yeah. He says some folks like cock and ball torture, others prefer an ungodly amount of managed leagues. Diff pain strokes for diff folks.
Yeah, it's funny he mentioned that because I got to get. I know I was joking with you earlier a couple of days ago. I got to get back on to learn how to draft a redraft league. I've been doing so much best ball that it's definitely going to be hopping back in time a little bit here and trying to figure out the best way to go about it. So
yeah, definitely. I mean, it is it's definitely tough. So Watson goes. I'm up here in the swing. I don't really have any good ways to go about a quarterback yet, so I think I'm gonna let that slide for now and go with Hollywood's so intriguing, but it's not like he fell. I'm gonna go JSN here, and Coleman and McConkey are interesting. JMO though, like that could set up a golf stack later for me potentially. JMO, there's a bring back as well. I don't think Keon. I have no Keon or you know what? I'll take JMO. See what happens there.
Yeah, I mean it's a nice little if history repeats itself, JMO was a dog in week 17 best ball last year, correct?
Yeah, I believe so. He had a good week. You know what? Let's stick a gander here. I say I honestly can't remember. I was so just enthralled in my own team in the BBM finals that I just different. He wasn't on that team.
I might be wrong. It might have been in the playoff contests.
Oh, you know what? I think it. Let's see. Yeah, week. Yeah, he was 5 receptions for 43 yards in that game. So where did he? I thought he did have a good week one of those weeks. Sucks. It's just like, and I know I've said this before about JMO, is that he doesn't really play the role that Golf is good at throwing to. Golf is a lot better at throwing short, throwing across the middle, and not down the field. With that said, though, we just saw the the camp highlight video of JMO catching that touchdown. Obviously, if they're going to use him like that in the red zone a little bit, that helps his overall standings. But yeah, he does scare me because I mean he could just disappear for weeks. Unfortunately, that offense doesn't need him, so it's not like they got to force him the ball.
Yeah, I mean, he's an interesting player just because I guess last year you could really say was like rookie year, coming off an ACL injury in the bowl game. But I don't know. I feel like this is his year to prove that he's that guy. And he's a great. I mean, I know they have Laporta and Amonra, but I do think they don't have that. They didn't have that in their offense. Like Josh Reynolds went to Denver. I don't think Khalif Raymond's going to take too many targets from him. So I do think he has some upside. Again, how much volume can he get in that offense? I mean, they have two great running backs, great receiver, great tight end. So it does make it tough to kind of search for that volume, but
yeah, no, I agree. I mean, it's the volume for him, and it's the how many shots down the field are they really going to take when they don't truly have to. I mean, we don't expect them to be losing a bunch of games either, so it's not like they're going to be trying to catch up on points there. But you never know. Maybe JMO's who you need in Week 17. He goes off for 100 yards and 2 touchdowns, and you're riding into the sunset. But throughout the year,
I've taken a decent amount of him. But again, he's a great best ball player, just because he could have a 20-point week as your receiver 5. So.
Yeah, JMO, much better pick in best ball as opposed to like regular redraft leagues, because then you have to figure out when to start them, and God knows when you really want to start this, man.
So I was just talking crap on Kamara. He's fallen 12 spots. I do have 2 really good running backs, though, so I think I'm going to stay away from that. It's tough. And I have a question for you then once I pick here, because I'm in kind of the same boat. I think I'm going to take Ferguson. I have a lot of Ferguson. But I'll have to ask you this question after this pick, because I'm interested to hear your thoughts on it, because I'm kind of in the same boat same as you in this draft.
How many Badge Bros brawls have you done?
I've done 5.
Okay.
5. Yeah, I did one today. It was my 5th one. And like Nez was saying, it was funny what he said. He's tried a bunch of different strategies, and he said running backs. And I had that thought yesterday, because I was like, you're going to get really good receivers regardless. I do think running backs go quicker, and I also think there's more fall off in the running back room than there is receiver room. I mean, you could still get some really good receivers if you take 2 running backs to start. So.
Yeah, exactly. And I know I told you that like there's like really not a good strategy, I don't think, in that. You could just go whatever way you want. I mean, I really liked how my team turned out when in the 3-4 turn I took Hurts and Allen, and then I didn't touch quarterback. I liked how it turned out. I mean, you got potentially the 1 and 2 quarterback for the year. So that's fun to do, but yeah, those are so electric. I mean, I just felt so alive drafting those. And I know it's because you're putting together some super teams, hashtag super teams assemble, but it is really fun breaking it off of getting so serious with BBM and just having some fun with some drafts. Like, that's a ton of fun. And 50 grand up top, I mean, sign me up.
Yeah, and I think it's 1 of 6, 1 of 5, 1 of 5. So we were talking about structure earlier, about a great contest to get into. I mean, you can max it for $500, which in the grand scheme of things for a lot of these contests they put out, it's pretty cheap. So, I mean, and it's a great contest as well. You make the finals, you get your money back. So,
yeah.
So this is the question I have for you, because I was curious to hear your thoughts, and you're kind of in the same boat. I did take Najee and Ferguson there. Najee fell 7 spots, and I really do think Najee has a big year in Arthur Smith's offense. But so in a boat, kind of in this same boat as you, as I have Puka, Zay Flowers, Ridley, and Odunze. Now Lamar went. If you get those receivers that have quarterbacks that go late, are you just set on waiting and getting the stacks later on? Or are you trying to create another stack with a receiver 5 or a tight end or a running back? Because I think sometimes I get stuck with, I have those receivers, and then, I'll just stack them later, and then it's not really that good of a quarterback room. Or do you try to create a stack, mid draft?
I think it depends on the draft, like who falls to me. If I get a wide receiver that falls a little bit and I know I can potentially stack him, I will take it with that in mind. I think you have kind of a luxury doing it, the way that you're kind of talking about, where you wait till the end. The problem with it, though, is that if you wait till the end and they happen to get sniped from you for whatever reason, you're in some shit at that point, right? So you really got to make sure that you kind of like just pay up for them just so you do get them. But the luxury being that you can wait a little bit, and then if a stat comes along, like last draft, right? I was kind of in QB purgatory a little bit, and then Baker fell with Otten. That helped me because I needed a third tight end. So I just took it because it fell to me and it presented itself. So it really depends on the draft. I mean, as you know, drafting 250 teams, these drafts can go any which way at points. So you really never know what's going to happen. So I kind of just watch the board a little bit and see if I can kind of figure out if a stack's going to fall to me, and then just snipe them up and, pick them up at that point.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's funny because you could go a bunch of different ways about it, but it was interesting to hear your thoughts on that because, like I said, right now I got a stack option with Caleb Williams, with Adunze. Obviously, I could wait for Levis, and I have Puka, so Stafford and Levis would be a late stack. But the nice thing about some of those teams is that you can create another stack as well, with another receiver from the same team or vice versa. So
exactly. Yep. I'm about to be up here. There's something I want to fall to me. Hopefully this guy's not a dick. All right. I'm going to take Jaden Daniels for my McLaurin. And then what do I want to do after that? I'd probably take, Palmer's still there. There's a lot of good running backs here that I like.
Say you're really going hero RB in this one if you don't take running back here.
Yeah, I'm just trying to decide which one of those guys would I really want to take. I'm going to take Daniels a while here. And then the problem with I do like White and all, and he's fallen a little bit, but I have Devontae. How much do I really want to put into the Raiders offense? If they're bad, that's not going to work out for me. Chase Brown's very interesting. Pollard's interesting. Devontae's also interesting. Could take Paul. Man, it's either Palmer or one of these running backs. You know what? I'm going to go with Chase Brown. I don't think I have him with McCaffrey yet, so let's throw that in there.
Yeah, I think it's just a better offense. To kind of predict. One thing that does give me hope about the Raiders is that I would say Minshew in Indianapolis last year was very formidable. They actually had a pretty good offense when Richardson went down pretty much the whole year. Heck, they almost made the playoffs. So, I do think they'll be formidable. But yeah, Zamir White's never had this role before. So it's kind of he's almost like a rookie RB1. He's never really had volume and that kind of role on a team. So it's going to be interesting to see how he does. I do have a decent amount of him. He's a freak, body build, but
yeah,
I think he's a Louisiana cat too. He's a country boy, from the South. He reminds me of Leggett a little bit.
Except for you can understand what he's saying. Leggett, man, those videos of him just talking and saying words is absolutely hilarious.
That's a challenge. That's a challenge.
I do see Meg back in the studio.
I was gonna say, can I join you guys?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, I had to say hi to Jake. How are you doing?
Good. How are you?
Good. I needed a little break. Hair's in a bun. We're lucky I'm not in my glasses and jammies right at this point. But no, had to jump in. I'm going to be on for the last hour, but I had to jump in and say hi. You're like one of our diehard fan speak watchers, listeners, drafters. So yeah, I had to say hi.
Yeah, I love it. I got to give Andrew credit because last year, he's been in the best ball space for a while. And I was like, I don't get why you draft in the summer. You don't even know you don't know how, what players are going to shake out. I've been played fantasy forever, but just redraft.
You're up, by the way, there, big guy.
Yeah.
Big guy.
But then you can keep telling her how awesome I am if you want to.
Yes, of course.
Yeah.
Of course.
Wasn't going to go like that.
That's what we're going to do.
I think I'm going to take Shaheed for the upside, but yeah. So I was kind of making fun of him, not making fun of him that much, but this year I got into it a little bit. I did some battle royales last year.
That's what I heard. Yeah.
And some playoff contests, but this is the first year I've really got into summer best ball, and it's been everything that he said. It's a blast.
It's so fun, right? It's so addictive.
Yes.
As Andrew said, then once you make the final, if you make a finals and appearance, which you will, when you make, let's put it out in the universe, when you make the finals, then you're like totally hooked and obsessed because it was
Yeah.
like literally the best sweat I've ever had. And I played
It
golf
is
for years,
a
sports betting.
wild ride. I mean,
No.
yeah,
It's a roller
especially
coaster.
yeah, especially for me, like I had players playing on the Thursday night of week 17, and I was sitting in fifth, winning $100,000 for what 4 days in between, or 3 days in between, whatever.
Oh my God, Andrew, I had the same story. I was in second for $1 million the year before, and I was like, "Stop the contest! Stop the contest!"
Yep. The NFL's canceled the rest of the weekend.
Well,
You're
that
all
was
good.
the year they did cancel the last game. If only they could have canceled like 15 more, I would have been a millionaire. So
Wow. Yeah, I remember Andrew texted me last year because it was a Cleveland. Who'd Cleveland play on that?
Cleveland the Browns.
Jets.
Cleveland. Yeah, Jets.
Yeah, Jerome Ford. I mean, you were sitting in fifth, so like winning 100,000.
What did you have? Did you have Ford and Njoku?
I had Ford and Njoku.
Wow.
And
Brees Hall too?
No, I didn't have Hall. He was the one who kind of killed it for me there in 17. I had somebody else going. I don't remember. He ended up not scoring for me anyway, but I had enough points to be sitting in fifth, winning $100,000. And like for those days in between Thursday and Sunday, I'm just looking at it like, all right, like there's a shot. And then
like,
Sunday
how many times can you screenshot this, right? How many times did you screenshot? You're like, it's just so pretty. It's just so
honestly pretty. Like it's the whole thing of like once your team advances and you're in the playoffs at that point, every week is just a wild ride because like I'm watching all my exposures and I'm like, all right, like I got Ty Chandler, like he's now the guy, he's killing it, like this is great for me. And Jared Goff goes off, Amari Cooper goes off, like I was highly exposed to those guys. I'm like, all right, like I got some real steam here, and then slowly dwindled away, and I'm just watching it and just sinking in my chair, like, oh no. The $1 million is leaving.
Oh no.
Let's see. So I'm up here. I do think I'm going to take golf with JMO. I know there's nothing else I can really do there, but I don't want to lose out on some other options here for different guys.
Meg, I don't know if you saw, but Hope brought him good luck. He's got the number 1 pick 2 drafts in a row. So.
That's wild. I know. For the guy living in 9 to 12, 2 in a row. That's amazing. That's amazing. I was super pumped that he did like a wild like build the last time. I liked it. So which build did you? Yeah. It's fun to mix it up, especially when you're at the turns, I feel like. Because like when you're at the turns, that's when I feel like I don't know, it just makes sense to do something different because it's so easy to do the exact same types of builds there.
Sure. Yeah, I've done that build a few times in some smaller contests. It's fun. You just gotta hope.
I actually kind of like my teams but again, I'm kind of an RB girl. I really like the idea of like the RB hitting the flex and playing it that way. And so I actually have been fine with those builds, but of course it's going to require health, of course, first of all. And obviously those top running backs to do what they're supposed to do. And then the receivers to just be serviceable enough. But yeah, it's fun to mix it up though.
Scott in the chat said, I mentioned at the beginning of this marathon that I was a best ball virgin, but wondering if a potential high scoring offense player would override an ADP of a player. I guess it really depends. I mean, for me, it depends on who the player is. If I really truly believe in that player and that offense, then yeah, I mean, especially at this point in the year, drafting for ADP is kind of out the window a little bit, especially with now the more casuals coming in. So yeah, I mean, for me, it's ignore ADP a little bit. I mean, don't go too far off the board. Like I wouldn't pull somebody up like 3 or 4 rounds, but I'm not a slave to ADP. Essentially, I'm willing to go get the guys I want on offenses I like, as opposed to just waiting for them at ADP. How do you feel about that, Jake?
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna have to reread the question. I was looking at my draft.
Oh, well, Meg, did you hear it?
Yes. Yeah, I would agree with what you said. I mean, I think he said he's a best ball virgin. So if you're new, just go get a couple teams that you really like, a couple offenses you're really high on. Like, again, make stands on those offenses that are either undervalued, underpriced, or like just the top offenses that you really believe in if you're only getting a few down. If you have a big portfolio at this point, like I just like pushing my exposures, like, oh, okay, I need more of this guy. Oh, okay, I need to pump the brakes on this guy. So I think it means this time of year means different things depending on how many total drafts and when you're getting in. So if you're just getting in now and having a little fun with a few, just draft those offenses you're really high on. But yeah, I'd like just focusing on correlating good offenses.
Yeah, that's a great point. I would say too, if it completes a stack, I'm willing to go above ADP as well. But yeah, I mean, good offenses are always going to score you the most points. So definitely a good way to go about it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely.
I was telling Andrew earlier, I'm super impressed by how you guys stream and draft at the same time.
It's hard, isn't it?
I'm struggling over here. I missed the question.
It's like, I mean, I can't tell how many times today I was like, oh, I'm on the clock. There's 20 seconds left. I've been talking this whole time. Yeah, it happens all the time, but
it is tough. And so, like I said, I've done 2 24-hour streams. That's where it gets really tough, is when the tired part sets in too. So you're not only trying
I don't
to
even
talk.
know how you do that.
Yeah, you're trying to talk, not have dead air, talk to the guests who are coming on more lively than you, and also draft and keep the stream going. And it's a lot. So I've already hit up our buddy Pat from Fantasy Dog Pound and was like, listen, man, if you need anything, like, let me know. I've been here. Like, it's tough.
Yeah.
So I know we're going to be jumping on with him for an hour. I'm going to get on late at night with him as well. Maybe potentially for 2 in the middle of the night. We'll see. But yeah, it is fun.
You're a good man. You're a good man. And it sounded like Tyler was jumping on a few spots.
Yep.
He was on with us earlier, so that'll be fun. Pat's a good guy. It'll be fun to mix it.
He is, yeah, and that's why I don't mind helping him. I mean, he's a cool dude. His streams are awesome. He's very thought driven in the way he drafts as well. I've ever since Jake got into best ball, I've been sending him like ETR and like some of these other ones that I know he would like to listen to, because he's like more of an analytical guy. That's how Pat like addresses it. When I hear him talk about his teams, he's rolling through his head when he's drafting, like, okay, how can I set this up? Like, what makes sense week 17? Like, he's going through the whole process in his head while speaking it. So I really like his streams. It's very very thought driven for sure.
Oh, yeah, you guys have had some. I got to applaud you. Unbelievable guest list. Just listening to, I mean, Herzig's thoughts, Nez's thoughts. I mean, everybody's thoughts. I actually know I've followed Nez for quite some time now, because I was in the NBA space this winter, and I was a subscriber of Badge Bros. So it was really interesting to hear, obviously his thoughts and how they think about things. It's impressive. It's fun to listen to.
Yeah, we really did get some fun guests, Andrew, and
definitely.
I was thrilled with it. You included, Jake, and I'm so happy to have you on.
I told him, I said, I got some big shoes to fill. I'm a nobody compared to some of these people.
No, it's awesome. We love having you on, and it's just everybody we've had on has been awesome. We've got Sebastian coming up, who was on with me a couple weeks ago, who was on with you guys early in the summer. So no, we've had an elite lineup of guests, and I've been absolutely thrilled with tonight. It's been fun.
Yeah, and it was cool to have Hope on too. Again, like, I always kind of like bug her a little bit, and like, hey, just out of curiosity, like, if you can stay, like, is this coming out? Like, how, like, I hit her up about the rookie and sophomore. She's like, I can't really say. She's like, but it's coming, and it's coming quicker than you think. And I'm like, all right, like, love that contest too. But yeah, she was so insightful. Underdog's amazing, and it was nice to peek behind the curtain a little bit for as much as she could tell us. Obviously,
right.
She's sworn to secrecy, so we
understand it. We respect and understand that. I was like, I got to ask, are we getting more single entry 3 max? But no, I respect that they have to keep that under locks. But it was really fun to have her on too, for sure. Yeah. I mean, I just can't stop complimenting how well her and Numi and everybody has done this year. I mean, just giving us variety, good advance rates. Jake, I heard you talking about that, like these different contests with the amazing advance rates, with the like flat payout structures. I just absolutely love it. So
yeah, it was funny because I was again, nothing against Underdog. I was complaining to Andrew about the contests that don't pay until the finals. And
I don't like that.
Tell me about your thoughts on it too. And
I don't like it.
I would like to get rewarded for advancing. I get it. I like a little mix up, but it seemed like there for a while that's all was being offered. But the latest Badge Bro Brawl has been so fun to draft.
Electric.
Yeah,
amazing.
It's so fun. It's so fun. It makes it, like you said, and like Nez said, it makes you super excited for Battle Royale Streets, because it has the Battle Royale Streets vibe to it. So
very. And Andrew gave me the good news. They're going live next Friday.
Yeah. I think it's next Thursday,
Next Thursday. And I leave for Greece on Sunday night. So I'm hoping to get some Battle Royales in for week 1.
Oh, nice. Oh, that's right. You're getting married next weekend. Congrats.
Thank you. Yes. Next Friday we get married. And then Sunday night we're leaving for 2 weeks for Greece. So I'm going to miss.
Oh my God, Greece. I'm dying to go there. That's amazing that you're going to Greece for your honeymoon.
Yes. It'll be a blast. We're going to a couple different islands. So we're excited about it. But I'm a big Eagles fan, so they play that Friday night. The first week we're there, I was telling my fiance, I was like, I'll just stay up with 6 hours ahead. So it'll be like 2-3 in the morning when it kicks off. So
wow, that's wild. That's wild.
I'll have
Scott,
to stay up.
Congratulations.
Yeah, congratulations all around. I like it. I love
Appreciate it. Appreciate it.
Scott in the chat, hold on here. He said, Andrew, how many beers deep? So I do have 2 down, but I am bringing this one out. This is a local brewery. It is Springgate. It's right by us. Actually, or I'm sorry, Spring House. It's actually right by Jake. It's about 10 minutes from his house. This is called Brains. It is their pumpkin beer. It is amazing. It's not like super pumpkin-y. I'm not like really into the pumpkin, but it is a nice fall beer. So go ahead and crack that one open for you, Scott.
I'm on glass 3 of the champagne that I popped at 4 p.m. So
Love it.
Again, marathon. I'm just pacing myself. So, but yeah, just a steady stream of bubbles.
You got a fellow Eagle guy in here. Go Birds and congrats, dog.
Love it. Go Birds.
Aww.
Go Birds.
Oh,
I know
Scott's a Packers fan.
I know it's not a popular team in this room.
In this room right now, yeah. I mean,
we got the hail right behind me, baby.
Maybe someday we'll be good again. Maybe someday.
Network Academy Sports Club says, "What's up?
What's up? Good to see you in here."
Yes, if you guys, again, if you have,
drawing coming up. Drawing coming up. I just tweeted that. I just tweeted.
We have a Taysom Hill signed jersey.
This is the
coming
biggie.
up here, the big one. If you're in the chat and you aren't already subscribed to the network, subscribe, like the video. Let us know that you have subbed here, and Bruni will get you into the wheel of prizes, aka Taysom Hill signed jersey.
I can't believe my cousin actually won one of the things. That's hilarious. I
Yeah,
think there was
funny.
like a ton of people on the wheel. My cousin, swear there was no nepotism there. You saw it. It was just a random spinning wheel. But that was pretty funny. But I love that Steve and I were both like, wait a second. Is that our cousin Andrew?
That's funny.
We are 9 away from giving away the cocktail playbook.
I saw that, Andrew, that we are so close to giving away the cocktail playbook.
It's at 335, so you had 341 now.
Yeah,
341, 9 away. Let's get that to 350 before.
Yeah, let's get it tonight. Give the cocktail playbook away tonight.
Before the season, so that we can get somebody this cocktail playbook, and you can start. I already told Bruni on stream, but I'm going to be trying to make the cocktail for every team that Washington plays. That way, I can drink the blood of our enemies, literally.
Oh, very nice.
We'll see. We'll see if maybe I need to give them some good juju, because Washington fans need all we can get.
Oh yeah. Oh, Tim did the left hand up, Commanders. That's hilarious.
Nice. That's right.
I mean, I'll give you this, though. I'm very excited to watch Jaden Daniels play in the NFL. I mean, he was electric in college. So I do think I applaud Washington for going out and getting their guy. So hopefully he kind of lives up to the hype. But
I hope.
Again, from an Eagles standpoint, I don't understand the Dotson trade. You already have pretty thin receiver room.
Yeah, don't. I mean, they must have just hated him. I mean, coaches must have just
it had to be, I guess. I mean,
has to have been like a culture thing or something, and we'll just take what we can get, take anything for him.
I think Terry's upside just got even higher, but
and you have to think in those like RPO type offense, because I'm a little more skeptical. I think I was excited about the Cliff Kingsbury hire, and now then I watched the second preseason game. I don't know if you thought this, Andrew, after the second preseason game. I was like, oh, there it's back, the horizontal raid, where it's just like 3 yards this way, 3 yards that way, 4 yards this way, 2, and you're like, oh my God, this is so boring.
Here we go again.
Yeah. So I mean, but I get it. Our offensive line's horrid, and he's tiny, and he's gonna run. And they're just trying to get the ball out of his hands as quick as possible. So it'll be interesting. But yeah, you have to think similar to Pittman last year, that RPO that McLaurin could really capitalize on that.
Yeah, I agree. I think in a spread offense like Kingsbury runs too. Like I again, that just confuses me why they trade him. In a spread offense, you want playmakers and get the ball in space. And I know Dotson kind of had a down year, but to his point, I mean, and McLaurin's point, that's why it's been impressive, the numbers he's put up, is they've never had a quarterback that's been pretty much formidable. Right. So I don't know. It'll be interesting to see. I'm interested to see like what Eckler's role is. I think they're going to do he's going to get a ton of receptions out of the backfield, in my opinion. But
yeah. No, I know. And I know Justin, I have a good bit of Eckler too. Said that last night in the stream that like Eckler should get a lot more checkdowns. And I think that could be it for sure. But yeah, I drafted Dotson once today because he fell like 20 some spots. And I was like, I mean, the Eagles are a top offense. So sure, there's some contingent value if any of the receivers get injured. And then I don't know, maybe as a wide receiver 3, he could pop every now and then. So
yeah, I mean, I saw a tweet actually a couple hours ago about I guess he got 13% targets on all of his routes last year. And he's a perfect fit for Philly because he's just going to run around the field and get cardio in and open the field.
Open it up for
AJ Brown.
Yeah, kind of just kind of makes me like Devonta Smith and AJ Brown more actually.
Yeah, and honestly, like I do think Dotson's a great contingent play just because he's going to have the worst cover guy on him probably every time. So I mean, he's probably going to have some backers on him, maybe some nickel safeties that just aren't cover guys. And honestly, I think he could get some long. They've always needed that. Like AJ Brown's a good deep threat, but he's a great yards after catch receiver.
Right.
And I think Dotson could provide some nice, downfield shots for him. So
right.
Yeah. So SVW King, I don't know if that's supposed to be something Zvu. I don't know. SVW, I'm assuming. Snot in the slot is going to be juicy. Plus, in theory, he'd be a better run blocker from that spot as a heavier guy. That's an interesting way to look at it. If Snot plays in the slot predominantly, which I don't think ultimately that's what's going to happen because they brought him in to be a blocker on the line, I think. But if that were to happen, I mean, Snot's value is going to go up for sure. So that's an interesting way to look at it. And maybe that happens sometimes. But I mean, Meg, do you agree? Like he feels like George Kittle light. Like they kind of brought him in to be a good pass catcher, but also, I mean, he's going to block like a monster. That's what he did in college.
Yeah, no, he's been a tough one from the very beginning for me to understand what his role will be just year one. Like what percent of 12 personnel are they running, both him and Ertz, or what percent is he out there, but he actually could get targets. Like, I guess my point is, like, I kind of this whole time have just looked at him as more contingent value if Ertz got injured as opposed to standalone value, because I've kind of said this, and I know Steve has said this too. We kind of look at the Jaden Daniels offense, and I know a lot of people don't agree with this, but especially with this offensive line, I don't think this is an everybody's going to eat situation. I think this is like a Justin Fields type offense. I'm not saying he's going to be Justin Fields, but I'm saying it's going to be like a lot of, scramble and run, a low volume passing offense. He might only pass the ball 25 to 30 times a game. So I just don't see a ton of people eating in this offense, I guess, is what I have a problem with, and so that's why I just have a problem. Anybody outside of McLaurin, really.
I think that's very fair. I still think Sonat's going to see some,
but they're also cheap. Yeah.
I mean, why would you spend third round draft capital on a guy that you're not going to?
Wasn't he second? I was so pissed that we didn't draft. I was so angry we didn't draft a tackle. Our offense, I mean, it's just atrocious. And I think
because I can't remember. He was the second tight end off the board, right?
Yeah, he was the second, and I want to say he was the late second round.
You're right. Second round, 53rd.
Yeah,
pick.
he got our GM. I like him, but I just felt like he got a little cute in the draft. He was trading back with you guys, and then you guys got some incredible. Was it the cornerback you guys got, Cooper DeJean?
Oh yeah, they went Quinyon Mitchell first round and then DeJean second round.
I think but they did like a trade up with us, I think, to get that. And he traded back, and you're thinking, okay, like maybe he's doing it to get a tackle, and it was to get Sanat, and it's like, okay, I know we need a tight end, but and I know you don't just draft for like need, like you have to draft for like best available too. And I get it. Like, FanSpeak's covered the draft for years. I get it. But like, as a fan, I just desperately wanted us to address the offensive line in the first 2 rounds. And we had how many picks in the first 2 rounds, Andrew, like 4 or 5 or something?
Yeah. 5 in the top 100.
Yeah. And we didn't. And that just bugged the hell out of me. So.
I mean, you draft. I would love to see. Yes, get more protection for your rookie quarterback. It's the cliche rookie quarterback. What he's stepping into.
We talked about this earlier. A lot of these guys. We were talking about with Hope about Drake May, and I actually wanted Drake May. I either wanted Drake May or I wanted to trade back and get like a Michael Penix. And I didn't think Michael Penix was going top 8, but like a Michael Penix and keep Sam Howell and just let him fight it out. And then you trade back and you get all these picks to build an actual team. That's what I wanted. But
sure. I would love to look at too, like the percentage of, and I'm sure it's out there, and I don't know off the top of my head, but like where rookie quarterbacks go in drafts and how well they succeed compared to guys that go in like end of first or second, third, whatever, just because like Caleb Williams, I don't know if a rookie quarterback's ever fell.
This is like the best like spot.
I mean, and Stroud was decent situation, but I think Stroud's that good. But it's just funny. It's the typical like, oh yeah, here you go, run for your life every play.
Yeah,
So,
yeah. And Drake May is going to be in that situation. Probably Bo Nix is going to be in that situation to some extent, and Jaden Daniels is going to be in that situation. Then people like after 1 year are like, oh, they suck, and you're like, well, they were set up to fail, So I get frustrated by that, and so as a Washington fan, but hopefully it works out, but we'll see. But yeah, as far as the fantasy standpoint of Washington, I just struggle. Like I know Sinat's cheap, McCaffrey's cheap. But it's just I just struggle to see many people getting there outside of McLaurin and maybe Eckler and checkdowns and stuff.
Yeah, it's a tough team to draft. And honestly, I feel the same way about Green Bay. I'm struggling to, I know you said earlier about how you're kind of equal the market
and
on
staying with the field on them.
It's hard to pick the guy. I mean, everyone loves Wicks, but does everyone love Wicks because he's the last receiver?
He's cheap. Yeah, he's the cheapest. Yeah. Well, at least at that offense, it's going to be likely a top 10 offense. Where likely, unfortunately, Andrew likely, I think it's still going to be a bottom 10 offense. And so at least with the Packers, it's like, okay, if we're getting exposure to all of them, they're going to be a top 10 offense. Some of these guys are getting there. I just can't tell you which one, so I don't mind drafting a couple in each draft as long as it's kind of around their ADP, because I just think that's going to be a really, really elite offense if they stay healthy.
There's no reason they shouldn't be.
So. Yeah, and a good play caller too.
Yeah, and LaFleur has already come out and said that like he hears all the noise about they don't have a wide receiver one. He's like, I kind of like that. He's like, I like that we don't have a wide receiver one in your eyes, because then you don't know who to focus on. Like that's I think the nice thing about the Packers receivers is that when you draft one, they could go off at any week because any of them really can, and they're in a good offense, and no one's going to just be solely focused on within that offense. They don't have a guy that's like absolutely elite. So it is kind of nice just taking a shot on any of them. I kind of like Dobbs the most. I feel like he could potentially be more of a red zone guy. He's kind of bigger. So I do like him, but I mean,
sounds like he's going to run the most routes too.
Yeah. I think from a preparation standpoint, I think that's why they're so successful last year in the playoffs. It's so hard to prepare for a team like that because it's not like you know, every receiver had a kind of a different game they went off. Wicks, Dobbs, Watson. Honestly, I'm talking about a fade guy earlier. I am not anyone. I just
he's scary. I've drafted him more than I thought I would this year, but he's scary because of the health and but I feel like he does have that upside that, like, again, I mean, hell, he was on the winning BBM lineup last year and was hurt most of the year, but like he does have that upside. But I get what you're saying. It's a scary click for sure.
I don't know what's going on here, but the NFL keeps alerting me. There was an 81-yard touchdown, and then one play later, a 93-yard kick return in the game that's currently going on.
Jeez. I had been last week. I like hit all these unders in preseason, and then I tried that, and I don't think that's going to work this tonight. It definitely didn't work last night.
I know CMC's not playing, but Jordan Mason has 8 carries for 42 yards and a touchdown.
And a touchdown. Oh, wow.
Yeah. The Jags, which an offense I'm super high on, kind of proved I was very happy. I was sending Andrew some clips. Evan Ingram had 2 touchdowns. They won 31-0.
That's why I was surprised they played the starters that much.
I did. Yeah, they played like a quarter and a half too, which
that's
was
a lot. Yeah.
So,
that's interesting.
And then Jalen McMillan had a really nice catch again tonight. Rashad White scored.
Okay, so some
drive,
nice confirmation to things that we like. All right, very nice. So Jake, I heard you talking about the different contests. Like getting in some of those better advanced rate. Which one has been your favorite one?
I really like the marathon. I wish it wasn't $15 because like I'm not especially my first year doing it. The contest I did the most was the fast puppy. I have 33 entries in that. 27 in puppy 3. I did a lot of the $5 ones. This is my 26th BBM.
Nice.
But yeah, I mean, the recent one was awesome. I really like, I tell Andrew this all the time, I really like the contests that have minimal entries
like
and low entry cost.
Yeah.
And it takes away from, again, I mean, we all have, especially you two have great knowledge of best ball. I like the fact that, the maxers can't come in and kind of just,
Yeah.
not necessarily outskill you, but just
Beat you
outmoney
with quantity. Yeah. Beat you with
150
quantity.
different
Yeah.
combinations. So I love the single entries, the 5 entries
Yeah.
contest, because I think it evens the playing field big time.
Yeah. Yeah. I like that a lot too. Absolutely. Absolutely. So you guys are finishing up here.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I'm actually somewhat happy with my team. It was funny, I wasn't paying attention very well, but yeah, it turned out pretty good. I went Meg, I went 3 quarterbacks.
All right. You definitely have listened to some of my shows with the 3
Yep.
quarterback propaganda.
Yeah, I told Andrew 3-5-8-2 and 2-6-8-2 are probably my most popular builds. So
okay, I like it. 3 quarterbacks. There we go. I see we have our next guest, and we have Bruni ready to spin the wheel after you guys finish up. Spin the wheel for the Taysom jersey.
Speaking of Taysom, I think I wish Underdog. I know DraftKings has him as a tight end, but
I know. I wish he was a tight end on Underdog.
I tell you what, the way that running back room is right now, Taysom could have some serious upside.
I know. I wish you're right. I wish he was. I drafted him a couple times in that suit. I'm still doing these Pomeranian Superflex, and I drafted him a couple times as like the 4th quarterback in that, just because I'm like, well, you never know. I mean,
yeah, Superflex would be good.
Superflex. Okay. I mean, I don't know that he'll outscore the quarterbacks that much, but it's Superflex, so that can count.
Sure.
Like essentially as another flex. So we'll see.
So I pulled up Jake's team here. He went 3-5-8-2. Caleb Williams, Matt Stafford, Will Levis.
Oh, nice. I love the Levis.
Gibbs, Henry, Harris, Chandler, and Bigsby.
Oh, I love that running back room.
Yeah, that's pretty good. Nakua, Flowers, Ridley, Adunze, Shaheed, Cooks, Demarcus Robinson, and Corley, with Jake Ferguson and Luke Musgrave.
I love that team. Jake.
Yeah, I was happy I got stacked.
You targeted a lot of good offenses too. Yeah.
Yeah, stacked every quarterback. Got a double stack with Stafford there. I was in between Robinson and Whittington, but stacked the Rams, stacked Chicago with Dunze and Caleb Williams, and then got Levis with Calvin Ridley. So it was a fun team. So
that's one of my favorite later stacks. I hope that Tennessee offense turns out this year, because I have so much exposure to them.
I have a buddy who's a really big Tennessee fan, and he's pretty excited. He said this is the most they've ever kind of spent and went out and got good offense. So I was telling Andrew too, I love the Slayton or Hyatt, Daniel Jones stack, just as a third option, especially if you don't love your 2 quarterbacks. It's basically a free stack almost in every draft.
Right. Yeah. No, those stacks are nice that you can get like in the last 2 rounds, essentially.
Bruni says 8.4. So not bad. I'll take that.
I'll tell you what, I think that's the best grading I ever got from Bruni. So
there you go. I love it. I don't know that my numbers yet, but that's awesome.
He was just saying that he didn't want to use too many sites. So Scott is Buzzsaw on Twitter.
Oh, okay, Buzzsaw on Twitter. Okay, Good to see you in here, Scott.
Yes. Jake, appreciate you coming on. If anybody wants to have a nice spreadsheet, I got a guy for you. Jake's an Excel wizard.
Excel whiz, good to know.
He shows me all the time, and he did create a nice Excel sheet with all of the contests on it. You can put in how many you've put in, how much money you spent on it. He has it all formulated already, as the Excel god himself. But so if anybody wants them, you can hit him up on Twitter. Ask him to share the wealth on the old spreadsheet there.
If I take down any tournaments, I'll also ask you to be my financial advisor. There's nothing to really advise right now, but
hey, I hope for your sake that I get the opportunity to do that. That'd be awesome.
Oh, thank you, Jake.
But I added the profit loss tab in my Excel sheet today too, so I'm going to calculate every contest. But I'm not a John Boy Beats Excel wizard like he is, but he has some awesome stuff too.
Yeah, he does. He absolutely does. Yeah.
But I appreciate you guys having me on. It's been a blast. I mean, I know I listen all the time, but it's cool to be on this side of the room for once. So anytime you guys need me, I'd be happy to come on. So.
We'd love it. Did you hear they're going to have an underdog show this year? So I mean, underdog dailies and stuff.
I'm sure we'll have you on for some battle royales. I know
Yeah.
you've been already in the think tank about battle royale, so I'm sure we'll have you on for. Some
There you go.
battle royale
I feel you're going to be coming back on for some
Hey,
underdog shows.
I
so.
appreciate it. You guys enjoy your last hour. It's been fun being on. Thanks so much.
Thank
All right,
you,
buddy.
and congrats
See you
again.
later.
Thank you. Take it easy.
Bye.
All
All right, Meg.
Last hour.
Do you want to share your screen again?
Yeah, let's get rid of this and then
get mine off
okay.
there. And then let's
bring,
I'm gonna bring on
him in.
Bruni here because he's gonna bring in the wheel. Bruni, you want to pull open
What
the
up,
old wheel of prizes, please?
Yes,
Look at
sir.
us all in our red shirts.
Ooh. Meg, your camera must be on like a different.
I know mine's darker.
Yeah, your red looks different than ours.
I know. I swear.
We're under the bright lights, I guess. I don't know.
They're the same shirts. I swear.
All right. So for those who don't know, we are giving away the Taysom Hill. Oh, here, you know what? I'll share my screen again. Pull that back up for the good people to see here. So there it is. You are fighting for the old Taysom Hill jersey signed by the best running back in New Orleans right now. So yeah, Bruni, I'll put your wheel back up on here. This beautiful, beautiful wheel here, and let's
Sounds
spin
good.
it twice, unless we get somebody that we really know the first time. But go ahead, buddy.
That's how we're doing it. Same
Yes,
thing
sir.
as before. Okay, all right.
Spinner
sounds good.
one.
All right, so here we go. First one up.
Taysom Hill
Unless it's
jersey
somebody we
goes to.
Jake. Oh, this guy won it before.
Yeah,
oh my
we
God,
can't-
we can't
do
give my
that.
cousin two
Yeah.
things.
Respin.
Oh my God,
Oh, they're
my
supposed to
cousin
be
is
removed.
my cousin is crushing it tonight.
That's crazy.
Okay, this is fun. That's funny.
So
I
are we
swear-
gonna do another
I
two
swear
then,
there's no
Andrew?
nepotism at fanspeak.com.
Well, yeah, we'll see. If it's somebody we know, then no, because it'll be easy to track him. But
Anyone know this person?
IA Michael.
Michael
Okay, hold on. Let me write that down just so we can try to.
I was gonna say
find
you
this
said you've been writing
person.
all these down, right, Andrew?
Yep,
Thank God.
I am
'cause
Michael
did not.
Coulter. All right, spin it again, just as a contingent.
Okay, contingent. A contingent spin.
I almost won that one.
You would have won the jersey. Nice.
I shouldn't be on there. We would have respun, but Rob Richmiller.
Rob
He was in here
Rickmiller.
earlier. I think he was part of the just Fantasy Sanctuary crew. I'm pretty sure. I think he was
Okay.
in here when Tyler was in here. Okay, so that's our contingent backup. So we've a winner for the Taysom Hill jersey. Contact us on DM on Twitter or email at the pinned chat. And we will find these people to give them their prizes.
Yes.
Bruni,
I did get the
Go ahead.
email from Null Fan.
Okay.
So we are good there. We've got his info to send it out to him.
Oh,
Nice.
But
perfect.
he's on the West Coast. It's gonna cost a little bit. We gotta get it out there. I always got to remember too. We got to be careful because like people like live in like Canada and like Mexico and stuff like that, and they're just like, all right, ship it to me, and then it's like $1,000 to ship a jersey. You're like, what the hell?
Oh my God.
All right.
That's funny.
Well, let's bring on our guest here. Bruni, you can stay in if you want.
Yeah, you're welcome.
I do want to stick around for this one because I have a lot of injury questions.
There
Okay,
we
yes.
go. Let's do it.
So the man who needs no introductions. You can find him on YouTube at the D-Gen Docs. Him and his buddy do a podcast. I was in it the other night. Very informational. They were going round by round with their favorite and least favorite picks. But of course, they cover all things injuries, which, I mean, as you know, we need that information, especially with spending our hard-earned money on best ball. We need to know who to fade, who to get, who is going to win us $1.5 million. Let's bring him on, the D-Gen Doc himself, Sebastian Fioron. Sebastian, what's going on, buddy? How are you?
Cheers. Cheers.
Hey,
How are the vibes?
Cheers.
How are the well, cheers. Well,
I like that you said you're bringing it home. You're bringing it home.
I
for
know.
us.
I was gonna say, you guys, we got one more. So we're
One more.
How's everybody doing? How's the night been?
Great. We've had fun. Great guests. Fun night. I'm definitely tired, but I'm ready to go, and I'm so excited that you're on.
Good. I'm happy. Ready to ring it in. Feel the anchor. We gotta bring the energy. You know.
What are you drinking tonight? What's in that koozie?
Oh man. So, I've talked about this, but just as these athletes need to get prepared for the season, tailgate season is upon us. I've really started to diversify,
Let's
my
go.
portfolio. So
Good to hear,
right now I am drinking. Oh gosh, if I can get it out of the bottle,
You got to keep the liver
Nice.
guessing.
a nice twee.
Okay.
Yeah.
Twisted tea. There you go.
Okay.
Yeah. So I'll be honest, this has just been in the fridge way too long. I'm like, I gotta get rid of this. So
There you go. I like to diversify the drinking portfolio. There you go.
well, the athletes get to ramp up, so we got to ramp up for our tailgate
That's
season.
true. We've got
That's
a
right.
lot.
That's right.
Are you
Sebastian,
going to
Mark?
any Giants games? Are you going to any Giants games this year?
Well, I value my
that's a no.
mental health, so I think
That was a no.
no, I haven't any on the books. I actually just booked an Army Air Force game.
Oh, that's very
So I'll be going to the first Army game up in West Point with the
Nice.
family. So I'm excited
That's
about
cool.
that one.
Very cool.
Yeah, I might give the Giants another year before I decide to give them more of my hard-earned money. So
That's fair. That's fair.
Nice. Sebastian, before we get into some information related to some of these players' health, why don't you tell people a little bit about what they can find over on the DGen docs? I mean, do a selfless plug, man. I mean, you got to do it.
all right, man. Hey, you asked for it. So but no, it's me and my buddy, like Andrew was saying, we're both physical therapists, so kind of taking things from a little different perspective. We both love football and we love making money off football, right? So we'll get some fantasy football, a lot of sports betting content, and then just some football content, right? So we're putting out different ones. Last night, actually, we did our college football player predictions and kind of best bets. And, it was a fun episode, but we automatically were like, man, I'm so happy we're focused on the NFL because college is a lot nowadays, just with transfer portal, conference realignment. But we do have finally a college football playoff. So any injury news, we're definitely all over that. On top of that, and then look out for the college football, some injury news. I just put up an article. It should be up tomorrow for looking at the biggest college football injury news. So all the things, man, all the things,
Nice. Yeah. For anybody who wants to follow them, it's up here on the screen for you. The DGen docs. Again, you put out some content that we don't see heavily within the space, about players, injuries, health, when we can expect them on the field. Are they going to be 100%? Like that's the stuff that truly matters to us when we're putting our hard-earned money to it. So everyone feel free, go over here, DGen docs on YouTube, give them a follow.
And I love the threads you do on Twitter. So obviously you have your Twitter thread or Twitter up there at the DGen doc. Just great threads, like immediately right after something happens. So yeah, I always pay attention.
Yeah. As long as I don't have a patient in my room, I try to be on it. So.
We are taking care of us fantasy DGens and we appreciate you. So, Bruni, fire away with some questions.
Yeah, I'll say you're the man with the questions, huh?
Oh, I mean, I just got players galore. If we want to fire up a draft, we can go through them at ADP. I can start just barking through them. Through my head in ADP if you want. Are we feeling good about Puka? I'm getting alerts about Tyler Lockett, on my phone here.
Okay.
I've got Leonard Floyd and IDP I need to know about.
Oh, you're an IDP. Oh, I love to hear that.
You know what I'm saying? As far as injuries go, I could go all day. So.
I did just see Floyd got hurt. So, I'll be honest. I've been out of the house until literally 10 minutes ago. So, I just saw I just put out the kind of injury news recap from the day. Not a ton from today, but Leonard Floyd and his backup, Yatir Gratos-Matos.
I don't have that guy.
He's the Penn State product that came out a couple years from Carolina. He's his direct backup. They both got hurt with knee injuries and were questionable to return tonight. So I'll have to take a look at the injuries because I didn't see them to see, how questionable return is a little bit more optimistic than immediately ruled out, as we all know. But 2 weeks away. 2 weeks away. So it's getting to that point where if you pick something up now, unless it's really minor, it's going to be a bit of concerning. You talked about Puka Nacua. This is one where we're having to trust Sean McVay a little bit here. And kind of the timelines that they're given. There's been no concern about him coming back for week 1, so they say, but he also hasn't returned to practice, right? So this week, and speaking for Puka, but also guys, I was talking about this earlier to someone, like guys like CeeDee Lamb, Jamar Chase, Brandon Ayuk, who have just not practiced, right? You need some time. These guys are great athletes. They're great football players, but the way you just working out in the weight room or doing things on yourself does not translate to, the responding to people moving 100 miles an hour, right? So
getting hit,
getting
recovery,
hit, right?
Yeah.
So I start to worry about those guys, and then Puka as well as he gets back. Now, I'm hoping that Puka will start working his way back next week. So I'm not trying to raise any alarms or flags for him yet, because the indication has he got injured early enough. He should be good to go. But as we start getting closer day by day next week, that's when I'm starting to be like, all right, man, I know you're a good player, but you got to get on the field at some point.
Another couple of guys like that, like Jahmyr Gibbs, DeAndre Hopkins, guys that like, red flag, but then we've kind of got that coach speak like, nope, they're going to be good. They're expected back for, exactly. They'll be ready for week 1.
Yeah. Yeah, no, DeAndre Hopkins. So it's funny, Puka and DeAndre Hopkins, both their injuries are labeled as a knee sprain, which could be anything, could be nothing, right? It doesn't tell me anything, right? You injured your knee. Congratulations. But so, the timeline for, I will say Hopkins, they gave a 4 to 6 week expected recovery timeline. And the updated timeline was, it looks like it's closer to 4 weeks, which is honestly best case scenario, because that puts him coming back at the start of next week. So he has a full week to ramp up till game week. So originally here in that 4 to 6 week timeline, I was like, oof, you're cutting it close. But if that updated timeline is true, then he should be back at the beginning of next week. And that should give him enough time to appropriately ramp up. Jahmyr Gibbs, the same plan. Dan Campbell said he's not practicing this week, which is a good call. Hamstring injuries, that is the number one most burdensome injury in the NFL, especially as we get close to the season. In the offseason, they're annoying, but you have the time advantage. The big thing with hamstrings is you are going to feel better before that tissue is fully healed. So, it happens with normal patients. It definitely happens with professional athletes where they're used to being able to, hey, I feel good, so I want to go 1,000,000 miles a minute. They only know one speed. And that's the worst thing you can do. It's very hard to tell somebody, hey, I know it feels better, but you are not 100% right now. So that's where hamstring injuries become a concern. So sometimes sitting that guy out, the coach saying, hey, you're not practicing this week, is great. But we can't always do that during the season. So Jahmyr Gibbs, I think, he's another one where there's always that re-injury risk. But if you have that time where they don't have to get back right away, it kind of bodes a little bit better for them.
I feel like I've seen that with a couple of different guys too, like Deontay Johnson. He's back at practice now.
Yeah,
Christian Kirk. That was the next one I was going to say. Is he back at practice?
No, I think he should be aiming for next week, but his was a calf and his was even lower grade. So
what is Brandon Cooks dealing with? I know we all have a lot of exposure to Brandon Cooks.
He has a personal matter.
Yeah, what the hell does
that was personal, yeah.
Oh,
I said knee soreness.
I thought it said knee soreness. Yeah.
No, he took 2 practices off for a personal reason.
That's the last update I had. Yeah, I didn't see any injury.
Oh, okay.
Underdog had it.
It definitely said knee soreness.
Yeah, it said knee soreness. It just said that he, walked off on his own. Not a massive concern.
Oh, that was I thought that was like a helmet, like a helmet hit his knee or something.
Yeah,
and he just went off to the side. It was like an overreaction on Twitter, I think.
Yeah,
that never happened.
Yeah, exactly. I've never heard of that. I don't.
Yeah. Well, so it's funny because they say, I'm looking at what is this, CBS looking at it. The 19th, they talk about how he got hit in the knee, whatever, and then the next day he'll miss 2 practices, and they quote knee, but then it says for personal reasons. So
weird, so maybe a little bit of both. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe, but I would assume this was pre-planned if he's gonna completely miss practice because he was working off to the side on Monday. So
right.
I would imagine that a little bit less concerning because it was pre-planned.
So I wanted to ask you about Chuba. Where are we at with that? Because I'm obviously exposed to Brooks a ton, and I have Chuba as well. But Chuba, it looked bad in the initial video that we saw, but it looks like he's back in practice and stuff. Are we all good to go there, or where are we?
Yeah. With him coming back already, I think that's kind of the indication. The video looked with that leg coming back. They're like just getting bent backwards, like. First of all, he got lit the fuck up. I mean,
he took one on the chin for sure.
Oh man, that was. I mean, as a football fan, it excited me because I was like, oh man, we're back.
I went to add Chuck Clark in all sorts of IDP leagues. I was like, if I'm gonna lose this exposure, I might as well lean into this guy.
Yeah.
Chuck is back.
But no, I think Chuba should be good to go with him being back at practice again because they brought him back this week and still having those 2 weeks, I think that kind of gives you an indication like, all right, they feel comfortable with him practicing because there's no need to practice for him to be back this soon.
Right.
if there was something going on. So
thank God.
I'm still all in on Chuba, and I'm out on Brooks this year. So
That's what I was just about
Stop.
to ask you.
I knew Andrew was going to
Stop the slander.
I wanted to ask about kind of like the tea leaves guys, like Brooks, like Nick Chubb, like Hawkinson. Is there any signals that we're seeing right now that might lend us favor to a clear picture at their ADP?
Right now, no, like there's been no major updates or anything with any of those guys. They're not practicing. I fully expect all of them to start on the pup. Brooks may not. He may try. They may try to bring him back with the 3 game instead of the 4. So they may not put him on pup for that reason. It's still been determined. It's still because they, Canales came out and said like week 3 to 4 would be a great thing, whatever. I still think that's a little early, but basically, if you're drafting them with the intent that you are hoping that from week 8, 9, 10 and on, that's what you're drafting them for the potential to get someone back, like, for a cheaper price, then I can be okay. But if you are drafting them kind of at their ceiling or expect them to be anywhere productive before week 8 at a minimum, then that's where I kind of think you're being a little unrealistic on really all of those guys. They're just all coming. I mean, they were all basically coming back from ACL plus injuries. So it's just really hard to project that, one, they're going to be the same player this year, and then they're definitely not going to automatically hit the ground running. So,
right. Last one I want to ask about, and then I'm sure I'll have more that we can dive into, like in the actual draft. Juwan Johnson, he's off the pup. He's healthy. He's ahead of schedule.
Thank God.
Full trust. Like, are we good? We're in the clear.
I put out a video, I think a month and a half ago, saying okay, so actually it was funny. I wasn't on the Juwan Johnson hype train or anything before he got injured. And then I remember the injury, everyone was freaking out. Like his ADP plummeted. No one was talking about it. No one wanted to speak about him. It was like, dude, the guy didn't die. He's going to be back. So I started looking into it more. And I'm pretty big on Chris Olave. And the reason is because it's Chris Olave and who else? Alvin Kamara out of the backfield, maybe?
Yeah, Shaheed, A.T. Perry.
I'm not a huge Shaheed guy. Just he's already got a toe injury he's dealing with. Like he just hasn't shown that to me. He can be flashy, best ball, if, maybe some spike weeks. But I really think Juwan Johnson can be like the number 2 target in the passing game. And he's super free. So, they gave the timeline of 10 to 12 weeks when it initially first happened, where he was 12 weeks out. Like you said, he's ahead of schedule. This kind of puts him as like, I was drafting him even if I didn't know he was going to be back for week 1, because I knew he was going to be back before week 3, right? So it's like
he became like a round like 15 to 18 pick.
Yeah,
he fell like three rounds.
Yeah.
Oh, I've gotten him in the last round.
I've gotten him in the last round. Yeah.
Yeah, it's crazy to me. Now with him getting activated off pup, I still don't hear a lot in the kind of fantasy streets about him, which is good. I think we keep it that way, right? But definitely someone that it's because they never said what the injury was. He had a foot surgery, but it kind of the timeline rules out certain things. I think it was closer to a fracture type, and with fractures, it's really just time, and there's not a huge re-injury risk associated with it. So once they're back, they're back. So I'm all systems go on Juwan Johnson, and the fact that he potentially is going to be out there for week 1 is cherry on top of where I originally thought, and I was still super high on him.
Jake brought up a good one in the chat, Jaylen Warren.
Yeah, Jaylen Warren. Yeah, so this one a little worries me because it just happened last weekend. So now, even in minor grade 1 hamstring strains, we're talking about 2 to 3 week recovery timeline, and you also have that high re-injury risk. Now we get into a situation where, hey, the season's here. So there can be that pressure from a player to be like, man, I've been training all offseason. I want to be out there for week 1. Where the best case scenario for Warren, depending on how his rehab goes, maybe to sit out week 1. So that's always going to be a tough decision on, how much the player is going to say, hey, I feel good. How much
is that it though? I mean, is that really all that we're looking to miss is like just 1 or 2 weeks?
Well, I think my fear is he tries to come back for week 1, and now we turn a 2 to 3 week injury into a month-long injury. So that's a little bit of my fear of what's going on there. And they also have not really confirmed the severity of it. And
so something that Andrew and I talked about on one of our strategy shows was taxing on injuries. If you had to predict his return week plus a small tax on that, like 1 or 2 weeks, what do you think his taxed injury return rate would be?
Yeah, I think from what I've read and everything I've seen up until today, I think, I think worst case you're looking at week 3 and that's worst case. And I do think best case, he has a shot to be out there week 1.
Okay.
Because, if it is a minor hamstring injury, like 2 weeks and 2 weeks plus is not super unrealistic. You're running a little bit of a risk, but even the grades, there's grade 1, 2, and 3. There's still a decent amount of variability within that range, right? Because you're really just talking about mild, moderate, and fully torn off the bone. So it's like there's still a lot kind of in there, right? So based on how much damage is truly done and how that hamstring responds, I've had some people that can get back to being at sports at 2.5 weeks, right? But I've had some grade 1s that are closer to 4 weeks. So it gets a little bit tough, but I really think assuming no setback, worst case is he's back week 3.
All right. Very good.
Nice. All right, let's get in the draft. Meg, you want to pull up your
Yeah.
screen here?
So Sebastian, are you drafting on? Do you need to get some numbers up, or do you
Oh,
want
yeah.
to draft with me? Okay, yeah, that's totally fine. I figured I knew you were early in the streets, so
Bruno,
I don't know. Are all 4 of us gonna be able to get in here?
So I was gonna say, it's like, Meg, why don't you go in and look, and then Sebastian get in, and then Bruni and I will tail in if we can.
Okay. All right. Well, then
when she gets to like 3 is typically where I'm going to jump in, is what I've kind of figured out.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Well, then I will still count it down. So I'm counting down in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Hit enter. And shit, it only says 1 more.
Oh, boy,
I've got 3 more.
I couldn't get out.
Get out.
I think I'm in one. Shit. Okay.
Okay. Let me see if I'm in with you or not.
Mine says 3 still.
You might be. No, I'm in with you, Bernie.
I'm
in. Are you SGPN?
Yeah, football dog. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So I think we just lost you, Andrew.
Yeah, I never went in because I wanted to make sure everyone else got in because I drafted the ball.
Okay.
So yeah.
Well, Andrew, you and I can draft together if you want.
There you go. A little team stream.
There we go.
Here, let me share my.
Yep.
We're at 12:13, so it fits you perfect.
Oh, lovely. Yeah, I have the roadmap for that.
Oh, jeez.
All right, I gotta find
Meg. How many damn active things?
Oh my god, it's so it's like Gremlins. It will not. They keep popping up. I'm so.
And you have like notifications on for those?
Yes. Well, yes.
Goodness.
Wait, where the hell was the BBM?
Go up.
Oh no.
It should be closer to the top.
No, these are my on the clock slows.
Yeah, yeah. You should be. Oh, so you should be on the clock.
So, no, but because it'll be 2 picks away. I'm up in 6 picks. Okay, let me see. 6, 6, 6, 6.
Grinder. Seeing if there's anyone else I know in here.
Oh, Brees Hall 1, 2. Okay.
Might have to make my first pick on the phone. Where
1,
the hell?
2. What the hell?
Yeah, Brees Hall went in the second
Okay,
pick.
now it's 4. Hold on. This is I can't find the damn. There it is. Whew.
Yeah, my app is going really slow.
Oh, we're firing away here.
Okay, so I'm at 8. Okay. Whew, that was insane.
Yeah, Bijan at 6.
Did you say Brees went at 2?
Yeah.
That's what it says, yeah.
Mhm.
Jake, I am at 128, so this is 129, I believe.
Jefferson for me. I'll get the board back up.
I knew you were not afraid of that smoke.
No, I'm not afraid of that smoke.
I'm not taking an eagle to start this draft. There's no way. I just can't.
Andrew, you want to double tap receiver here?
You know, Sebastian, I used to let my Washington fandom get in the way, and now I just let nothing get in the way of money to me.
No, I mean, it's fair. It's definitely not the smart thing.
Puka Marvin.
But I will say, ironically,
I mean, I'm fine with that if you want to do that.
Yep.
My BBM3 team, I had 2 Washington receivers, which is hysterical. One of them being Jahan Dotson, which was actually hilarious because he did have a good rookie season. But yeah, I was such a homer drafter back then.
Yeah, how do we feel about a Dotson being gone?
So weird to me.
Gonna be irrelevant.
You have him on a cheap contract. The coaches must have just hated him, I guess.
Yeah, that was kind of interesting for me.
Super weird.
I mean, it doesn't change my opinion of the Eagles in any way, or really. Where do I want to?
Cooper Kupp at 15. Wow.
Yeah, that was a little early.
He went at 13 last night.
I haven't had much Debo in my life. I like some Debo in my life.
I probably would have taken some Debo, so that's a nice pick.
Yeah, we had Nez on, who's hardcore in the best ball community. He said that like he loves Debo, so that's a good pick. When he says that he likes a player, like I listen because obviously he's much more enthralled than I am. And yeah, Debo is somebody that he really likes.
No one's talking about him. It's just interesting. Like, you know, I know one of my favorite bets this year is 5 receiving, 5 rushing touchdowns for him at 6-1.
Oh, smash.
Yeah. So I know it's dropped a little bit since, I mean, yeah, I think that was like a month ago, but
I just checked Best Ball Overlay and I have no Jefferson Gibbs start. So I like that.
Awesome.
That's super fun.
What did you get Gibbs at? What fall?
Let's see. 17.
Nice. No, that's awesome.
Yeah.
Getting Cup ahead of him is a nice little push for you. That's great.
So Scott said who is who on the draft board. So obviously, you know, is Meg. SGPN, DGen Doc, or Football Doc, I'm sorry. That's Sebastian. And then obviously Bruni's in the last spot, JM Bruni.
I'm Negan.
And you guys are team Justin and Andrew.
Yeah,
I like the team.
I'm going to owe Justin 2 drafts now.
Yeah, I know. Like this running a charity over here.
Best ball charity? I think that could be a thing.
Yeah.
Oh my fantasy grinder. I know he's big in the best ball streets and DFS streets. I don't know if he used to work for Stochastic or something. And he definitely is a big best ball DFS guy.
Yeah, well, he took Benedict Barkley there, so he's dead to me. So
Benedict Barkley. Benedict Barkley. Kyron Williams going ahead of Benedict Barkley. Barkley is nice.
I mean,
that's a nice push.
Yeah, Neighbors is going way too high. As much as I love him, I just can't do it.
He should. I mean, in that range is fine, but he should still be going after like Olave, Evans.
That's what I mean,
you know, like this group, like Adams, like he should be going after those guys.
That's what I'm saying. I just
not that far off.
Yeah, it's gonna be hard for me to get him just because I'm not gonna.
Who's the
like rookies?
Sebastian, since your boots on the ground with the Giants, who's the guy at the end of the draft? Because Hyatt goes late, Wandale goes late, Slayton.
I think Slayton too.
1,000.
Lots of Slayton for me. Lots of Slayton.
Yeah, he's the leading receiver for the past 2 years. He's gone over 700 yards, and the Giants really are going to try to push the ball downfield. Now, probably is going to result in a decent amount of interceptions, but there are going to be some, 80-yard bombs, and Slayton is your dude who's going to.
He's a dude that finishes at the end of the year too. He was a big championship guy for people last year.
Oh yeah,
I think did he score 2 touchdowns in week 17 or week 16?
He had an 80-yard bomb against the Rams. Tyrod.
This guy knows. Andrew, we're about to be up. We can kind of chat after.
While you guys are doing that, I have to say thank you to Scott, Wisconsin, Florida project guy. He was in the chat from the very beginning. So loyal all day. I know he's listening to some of my CBS stuff. He's listening here on FanSpeak. Keep coming back. Hopefully we have a lot of winners this in season and have a lot more giveaways to give away. But thank you for your loyalty today. We appreciate it.
So. Yeah. Cheers to Scott.
Yes, absolutely. Cheers.
Bruni, coming up. What are we looking at wide receiver wise?
So we already have Puka and Marvin. I'm good at double tap again if you want to, or if you want to do Mahomes, Kelsey, we can do something like that. Or if you want to, I don't know. I don't need to do Trey McBride with you. I can do that plenty on my own.
What wide receivers are left right now?
Diggs, Pittman, Flowers, Rice, Higgins.
So let's either do the Patrick Mahomes, Kelsey, or let's do Flowers and Lamar, whichever one you like better.
Let's do Kelsey and Mahomes.
Okay.
Just need a little more of it, anyways.
Yeah. Hard to hate that.
I mean, you were paying a cheaper price not that long ago for that stack, but I'm okay with it because I think it's a good value at 3-4.
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, and I'm pretty underexposed to Kelsey. I mean, that's just somebody I don't want to pay up for generally, so I'm all right taking him.
I think it's just difficult
when I get him, it's good to hedge.
Yeah, when you're paying for those other tight ends that are younger and more athletic, right at that range that can finish like right there. I mean, what we saw last year: Andrews, Hawkinson, and Laporta. And Kelsey. They all averaged what was like 11 fantasy points per game. So.
Yeah, I know it sounds weird.
Sebastian just took. I was going to take Sebastian.
I couldn't. I mean, I wasn't planning on it, but what the hell are we doing? Rashee Rice before Michael Pittman? I like Rashee Rice. I was like, I need more Rashee Rice when he was going in the 7th round, but this is crazy. 39.
No, his ADP is getting a little out of control for sure.
Yeah.
the Brown injury. I mean, if you want to talk on that a little bit, even a little more, I think you were on our show not that long ago when we discussed that.
Yeah. So Hollywood Brown, he's got a sternoclavicular dislocation, which is a really scary injury, originally, which is why he went to the hospital. So your sternum, your chest, your clavicle, where that connects kind of in that point there, essentially his clavicle, he got tackled into the ground and his clavicle got pushed backwards towards his vascular. Yeah. So I mean, it's your neck, right? So you got a bunch of important vascular veins, arteries in there.
I just cracked my neck as you said that.
But so that's why he was taken to the hospital immediately, and then the bone was reduced or was put back in place, and then now it's just about letting the ligaments heal. They gave the 4 to 6 week recovery timeline, which is normal. Week 1 seems very unlikely. Week 2 even seems aggressive. I think Bruno, you said it actually right away. Like week 3 or 4 is the target, and that's kind of what they're thinking. So obviously, from a team perspective. You've got the Ravens and the Bengals, their first 2 games. So I think he'll be a little bit missed there. But from a fantasy, best ball perspective, you're talking about probably just 2 games.
Yeah, I still think to prepare for the 4 to 5, like from a buying perspective, because I think like they get to that point, they're probably 3-0. You know what I mean? Don't need to rush them back. Let them sit an extra week, maybe 2 if it wasn't what they expected.
Yeah. I always, if you want to, bake that in for sure. Absolutely.
I did hear that that's an injury that you should be able to, like, there's no ramp up.
Tyreek Hill had a similar injury not that long ago, and he was able to recover from it quick, they said.
Yeah,
I think he missed 4 weeks.
Yeah. Bone stuff, it's like once it's healed, you're good.
Right. It's not, okay.
But obviously, it's one of those things where you're not going to be before because you can't risk a full fracture or a full dislocation or something like that. So.
Right.
Man, I've been so low on Josh Jacobs because I don't love their offensive line this year and just his efficiency, but I thought it was going to be a little bit more of a running back committee, but no one can stay healthy outside of him. So
I'm big on Jacobs this year just because the offense. I just think he should have so many high leverage touches in that offense, but.
What is the word on Marshawn Lloyd?
Yeah, he's dealing with a hamstring now after dealing with the hip flexor. So, I mean, he was back for a couple of days, and then he immediately went back out. So he's still not practicing yet.
Dylan has an injury though, correct?
He's got a stinger now. Yeah, and he's had that in the past, so it's a repeat injury. And now we're talking about a nerve problem that gets aggravated by getting hit and tackled, and he's a running back, and he's a bruising running back. So that's huge concern.
Who's the next guy?
Are you thinking of taking him, Sebastian?
No, I can't do it. No.
If you're not, I'm going triple anchor. See, I'm doing what you did, Andrew. I'm gonna figure out a way to land this plane. It might be a hyper fragile here, but I don't care
we're doing 2 receivers again now.
Who's available there?
Well, we're 2 picks off, and Kirk, Ridley, Allen, Reed are at the top of the board. We don't need Pitts. Then Walker, Godwin, Odunze. So based off of the grouping here,
So you don't want to go bully tight end? I know that's not your style.
I just did it earlier. What are you talking about?
I don't think you generally like to do that, right?
I do when the receiver value isn't there. I would be just fine taking Allen and Reed. Just because it's getting pretty aggressive and we're only at 2. But if you want to do Pitts and a combination of that, I'm open to it.
No, you're right. Let's do Allen and Reed.
Okay. All right. So just keep it simple there. Because we could still get a fall from another like mid-round tight end that's just as good into like a bully build.
Yeah.
So we're not concerned about Keenan Allen tipping the scales there?
No.
No, it's hard to tackle a fat kid.
Oh man,
he's been going up against Jalen Johnson in camp. He probably wants a little bit more weight on him.
Yeah. Kenneth Walker, I haven't heard anything about. Am I just sleeping on him? Or
I like Kenneth Walker.
He's typically where I start to target running back, so I have a fair amount of him.
I like him.
I
Yeah,
just
the
like
coach-
David
And
Montgomery.
I love David
I
Montgomery
just can't
too.
do it.
Mhm.
I just can't. I mean,
Oh, I love David Montgomery. Yeah, no, the Ken Walker. I mean, the coach came out and had said multiple good things about him. You know, they said that they can definitely lean on him. I do think that Charbonnet is going to have more of a role this year than he did last year, so take that for a grain of salt. But I mean, right now, coaches really like Ken Walker, so I think he's good until he potentially gets another injury. I mean, he's been injured a couple times already in his NFL career, so.
yeah. I think, I mean, as we near close to, the season, I think at this point, it's just like, it's so hard to see your guys on the board. At least for me, someone who doesn't do a lot of best balls, it's just like, man, if I see my guy on the board at this point, it's like, well, I just want to take him because at this point.
Well, yeah, and if you're within, more than a handful of picks from your next pick, you just got to do it sometimes.
I mean, Sebastian, you got to have the capital. You and your wife put your nose to the ground and paid off all your student debt really quick. So,
well, as a reward, we're going to be buying the missus a nice car here.
Nice.
So,
Right on.
Yeah, we're gonna go from driving I drive an 06, she drives an 08, and now she's gonna get herself a nice little Audi. So
That's
nice.
cool.
Very nice.
yeah, and then hopefully that'll buy me some brownie points for football until starting tomorrow. There's real football until February. So
God bless. God bless your lips. Your lips to God's ears.
love
That's amazing words. Love it.
I love the video short when the guy gave his wife the 2 weeks notice.
no,
I didn't see that. That's cute.
That was perfect. Like here's my
cute.
2 weeks notice for the rest of the year.
That was pretty funny. He made her read it too. Like you've been a loving husband so far, but it all comes to an end. No, it's gonna be good. Oh, let's see here.
And any other injury things that you want to talk about?
Yeah, let's see. Let me rack my brain.
I was trying to think about like who else we're missing here.
Yeah, let me pull up in a tab here because I literally just finished an article on this last night. So.
Oh, you know what? I got to ask you about something. What's up with Prescott and the walking boot? He sheds it, and then I saw him in it again, and then he sheds it again.
They say good news.
Yeah, like anything going on there?
You're talking about a guy who needs, for a tattoo, he needs to be able to be put under anesthesia. A little bit.
You're saying he has low pain tolerance? Is that
Punta.
I'm saying that some people have something in them, and others have Charmin Ultra Soft. No, I'm messing around because fuck the Cowboys, but I don't think it's anything super concerning. It is a little bit concerning that it was the same one where unfortunately my New York Giants destroyed his ankle couple years ago and led to Andy Dalton being the guy for a little bit. But I would say overall, I'm not super concerned.
Okay.
It is weird though that you just bring out a walking boot. It reminds me of a trainee walking around looking for sympathy. Like, what are we doing here?
It is all of a sudden I'll see
not Ingram. Fuck. All right, good pick.
Oh.
I was debating between him and Ferguson just to set up some stuff.
To set up the DAC. Or do you have no way he's gone, right? Okay, I see.
No, yeah, for potential, Who was it? Our first guest? Yeah, was it Herzig that was like, "How do you have that much DAC?" And I was like, "Oh, there's a lot of back stacks. There's a lot of back stacks."
Yeah. Herzig likes to point out people's exposures.
Andrew, we're up.
It's not just going to be my 10
at
10%.
Aaron Jones, Addison, Mostert, Swift, Hopkins, White, Sutton. I like doing a running back and a receiver here.
Okay, I kind of want to take Hopkins. So whatever running back there you like, I'm not really partial to any of them.
So Jones and Hopkins.
That's fine.
Jones is someone who's just been forgotten.
Yep.
My goodness. Jordan Addison.
We love Ty Chandler.
No.
Well, we have a little bring back there with Jaden Reed for week 17. So that's nice.
Yeah.
That is nice.
So
Jordan Addison is a guy I can talk about because he's someone.
Yeah, no one cares about him.
I mean, I've been drafted a little.
So he's someone that. Oh shit! I'm on the clock. How'd that happen? Hold on. No, I can't do that. Oh, I can do this though. Give me some Curtis Samuel in my life.
All right. Well, I'm about to take Jordan Addison. Is there anything bad?
That's I do want to know
besides
about
him being
Curtis
besides him potentially getting suspended.
I do want to know about Curtis Samuel.
I think that potentially his injury is a little bit more than people are leading on and thinking. I think it's going to be closer to him being potentially. I would not do it in short term, but if you want to, I mean, hey,
I already have Jefferson. I don't need to double stack the Vikings.
But essentially, based on the video, and I wonder if I can pull up. Oh, actually, I forgot. I'm not the one sharing my screen. But based on the video of the injury, essentially, when we talk about a low ankle sprain and what we normally think about, like, you know, I always use the example: you're playing basketball and you roll your ankle, you roll your foot goes outward. That's a low ankle sprain. It's common injury because the ligaments, they're not as strong. They don't need as much damage, so they don't need as much time to recover. That's typically more your 1 to 2 weeks in mild cases. Not a big deal at all. The high ankle sprain is the concerning ones, and the medial ankle sprains. It's when your foot is planted and someone lands on the outside of your foot, forcing that ankle in. That is when we get into some trouble, and that was the mechanism of injury. So I know it started as he was carted off, and everyone's like, oh, shoot, you know, JJ's out for the year. What are we doing now with this? It wasn't a season-threatening, like season-ending thing, but I do think he's dealing with something that's a little bit closer to 4 to 6 weeks, and with the high ankle sprains, the production dips for about 8 weeks since the injury. So I do think it could something that could affect him for closer to the first 4 games of the season, maybe even 6. But I think people are just, hey, there was nothing crazy wrong with him. They said he avoided like a major significant injury. So everyone just assumed he's going to be perfect and fine. And I'm not ready to do that just yet.
Gotcha.
And then did we say Curtis Samuel? Did I hear that? Am I
Curtis Samuel, please and thank you.
Okay. Yeah.
Please and thank you, Doc.
Yep.
I do have the video here if anyone wants to see it really quick.
All right.
So if you see right there, he's about to get landed on.
Ow.
Yeah. Look at his ankle underneath already. Oh, he's sitting on his ankle right now, by the way. I know you can't see that. But
yeah. So again, you know, the ankle going inwards, and a guy, he's planted. Obviously, the body weight comes down on the outside of the foot, forcing the ankle inwards. That is the mechanism of injury for something like a medial or a high ankle sprain. Those typically require at least 4 to 6 weeks, best case, and they do affect for about 8 weeks. So, you know, I think this injury was last week. So that kind of runs us up closer to like week 3, week 4. Now, he may be out there sooner, but I do not think he's going to be 100%.
Wow. Some interesting picks here. Warren, Spears go off the board. B-Rob.
Now, how the hell did Dak fall to 104? Damn it, I should have taken Ferguson earlier.
He falls to 104 all the time.
I know. That's too late.
Fall to 113.
No, he will not. I can pretty much assure you of that.
All right. We'll get to talking here after Sebastian's pick, Andrew. I have an idea of what I want to do here, at least for one pick.
I think I have. All right. Who is the Chargers wide receiver 1? What do you guys think?
I mean, I think Ladd, but I
Palmer.
I like Palmer too.
Yeah, I think it's Palmer. But I've kind of been a little bit of a fan of his for a little while, and he's kind of not exactly made me the happiest. So
Andrew, I want to.
He filled in when he had to fill in last year. Sorry, I'll let them talk.
Yeah, Pollard and who?
Pollard and Shakir. Is that good, or do you want Pollard and Brown?
Yeah, I'm fine with that. Yeah, I like both of them.
Okay, you're good. You're good going 2-6.
Yep.
Okay. All right. So let's go Shakir. Okay. So I've been buying more Shakir because of the Samuel injury. I don't know if there's anything you can.
So where the hell is my tab here? Essentially turf toe, right? So turf toe is where it's called turf toe because the toe gets stuck in typically the turf and the toe gets hyperextended. Basically, in layman's term, it's when the joint in the big toe gets inflamed, right? So you have inflammation of the joint. All accounts are it's a minor turf toe injury, which is a 1 to 3 week recovery timeline. Now, during the season,
Sebastian, you're up. I just want to let you know.
Oh, I appreciate it. I would have totally not paid attention.
That's happened to me like 5 times tonight. So
I can imagine. Oh, there it is. Hey, look, there's a tab. All right, give me 1 second here. Oh, golly. No, I can't do that. Can I do that?
Do it.
Okay. All right, I'm gonna do it with my eyes closed. Okay, there we go.
The dark
Yeah.
side Kermit.
I was like, what is this pick? He's going to make a Dallas Goddard.
I think he's a good player. I just
Stock down.
Yeah, I don't know why. Why, like
Jan Dotson.
But come on,
I mean, he has to represent another healthy red zone target, which is if Dallas Goedert is hitting his ceiling, which could potentially be a top 5 season at the tight end position. I think you got to kiss that goodbye. I think that reality's gone.
I don't know. I've never been a big Dotson guy, so maybe it does not move the needle. You know what it moves the needle for me is it makes me want all of the Terry McLaurin.
Absolutely. Yeah. No, I want all the Terry and all the Eckler.
Yeah.
I think De'Ami Brown is honestly
he's
the better.
He's a really sneaky 18th.
He's the better late round pick than McCaffrey to me, in my opinion.
Oh, Miles. Yeah.
Yeah, I wanted to hit on that too. Goddard.
Everyone on Twitter right now is Team McCaffrey. It's out of hand. It's too
nepotism.
Much. It's too much. You're not wrong. You're not wrong.
I mean, let's be honest. If his name wasn't McCaffrey, no one would no one would know. Sorry, I apologize for cursing. No one would know.
We can curse.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. Sometimes I forget, and I'm just, oh man, it's
let it rip. It's midnight.
Gentlemen. I don't want to come up in.
The kids are watching.
Drinking my twisted tea.
Yeah. Oh man.
How dare you?
Oh. Anyway, but yeah, I don't think if his last name was McCaffrey, anyone would give a damn about him.
Yep.
So
you're right. It's all about who his dad was.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, that, like when people said that right away, I was just like, "What are you talking about? Like this is Eckler season all day. Like get the hell out of here. Eckler's gonna play wide receiver too." There's like, you know how they just say like, oh, like the pass catching running back. Oh, he's taking slot snaps. Like you hear it all the time. No, this guy's literally just going to be the wide out too. Like it's going to be.
Why not? Why not?
That would be fun. I'm not
it's
gonna lie.
It's a terrible offensive line
with
a
like
rookie quarterback.
Yeah. It's
like,
yeah. Oh, all right. Wait, let me wrap up the Samuel thing. Basically, it's expected to be a 1 to 3 week injury. He injured it even, I think, 2 weeks ago at this point. Like he should have 4 weeks of recovery timeline or 3.5 weeks. I would buy the dip on Samuel and all the things I was hearing about him and how they're going to try to use him as a Devo light in that offense. I'm very low on Keon Coleman. I think Shakir is a guy that I'm willing to take a stab on, but I would buy the Curtis Samuel dip.
Okay.
Here's the question. So I was looking at this market. Rookie leaders, right? We're talking about rush yards. It was Jonathan Brooks at like minus 120, 130. And then the next guy was Jaden Daniels at plus 450. And then there was a bunch of long shots. For me, as someone who's looking to fade Brooks in more way than one just this season, again, I need to reiterate, I'm not a Brooks hater. I think he's going to be the best back. I don't want to bet on a rookie coming off an ACL tear, but
it's so tough with the rookies. It's all about betting on fragile starters, in my opinion. Like you got to find a rookie with a fragile starter.
Do you remember where Braylon Allen was on that list, Sebastian?
He's kind of gotten up there with the steam. Hold on, I think I'm. Yeah,
I was just because, man, if Breece Hall goes down, Braylon Allen might run away with that easily.
Yeah,
I could say the same thing for James Conner. I know that the love for Benson is down right now, but he could easily be at that top guy if Conner went down.
Yeah, I mean, I had heard Benson is still fighting it out with Amari DiMercato.
Yeah, it didn't seem like he had a great preseason.
What's up with Michael Carter? I thought they were loving him too. Andrew, we're on the clock here. Ford, Chubb, Benson, Eckler, Mike Williams, Darnell Mooney.
I mean,
I think we're
you know where I'm going there. I'm going Ford all day.
Okay, so we're good to take Ford, even though I'm overweight on him. You just want to lean into the overweight picks so we can go with Eckler there then?
I thought we weren't making fun of Keenan.
You want to take yeah, I mean, do we need to hit tight end yet? Is there any good tight ends left?
We have Kelsey.
Okay, all right.
I mean, do you want Muth? I mean, it's Muth or Hawkinson.
Muth would be a bring back if we want. If not, I mean, I'm okay going with Eckler too. If you want to.
No, we can do Muth. Just get a little bit more unique. We got Muth and a Kelsey bring back. Mahomes as well.
Come on, Smitty.
No, it's fine. We can be done with tight end there. I'm really good right now with late round running back ADP, so yeah, all good with me.
Okay.
And
We
I
will
have a lot of
threads.
Ford and Eckler, so it's just like it's not necessary.
Yeah, you have to let me know next time we're up if any of the quarterback situations look like something that we can hone in on.
Yeah, I think
Oh,
we're
Chuba Hubbard.
Chuba
Okay.
goes 135.
Wow.
That's really early. Yeah.
Okay. Well, that means I get to
Mm.
take another one of my guys I'm loving right now, and Mike Williams.
Oh, big Mike. I'm going to
Oh,
take Mike
yeah.
Chandler for my fourth running back.
As much as I don't love guys coming off a big injury, but I just think things are setting up really well for him. 11 and a half months of recovery time. They're going to put him on the Breece Hall plan, limited snap counts for the first 4 games and let him loose. And I just think the touchdown ceiling is there. I've already
Especially
bet
here, I would like him here much more than like DraftKings or something like where we're, like you said, touchdown hunting and stuff. That's a great point.
So
Yeah,
you like to draft guys that don't land on their feet?
That's
my biggest concern.
Get a new line. You've been using that same line.
I mean,
for like
listen, if
2
it ain't
years.
broke, don't fix it. Brother, he doesn't land on his feet. It's like he doesn't understand that when you come down from the air, you can land on your 2 feet.
When he gets 50 catches for 500 yards this year, I mean,
I'm
it's
gonna be
nothing
what?
special. Yeah, it's nothing special. But
Sebastian, I interrupted you. It sounds like you're like something in the betting market for Mike Williams too.
Oh yeah, you're good. You're good. Yeah, no. I was just saying his touchdowns is 4.5, and it's
there. You
plus
go,
115
touchdown hunting. There we go.
So
I like it.
I've already
listen to this man, Andrew.
Hey, listen, that just might be me, but I do not go in on guys coming off ACLs very often, and I just think things are setting up. But you're right. I mean, it's tough. He's definitely got a big injury history, but I just think Rodgers like his big targets in the red zone. Everyone's going to be focused on Breece and Garrett Wilson for good reason, but I just think he's going to be able to have some easy touchdowns.
I agree. I like that a lot. And I mean, you're getting him so cheap in the 130s. I mean,
oh yeah, for a solid wide receiver 2 potential. Like, I mean, essentially, if he stays healthy, I think he is a solid wide receiver 2. I mean, I don't really think Allen Lazard is threatening there.
No, and I think Corley's a little raw too. So
the guy that just went, Josh Downs, I'd like, if you could do a little profile there as well.
Yeah, with the high ankle. Yeah, definitely a guy here. Before I get into it, I'm up in a second, so I gotta start.
I know I was trying to distract you. I want all the good picks.
Listen, man, this is
all the good picks.
one of. I have a lot less bullets in my chamber than you do, so I need everyone counts. All right. Oh gosh, I need some running backs. Yeah, I need some running backs. I don't like any of these guys. Okay.
I mean, if these people are going to keep playing my favorite quarterbacks fall 10 picks past ADP, I'm taking it.
Andrew, I don't think we need to do anything here at QB. I mean, we could go Deshaun or Rodgers. Or you know what? I'm actually okay going Baker here. If we do something here, I'd like to do something stacked if possible. And I don't
is McMillan up in there yet?
Let me see.
He's still available.
Irving just went.
Yeah, I went a little bit of a reach on Irving. I really thought about Khalil
This would be a big reach
like
for McMillan.
Irving. Oh, would it? All right.
Yeah. So right now, Cousins, Dobbins, Dotson, Watson, Rodgers, Douglas. I kind of just say do Dotson and one of the running backs. Braylon Allen is here too. If you want to take him, I'm good with that. We could do Rodgers and Allen if you want to, and then get a late round Jets receiver. Say something.
Yes to that.
I already clicked Dotson.
Okay, then no to that.
You want Allen or Dobbins?
I mean, if you went Dotson, I know Meg has him queued up, but Tolbert's there if we want to double tap.
That's a smart pick.
I'm saying it's a bring back if we want to be weird with that game.
It's your pick. You make this pick. Go ahead.
Yeah, let's do it. Let's take him.
Take who? Dobbins?
Tolbert.
Okay.
Tolbert.
Yeah. See, Dotson Tolbert. That's the combo you didn't know you needed for Week 17 between the Cowboys and the Eagles.
We were just talking about Josh Downs, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So similar to the Jordan Addison situation, but he does have the benefit of a bit more time. He does have a confirmed high ankle sprain. It is mild. Expected recovery timeline 4 to 6 weeks. He got injured on the 7th, so he's got 4.5 weeks until the start of the season. So again, with these high ankle sprain, oh fuck, I'm on the clock. Hold on.
10 seconds. 10 seconds.
I mean, one of us should have told you. I was so focused on my pick. I was being selfish.
Bacon shake will get me there. All right.
Bacon
so
shake.
He essentially, I think it's unlikely that he's potentially could be active week 1. I think that's kind of unlikely, but I do think he'll be back week 2 or 3.
Okay.
With that injury, it does tend to linger. Like those high ankle sprains suck. They are really tough. Like guys, like you can think about, Austin Eckler last year. I know Saquon when he had his high ankle sprain, like they'll come back. They just don't look the same. And so, those are tough injuries. Now there's a couple guys that try to come back in like 3 weeks or 4 weeks and they really try to push it. So is it that he does have the benefit of, until 4.5 weeks, there's really no pressure for him to come back. So let's see. I would almost rather see him come back week 2, come back a little healthier. And then I'd feel a little bit better. But if we're talking about something managed at all, I'm not feeling comfortable putting Josh Downs in my lineup week 1.
All right, bye, Donnie Mitchell. I'm doing it. Thanks.
Oh, are we? Let's talk about Anthony Richardson.
Oh yeah, what's the over under on week he gets hurt?
I hate to be so like negative Nancy on this dude because he's a Gator, but like, this is gonna sound bad, but he wasn't very good at Florida. Like he was not a very good quarterback.
He wasn't an accurate quarterback, right? I mean, he was very inaccurate.
I mean, he didn't win games. He wasn't accurate. He and I understand his last season. He made some hell of plays. Like, don't get me wrong, that game against Utah. I mean, that was a fun game. I mean, that 2-point conversion is still one of the craziest plays ever. But the rest of that season, I know he was a little nicked up, but he was awful. I mean, we lost to Vanderbilt. Like, that doesn't happen at the University of Florida. Like, I really
bet Jay Cutler beat you a few times.
Who was it?
Jay Cutler.
Oh, okay. Whatever. Listen, all right. I'm trying to cope. The Gators are projected to win 4 games this year. Let me have this. All right. No, I just, as much as I want to, I do root for him. It's just hard for me to think that he's going to be super effective NFL quarterback. But hey, he could be fun and fancy.
You're up.
Yeah, I got this one. Me and my man Cade, we're taking it.
Andrew, naked cousins or stacked?
Baker Cade, I like it.
Baker Cade and don't forget my boy Bucky.
Nice.
Yeah. Let's go stack Levis unless you have too much of them.
No, I mean honestly, we could do both.
Yeah, the last time you were on the show with me, Sebastian, you talked about how Anthony Richardson's basically never going to have a season.
And Allen, if he's there.
In his life, right?
Yes.
I mean, never in high school, college, and then obviously last year. So that is scary.
Yeah, you don't got to talk me into Allen.
Guys, I've done some weird stuff with some A-Rich lineups every now and then. I don't believe in doing this, but every now and then I'll take a Joe Flacco in the 18th round.
Receiver.
He took Levis, bitch.
I just think if Joe Flacco had that, he could do what he did with the Browns last year with Pittman. My goodness.
What QBs do we have?
Like a solid.
We only have Mahomes. We could do.
What's that, Flacco?
We could do Knicks and find something with him on the way back.
Yeah.
There's lots of Knicks options. Darnold, we'd have to take like Naylor or somebody. Fields, we already have Muth if you want to go him, or we could just wait for Russ. 5 seconds.
Let's just wait. Take another. Yeah, whoever. Hurry. 1 second.
Jordan Mason, he's ours.
All right.
He's doing big things out there.
Hell yeah, brother.
Didn't you hear about his great preseason game?
Wow. Oh no, Smitty, you cuck. That's what I'm
we weren't happy either. We should have had Levis there and Allen as a layup.
Oh fuck, that really.
Oh, you got Levis tonight? You got sniped on Levis because you had
by
Pollard
one spot.
You had Pollard and Hopkins. That's
one spot. That's tough. That's
all right. I hate when that happens.
I thought Cousins was gonna fall to us.
I hope that dude gets a flat tire.
Oh, it's not going to be flat on an X by accident. No.
We're cutting those stems.
Yeah.
Wow, this is the last hour gets a little dark, huh?
Yeah.
We're doing it for Jersey. We're doing it for Jersey, Sebastian.
We're doing it live.
Hell yeah. Oh wow.
Why don't they name them the New Jersey Giants? I don't get it. They should.
Everyone acts like they don't like Jersey, but all good things from that area come from Jersey. Let's be honest.
I have nothing against Jersey. I mean, I've never actually even been there, but I grew up a big Devils fan as a kid.
Devils are great. Yeah, they were a fun team. I grew up a Devils fan as well. I still am.
Random question. Has anybody heard any positive camp reports on, is it looking like Brendan Rice could crack the Chargers lineup, or do we just think it's going to be Chark, Palmer?
I hope it's Brendan Rice. I took him a lot at the early BBM stages.
Yeah, I was just thinking about like a fun low-owned play or something.
I mean,
he's gotten a lot of steam lately.
In that offense in general, like everyone's just kind of live, you know?
Yeah.
Like me and Andrew were talking about this the other night. Like you could just see drives where you literally only see Ladd McConkey and Palmer out there. And then the next they do like Quentin Johnston and DJ Chark. And then another one where they do like Chark and Rice or something like that.
Yeah.
You're forgetting about their best receiver, Quentin Johnston.
Oh boy!
I thought I said him.
Who was it on this stream that said he got a jugs machine and practicing at home or something like that?
He should.
Tyler, someone talked about him getting a jugs.
I view that as a negative. He's got no confidence in his hands. It's in his head.
He has the yips. Somebody needs to help him. Get him off the yip train.
Yeah, no, he's oh man, he sucks.
I hope not. I did pick him a lot at the end of drafts here. I mean,
any Hayden Hurst talk?
Andrew, my thought here is maybe
Disley, personally.
Maybe Derek Carr and a running back.
Oh, I hope he falls to me.
Derek Carr. Oh, we have Shaheed. Right?
Sorry, I forgot to put the board back up.
No, that's what I was saying. Like we could get Carr and
damn it, Darnold went.
Saints running back.
Oh, fuck that.
Okay.
I mean, Carr, sure, but like I don't want to pair him with a Saints running back.
You just get a little stacker in there, little small.
What other?
Pancake,
I mean, we get Danny Dimes and Slayton or something if you want to go that route.
No,
you want to do 259?
You will not get Slayton. I'll tell you that right now. I will pick him right. I don't give a damn. I will pick him right now. No, I'm kidding. I have too much of him.
I'm kidding. Nah, I didn't mean it.
He's like, I have him in 4 of my 5 drafts.
I was gonna say I think he's been in every 4 draft. So I think I can lay off the crack.
You could probably pick Hyatt. Honestly, I like Hyatt a little bit more than Slayton. I know everyone's on the Slayton train, but damn, Hyatt can be so explosive if they would give him the ball down the field. I don't know. I think Hyatt is underrated.
He's definitely has the higher ceiling. Absolutely, 1,000%. I just don't trust him worth a damn. I mean, his separation for as fast as he is.
This is year 2.
Andrew, if you're into doing another receiver, would you do Minshew, Trey Tucker?
Hell yeah!
All right, let's do.
Wait, how many running backs do we have?
We have 5.
Oh, okay. Are there we have any issues?
They're not great.
Do we have any issues with bye weeks?
Jones, Pollard, no issues. Jones, Pollard, Ford, Allen, Mason. I mean, I would like another running back, but if you're into that,
I mean,
like a stacking opportunity.
We either draft like we're right and we don't take another one, or we play it safe and take another one and then just go with some unstacked quarterback. So,
well, who do you like more unstacked, Minshew or Carr?
Oh man,
I like Minshew and Carr more than Young and Jones, and we got 10 seconds. So, Minshew 8 seconds, 7 seconds.
Carr. I like Carr better.
All right, and then the only other stacking option for him would be A.T. Perry, but we're not going to do that.
Let's take a running back.
You just want Pierce and just go chalk, just a chalk fall?
Hell no. No, is Shipley there?
Yeah.
I would actually be interested in taking Shipley.
Okay. I don't have like any Shipley, so that's fine.
Nice. See, there you go. You're welcome.
Yeah, and we got him with Dotson, so that's cool.
Yeah, I mean, Sebastian will tell you, Barkley can't stay healthy.
Oh, God. I hope for my Barkley bags he stays kind of healthy.
Yeah, I have a fair amount of Barkley. I'm knocking on wood, you bastard.
Yeah, I hope to God he's safe.
Is Roshan Johnson the second running back?
Miami Brown from City. I like
technically, he's the 3, but Andrew's going to tell you he's the 2.
I think Herbert's going to get traded at some point, so Roshan will be the two. Roshan's also their best pass blocker, so he's going to be on the field.
Well, Lord, we all pray.
This entire draft in the 18th round comes on that information, so I hope it's correct.
You're welcome.
Well, I just think that Roshan or Herbert late are both good picks because.
Well, I'm very off DeAndre Swift. I'm
I've barely done that.
Me too.
This draft.
I just think it's a running back committee. I don't think he's a true RB1. I mean,
well, if it's a committee, then no one's going anywhere. So.
Well. I'd rather
you'd rather get the late guys then.
Like if they believe it's a committee, you don't move someone. Then you just you work out of the committee. You know. What I mean? Like,
no, I get what you're saying. I mean, it's just I'm not. For where Swift is going, for where he's in. I mean, I may be a little biased to the betting.
He feels
market,
pretty fair. I mean, the cost isn't expensive.
Well, I'm more looking at his touchdown prop. Is what sticks out.
Yeah, I think that's fair. Also, just because I think that they will pass the ball in the red zone a lot. And look what you saw from Caleb already in preseason.
I was gonna say,
he rushed one in because things just fall apart. Like that offensive line is still a work in progress. So no, what's he at? 6.5, 7.5?
Yeah, he's I think 6. Let me check. I got it on my sheet.
Scott, I think we're 2 Maryland, 1 Pennsylvania, 1 Florida. Sebastian, you're in Florida, right?
What? Like where?
Bernie and I are neighbors
now, or what?
Where you lay your head down at nighttime?
Where do you live, Sebastian?
You want my address? All right.
No, it's a
zip code. Zip code.
Messages. I'm in Virginia.
Oh,
you're in Virginia.
I didn't realize you were that
We're
close.
in Virginia.
Son of a bitch.
Yeah, I'm in Richmond.
Oh, Richmond. Okay,
We were just in Luray to go camping. Like
Rich what? Rich what?
Rich, dashing, dapper young individuals. That's what it is.
That's not.
Sebastian can do pick 'em props, unlike all of us. So that's at least.
Oh my God, Sebastian, drive up to Maryland. We'll all meet because them two are in between us, and I'm in Pennsylvania, obviously. So.
Yeah, we do need a meetup at some point here.
True. Hey, well, I'm going to Vegas in a couple weeks, so if you guys want to just come to Vegas,
I mean, I'd rather have a meetup.
Right?
Vegas,
Yeah, I'll just see you there.
Yeah. So
see you at the Circa Pool.
NFL week 1.
Oh man, I was out there last week or last year for week 1. It is.
Is it mayhem for week 1?
I'll be the guy with the farmer stand.
Are you going out there to meet the guys?
Yeah, I'm gonna go out there and I'm basically the wife went to Paris with her sisters, and I was like, hey, that's awesome, that's great.
Going to Paris for dudes.
I just need a Vegas weekend, and we're good. So
okay, so it's all week 1 then, like.
I get in Friday. I couldn't do Thursday. Just
okay.
to get there in time for the game and stuff. So
that's awesome.
So I'm gonna do Friday through Monday, and
well, there's a game Friday night, no? Isn't there?
Yeah,
the Packers game?
The Brazil game. Yeah.
Viva Brazil.
That's gonna be tough because it's like I'm kind of lower on the Packers this year, but I also hate the Eagles. So.
I'm not betting that game. I'll probably bet the under. Neutral site. Get out of here with that neutral site garbage.
Neutral site.
Saquon Barkley, anytime touchdown.
No.
Dontavian Wicks, anytime touchdown. Parlay.
Ooh, the Wicks TD though. The Wicks TD though.
I can get on.
What did we call our thing? We need to start teasing it next week. TD treasure test.
Yeah,
the treasure.
Our touchdown treasures. Yeah.
Touchdown treasure test. It's coming.
The treasure parlays.
If anybody is actually still in listening, first of all, thank you so much for listening. We will go through these teams real quick and then get out of here. But we're teasing stuff that's going to happen in season. Hopefully you subscribe to the FanSpeak Network. If you haven't, please do. We've got a ton of great in-season content coming. We're going to have underdog dailies, DFS, tons of sports betting content. We're going to cover you every DGen way possible. And so we hope you're following us on fanspeak.com, all free, and FanSpeak Network. So just wanted to give a little in-season tease since we started talking about a touchdown treasure chest because I'm so excited about that.
A tease. That was a good, promo 8 hours in. That's pretty impressive.
I know. I'm pretty sleepy. So thank you.
Yeah. I know sometimes.
And I'm three glasses of champs or bubbles in too. So I think that was.
And no reading off of a paper or anything.
No, that was just, speaking from the heart, Sebastian.
I can't even do an ad read. And I'm like, geez, I don't even want to.
Jake's still hanging with us.
Jake's still with us.
Everyone. You made it.
We made it. Made it. No, Thank you, Jake, for joining us both in the stream and in the chat. We appreciate that. Do you guys want to look at these teams or screw it?
Yeah.
Oh, just give me the 1.5 now, but fine.
All right, let's look at your team first here.
I don't even remember my team. I think.
Okay, so you got a 2-6-8-2 from the 9 position, and you've got Josh Allen, Baker Mayfield, James Cook, David Montgomery, Najee Harris, Bucky Irvin, Tyrone Tracy, Rashawn Johnson, Garrett Wilson, Deebo Samuel, Michael Pittman, Curtis Samuel, Josh Palmer, Jacoby Myers, Mike Williams, Tyler Boyd, Dallas Goedert, and Cade Otton.
I don't hate it.
I like it.
Do
It's
not
not
hate
bad. It's not
I like
bad.
it.
Yeah, my running backs are like, there's, I got some dudes, and then it's like, oof, I hope someone gets injured in front of them. But I mean, I don't hope that.
Honestly, your first 3 are volume. They should get a significant amount of volume.
Oh, I mean, I love them, but it's in after that. It's like I would have liked to get one more guy that I know is going to be on the field.
Yeah, but you got some guys that have some higher upside behind your first 3. Like Bucky Irving, man, the coaches absolutely love that dude.
Yeah.
So he's a guy I think that we're going to see should be going much higher in retrospect.
Yeah, I agree. And then Tracy's the guy that's getting some burn.
Yeah.
Everything in Giants camps is like every running back but Devin Singletary. And I do think Devin Singletary is going to be the lead guy for the first half of the season, but I think you could see them mix in some guys, especially if that season starts to go off the rails there.
Yeah.
Oh, look, we got Tyler coming back. He's tucking himself in. But thank you for checking on us. We appreciate it. We're winding it down, Tyler, but thank you for joining us both in the stream, in the chat, and checking on us late night. Thank you very, very much. We appreciate it.
Can we get a lullaby, or is that?
Yeah, I like that team, Sebastian. Do you want? Let's see the stream team here.
Oh boy, yeah. I couldn't even see any of the players. I'm relying on Bruni. This one probably looks.
Oh, you can't. Don't preface. No excuses.
I like it. I think
get out of here.
It's good. So I have no issue. Yeah.
Okay, so we got 2-6-8-2 from the 12th spot. You got good old Patrick, anchored by Patrick Mahomes. Gotta love that. Derek Carr, Aaron Jones, Tony Pollard, Jerome Ford, Brandon Allen, Jordan Mason, Will Shipley, Puka Nacua, Marvin Harrison, Keenan Allen, Jaden Reed, DeAndre Hopkins, Khalil Shakir, Jahan Dotson, Jalen Tolbert, Travis Kelce, Pat Fryermuth. I can tell there's a lot of stacks and a lot of bringbacks in here.
You did the damn thing, yeah. No,
you did the damn thing. Yeah.
It may look ugly, but you know what? The team who took me to the finals last year looked very ugly to me when I drafted it too. So
I don't think that looks ugly.
I don't think it looks ugly at all. Yeah.
I don't know. I don't love it, but we'll see.
I'm not a huge Pollard guy, but I think I'm just like from last year when he was going so high. I think
I mean, he was
like a lot of
He
people.
still has that cowboy stench on him. I get it.
Yeah, it's just. But now where he's going now, it's crazy how far he's fallen. It's like you gotta imagine you can't go from being a guy who everyone thought was going to be a first, second round pick to just irrelevant. But Tajay Spears is interesting, but that's a situation I'm just super curious how that's going to play out.
Andrew, how the hell did you do 24 hours? I'm like, we're
I
like not even at 9 hours, and I'm like.
Yeah, I mean the person I did it with, Kramer, he was good at talking, so that helped. But honestly, like I said, we had a guest every hour, so like when the guest came on, the guest was more energized than us. So like it kind of helped me. Honestly, like if we were doing this 24 hours, when you get to like the 2 to 3 a.m. mark, you kind of stop being tired, and then you're like just on this trance until like 7 a.m. You're like, oh shit, the sun's coming up. Like, all right,
really?
We're on the home stretch. Here we are. It's interesting.
You have to go through like some delusional periods, right?
Well, yeah. Honestly, your eyes start to hurt because you're looking at the screen the entire time.
Oh, yeah.
I'm like, am I blinking? Did I forget to blink for the last 30 minutes? Like my eyes hurt. It's yeah, but you make it through with guests. The guests are nice. That's why I offered my services to Pat, because I understand
that was so nice.
Through, and I was like, if you need some people in the middle of the night, I'll wake my ass up at 3 o'clock and come join you, because it's hard. Plus, you can't always fill a draft, so you're like, all right, thanks for tuning in.
We're waiting for 8.
Yeah.
Someone in the West Coast could jump on. No,
3:37 in the morning, and for 45 minutes we've been waiting on 5 players.
So like sometimes you gotta like fill some dead air, and so it's if you don't have a guest,
dead air out there. Yeah,
you're dead in the water without a guest.
By the way, Tyler is singing us a lullaby right here. Rockabye Fans Speak in a Draft. Man, he was doing poetry earlier, and now he's doing a lullaby. Rockabye Fans Speak in a Draft now. May they get the stacks of the COV and to the finals when the wind goes. I mean, I'll give that another clap up.
Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah, the Def Jam poetry or the open mic.
That was impressive.
That was pretty good on the spot. I love it.
Yeah. I
right,
mean, Tyler, if you used AI, just like it's okay. You could tell us. But, I mean,
Don't tell us. No.
if you're just
No, I
whipping
want to
that
believe
stuff
that
up
you
over
came
there, a
up
la
with that
carte.
quickly.
I believe in humans.
Yes, I believe in the humans. Here's
Not
my
me.
here's my
Just when you look around,
fragile.
people are psycho.
Here's my hyper fragile build. I couldn't let Josh Jacobs pass me by, so and I couldn't let Dak and Herbert pass me by. So I have Dak, Herbert, and I got sniped on Sam Darnold, even though I took Jefferson and Ty Chandler. So Dak, Herbert, May, Gibbs, Henry, Jacobs, Chandler, I believe all falling ADP. Jefferson, Higgins, Odunze, Sutton, Wicks, Brandon Cooks, Rashad Bateman, Dortch, Ingram, Jonnu Smith, Hayden Hurst, 10% owned per ETR.
Oh, you're the one who took Dortch, huh? Okay.
Yeah, well, now I'm wishing I would have taken Darnold there because Darnold went like after that. So that's my hyper fragile, which I probably should start pumping the brakes on those, but I just can't let those. I just love it.
Sebastian, before we let you go on this wonderful evening, anything else you want to tell the people to find on the DJ Jocks on YouTube? What's your in season content look like?
Okay. Yeah, we can do that. Yeah. So I'm like, let me think. Brain, start working. So in season, we're gonna do 2 shows. I think we're gonna do a Monday night. It's gonna be a little bit more fantasy centric. We'll be talking, initial reactions from injuries, waiver wire stuff, and look ahead as far as in the betting world. And then Thursday around 7 Eastern, right before Thursday Night Football, is gonna be the big show where we kind of go about our best bets. We do talk, we'll talk some DFS and things like that. But obviously, we'll be hitting the injuries hard. And one of the biggest things we're going to be looking for is, we're talking injuries, not just fantasy. We're talking injuries from the full spectrum because, there's these lines now with the defensive stuff coming out where if an offensive line, like I'm looking at the Rams week 1, Alaric Jackson was just suspended. You got Jonah Jackson and you've got Rob Harvenstein all coming back from pretty decent sized injuries. You're playing the Lions week 1. You got to beat up O-line. I'm already looking at some of the Lions sack props there. So, just Thursdays is going to be definitely the more betting heavy one, and Monday is going to be a little more fantasy heavy.
Do you do player team stacks or player stacks or team stacks?
What do you mean?
Like for props, like the team total sacks or the player individual?
Oh, I see what you're saying. I like players, but I've done teams before. But I do like players, and sometimes I like it live depending on how it looks. But I also, one of the things I found about sacks is the big names are it's baked in, and it's baked in too much as far as the price. Aiden Hutchinson's a guy probably I'm not even looking at. TJ Watt in a similar build, but those guys like Aleem McNeil, guys that are actually almost as productive at them, but are a lot lower level. That juice that is Aiden Hutchinson is carrying is the value is coming and goes guys like that. So that's in the sack market particularly is what I like to look for is those guys who are productive, but they're just not household names because no one's clicking that button and you get a lot of value on those.
Austin Booker, baby. Let's go.
He said sack. Nice.
I knew you liked that. I knew you liked that.
He just said sack like 4 times, and like the inner child was like trying not to laugh there, but I'm sorry.
It's 8.5 hours in. So
yeah. The delusion is setting in.
Tyler appreciates the doc, so very nice.
Oh yeah, hey, go follow him on YouTube, Tyler. The DGen Docs. Search that up.
You don't have to. It's okay if you don't want to.
If you pay me money, I will give you his cell phone number, and you can just text him whenever you need to know.
Oh yeah, yes.
I charge people for that. Sorry for all those messages.
Oh yeah. Start looking out for my Twitter messages there, DJ or Sebastian. I'll be
for you guys. I will always.
Oh yeah, I'll be like, hey man, I want to put a bet on this guy. What are we looking at here? We good to go?
For you guys, the DMs are open. For the robots out there, denied. Absolutely not.
Oh, you don't respond back to the single ladies who hit you up in the DMs, the robots?
Brother, you see this?
That's the text message versions are the best. I love when I get like the
I've never had a bot text me. Damn, I'm ugly. Shit.
Oh man, dude, yeah, you're not playing the game. I mean, my goodness. No, it was like someone texted me like, "Oh, are you free to come on like Rob's boat this weekend?" And I'll be like, "Fuck Rob. He owes me $8,000. The last time I was on his boat, he got wasted, got us lost at sea. You think I want to do that again?"
Fuck Rob. Oh my God.
Oh hell. Well, Sebastian, appreciate you being on, buddy. Again, we will definitely be having you on throughout the season. Yeah, man.
Pleasure is mine, folks. Pleasure's mine. Always love coming up here. I'm telling you guys, I look forward to. I don't get in the streets too often, but every time I know I'm on here, I'm going to get some good advice. So, best ball, you can't get a better place. I'm excited to see what you guys do in season because you've been owning the off season. So
a show every day of the week, Monday through Friday. We're going to have something every day this week. These guys are going to have a Underdog Dailies show and a sports betting show. So I'm sure we're going to hear a lot of invites from us on the FanSpeak Network because we're going to have 5 days a week of content. So
that's awesome. Can't wait. Can't wait.
Absolutely.
All right, buddy. Appreciate you.
All right, guys. Have a good night.
Have a good night. We very much appreciate it.
Yeah, of course.
All right, Justin, I'm too tired. I think we should get your signature sign off.
Oh, Bruni, the people want it. The people
wrap it up.
No, hey guys, well done. Let's clap
it up
for Megan and Andrew.
Well, you were with us pretty much the whole entire time too, so we were grateful.
I did text him at once, and I'm like, he's not getting back to me. I'm like, oh my God, did he fall asleep? And then he texted me back, and he was doing something. I'm like, oh, okay, thank God. I was like, he's gone. He fell asleep.
I was taking a shit. It's okay, Andrew.
All right, well,
it's all right.
You said it, not me. I didn't want to put that out there on the airwaves.
I was stuffing down Sammy's, when we were leading this thing off, I paid for it a little bit for a minute there, had to delay a couple of prizes, but we got to it. We got to it. But no, again, guys, you two are fantastic. Great guests, great show, awesome drafts, tons of information. Again, yep, there it is. Let's hear it for these guys. Smash the like button on your way out. Take care. Be well. Be good. If you can't be good at it. We'll see you.